Welcome back to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4.
$200,000 on the line.
This is your pro point cutoff if you want to get into stage 1.
This is going to be amazing. We are pumped to get it started.
They're not ready for this! They're not ready! Oh my God! Crim 6!
There's 15 seconds left. He sees one. He's got the planner. He can do no wrong.
Absolutely shredding on Championship Sunday.
8 in a row.
His body's on a mission. My goodness, he can find it. There we go.
This is insane. Shooting lasers here. The three-piece, the dunk.
Nobody can stop this man. Oh my God!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CWL Dallas Open. We are live from the Fort Worth Convention Center in the greater Dallas metropolitan area, and we are excited to bring you a weekend of epic Call of Duty World League action presented by the PlayStation 4. Of course, Benson in the studio, joined by my wonderful panel of analysis guys. We've got Merc, TP, and of course, Chance. TP, I'm gonna start with you. This is a city which is just ripe with history with yourself. What's it like to be back?
Lots of MLG events have been here. We're here back again. And actually, me and Joe's first event 7 years ago, actually. Wow. Wild to think about, but Dallas Nationals was where we sort of started, where Call of Duty kind of put itself on the map. So it's really cool to be back.
Fantastic to have you back, of course. But we should mention there is more on the line here at the CWL Dallas Open than ever before. Teams are fighting to solidify their invite into the Global LAN League. Merc, which team should we kind of looking out for? Which ones are there on the bubble?
I mean, North America, you obviously have Panda. They're the last team in the pools. And then you look at the open bracket, you have Evil Geniuses, Allegiance, can TK make a run, the Gosu crew, and in Europe, Epsilon. Can they secure that last spot? They'll have to go up against iGame in the open bracket. A lot of tough matches here at Dallas.
Well, you talked a little bit about the pools. Now let's take a look, starting with Pool A here at the CWL Dallas Open. Of course, this led by Optic Gaming. Team Envious find their way in there as well. Red Reserve and Tainted Minds. Chance, what are your immediate thoughts when you look at this pool?
Optic Gaming and Team Envious, two of the best teams in the game, if not the best two teams in the game. If they don't make it out of pools with a relatively easy run, that's pretty much just going to be absurd.
I mean, we see Optic Gaming on our screens now. This is a team which I think everyone expects to lead this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to have that Envy versus Optic battle, and we're really going to see where Envy sort of solidifies their spot, right? Because there's a lot of questions in the air. They've had some off events. They've had some days where, like, okay, this could potentially be the best team in the world, but Optic, they've looked so good ever since that run in Atlanta, and of course ESWC, where they're able to take home that grand prize.
And that's what I was going to touch on that as well. Their Paris performance was one of the best events that we've seen from these four guys in general. So are they going to be able to carry that momentum over? Yes, they've had some problems getting their fair share of practice in, right? But when you see these four guys on the stage, when you see that crowd light up, you know, they're unstoppable.
Absolutely. Now we should take a look at Pool B. Of course, Pool B is going to be headed by E-United. Millennium are going to be in there, Cloud9 and Mindfreak from the Australian region. And just to talk a little bit about Mindfreak, is there really a lot of pressure on them now? Of course, Tainted Minds find themselves in Pool A. How much pressure is on these guys?
I mean, not too much pressure, but they want to solidify themselves as a top team in the world. You know, we saw at Atlanta, they put up a pretty good performance, took teams to game number 5, and I think they put themselves in a great group here where there's a lot of opportunity. They could beat these teams. We'll just have to see how it pans out.
Of course, going into Atlanta, Chance, a lot of us looked at E-United and we said, okay, are these guys the real deal? Well, they turned out they were the real deal. Are you expecting a repeat performance from them?
Honestly, no. I think they're definitely going to get in the top 8 without much difficulty, but to get to that top spot, there's a lot of factors that have to come into play. Even the run they had at Atlanta, Splice took them to Game 5, FaZe took them to Game 5, and then after that, they had a pretty comfortable run, but even Optic Gaming took them down in a series. So they had the perfect tournament needed to get that win. Otherwise, though, if things don't work out, everything going in their favor, I think they're going to struggle to be on top, but again, easily in that top 8 range.
And of course, Gunless walked away as the Control Freak MVP from Atlanta. TP, what does he need to do to have another repeat performance like that? Because that was one of a kind. It was special almost.
I think the one thing that put Gunless a little bit ahead of everyone else at Atlanta, especially, is those payload abilities, especially. Using camo, the dude, every single time you saw him get a 1 versus 2 clutch, at least 4 or 5 times. So he needs to pull off things like that time and time again. But one more team we need to focus on just a little bit is if Cloud9 is going to be able to bounce back. Yes, they're still in a pretty good situation in terms of Pro League and Pro Points, things like that, but their last 2 tournaments have been, pretty much much terrible, hitting the worst places they could have gotten in the position that they were in. So they need to bounce back and very quickly.
Now moving on, taking a look at Pool C. Of course, this is going to be led by FaZe Clan. Luminosity find themselves in Pool C as well with Elevate and Fnatic. But we were very impressed with what we saw from Fnatic as a team. Clutching up their search and destroy game seems to be very good.
Absolutely, and this is a team we talked about. They keep improving event by event, but another pool which is very top heavy. You have Luminosity and FaZe, you know, 2 of the top 4 teams in North America, I think. We'll see if these European teams can take a few games off them.
Is this pool going to be as easy as maybe many think for FaZe, Chance, or how's it going to go in your mind?
I think FaZe is definitely going to get out. I think there's the potential that LG does not make it through.
Wow.
Again, it is top heavy, but you got to keep in mind, LG, their worst game mode is that search and destroy. And of course, Fnatic is going to be great. But again, talking about FaZe, worst case scenario, I would say for them is maybe LG is able to take them down in a series, but they're definitely going to make it out without too much difficulty.
Do they look as good as maybe you expected coming into this one, TP? I know you've been watching a lot of Call of Duty in your spare time, but is this FaZe squad as dominant as a lot of people think?
I really think they are, and consistency has been the key for these guys. The one problem that they have is when they face those top NA talent, Optic Gaming especially, they just haven't had the best hand at things. So I think FaZe has something to prove. They've been consistently better this year than last, in my opinion. They look overall more consistent on all the game types, and I think it's going to be largely up to Clayster if they want to get a win here at Dallas.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how it's worked out for them as well, because it used to be that they would struggle to even, you know, get in that top 4 range, but when they played Optic, they would beat them, you know, back like 2-3 years ago, whatever it was. Nowadays, they can beat everybody but Optic, and against them, they just looked absolutely atrocious. So again, if you want to be the best, you do have to beat the best. So until they figure out how to pull off the green wall defeat, they're going to be at best number 2.
Very true. Finally, let's take a look at Pool D. This led by Rise Nation. Splice find their way in there as well. We have Enigma 6 and Panda. Merc, these are 2 of the teams there that you mentioned kind of on the bubble there for that invite into the Global LAN League. What are you expecting from both those 2 squads?
I mean, both these teams are playing with so much more heart than the others, right? They want to make it. They're on that bubble. I mean, Enigma 6 is in a bit more of a more comfortable position, but Panda, right away, these 2 teams face one another, and I think that's going to set the tone for this Panda squad.
That's definitely a game we're going to be keeping our eyes out on for sure. But talking a little bit now about Rise Nation, TP. This is a squad which started the year very well, and we were all extremely impressed. Not the best performance, I think it's fair to say, in Atlanta, but what are you expecting here in Dallas?
It was really cool to see them bounce back at Paris. However, you know, those 2 events were quite close together. They come back the next weekend at Paris and get a 3rd place. So coming into this one, I really have them placing in a sort of top 6 range. I don't know how these guys are going to perform in their respawns, especially when it comes to search and destroy. You can tell just talking to the guys, they're very comfortable with it, but you need to be able to outslay consistently in respawns, and are they going to be able to do it against the elite talent here? Not consistently, I'll be honest about it.
Yeah, in this first match for Splice, you get to see this sort of EU God squad, but I'm really excited to see Rise because they talked to us earlier, you know, before the event, and these guys made some role changes. You're going to have Felony and Facento really using that NV4, where Aqua is going to be using that K-bar, something, you know, we might not have thought of, but he's been putting a lot of pressure on the map.
I think it's worth mentioning, Rise probably has the most room for improvement out of every single team in North America because their search and destroy has been on point, and teams don't scrim search and destroy ever. So I think they're going to be able to keep that throne. They're going to be phenomenal in S&D, but the respawns, that's what everyone plays in scrims all the time, and that's what they needed to work on the most. So, you know, they've had a solid month where they're doing nothing but scrimming respawn.
Of course, Merc, you mentioned first game of the day. We're going to see Rise versus Splice. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, so we can see all the other games, and you can follow your favorite Call of Duty teams throughout the day. As you said, at 2 p.m., kicking things off here on the main stage. Rise versus Splice, 8 p.m. prime time. Optic Gaming versus Team Envious. The E-Clasico back once again. To close out the evening, we have FaZe Clan versus Luminosity. But just to throw the discussion back over towards that Rise Nation versus Splice matchup, Merc, is this the best God squad Europe has put together, in your opinion? You've played against a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? I mean, these are 4 guys who can slay with North America, and this is one of those teams that was put together to play with the best competition in the world. But I will say, if they start off slow here, I think this is a really important series. I could see them having a really tough time in this group, so we'll see. I think this first match is super important for them.
Well, I'm excited to kick things off here at the CWL Dallas Open. We can send it over to Matt and Maven to cast the first match.
Thank you, gentlemen. Fantastic breakdown as always, and we're pumped to be here. Dallas, so much on the line, buddy.
Yeah, and Splice, this is a team that obviously they make the biggest roster move in Europe. Not one they originally anticipated to make. This is a team that thought they were going to stick together. Josh leaves, goes to play with his buddies on Epsilon. They kind of get gifted Zero, who last year we could have regarded as the best player in Europe.
Yeah.
So I think this is actually the strongest roster on paper Europe's ever put together.
Oh, God, we're going to be kicking it off with Retaliation Hardpoint for this series. Now, we talked to Rise, we talked to Splice coming into this one, and you have some doubts with Rise Nation when it comes to respawns. That's where their struggles have been, right?
Yeah, they actually said, I know when we spoke to them, that they have been working on the respawn game modes a lot, changed some roles up, and their biggest worry is their slaying ability, which is something you're not going to be able to change too quickly.
All right, well, let's hop right into it, kicking things off with Zero to start off with the NV4. He's the new guy to the squad. A lot to prove in this.
Yeah, now you can see he's just putting some shots in over by the bridge. He's going to be looking over as it's going to be Splice winning the first round of gunfights, and they get control of bridge.
All right, and Rise 2, you heard a little bit of talk from Merc. He was mentioning how you've had some changes really going with the roles that these guys have on the particular team. For Rise Nation, Aqua, with the NV4, they're saying they're playing a little bit slow with that. Having him switch into the role with the K-Bar, I think it'll pick things up for them a bit.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting switch-up because Aqua was playing quite well for this Rise Nation team. You see Looney inside the hardpoint, able to get one. It's going to be Vance coming over the top, picking him up. But it's a really odd change because you wouldn't really kind of take your top player and kind of change his role. You would actually kind of figure out everybody else's around him, but maybe it makes some of the other players be a little bit more comfortable in their positions.
All right, well, guys, we'll get switched over in Codcaster to the appropriate screen here in just a moment. For now, though, seeing some action with the Splice side. That was Mad Cat dropping. Splice have a bit of an advantage early on, but I'm curious just to talk about your thoughts. You see Band starting out 7-2, the expectations behind this quote-unquote God Squad. I know you and I have talked a bit about how, not a coin flip necessarily, but you can either see them being like finishing top 2 or bombing out. What are your expectations for them?
Honestly, you really don't know. I mean, I wanted to see them play first against some top competition before really kind of judging this team, because a lot of us thought they were going to lose a lot with Josh off the squad. Speaking to Rise, they thought Josh was the standout performer when they played against them at ESWC. They said Zero was going to have a top performance to beat them, but right now it does not look like that as Splice has come out taking a nice lead here against Rise Nation. I think this is a team Splice where it's either going to go really well or it's going to be poor.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. And the bigger conversation, though, for this series, Matt, is kind of, well, even for the event, or Europe versus North America. And I know when you take a look at it, yeah, it's the battle kind of inter-region when you're talking about getting into stage 1. But still, I mean, the overarching question is always going to be, can Europe hang? And if there's a team put together that certainly looks to have the formula to get it done, it's got to be Splice.
And you got to think, I mean, if this is a team that can't hang, who can?
Right.
If they're not able to do it, I don't know what kind of combination of players you need in Europe to be able to get it done against the North Americans. But right now, Splice actually has control of Cathedral. This is a really good hard point to take a ton of time left. 40 seconds left on this hill. It's going to be up to Mad Cat to lock this down.
Let's see if Mad Cat can get it done inside. He's got a bit of help there with Jared. He's backing him up. Shots a bit off, but the assist does come through. And now with 30 seconds left, they're looking to set it up. That number 8 on the minimap is Facento. He actually got him behind enemy lines, was able to pick up Zero in the back before Mad Cat answers.
Yeah, it's a quick kill for Mad Cat. He earned some extra points towards the scored streaks by getting control of the hill yet again. But it looks like Rise Nation, they think they have control of Broken, but they have no idea where Jared is located here in the back. He can make a huge play. You see everybody on the minimap. Rise Nation setting up for the cutoffs. They don't have Jared here in the back alley.
And you have Zero pinching from the front, but now it's going to rely on Jared. He's already found Aqua now, playing this sneaky position. He's been called out. If he can win a couple of key gunfights here, how does Felony find that kill?
It's a very tough kill to get. I mean, Jared in a perfect position in the back with great cover. Felony takes him out quick, because if Jared stays alive a little bit longer, it's going to force Rise Nation to kind of split their attention, right? They're going to have to look at Jared in the back, have to worry about the players coming through the front. I think Splice would have been able to break there.
And what's interesting, too, when talking to Rise Nation before this event, the question was asked, do you feel like you guys are, doubted at times or maybe a little bit overlooked? And they said, yeah, our hardpoint game isn't the best, as you're seeing a little bit right now, but we feel like that's why people doubt us, because, people get hyped behind that game 1, someone going off in hardpoint. That's not really been our game mode. They get it done in the search and destroy. So if they can bring the comeback here, if they can steal a game 1, that would be monumental for this team's playstyle.
And Splice may be a weak opponent in S&D, because with a new roster, we've spoken to them, they haven't had a good chance to practice it. So you don't know how they're going to play in search and destroy. It could be something where they could gel pretty quick, be on the same page, or they can not excel in that game mode. So this would actually be a huge game for Rise Nation to steal in terms of the series.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, when talking to Rise Nation about who maybe they're most fearing in the pools. They didn't even say Splice. Splice was the team they actually felt most confident against because of the recent team change. They think they'll beat them in that natural teamwork department, which they've obviously evolved over the course of the year. They're actually a little bit more scared, or at least they think there'll be higher competition coming from Enigma 6.
And with the way Enigma 6 has been playing in the online 2Ks, you can't really fault them for saying that. They have been so good. I'm interested to see how Enigma 6 comes out at this event. But They do have the hard point in the hotel hallway. It's going to be Rise Nation getting control. So the last few hills we've seen go over towards Rise. Splyce needs to make a little bit of a comeback, needs to break this. Right now, for the side of Splyce, you're looking at Zero, the new addition to a team, 5 and 10 right now, needs to pick it up.
Yeah, he certainly does, but let's see what Looney of Rise Nation can do. He finds one down hallway, a second in front, tags him up, but not able to finish the reload there, but needs a little support through the back. He's holding them at bay, at least making sure Splyce can't get any time here. And those type of plays, you know, the ones here, the nitty-gritty, the dirty, up-close battles, that's where Looney you expect to excel.
And he picks up the score streak there, gets a Scarab. Not really too impactful in the respawn game modes, but it's going to be Jerd trying to get onto the hill here. You just see how aggressive Jerd is. Will not back down from any gunfight. And Aqua's able to take him out. So we can see Aqua with the K-bar in hand, 12 and 13. Not the crazy games from Aqua that we usually see with the NV4, but maybe it makes it easier for the rest of his teammates to just play a little bit further back at range with the NV4 in their hands.
Well, they need him to get a big result, but it was interesting, you know, when you heard Merc say Felony and Vicento, those are the two guys that'll be rocking the NV4 more now. Aqua going to be a little bit more up close and personal, but this is a very long-range map, right? You can get away with the NV4 on a lot more hard points than you can on some others, but let's shift focus now back to the Splyce side. They're still holding on to a 20-point advantage. The European God Squad looking to get it done, but tagged up is Zero, and ultimately falling. It's going to be Mad Cat playing inside. Such an important position on the map as you can basically hold down cutoffs between any hard.
Well, these next two hills that are coming up are the ones that Splyce really took control of and really kind of got this lead from, is this lower street and over by Cathedral. So right now, Rise Nation does have control of the hill, but Mad Cat just comes out right from the top of Hotel, able to take out Felony. And just like that, right at the beginning there, Rise set up, Splyce breaks. Huge play there from Splyce.
And you know, you've pointed out a couple times that Zero has been struggling a little bit in the KD department. You think that's just gonna maybe be the story early on throughout the course of the weekend? Get some maps on land under your belt with the team? Because it doesn't look like Bance has been affected. He's still gonna be your lead guy, 22 and 16, having a huge result. You think it just takes a little bit of time for Zero to get in the groove?
Look, I think with the way that Zero and Bance both play, I feel like it's just going to be one of them's going to have a game that they're just going to go off like Bance is having now, and the other one's going to be around even. I just feel like there's obviously not many kills on the map for both of them to go super positive. So I don't really look at that stat line and say like, oh man, Zero's playing bad right now. I just look at it, you know, Bance is really taking control of the game. Zero's picking up the rest of the gaps that he's leaving open. Just doing a nice job as a team.
Well, Bance on point right now with the K-bar. Found one, now looking for the second here outside of the graveyard wall. Nades out to try and find the kill, knows he's still there, turns back, but will ultimately get pinched by two players. Zero tries to back it up, two in front, the duo there inside from Rise Nation gets it done. And now you got 50 seconds left here. You've spawned the team out. Looney's actually in a pretty good position here to actually flank behind a couple players coming in from Splyce. If they can pick up the rest of this time, we've got ourselves basically a tie game, Matt.
Yeah, now Splyce, they're actually going to get pinched here by Looney. It looked like if they would have went a little bit faster, would have had a 4v3 inside of the hard point, but they let Looney get back into the mix. And this is one where Rise Nation should be able to get the hill back. You see Vicento on the kill feed picking up two. And now if you're Splyce, you got to think maybe one more attempt at this hill and then start to rotate over towards Broken. You can see the one on your minimap, Jert. He's actually going to rotate, and they're only going to commit 3 to this hill.
He's going to get set up early. That's Vicento that just spawned at the bottom of the mini-map. He's going to be the first one to probably try and engage as they rotate across. Bance of Splyce will be getting the cutoff here inside Hotel Hallway, so anyone that tries to come from Lower Street or the interior, he'll be able to call out or get eyes on, but it's exactly a tie game. If they were able to hold down the rest of that time, it was going to be very, very close, and that is the definition of it, as we've got a ball game here in Game 1 coming down to the wire. You've got top 3 teams from Europe and North America kicking things off early at CWL Dallas.
Oh, and right there, Felony takes out Zero in the back. That is a huge kill, opens it up for the side of Rise Nation, but Mad Cat answers back with a 2-piece of his own. And you do see Splyce, they're going to have more players charging towards the hard point here. This is actually looking pretty good for Splyce to get the control of the hill back.
And this is such a big game for Splyce. Rise has been so good in Search and Destroy. They only lost 2 S&Ds at ESWC, and those were both to FaZe. Outside of that, they've been lights out, but it was Jerd coming in from behind. But who is it but your veteran Looney inside Broken to close it down for Rise Nation.
And you're going to have Splyce challenging the last few seconds here, and they're going to rotate the rest of the players out towards that hotel hallway. So we will see Splyce take the lead right back, and Bance with this reactive armor could make a big play here in the middle of the hotel. I think potentially you even save this. I mean, go over towards that next bridge hardpoint, you could use it there.
Any close game wraps on bridge, right? You see it time and time again. You can think of a lot of clutch plays with reactive armor. You know, Aches back to Vegas jumps to my mind as he flies out and seals the deal against Rise Nation. It is such a powerful ability. Got to keep eyes on Bance throughout the tail end of this just to see what he can do. But as we talk, it's been a 12-point lead now, blown up for Splice. But Rise Nation back in control of the hard point, and you've got reactive armor for Felony on the opposite side as well, Matt.
Yeah, and if you're Splice, you maybe get one more attempt at this, and then Rise is going to be very close to closing it out. You may have to use the reactive armor on this push, and Bance actually dropped, so not going to have the opportunity to use it. But Splice going to break regardless. Big play there. It's Madcat now, the last one alive inside the hard point for Splice, going to pick up one as another player directly in front of him. So just like that, Rise Nation gets control.
Well, let's look at Aqua. Aqua's on a 7 streak right now, 23 and 24. He's got full streaks. So how deadly are these streaks going to be when you're talking about Bridge? It's wide out in the open. You can just nuke either into this, try and break spawns for your team and lock it down. Ludi's already inside. Trophy doing work. He's trying to hold it up close and personal as Bance. He's able to win one gunfight. Bance actually, he did end up using the reactive there to get the break.
Yeah, Aqua uses his streaks, and actually Splice pushes all the way past the streak, so he gets nobody with that first one. He's going to be able to pick up 2 players with that second score streak, and Aqua going to get a third there, as it's going to be Rise Nation getting control of Bridge here. So close to closing the game out, only 10 seconds left.
And Felony knows where the spawn's coming from. 2 push inside a hotel. 1 right next to him at Broken. Can't win the gunfight. 3 kills going the way of Splice. This may be the break they need. 25 seconds left on the clock. 240 to 244. It's going to be Felony coming in from behind. There's the reactive armor. The shot's on point through the car. It's going to be Facento finding one as well. The second there can't get it done as Jared clutches up. 245, 246. Who's going to get the final moments here? Rise Nation, one more tick and it's done. Woo! That's one hell of a game 1, baby.
Yeah, and right there at the end, as soon as the kills go in favor of Rise Nation, you saw the spawns coming in for Splice. They had no chance to get back and contest that hill. And that is one where Splice had control for most of the game. Rise Nation with a fantastic comeback in the second half.
And we'll go back to, what we talked about leading into the game 1 and throughout the course of it. A win there for Rise Nation is such a boost and a bit of a dagger to Splice with how good Rise has been when you're specifically talking about S&D. But as we look forward throughout the rest of the series too, we know Uplink's been a problem for them. I mean, this has game 4 or 5 written all over it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Splice is a very good uplink team. It's probably their strongest game mode. CWL London, I watched them just crush teams in uplink all tournament long. I expect them to put up a very good fight in uplink against Rise Nation. I do think, though, the search and destroy is going to be a very big problem for Splice.
It should be, right? I mean, when you look at how good Rise has been on paper with search and destroy, they've been phenomenal. And then when you think about the fact that it's one of the more, I guess, obviously there's teamwork involved in every game mode, but Search and Destroy is probably got to be one of the hardest to pick up when you have a new addition to the team in Zero. If you're Splice, it's got to take a little bit of time to work out the kinks.
It's just like timings, where I have a different kind of cadence than you, where I want to trade this kill out, and just like go now, like it just means something different to some people. It's like go now means like either I go right now or like a second after, so it's just kind of like timing those things down, because those plays are huge. I mean, you slide in a second later than what your teammate's anticipating, you're going to get 2-piece, and it's going to be huge for the other team. So I think just those little tiny minute things in your team comms can definitely change up how a team plays.
And now this is what'll be interesting. Now we talked to Splice, and hearing about the communication issues with Josh on the team and how they felt that it was kind of his way or the highway, right? And it caused some of the other guys to not communicate as much. And you have the team change, and they feel like they're actually going to be in a better position now. But there's no question that Josh, in some sense, was the leader. Whether he was a good leader for this team or not, that's up for debate, right? But when you go now, welcome to Dallas. You lose 250 to 246 in your first match with your new roster here. How do you rebound for game 2?
I mean, it's going to be tough because they know they have not practiced search and destroy that much. They don't feel too prepared against a team like Rise Nation who excels in this game mode. But a win here, though, sets up Splice really well for the rest of the series, because we talked, they're great in uplink. Then you go back to another hardpoint. They're in control for most of that game. I mean, the Cathedral or Broken in the second half goes their way a little bit more. That's where they close out in the hotel hallway. So that is not too bad of a loss for Splice.
Zero, though, looking good in that Splice jersey. Welcome to the squad. Eyes are on you, buddy. I mean, he's going to be the talk of the town just because there's so much pressure on him. There's high expectations for this Splice team. And when you come in, touted as one of the top guns in Europe, you got to get it done.
I mean, there is a lot of pressure on this team at this event, but I think there'll be even more, if they qualify for the Global Pro League. I think this is where you're going to need to see that team play well. I think for them, this is one where they want to come in, have great performances against NA teams, obviously place as high as they can, earn as much money. But I think this is a team that's kind of built for the long haul. It's not somebody who's kind of looking to win.
Yeah.
I think this is a team that's built to try and win that Global Pro League.
Well, we've got just over $3 million on the line in a 3-month period or something like that.
It's a decent amount of money.
They know what's on the line. I love the format of this year, how it's just ramping up as we get closer to April when we kick off stage 1. It is going to be some incredible stuff. But looking back to the game 2, Search and Destroy here on Crusher, talking to Rise, this is one of their favorite maps on one of their favorite modes. You gotta feel pretty good about it here.
Yeah, and I think Rise actually, they have to feel really good, even obviously knowing Search and Destroy is coming up next, but stealing that first respawn. That's probably one halfway through that game they did not expect to win. So pulling out that last second comeback there, they got to feel really good going into S&D.
I have a question for you. Remember last year how it seemed like FaZe, they were a team that was real back and forth in game modes, where there'd be an event they're really good at Search, then really good at Hardpoint, because sometimes you focus more on a game mode you struggle in. Yeah. So hearing how much Rise has focused on uplink leading into this, they've really put a lot of time into it. I know you don't scrim Search and Destroy so much, but when you put so much focus in one game mode, do you think there's room for any sort of fall off there, or Search right now is just so team-oriented, so instinct-oriented that you still feel good about it?
I still feel good about it. I think Search and Destroy is a game mode that, the meta changes and whatnot, it doesn't really affect Search as much as it's like a respawn, because every team has kind of their opening strats, their opening breaks, sites they favor one over another, that I think it's really kind of one of the more stable game modes that we do have.
All right, well, it's going to be eyes on Bance early as he's got the sniper, and you see an aggressive mid-defensive push that came in from Rise Nation. All 8 players still up as the tension's starting to build a bit here as both teams vying for control.
Now you do see Rise Nation, they're getting a good idea of where the side of Splice was going. It's going to be Aqua getting first blood, but it's going to be even back up. And it's the first time we're seeing the ERAD here. The ERAD we did see a lot from the European teams over in Atlanta, but now North Americans adopting it.
Spoke to Rise and said, what was one of the biggest changes you think coming into this event that you might see as a viewer, as a commentator, something you may not expect? And they said flat out, you're going to see a lot more of the ERAD. And I think we saw that trending upwards over the past month or two, but I think even more so this event, you're going to see a lot of it. But nice shots there from Felony and a good job staying alive. Might be able to bait a second into his teammate as well. Jammer is in, and he's going to lose one. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 1. It's going to be all on Looney versus Jordan Bance.
And they have an idea where Looney's located. He's able to get one, so we're going to have a 1v1 here. It's going to be Looney versus Bance. He's going to come around the corner, chase Bance down, pick up the kill. Looney will get the defuse, and Rise Nation will take round number 1.
Looney with the big clutch in round 1, and you see the smile there from Felony. But that for Looney, that's like the perfect position to have an ERAD, right? Close, you have a box in front of you, you're kind of jiggling back and forth. That's the prime spot to have that particular weapon. Yeah,
I mean, he comes around the corner, and Bance is actually expecting him to go wide on that, which is quite odd, because if you have an ERAD, you want to stay close.
Yeah, right.
You wouldn't kind of take that wide angle. But Looney comes straight up the middle, takes out Bance from the side. It's a 1v2 scenario that he's able to clutch to give Rise Nation round number 1.
There's Looney on your screen, going big there for his squad in the first round. If you are just joining us, welcome to CWL Dallas, presented by the PlayStation 4. And Rise Nation currently has a 1-0 edge in our first best of 5 of day 1.
It's a big series, because these are the 2 teams we expected to be at the top of this pool. So you do think that whoever wins this match probably takes the first spot in this pool, in Pool D. So it's a very big match for both teams here early.
Well, eyes on with your MLG Vegas MVP. That's going to be Vicento. He drops, and that's another ERAD, this time coming out from Jerd. You cannot toy with it at close range as it picks up another, and now it is currently a 4v2 advantage here for Splice. Aqua and Looney with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, no, Splice had the advantage in the first round as well, but it was just Rise Nation able to clutch up, so we'll see if they can pull out round number 2. You do still have Looney alive. He was the big player in round number 1. You have Aqua with bomb in hand. They're just trying to clear this area out before they get the bomb down.
See if they can clutch. First engagement going to go the way of Jerd. Looney able to answer back. He pulled off the 1v2. Can he pull off the 1 versus 3 here now? He has a K-bar and the ERAD to work with. One on the edge tagged him up and not able to finish the kill. Ooh, if he gets that one, really gives himself a chance. But now with 15 seconds left, you just don't have enough time.
Yeah, he almost needs to chase that player up top. I mean, you really have no other angle you can take. As soon as you get him weak, you just got to kind of chase that kill, especially with only 15 seconds left. Splice takes out Looney. They win round number 2, but you got to think, I mean, that first round could end up coming to bite Splice at the end.
You know, I just saw the the Irish flag there on Jared. And it reminded me, you know how
St. Patrick's Day.
No, I realize I've gotten old.
No.
I used to know exactly when St. Patrick's Day was in the calendar. That was a celebration in college.
Why'd you know that?
Well, because all the festivities, Matthew. Festivities on St. Patrick's Day. I didn't even know it was St. Patrick's Day until someone like slapped me today for not wearing green.
Yeah, I had no idea it was either.
Yeah, no clue.
But I never planned around St. Patrick's Day like you did, though.
I definitely did plan my week around St. Patrick's Day. But here we go. Round 3, all tied up at 1-1. You've got FTL jump available for Jared as they're looking to swarm into U and into A.
Now, Aqua playing this close corner. He's going to have 3 players pushing at him. He's able to get 2. So 2 big kills there from Aqua, kind of stops the push there from Splice, and now they're going to be cautious. They do not want to keep going that angle. They want to just change things up, maybe pull back a little bit, reset, figure out where they want to go with the bomb.
Well, talking about Rise a little bit while the round is growing here, what do you think it is about that makes them such a special S&D team? What's made them so nice here in Infinite Warfare?
I think it's just that they've been playing with each other for so long. I mean, Vicento and Aqua goes all the way back to like Advanced Warfare. They're teaming with each other. You know, Felony they added into the mix last year, and then obviously they teamed with Looney this year. But just the chemistry these guys have with each other, they've been playing so much S&D as a team for a very long time that it's almost just on instincts now. They don't really need to even communicate with each other. They kind of know what each other wants to do. It's something we don't see a lot of teams form.
Well, now it's coming down the stretch. It's going to be 1 versus 1. It's Mad Cat now versus Vicento. 15 seconds on the clock. You can see where bomb is down in their garage by Mad Cat as he's trying to hunt mid-map. He doesn't. I don't think he has enough time to work with.
No, and I think Vicento knows that. He picks up that first kill, can see that he drops the bomb carrier. Nothing happens here in the final few seconds. Rise wins the round, and that is one that's a very smart play by Vicento. Knows the clock, knows he gets bombed down, can just go all the way to the other side of the map. Mad Cat has to search that area, obviously, doesn't know if Vicento's still there, and then not enough time to get the bomb and get a plant down. So good round there from Rise.
Mad Cat's only chance was basically to completely forget about Vicento and try and grab the bomb and immediately plant. He might have had a couple seconds, but it's so tough when your teammate dies 10 feet away from you right before.
Yeah, it's so risky. I mean, you can't just kind of run straight for the bomb and just jump on it and try and get it, because you assume maybe that player is playing right on top of the bomb site. And you do see Aqua, he's going to have 2 players just run right in front of him. He's able to get 1. Bant's going to trade that out. So this round is just going pretty quick here, Maven, as we get right down into a 2v2 scenario. It's going to be Felony and Vicento the last 2 alive. Felony drops as he tries to push in towards A. So Rise Nation just tried to strong arm their way into that A bomb site. Did not work out.
Now, remember, this would be a lead for Splice. If it weren't for the 1v2 from Looney in round 1, you now have a chance for Vicento to replicate the same. Here we are in round 4. He's got bomb planted. Got Mad Cat and Bant. Sorry, buddy. Teed up as soon as he rounds the edge. And that's going to be Splice tying up our game 2.
Now, Splice has looked very good in Search and Destroy for a team that's just formed, just trying to figure out their way out in S&D. I think this is a team that, look, on paper, they have a ton of potential to be a very good Search team. I mean, Zero, a very good S&D player. Same with Mad Cat through his entire career.
Yeah.
So I do think they have the potential to be a top Search team. It's just I think it's going to take some time.
And that's the series, you know, sort of, if Splice were to take this, maybe go in the opposite way that we expected a little bit. But, you know, we talk a lot on prior results and stats for this Rise Nation team, but they've spent so much time working on their respawn. They thought the pace of the game was the issue. They changed some roles. They play a little bit faster now. And you're seeing some of that, oh, God, almost a collateral there for Bance as he sees 3 on the edge. Not able to hit the shot, but that was just a flurry of opponents there in front.
And I think he's actually, like, still moving when he scopes in to take that shot. If he would have stopped for, like, a half of a second and fired, he probably would have gotten that collat.
Oh, that would have been incredible, incredible stuff. But as it stands, everybody's still up, bumping into each other a bit around the edge, but traded are the kills for either side. So now we'll transition into a 3 versus 3. Mad Cat still holding on to this FTL jump to maybe be able to make a play. Turns there on bridge, but not able to get it done. It's now Bance, the lone man with the bomb against 3 players, pistol out. And that's the tough thing about having a sniper, right? You get put in a 1v3, you don't have a lot of options unless you're finding a replacement gun on the ground.
Yeah, no overkill. So obviously, when you have the sniper, not going to be able to have the luxury of an SMG or an assault rifle in your back pocket. You have a pistol now. So in a 1v3, especially pushing in towards that A bomb site, not going to be able to get much done.
Jared, looking to get things done in this search and destroy. You can see he is locked in, knows how important this game 2 is after dropping the game 1 hard point. They're down a round, but now They're going to be playing a bit of defense here. You can see it's an A stack for them, but it's going to be a B offensive hit now coming out for Rise Nation. Up high on the wall run is Aqua. Bance hits the quick flank from behind. Is anyone there to trade it? The answer is yes. So it's similar to last round. I mean, quick hit, kill traded, 3v3 develops.
Yeah, both teams doing an excellent job of just trading these kills out at the beginning of the rounds. And they go on these aggressive flanks or pushes. They have another teammate there to trade it out, get away with his life. And Aqua in such a sneaky position here, able to take out Mad Cat. Mad Cat probably pretty heated there. Aqua's going to go to the bridge, not going to be able to pick up another. We're going to end up in a 2v2 here. Bomb is down, 30 seconds left.
And he peeks that doorway instead of just going to fly out, and he probably finds his second kill. But as it stands, 2 up for either side. That's Jurg tagged around the edge. The FTL jump from behind, and he's able to find it. There's one more. Tagged him in the back. It's going to be 1 versus 1. 15 seconds left. He's got to hunt the kill. Looking for it. Finds it around the edge, but he can't win it. Just a sliver of health left, and Rise Nation gets it done.
Oh, that was one of the best uses of FTL jump we've seen, I think, from Jurg. He actually uses it, gets behind the opponent, takes him out. And right there, I thought actually Jurg was going to come around this corner and pick that kill up. Felony was weak. NV4 versus Erad at that kind of close to medium range.
He had to have gotten his health back like a second before that engagement, basically. Yeah. And you saw it was just enough, as one more bullet to his pinky toe probably ends that gunfight.
Another big clutch round from Rise Nation. So we will see Splice on the offensive going over towards that B site.
4v2. Advantage for Rise in the game 2. Looks to be a flank from Looney and Co, though, as they're going to be wrapping around the back. He's got eyes on 1.
Eyes on 2, misses everybody as well.
A little bit easier with the NV4 there. It's some increased recoil on the K-bar. Well, we'll give it to that.
You got to at least hit one of them. I mean, there's like 3 people on your screen. At least hit one. Oh, man. Some rough shots from Looney at the beginning of the round. Kind of sums up how this round has gone for Rise Nation as Splice takes it.
They're able to just hang on. I mean, there's been a couple times you think maybe you're going to see Rise Nation start to run away with the game too a little bit, but Splice doing just enough to keep this in contention. And Splice, I mean, I feel like dating back to what, mid Black Ops 2, what, ESWC Black Ops 2, they've had some Black Ops 3. Sorry, they've had some great.
A long time ago.
Yes, it is. They've had some great battles back and forth between these two organizations. Obviously, completely different rosters for the most part. You just have what, Looney from the old Rise Nation team, and just Bance at this point, right, from Splice.
Yeah, kind of crazy. You know, the Splice team, they get second at COD Champs last year. They kind of redo the entire roster going into Infinite Warfare. Bance, the only remaining member. It's going to be Zero opening up with First Blood, taking out Looney, and they try and trade that out, but Aqua not able to pick up the kill. And this is a big round for Splice. They get 2 early First Bloods. They get tied up here.
Yeah, what you think could be a 5v2 advantage. Oh, God. There's a team kill that actually comes through, but they do get cut down, and now Splice has battled back to tie this up at 4-4. And if you're new to Search and Destroy or maybe competitive Call of Duty, it's going to be your first to 6. It's a best of 11 here for the game 2, best of 5 overall for this series. So keep an eye. We'll be kind of switching game modes around a bit, but God, man, this is one game mode that can be very, very high tension down the stretch.
And I think this is one where we were probably the most worried about Splice losing Josh as a leader, in-game shot caller and whatnot, but you know, Splice just has not looked much different, to be quite honest. I mean, this is a team that we talked a little bit to them, you know, pre, and they were like, oh man, everyone's saying Josh is our in-game leader, like they just don't know. Like, you know, Bance and Jurg have supposedly been calling for this team for a very long time, so maybe they don't lose as much without Josh as we initially had thought.
And on the other side, it's a bit of a mix. You have Looney kind of makes the calls and respawns, whereas Facento takes over that role when it comes to the search and destroy. Number 5 on the minimap was one flank possibly coming through, but it's going to be the camo from Zero. He gets nothing with it. The spot 1 maybe going to Hangar, peeks mid-map, doesn't find the kill. He's got 3 that could swarm at any moment, but the K-bar is so deadly up close. He's 50 off the bombardment, sees 2 more, tags him up, but not able to finish the kill. It's just Jurg, though, that has to get it done.
You got to wonder, maybe Zero plays a little bit more passive, try and earn those streaks, but 2 players pushing right at him. Nice shots there from Felony with the NV4. They're going to give him the defuse as well, so it's going to be Rise Nation 1 round away from taking map number 2.
So what we have to think about here, a couple things. Felony very close to the reactive, maybe a kill assist, he'll be able to pick that up. And then on the other side, you saw Zero had a couple streaks to work with.
Yeah, and expect to see Rise Nation probably take this over towards the A-bomb site, knowing that Zero has those Trinity rockets, obviously not going to want to be pushing that outside area over towards B. I would be shocked if you see Rise Nation push that outside area this turn.
All right, well, getting ready for our round 10, coming down to the wire here. But yeah, you gotta think it's going to be these streaks that sometimes play. Do you save these? You have to use it here. You have to.
Save them.
Unless you pick up an early kill, maybe you have an advantage. I mean, you want to try to, but you can't.
So you see the way that Splice is playing this. They stack over towards the A site because that's where they expect the pressure coming in. As soon as they see nothing, they may pop this streak a little bit early. So they're going to use it right now, and you do see Zero get 2 of the 3 of them with the Trinity Rocket. Oh, and that is why they needed to push the A site. You kind of sit there in the back completely open. They thought maybe they were going to make it inside, like bait it out.
Do you think they didn't know they had the streaks?
You have to have an idea.
I mean, that's one of the big call-outs you'll hear from players. You know, he's getting close to streaks, he's hiding, he's playing for streaks, but it just didn't seem like they bunched up on that wall.
With the way they played it, it does not seem like they knew that he had streaks, obviously.
And obviously, we're not in their head, but it didn't seem that way. Now it's round 11. You still have 1 streak to work with.
Well, here's what's interesting. If they don't know that he had those streaks, do they think maybe he has even more? Like a bombardment or something.
Let's see how they opt to play it defensively. Where are they going to stack up? So just looking at the red arrows, it looks like they're playing kind of a passive spread here. I mean, they got to think he has something else to work with.
I think if you're Rise and you just see those Trinities come out, you maybe think he has more.
It looks like he is going to go ahead and call on the Scorchers, so they're all going to back into kind of the Skywalk. Doesn't attach anything, but it does lead to a kill here. 4v3 advantage. You talked about Zero needing to be a catalyst for this team. The new guy, he's 12-7, leading EU's best right now in the round 11, and what has been such an incredibly close series to kick off day 1.
Bant's gonna come around the outside, take out Felony, so 2 quick kills for Splice. They should be able to get the bomb down. It's all going to come down to whether Facento and Looney can clutch this 2v4 scenario.
Facento tags one, but doesn't finish it now on Looney. Mr. Clutch in round 1 with the 1v2. He's got to get more done here. He tags the first. Second to his left, he's done, and that is it. Splice clutches up in game 2.
A huge S&D win for this Splice team. Rise Nation comes into this one. They think we still respawn. No, 1 respawn. We're pretty good. Looking through the series, they were very confident get this Splice team in search and destroy. Splice wins a round 11 S&D to tie the series up at 1 game apiece.
And you see right there in that particular game how deadly Zero can be. What an asset this guy is when he's firing. Because, I mean, you have a monster performance with 12-7. That 3-piece with those streaks, I mean, that's what gets you to round 11, right?
Zero and Bans is going to be very difficult duo to deal with for a lot of these top teams in all game modes. I think once they figure out their search, they're going to be phenomenal in that. I mean, obviously, a very good search team already just took out Rise Nation. I think, look, if they can figure things out in the respawns, get those, both those players clicking. I mean, you have Mad Cat with the long-range AR play, Jerd up close, being aggressive. It's a very scary Splice team. I mean, we knew they were going to be scary, but they are looking very good.
And remember, Rise only lost 2 search and destroys, both the phase at ESW Slice, already taking 1. But guys, we got a lot more to come in this best of 5. We'll be right back after this quick break.
this is insanity.
Welcome back to CWL Dallas, presented by the PlayStation 4. We've got some juggernauts from EU going up against Titans of North America. And so far, what more can you ask for? I'm at a 250 to 246 hardpoint, around 11 game 2. This is beautiful.
Yeah, as close as the first 2 games of a series could possibly be. And I think Splice, they may look back, that first hard point, they should have taken that. I mean, they had control most of the game. Rise Nation with a tremendous comeback. They really get broken in Cathedral in the second rotation to Hills, and that's how they ended up winning that one.
Now, this is the game mode I think we've been, I don't know if most excited for is the right way to word it, but most curious kind of how this is going to go. Because when you talk about Uplink, it's been one of Splice's best game modes. I mean, thinking back to ESWC, the dismantling they did of Envy was one of the worst defeats I've seen from a North American team versus a European team in the history of Call of Duty. And then talk to me a little bit about Rise Nation's struggles in that mode.
Yeah, I mean, Rise Nation is putting a ton of time in Uplink to try and really kind of fix their problems. I mean, obviously, slaying a huge part of that. But this is a team that you look back to like Advanced Warfare, they're kind of like changed the game in Uplink. When they would, obviously, TR, we saw some interesting stuff where they would like send guys back alley on like Detroit and they'd pick up the drone and they'd throw it like over the top. Like we saw them kind of create like a new way to play Uplink at the beginning of Advanced Warfare that we have not seen them kind of do as many creative things anymore. I feel like Uplink has definitely changed since then, obviously, but we need to see that creative kind of thing come back for this team.
I think if you talk to maybe outside of Felony, but any of the other 3 guys, their best game modes in AW and Black Ops 3, I think it'd be Uplink without question. I mean, they were phenomenal in AW. They were great in Black Ops 3. Looney, we know, wasn't with that roster back in AW, but he was still one of the better Uplink players in the game. So this, it's been weird to see them start rough in that game mode. But again, they spent a lot of time on it. Let's hope it didn't hurt any of their other game modes.
I think just with this game, it's so fast-paced, and there's so much reliance on slaying and just killing that it definitely is going to be a little bit harder for this team, because slaying is not something that you can just fix by just getting better. I mean, it's kind of difficult. It's like you can get better at learning the spawns and different positions and timings and stuff. It's like you can't really get better at killing people. It's kind of difficult to get better at killing the opponent.
With as much as these guys already play it, right? It's not like your skill level is going to go from a 7 to 10 overnight as you grind one evening. It's not how it is.
It's something you either can do or can't. I feel like slaying is very difficult. And see Bance on your screen. He is one player who can definitely slay with the best. I mean, he kind of, for me, came out of nowhere last year. I mean, at the beginning of Black Ops 3, obviously on the Splice roster, they make some roster changes going into Stage 2, and then ever since then, I mean, he has looked like one of the best players, if not the best in Europe.
I mean, I'll be honest, we didn't follow, for you and I think we can speak bluntly here, the EU scene as much before the Call of Duty World League started with Black Ops 3, just because there wasn't as much of a need for it. We were predominantly casting North American teams. The European teams weren't as prevalent, but when they got involved more with Call of Duty World League, we started to see a lot more of these guys, and I know he blew me away last year.
Yeah, I mean, the only opportunity I had really to see the European talent was, when I would go over to Gfinities and other events in Europe, ESWCs and whatnot. But you only get a 2-day look at some players. You don't really get a good grasp of the landscape of European Call of Duty. And with the format last year and this year, obviously, we've gotten much greater looks at the European talent, and they've definitely proven that they can hang. It's just getting a little bit used to the North American playstyle, I feel like.
Well, we're going into Precinct Uplink, and this is the map where Splice dismantled Envy 14-0. You had 35 plus kills for Mad Cat and Bance. The 2 guys were absolute monsters. If they play like that, it's going to be very difficult for this Rise Nation to keep pace with them. But again, they've made some changes to roles. They're playing at a faster pace. Do you give them a chance here, surely, Matt?
Yeah, I do, but I'm interested to see. You change Aqua off of that NV4, and you have Mad Cat on the other side, very good with that weapon at range. Who is going to counteract him on the side of Rise Nation right now?
Vicento, it's got to be. Vicento, when he's on form, if you're talking Vegas form, he can do it. He can shoot with anybody. Granted, he was doing most of that with the Osa. But it's going to be that tandem of Vicento and Felony that need to get it done. But here we go, baby. Game 3 of the best of 5. EU's Splice versus NA's Rise Nation.
And you see right off the bat, both teams just vying for drone control here in the middle of the map. You don't want to obviously pick it up when you have your teammates down. Really, it just gives you nothing. And you see Jerd here in the middle. It's a big gunfight against Aqua. He's going to lose that. So you see Rise Nation should be able to pinch on this top side of the minimap, get control, but it's going to be 2 kills, 3 kills coming in from Splice. And that's just, it just shows you, right? You can be in the best positions, you have a slaying power on the other side, does not matter. They take 3 kills there in favor of Splice. They have map control back.
And Mad Cat, just a map that he, again, can dominate on. A little bit closer. There's the corner. Ultimately able to find him, but will end up dropping. But it's Jerd with the drone, and Jerd with the Fist of Fury as he knocks one down and pushes into apartments here, trying to get through the back. Maybe points on the board, waits for a teammate to push in front. He wants more, goes for 2, tosses it to the teammate, then the dunk comes through.
So that's a super smart play, I believe. Okay, I thought he was actually throwing it to Bance. I think they intended to throw it to Bance, but they threw it to 0. But if they were able to get the drone in Bance's hands, obviously getting closer towards those streaks, but it was 0 who makes a big play, comes on a flank. The Rise Nation players have to split up, and I believe it was Bance taking out both in the end to result in that 2-point play.
And now you've got an offensive opportunity on the other side here, Matt. It's Rise Nation starting to build forward. They've got one player defensively covering here at back ticket. You had one at mid-map as well. It looks like the push has been shut down as just Vicento is going to remain here. I mean, he might be able to at least get, turn some heads, get some kills in the flank. There's not going to be any offense, but he can at least slow down Splice.
And those are the toughest kills to get, man. I mean, when you're trying to push into the other team's base, they're set up, they have great positioning. You're charging at them, flying at them, while these other players are stationary, ready to set up and take these players out. So it's very difficult kills to get, and you see Rise Nation struggling to pick up any there as Splice coming back on the offense yet again.
And I feel like when that's happening, when they're set up like that, you have to have kind of a 2-pronged hit, whether it's coming in through the mid tarps and also maybe through the mid street to combine with Ticket. There they were trying to push everyone through back Ticket. It's just running into a wall basically at that point. But now another offensive opportunity here as you see it's 0, the number 4 on the flank, Matt.
It's the same exact play they scored on last time. 0 comes on a flank, they bring the drone through mid map towards that construction side, and they put in a 2-point play. Just like that, Splice up 4-0.
Sort of the definition of what I was talking about Rise needs to do, right? Hit from 2 angles there, make some players turn their heads, but now everyone going to be hitting mid-street. Offense, again, for Rise Nation. As they cut down 3, there's one remaining player on defense. He's able to actually clear the drone, and Jerd makes a huge play to make sure nothing on the board for Rise. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for the side of Rise Nation. You need to answer back with points there. You have a perfect opportunity, and Jerd goes big in the base for Splice. Picks up 1 kill, tosses the drone out right away. Fantastic play there by Jerd.
0 with the crispy drop shot there at mid-tarps. But now let's focus back towards drone spawn and mid-map, as this cat statue can be such a popular area of dominance. But getting one up top is going to be Mad Cat yet again. He's having a strong game on a 3 streak. 8-4, and they've had complete advantage here in the first half.
You can just see their teamwork. If you're just trying to figure out how these pros kind of coordinate, you just look at the mini-map. Mad Cat picks that kill up, he backs down, the player on the statue is looking towards him, Bans comes from the side, takes him out, results in a 1-point play. Splice just so coordinated with their pushes, man, and they've looked very good here in Upland.
Yeah, I know we've seen teams that are stronger from either side, but with Rise Nation pushing here, this is where a lot of times you'll see a good bit of control, you'll see a lot of points put on the board. So far, they haven't really had one solid offensive opportunity outside of the time Jerd made the big defensive play.
No, Splice is just setting each other up for success so well. You see it's going to be 0, trying to go high off the wall run. Had Mad Cat there trying to help him out. Needs to play for some kills here. It's going to be 2 for Mad Cat, not able to get the drone and throw it in. Now, but Rise Nation, they get your own control. They really have nowhere to go with it. I mean, Splice has just shut down all sides of the map here, Maeve.
It just looks frustrating, right? Just off a spawn, they're immediately being pinched. There's gunfight coming in from both sides. They're trying to wrap back the mid street, but they're having to focus on their base sides. There's still players from Splice wreaking havoc, but now you got a chance. Looney, mid-map, drone in hand. He's cut down from behind. That's Bance making the play. Aqua tries to answer, but drops almost immediately. And there, the defensive hold comes in yet again. Rise just can't even get really a toss-off.
And you have to wonder what's kind of changed in Europe over the last year, because I would have said that Uplink is probably their weakest game mode compared to North American teams. And I know right now, at least for Splice, they have figured out a playstyle that works against North Americans, because they have been looking very good. One of the best Uplink teams, I think, in the world, not regardless of region.
That goes back a bit to AW, right? When I think it was a lot of the European teams weren't even practicing or playing it early on.
Yeah,
they weren't playing Uplink at all. I think the first 3 months, they were a little bit behind the curve. But if you're Rise Nation, you finally get one through in the final 10 seconds. Give yourself a little bit of life. It's 2 versus 5. And with the way that played out, and if you looked at overall possession time, that is, I think, like an okay result if you're Rise Nation. I mean, they didn't play very well, but you're only down 3.
Well, you do worry because obviously the map has evened out a little bit when you move the uplink portals, but now Splice goes on the side where we usually see more points being put up.
Sure.
That was Rise Nation's opportunity in the first half to put up a ton of points, take a lead going into side number 2. They don't do it. Now you think Splice, their explosive offense in the first half, any of that carries over here into the second half, could be a blowout.
All right, Matt, well, let's get to drone spawn. It's Jerd grabbing it off the break, and they're trying to flood up mid-street immediately. This could be a one-point toss to open things up. It's away, and it's through. That's a score in the opening 17 seconds from Splice inside 2. You can't let that happen if you're Rise.
Yeah, it was a really quick play. Jerd goes mid-map, stuns the opposite side, picks up drone, brings it back towards Bance. Bance gets 1 kill over by Construction. 1-point play they settle for. Nice play there from Splice.
One of those set plays you see, right? We see these come out in overtime. A lot of start of halves where you kind of have a setup you like that'll get you an easy score. They're able to get one in.
But that's what we used to see from the Rise lineup.
Right.
When it was, Aqua and Vicento, obviously, with, Nagafen and Remy, we used to see that all the time. They have these set plays. They come out in the second half, always get at least a 1-point play on the board. It just seems to have gone completely out the window.
Well, as we continue to look at it here, Matt, I mentioned Mad Cat and Bance, what a dynamic duo they can be on this map in mode. And right now, combined, they're sitting at +9. Solid stuff from both of them as they continue to slang. And I know slang isn't everything, but in something like Uplink, more often than not, it really is.
And now you were at ESWC, so you have a better grasp than I do. That's a nice shot by Jerd over the roof there. How did Bance play at ESWC?
I'll be honest, I don't remember. I only casted 1 Splice match, and that Splice looked all right. I mean, I thought they played really well until they were matching up against Rise Nation. But Bance, I don't think I casted Splice too often.
Yeah, because I have not seen kind of Bance play like he did last year. No, so far in Infinite Warfare. This is the first series. This is the first series, so I've seen him play like his real potential. I mean, when he is on and playing well, I mean, he can be a dominant player, regardless. I mean, you kind of look at the world rankings. I mean, when he is on point, he can play with anybody.
He really, really can. As he continues to get things going. Zero coming off the hot game, too, though. The new guy to Splice going big now as he's moved into the positive rankings as he's 16 and 15, has a dunk to go with it as well from early in the game. Under 3 minutes to go in the second half, and Splice is playing the possession game, man. This has not been a fun one for Rise Nation.
And this is a smart play by Splice. I mean, Rise Nation has to push them, has to get drone control. They can use the aggressiveness from Rise Nation against them, spawn them in the back alley, and it's exactly what they're doing. You see all the spawns coming in for Rise Nation in that back alley. It's going to be very difficult to get out of the spawn trap. Going to result in a 2-point play for Splice.
They get 2 on the board, and there's probably more death coming as they just keep raining down fire on the back gas spawn coming in for Rise Nation. Finally, you pick off Madcap, but not before the damage was done. The second dunk is in. It's 12-2. This is going to be 2. I mean, so that's why I was trying to remember when I casted. Jack and I hopped into the Envy versus Splice match late. We hopped in game 3 and only casted Precinct up late when they beat them 14-0. That's where Bance destroyed. This is a pretty similar scoreline, 12-2. This is now 2 top North American teams that Splice is having their way with in uplink.
And this is the game mode. When you speak to them, they feel the most confident in their uplink play. And they have definitely shown that against some of the best teams in the world. 2 minutes to go. Splice up 10 here, looking to put some more points on the board. This one has not been good for Rise Nation. We said they worked on their uplink, leading up to this event. It has not paid off here in their first series.
Well, and that's kind of goes back to my question of if they spent so much time on uplink, is there a chance it affects their search game at all? And I think I agree with you. The answer should be no. But the fact they already dropped the search this weekend, not a great sign.
It is their game 1, though. I mean, it's the first search and destroy of the tournament. They lose in around 11. I don't want to go and say that like Rise Nation completely forgot how to play SMD.
I agree.
Way too early to say anything. I mean, they lost by 1 round.
I know. I'm just curious over the course of the weekend as we see it develop. I mean, you got to see if you spent that much time on uplink, that time needs to pay dividends, right? You need to find some victories here. And so far, I know this is a very tough opponent, one of the toughest in the game in uplink, but not looking pretty. But since it's tied 1-1, you're still alive in this series if you're Rise.
And they didn't think that Splice was going to be their hardest opponent in this group as well. I mean, they thought that it was going to be Enigma 6, and right now, Splice dominating Rise Nation, looking to take a 2-1 lead in the series.
The whole reason that they said that, I believe it was a felony, I think it said, the reason that we aren't as scared is because of the recent team change. When you have a team change this close to it, it affects things. And they felt that Josh was sort of that vocal leader. But then when you hear from Splice that wasn't the case at all, that kind of goes against everything that you heard Rise Nation say, right?
Well, look, I don't think you can kind of say, a roster change is going to break this team, especially when you add such a talented player like Zero. I mean, usually you just add talent to a roster and just let them figure it out. I don't think you really kind of need to think anything more than that. And, this team has a ton of talent. You knew they would put it together eventually. I think Rise Nation probably just didn't think it would happen so fast.
Well, this is now going to be scary as the time ticks off the clock. You're beat 12-4 in a game where Rise Nation, I just want to say, never really had a chance. They didn't have a lot of offensive opportunities. It was very well played by this Splice side. And when you look back to the game one, we're going to hard point again. And when you look at the game one, things certainly, Splice, I mean, kind of threw it away in a way, I think.
Yeah, and I think Bance drops 30 in that one. Mad Cat goes 27 and 19, I believe. So great games from those two players. But I believe our game 4 may be a breakout hardpoint. That is one that the European players do not like whatsoever.
I've gone back and forth with them so much on Twitter because
you go back and forth with everybody on Twitter.
I do. I'm an idiot. But breakout hardpoint is my favorite hardpoint. I love it. I love how much it punishes people. But because I guess there was, for some reason at ESWC, they this particular Splice team ended up playing it like, I don't know, 3 rounds in a row or something. They lost like all of them. And they were just getting very, very frustrated. But they don't perform very well for whatever reason on that map and mode. So that's a good sign for Rise.
Yeah, I mean, even before ESWC, this is not a game mode, no map combination that the European players did not like. Everybody in North America players, they absolutely loved it. They thought breakout, best hardpoint map whatsoever. Europeans, they just could not figure it out. They just do not play well on it. So if it is a breakout hardpoint, which I believe it is.
I think you're right.
I think I'm right. Look for Rise maybe to force a game 5 here.
And wouldn't that be interesting when talking about their struggles in Respawn and the fact that they feel undervalued to a degree by whether it's by commentators, by the community, or their players because they don't typically take the hard points. And we do put a lot of stock in hard point because there are 2 in a series, right? 2 in the first 4 games, so it even has more emphasis than Search and Destroy. You have to put a lot of stock in it. Now, maybe they're able to take both hard points. That'd be impressive stuff.
I mean, look, it's great to be a great S&D team, right? Game 2, 5 in a series. You know, they obviously need to be good in those game 5 scenarios. You don't get to game 5 if you can't win a respawn.
That's right.
I mean, I think you need to really buckle down, focus on those respawn games.
I would always take a dominant hardpoint team over a dominant Search and Destroy team.
Oh, without a doubt.
Even though it's game 5, it's the most important one. Again, it's just the fact that you get those 2 in the first 4 games that I think they have a bit more value.
Well, look, I mean, you come out win the first game of the series. That's huge. I'd love to see like a stat of the teams that win map 1. What's the percentage they win the entire series? I bet you it's actually extremely high.
Oh, I guarantee it is. It has to be very, very high. But we'll get into this game 4 momentarily. Rise Nation trying to prove they've fixed some of the respawn woes. Certainly improved in hardpoint by taking that game 1, but not sure what to expect here as we get into breakout. But let's talk a little bit about players on either side of this, kind of key player matchups going into this game. You got Jerd on your left for Splice, one of Europe's best, and your Vegas MVP in Facento. Talk to me about these 2 guys, Matt.
Well, look, you're going to need Facento to show up in this respawn if they're going to force this game 5. You look outside of Aqua, now who's going to be their explosive slayer? At Vegas, this team was so dynamic because it was Facento. Facento stepped up. Actually, it was like outplaying Aqua at times.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
In Vegas. And I think on the side of Splice, you're looking at Jerd. He's going to be the one that's going to open up plays for the rest of his team. He's going to be flying in, sliding into the hard points, being able to pick up 1, 2 kills, open it up for the rest of the team.
Well, everything on the line here for Rise, at least for our first match here. Trailing by 1. You got to take this hard point, but it is going to be breakout. So I am very curious to see, because Splice has had some just really poor performances on this map, if they can turn it around.
And something of note, we're in the rig draft right now, but we have not seen any of the abilities really be too impactful in this series as far. I cannot remember catching a big reactive play or a big camo play. You're going to see maybe somebody uses one of these abilities to their best of their advantage, and they're able to pull something out with them, because the camo obviously extremely powerful. Same with reactive armor. We've not seen great uses out of either side.
That's true. Let's see who can get the edge there, Matt. But for those at home, while we're going through kind of the cam here through the course of the map, talk to me a little bit about what maybe separates breakout from some of the other hard points, why maybe there's such a difference in opinion.
I actually feel like it plays kind of similar to some of these other maps. I mean, I know you were talking a little bit about it this morning when we got here, but it is a map that does punish you for, not rotating early, getting those spawns. Something like no retaliation, right? The game 1.
Yeah.
You don't rotate over towards Cathedral early, you're going to get punished. You don't go towards Broken early, you're going to get hurt by the other team getting a full 60 or close to it. I think this map plays pretty similar at times.
Well, I think that's a little bit of what separates this map from the others. Like when I think of Scorch, there are like 2 hard points where I think you can really punish people.
Yeah.
I almost feel like an early rotation here you can punish people on every single hard point, man.
I do feel like this map, though, differentiating from the others is a little bit more fast-paced. Obviously, Retaliation, very large map. This map, a lot of close quarters engagements. That's what you're going to see.
All right, well, it's Looney down below, getting eyes, trying to push the opposite window. That would have been a big kill there to clear out the overlooking Mad Cat, but not able to do that. Mad Cat and Bance dead, but coming off of big games there in the uplink. We'll see if they can continue that hot streak, but so far, nice control here from Rise Nation at top mid.
Yeah, and this is just kind of bonus time, right? I mean, this first hardpoint right at the top of the central rooftop, so difficult to hold down for an extended period. Rise Nation doing a fantastic job on it now, and this time allows them maybe rotate a little bit later, towards one of the other hardpoints. You have a little bit of bonus time here that if you do end up losing a rotation battle, you're not going to get completely killed for.
Exactly, and you're going to get killed right now because Splice has the spawns for the next hardpoint, but at least you got 35. Going to be 40 plus points in the first hardpoint because this is one, when you go to cell blocks, you can really lock it down, and you've got the perfect setup right now from Splice. If you get a break right now, somehow from Rise Nation on the early rotation, it could be like a dagger early.
Oh, I mean, they would end up blowing out this Splice lineup. Splice investing a lot into this cell block hardpoint. They're going to need to hold it down, and actually ends up getting broken right at the beginning. So this is going to be very difficult for Splice to make this comeback. I mean, right now, they're down by a lot. They need to get in and contest this hardpoint, but they also need to be cautious, Maven. They can't keep letting this wall run and giving the side of Rise Nation streaks, because then it gets even worse. You've given them a huge lead, and you've given them score streaks. Would not be good for Splice.
Yeah, if you're going to set up early for cell block, you better not basically go 4 up, 4 down to the opposition there. As Rise Nation able to break in, but a good job contesting outside from Mad Cat as he drops. There's still one more remaining here, but now everybody cleared out, and Rise Nation will be able to rack some time. And look how far you're spawning out. You've already got 2 players rotating towards the top. I mean, I guess the good thing is you contested so well for Splice that you only got, what, 15, a little over 15 points? 20 points maybe?
Yeah, now this is a Splice team that if you remember all the way back, I believe it was Vegas where they get blown out in this map by FaZe Clan. I mean, that was an ugly, ugly match. And right now, Rise dominating them 67-9. Splice, they do get control of this Graveyard Hill. Let's see if they can make a little bit of a comeback. It's going to be 3 kills in favor of Splice at the beginning. The split spawns coming in on your minimap for the side of Rise Nation. So things looking good for Splice early here on Graveyard.
And you'll hear me say it, but like you can get a lot of time on just about any hard points. Why you see some pretty big swings here at times as well. And right now, it's Splice doing a good job clawing their way back into things. Up close and vertical is Zero as he finds a second there. You see what a talented playmaker he can be as he looks to push out through caves, make sure he's got this locked down as you see the red arrows on the minimap starting to inch their way forward. Now you get a nice pinch opportunity.
And Aqua, he picks up this 1 kill, and he just kind of wants to hide, let his teammates push from the opposite side, then get control of the hard point, and he does exactly that. Comes through, picks up Zero. Fantastic play there from Rise.
And we haven't highlighted it yet, but Looney not having a very good start. He's 1-9, and this is one of those games where you see blowouts where we've seen some people like single-digit kills or like 12 kills when you get blown out. You can get throttled here. It can be very frustrating if you never get the opportunity to get going, especially if you're that team fighting against the early rotation time and time again. But I think Splice, at least for now, has done enough to stay in this, but they're still trailing pretty big to Rise.
Barely enough,
yeah, right.
I would say. I mean, right now, Rise has control of Commissary. You see the Splice members on your minimap nowhere close to the hard point. They're just getting cut down in the middle of the map. They need to break this soon, Maeve. If you see the next 20 or so seconds go towards Rise Nation, I mean, you can just put it in the books. We're heading to game 5.
Rise has every single cutoff covered. They're going to get the final 20 seconds here, and you see why the Splice team continues to be frustrated with this particular map. Of course, they end up playing it in their first series.
I think it almost may just be a mental thing at this point.
Oh,
like you just convince yourself so much that you are not good at a certain map mode combination.
A self-fulfilling prophecy.
That when it comes up, you just cannot play it. I mean, it's always in the back of your head, in your mind, like, oh, we are not good at this. And then, first health goes in favor of Rise Nation. You lose the rotation on the second one after you have control of the spawns, and then things just start to spiral out of control.
Well, let's get back to mid-map where the early damage was done for Rise. They put up 40 points, 0 for Splice. And they're looking to rack up some more time as they've got top middle locked down. And typically it's easier to hold on the second side of rotations because you at least have a little bit of early control.
I just don't know what it is from the Splice team. They cannot play this map. I mean, they are so dynamic, in uplink and hardpoint as well. It's just this map specifically, they just have not figured it out.
Well, Jerd trying to muster something here. There's 20 seconds remaining. They'll try and rack up all these points, but with the way it's been going, I mean, so let's take a look at the minimap though. You're going to want to control basically the right side of your minimap to set up for cell block, and the first person rotating back is going to be Mad Cat, but he's going to have an engagement with 2 players from Rise Nation right now. There's one in front, tags him up, finishes that. The second though, not able to get done. There is one more player remaining, that's Jerd. who could be in a position here to lock down Pacento, but the timing off for him. Pacento gets the win, and they've got a couple players set up in the hard
If
point.
Jerd is there 2 seconds earlier, though, he kills Pacento, and then Splice has control of this back area.
You're Mad Cat in a 1v2, basically, right? I know
Yeah.
Jerd's there a moment later, but you didn't have any help, and that 2 players sent on rotation is going to be a big part of this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's Mad Cat waiting an extra second so Jerd gets in position to trade those out. Maybe it's Jerd actually just rotating a little bit earlier, getting into that position, because right there, you're putting a lot of pressure on Mad Cat to pick up a 2-piece to lock down the back of the spawn.
Well, Matt, what can Splice do? I mean, what can they change here to maybe swing back into it? They're down 120. We've seen some crazy swings. We have. It's not impossible, Matthew.
Look, you're going to need to control Graveyard. You're going to need to control Commissary. Let's say you get 40 seconds on each hard point there. You're still down by almost a full 60 at that point. It would be very difficult. I mean, you'd have to split time over at the first hard point. Then we're going all the way to back to that cell block. You'd need to win that one. That's really, they need to lock down the next 2, make sure that Rise Nation doesn't get anything over in the middle, and then they need to take cell block.
I've got a statistic. In the 15 hard points on Breakout that Splice has played, they've scored a grand total of 200 points.
Well,
I made that stat up.
Oh, okay. I was like, who fed you that stat? That does not sound accurate whatsoever.
I was just staring at your face.
I was like 200 points. They were going to hit 100 at least in this game. I was like, who have they? I know the phase loss was real bad, but like, I didn't think it was that poor.
But God, I mean, you see why we talked about it beforehand. You don't want to harp on it too much, but we talk about it a lot because it's true. It's become a fact.
Well, what's incredible
on this map.
What's so telling about how bad they are on this map is that I actually believe that stat for a quick second. I mean, I actually believed that they had only gotten 200 combined points in this one, but man, right now, Rise Nation in complete control of this game. Another 13 seconds they'll get here over on Graveyard. Jerd actually comes in, picks up 2 kills. They'll have control of Commissary, though. So we talked about maybe getting a full 60 on one of the next 2 hard points. You kind of need it on both. They're set up for this next Commissary hardpoint. Maybe they start to inch back into this game here.
Any kind of comeback is possible due to the fact that you can get 40 to 60 points on basically any hardpoint. And that I will never forget that comeback from FaZe at PSX, one of the first events that they put up against Orbit in the final, right? Where they came back from down 100 or whatever, the final few hardpoints. It is possible, but it's not looking pretty. His Rise is gonna get Commissary time here. There's still 35 seconds left. Sneaky Looney around the edge, finds 1 and assists the second, and we are now 15 points away from pushing this to a game 5.
Yeah, this is one of the hard points that you do see comebacks. I know more often than not, not going to see one here. Only 10 seconds left for Rise Nation to take this game, just because, I mean, you're able to just string hills together, right? Cell block you can take a ton of time on. Graveyard you can take a ton of time on. Same as Commissary. We just did not see Splice get any control of either of those hard points. No good setups from them. Rise Nation only 5 seconds away from winning this one.
And they should close it out, but it won't be until our next hard point here as we do get ready to rotate back to top middle. It's Aqua inside, finding the first. Can't find the second, but it's just a matter of time now before they close it out. And we're going to go to the all-important Game 5 Search and Destroy, where Splice took the Game 2. But like you said, in around 11, you still have to feel good about Rise Nation's S&D gameplay.
Oh, without a doubt. Now you do see Pacento trying to take out players on the top central rooftop here, trying to get control of it for Rise Nation to just put this one away. They do have control now, and that's going to be at 250 to 111 in favor of Rise Nation. I feel like obviously the scoreline is a blowout. I feel like it was even a bigger blowout than what the score kind of alluded to.
Well, and it's the exact opposite of what we saw in Game 3, and you can see how certain maps and modes, specifically kind of modes, can stand out for particular teams. I mean, that felt like the uplink, but for Splice, where they were complete control. You never really felt like Rise had much of a chance. That's exactly how it felt, just flipped for this Game 4. Game 5, though, I expect a tight one.
And it's so interesting, obviously, the maps play such a huge part, in these series, where they fall and whatnot. If Breakout is Game 1, and that's Retaliation, that is one that Splice may win. Coming off some confidence in the uplink, you win 3 in a row. So you got to be good at all these maps, man. You never know where they're going to fall in these map arrangements.
Yeah, you really have to make sure you have a diverse pool there that you're able to get it done. But guys, before we hop into the Game 5, we got a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CWL Dallas. Slasher with
the Slasher pose kills me.
The hot moves there as we get ready for what is bound to be an incredible Game 5.
Yeah.
If you've been with us through the course of this journey in Splice vs. Rise, I feel like it's a game, games 1 and 2, very, very tight. Games 3 and 4, not so much. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I know if you're just tuning in, it was actually Rise Nation able to take a comeback in that first hardpoint against Splice, and then game 2 and 3 both went to Splice, and then the last one we saw Rise Nation blow them away in a breakout hardpoint to set us up for a retaliation search and destroy for game number 5.
Well, Rise Nation looking poised to maybe take this series with how good they've been at S&D. Before we kick off the Game 5, let's take a look at Rise Nation.
Come in favor of Rise Nation. Shock's the last one up.
Shocks, he finds one. However, he's got to find a 1v3. He's got to find one in the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, Rise Nation.
Rise Nation is a team of 4 players that are very driven to win and prove that they deserve a glorious legacy in Call of Duty competitive. This team succeeds because of Search and Destroy. They're very strong in the game mode, but also if they can take one respawn, I take them in almost every series.
Now, the main downfall for Rise Nation is they just cannot slay with the top teams. We talked about how Aqua, very explosive in the slaying department, and it's just unmatched on his team. But the other 3 guys, pretty inconsistent when it comes to picking up kills. They can get a little bit more consistent. They can contend with top teams, take home more #1 spots.
We've seen 2 different Rise Nations so far in Infinite Warfare. We saw the championship caliber team back in Vegas when they took home that title. Very consistent gameplay, and they clutched up. Then you went to Atlanta, a little bit under practice, and it showed in their placing. They shift focus to ESWC. Not only did they place top 3, but they went perfect in pools. And the only team they lost to the entire weekend was FaZe Clan. They added Looney, they got Felony now, Aqua, who's been an absolute monster. Everyone loves to root for Vicento. I've got them getting in the top 3 at every major event.
Great shot there of the Rise Nation crew. Can they get it done? And so this is interesting. You know how we talked a little bit about how they maybe feared or looking forward to the match more with Enigma 6. Talk to me a little bit about the result you heard.
Yeah, so just checking Twitter in the commercial break, I actually saw Enigma 6 has taken down Panda 3-0. So that's a huge win for Enigma 6. Obviously, tough loss for Panda. They're trying to get as many pro points as they can to try and get into the Global Pro League, hold down their spot. Enigma 6, though, I mean, if they look how they've been playing online as of late, they're going to be a very tough out in this pool.
And I know, you know how I feel about that. Typically, guess what? You perform well online, it'll transfer to LAN, especially with those guys that have a lot of experience. Even though they're young, they've got a lot of LAN experience.
Yeah, you think Enigma 6 back at Vegas. I mean, they were one of the teams I know used the OSA quite prevalently. I know did not adjust to the gameplay going into Atlanta. You think maybe, some more time, they've actually gotten better, using the K-Bar, the NV4, and the ERAP. But Splice versus Rise Nation will be a game number 5. See how Splice fares in another search and destroy. They took game number 2 in round 11. It's a huge proving grounds for this team, though, to see where they're at.
And remember, that came behind a monster game from Zero. 12-7, he had the streaks. You saw with the Trinity Rocket, he picked up 3 in the round 10 to push it to the game 11. So some standout performances from the new guy on Splice. Can he do it here? But it's going to be Rise Nation on offense to kick things off. Eyes on with Vicento.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot of the action on this map tend to go over towards the B bomb site. That's where a lot of teams are going to put the pressure on the offensive side of things. It's going to be Mad Cat picking up one at the beginning, and it was actually just a 4-man push straight down to the B site for Splice, and not afraid of the gun skill on the side of Rise Nation. They were just going to challenge it straight up. Rise, they don't bring the bomb over towards B. You see right there, it's going to be 3 players dead. It's going to be Vicento, the only one up.
Remember, round 1 of the last search and destroy was a clutch by Looney. Vicento has time to do the same, and we know he's a guy certainly with the ability in this game mode to make some magic happen. But you see on the minimap, they're playing together very well for a Splice. They're bunched up and looking to be able to trade a kill quickly if need be. He's got 1 below him. Can he win it and get away is the question. He should be pinched from the opposite side in just a moment, and that was played brilliantly by Splice.
Yeah, as soon as he got to that window and I saw where the bomb was down, there's really no chance he was going to be able to clutch that one up. It is down basically in the open of the lower street. He would have had to kill both these players. He had another one coming from behind. And then, obviously, if he can't really make it to the bomb at that point. So, very difficult round for Vicento trying to clutch. not able to do it. It'll be Splice taking round 1.
That's one of those moments, if you win that, it's like you black out for a moment, just snap 3 different times and win these crazy gunfights you have no right doing, but not going to be the outcome there. Is Splice able to hold it down? Felony, Mr. Mid-Map, just pushes right through a hallway, and what kill is that he gets? Jacinto there to back him up with a 2-piece of his own, and now it's Zero. But I hope you're having fun planting the bomb because the rest of your team is gone.
Yeah, he's going to get pushed here from 2 players. They're not able to take him out. It's going to be quickly to a 1v1 scenario.
Oh, he's tagged up, and Aqua closes the door, but Zero, a chance to be the hero.
I wonder if he would have just sat behind the site and Aqua comes down and challenged that might be when he's able to win. I mean, he can get down, get some of his health back. I mean, Aqua actually, he jumps a little bit early, so by the time he actually probably hits the ground and Zero stands up, he has that great cover behind the site. You can see here, I mean, if Zero's still behind that bomb site, Aqua's going to be on the ground, not able to jump again.
I'm actually wondering what he was thinking there. Like, I used the cover unless he...
Or get into garage?
Maybe he got a call out from a teammate.
That's true.
We don't know exactly what's going on with the comms there. Obviously, we can see a lot more with the Codcaster view. But yeah, keep that cover with the bomb. Give yourself another easy gunfight. But it's Rise Nation now back to offense here in round 3, Matt.
See how they decide to play this, and it's going to be Splice with another fast push from the defensive side of things, and we've seen that from them a lot in Search and Destroy thus far on the defensive end. They just decide to 3-stack 1 bomb site, try and push all the way through.
Well, they try to push it through, but Looney, the first one to fall. They are able to get the bomb planted. Now they can set up in their post-plant positions. Felony in the all-important position here at the outside terrace. Jerd working the very long flank. With Felony, he's in that good spot. He's able to find the kill. Might be able to get a second as well. He's going huge for his team. Those kills in this spot, man, and just holding it in general. This is how you win rounds.
He's done a tremendous job walking down the hotel hallway. He's just so fast.
The third.
Picks up another.
Give him the ace. That might have been all 4. Let's see this kill cam, was it?
I love how you called it with actually 0 knowledge.
I don't know.
Oh, it was.
It was Felony with the ace.
All right.
Nice stuff. I just saw him jump up in the background. I was like, I think it was him. Just maybe.
And you can see with his movement, just really decisive. A lot of other players, they pick up a kill, it takes a second, figuring out where you want to go next. Don't see that when Felony, he just keeps going, just keeps charging forward, able to get all 4 that round. See what Splice does here on offense.
All right, well, it's almost Zero. He's 5-2. The big game, too, trying to get it done here as the clutch man in your game 5. But Felony, the one standing out on the opposition, it's 6-2 for Rise Nation. Mad Cat, a nice spot here to find a kill. Looney caught sprinting. He saw one more, trying to back away, get back to his teammates, gets in a bike. Perfectly done by Mad Cat.
Such a smart play. Not going to challenge the second player is coming from Rise Nation. Expects the flank to come in as soon as he picks up 1. Gets away with his life. Big play there from Mad Cat.
But they need to kill Felony here. Vicento's already found 2, but Felony's streaks are still alive. You've got camo already for Zero here in round 4. Nice shots. That's Felony. That is a huge kill because Zero having a big game, a confidence booster for him, but he's also able to take out Felony, stop the streaks. But now it's Vicento with 10 seconds left on the clock. 1 versus 1 versus Mad Cat. 7 seconds. Nothing he can do but try to find the kill. And he gets the kill, though, but that might be camo for him. We're darn close, right?
Yeah, but some really smart plays from Mad Cat this round. And the 1v1 there, and then at the beginning of the round, when he picks up that opening kill, backs all the way up, not going to get traded out from the side of Rise, knows the flank is coming in. He's able to stay alive. Fantastic search and destroy play from Mad Cat that round.
Would you say those were cat-like reflexes?
That's such a bad joke. It's so poor.
You're welcome.
I don't even want to laugh. I'm just laughing about how...
You're welcome.
How stupid it is.
All right, here we go. Into round 5. Felony on your screen. He was so huge the last time on offense at holding this plat. Can he get it done again?
It looks like they're going to have the B site completely open here. So Splice going to play a little bit further back on the defensive side of things. I wonder if they try to open this up with Zero and his camo. Because we are still kind of early in the search and destroy, only round 5. You do think he potentially gets it back, and Zero actually does use the camo to get on the bomb site.
I wondered how he's able to get in behind, just staring at the mini-map, but yeah, the camo does get it done, and now Looney's got both sides to worry about. The timing may work out in his favor, but he shoots everything but Zero. It's Zero able to clutch up, who's found 2 kills here, and getting the camo that early, you see how big it can be. All 4 dead, defused now for Splice.
Yeah, and I wonder who they're going to give this defuse to, whether it goes to Bance or Zero. So they're going to give it to Zero again. So they're going to try and work for another camo here. And with how good he's playing, smart play.
That's what I love about this. How many times have you and I seen somebody get camo early and they save it till like round 9 or 10? They hold on to it even deeper in the game. Use it. Win a round, get camo again.
I think it's more of a trust thing with knowing that Zero is good enough to potentially earn that camo again. Obviously, you wouldn't want to burn it early if you didn't think the game was going to go long enough for him to get it again.
Well, this one looks to be a tight one, but the camo being the difference maker here thus far. Facento very close to picking up his. Facento also very close to dead, and by that I mean he's dead.
So that nade at the beginning from Bance prevents the second player to come down the stairs, and they're able to just isolate Facento and take him out. Just like that, it's going to be Aqua left in a 1v3. He's able to get one. Try and back out, but the bomb should go down here.
Aqua turns it into a 1 versus 1, just melts Zero around the edge, and now you've got FTL jump to work with. 35 seconds to work with. You love the play by Bance, but I think they're going to run right into each other. Did he spot him in the corner? I don't think he did. Bance should have the shots in the back. There he picks up the kill, and Splice takes a 2-round edge.
How the hell did he kill Zero going into garage?
Just disappeared.
Yeah, he just disintegrated. I mean, that's what I was like. After that kill, I was like, what the hell was that? Bance, though, there towards the end, gets into a good position, plays it pretty patient, able to take out Aqua. It's a big round from Splice, gives themselves a little bit of a breathing room here in Game 5.
That positioning was perfect. Gives himself the high ground, so he's not fighting from the lower street, puts himself in a solid position there to win the round. But now with Rise Nation back to offense, we highlighted Looney at the beginning of the second hard point. What was that? The uplink, he was struggling, something like 1-9. He's 0-6 right now. He's had some slow starts to these games.
Basically a 3v3 with Jerd at 0-6 as well. So you see Felony going to run right up the middle of the map, take Jerd out to open things up. So Rise Nation with the man advantage here early, but Zero with 2 big kills earns the camo yet again. Zero putting Splice on his back here in Game 5.
Zero is earning his spot on this team in just the search and destroys in this series. He's now got 24 combined kills to go with 11 deaths. 12-4. God, this is impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, if they win this game, the remaining members of Splice should go over and thank Josh. I mean, just giving them Zero here, who's absolutely taken over this Game 5 against Rise Nation. Now, just like that, it was an early man advantage for Rise Nation, a 4v3 scenario. Quickly flipped on his head with 2 big kills. Leaves Looney and Felony in a bad spot.
Well, Looney does come in from behind. He's able to find one. Now in a 1v2. He did it once. Can he do it again? But you have the camo to work with. The bomb's across the map. There's 20 seconds to go. Nothing for him to do. And Splice 1 round away from taking their first match of day 1.
So Splice does have camo to use here in this next round. I think you use it on the offensive end. You try and put this game away. Don't want to let Rise Nation kind of creep back into it, make it a little closer. I think you use it right here.
You absolutely use it, because if Rise is going to come back and this is going to go the distance, you're probably going to get it again anyway. Or at least you may if it goes to round 11.
I don't think you get it again. Actually, you probably would get it again. They would need to win, another 3 rounds. You probably do see it again.
Well, think if he uses it and gets 2 kills.
Well, if he uses it and gets 2 kills, the game should be over.
That's a good point.
If he uses it and gets 2 kills, the game should be over.
You would think.
Yeah.
But camo going to be the key with Zero, but it's Mad Cat watching the flank that has a lot to do. Bance, though, already drops. So you have a 4v3 advantage for Rise Nation. Facento has his camo to work with as well. So he's got a bit of utility here to give them a chance. Mad Cat answers back on the flank. Facento still trying to find the kill into Bike. He pops the camo. Camo on camo. Where did he go? Where did he go? He's to your left. He's right there. He gets him. Facento finds the kill.
And Mad Cat drops there towards the end. That's why I would have liked to see them use the camo at the beginning of the round.
Oh, what do you mean? You didn't like the camo on camo?
It just puts you in such a difficult position, because now you lose the round and you use camo. I mean, maybe you get it again if it goes to 11, but it's kind of unlikely.
Well, that certainly works out really well for Rise Nation. I mean, not only do you get the round victory, but like you said, the camo does get used. If somehow you got away without using yours, that'd be the perfect scenario, but that's the only reason Facento's alive, right?
I mean, at that point in the round, I mean, you have a 3v3, you have good position in garage. Don't even use the camo. I mean, that kill on Facento's like not... I mean, it's actually a lot easier if you just kind of post up in the garage. If he uses camo, comes in and burns it, you're okay with losing the round.
And, we've talked a lot. Jack specifically has pointed out so many 2v5s that he's casted. Well, when you're down 2-5, now maybe another opportunity. It's into a 2v2 quickly. Bance does have reactive armor to work with. He's going to be joined up with Zero, 2 of the most talented players in the game, trying to give their team the edge.
Rise Nation still has bomb in their possession. We'll see what they decide to do with it. Have not seen any A plants so far this game. All the action has been over towards that B site. Things will change.
Ben should be able to catch him as soon as he fuses. Oh, okay, doesn't get to the edge. Has a little bit of help there. Able to finish Looney. Now it's on Pacinto. Pacinto peeks the edge. That's reactive armor coming in. Surely it's done. And that is game, set, match for Splice versus Rise Nation.
And Splice extremely aggressive. Coming over on that flank over towards Bridge. They catch Looney as he's trying to get bombed down. And it's Vance using the reactive armor towards the end there, able to pick up the final kill.
I love Zero. I love Zero. Welcome to Splice. Welcome to CWL Dallas, as he has a monster game. What a treat he was in Search and Destroy.
I tell you what, that is a huge confidence builder for this Splice team. I mean, your first match on LAN with the new roster, a lot of high expectations, playing the other team in your pool, which you expect to be at the top with you, and you're able to win a clutch game 5. They win both Search and Destroys that series.
And that's sort of how, if I heard that a team won both searches and won the series, I would have said Rise Nation.
Rise Nation, 100%.
For sure.
Yeah.
Not the way it goes, though. Splice gets it done in what was a fantastic series to kick things off. Hope you guys enjoyed it at home. God, we have a lot more.
And I tell you what, this is going to be a scary team as they progress through the tournament, because you expect them to be better in hardpoint. Their uplink game is great. The only really hole you were worried about this team is Search and Destroy, and they're able to take 2 off of a very good S&D team in Rise Nation.
So I'm putting you on the spot. I know there were a lot of question marks with Splice coming in. We weren't really sure what team we would get. Does this victory already, by beating Rise Nation, eliminate a lot of the question marks for you?
I mean, once I kind of spoke to the guys, they didn't really have many questions. Once you kind of spoke to them and, figured out, like, hey, that they thought a lot of the stuff that Josh brought to the team in terms of communication was actually throwing them off a little bit, that they wanted to play a little bit of a different style, that they thought they were going to excel even more, with this new roster, and they definitely proved it there in their first match.
Well, Mad Cat basically said, I'll try and put it in a politer tone, but good riddance, basically, to Josh. Glad he's gone. Hope he doesn't make the league. Don't think he deserves to make the league. He had some strong words as the team changed. The mania went down in Europe, but Splice gets it done and continues to prove the European is not to be toyed with. Guys, we've got more action to come after this quick break.
welcome back to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. We're, of course, live here at the CWL Dallas Open. And what a matchup we just saw on the main stage there. Europe coming out on top. Merc, you were watching that series pretty much extensively there. Kind of break down some of the key parts.
I mean, you look at game one, very close game. I mean, Splice comes out super hot. You know, Vance is playing extremely well. And then it sort of took a turn at the Cathedral Hill. That's when really Rise sort of stepped it up. And, you know, Splice was able to rotate towards that Broken Hill. But, I mean, Splice just couldn't hold it, and that's when Rise really took it. And then look at that hallway hill. I mean, Aqua goes on a 7 streak, he gets full streaks, and they're able to just close out that game 250 to 246. So super close game one.
Super close. I mean, how do you mentally recover from a game like that, TP? Like, where it is that close and you can feel that you had the win in the grasp of your hands, but you don't quite get it?
I think it's a bit easier, especially this early on, your first match of the tournament, to bounce back from a game like that, especially, you know, a team like Splice, they just picked up 0. They're getting their confidence down as, you know, as much as they can. So for them to overcome that and come out and get a clutch win in the next map is says a lot about this new lineup, in my opinion. It shows that they have a lot of composure, and it shows that they have that trust in each other overall. So every time they get a clutch win like that, or any team really, it instills a lot of confidence and trust.
Definitely was a clutch win. Obviously, it goes all the way to a round 11 before Splice come out on top. Then chance we go over to the uplink, and that was where Splice, they just kind of turned on the heat a little bit. They started styling.
They really did just look incredibly comfortable on the map. And one of the things that they were doing, Zero a lot of times is going on the flank, Jared sometimes as well, but constantly sending one guy on the flank. And every single time that Rise was trying to make a play, they weren't watching all the cuts. They weren't ready for it. They kind of got that tunnel vision locked into just moving forward. And when you're not turning to watch the flank, one guy goes, picks up 2 big kills, it shuts down everything Rise had. And then going on offense, they were doing the same thing. When the drone was going one direction, at least one player was coming from another. So all of Rise is focused on stopping that drone character, and then they just get the points to come in from the other side. So a lot of sneaky kind of plays for Splice. They played it very, very well.
And then, of course, heading over to the next hard point, it was all Rise. It really was. They dominated. It
just something with breakout in Europe. They just, I don't know. The whole country just has a mental block. I mean, they're just not playing well at the map. Rise just dominated. And then, you know, you go to that game 5, and that's when Splice again. I mean, this is what we sort of talked about. If they can play Search and Destroy well, this is a team that is going to consistently get better at respawn just because of the players on that team.
Oh. I'm excited to watch the Splice squad for the rest of the event, to be completely honest with you. I mean, Teep, I know you were looking at them yesterday during rehearsal. We were kind of having that conversation. You said, yeah, this squad is actually very, very talented. And hearing Maven actually say, you know, from Matt's perspective, like, hey, I'm done with Josh. Like, I don't want to play. I hope he doesn't even make the LAN league. That's crazy to me because those two have been a duo for so long, Teep.
Yeah, obviously things were not working out in whatever communication, the leadership. They did not like what Josh had to say. But now you see your new pickup come in, especially on that last map, 12 kills, or was it 13 for 0? It was unbelievable stuff from him. And, you know, that's, you know, when you make a roster change like that and your new pickup is able to perform like that, especially in a game 5 against Rise, especially one of the top NA talent, you know, we kind of put them, Rise, in our top 6.
Yep.
You know, that's what we expect out of them. So for Splice to come in, they could very easily place that or even higher if they're playing like this.
They're definitely looking very good. Of course, though, there's plenty of action continuing, especially behind us in the open bracket. In terms of some notable teams that were looking to maybe come through that open bracket, who have you got on your eyes on?
I mean, definitely Epsilon. You want to see how this team plays with Josh. They have to, I mean, they're fighting for that last spot for the LAN League, and then sort of 3rd and 4th in Evil Geniuses and Allegiance, because they're going to play each other for a pool spot if they both make it to that final round. So these are 2 NA teams who have showed really good signs of life, but just haven't performed consistently all year long.
I mean, you look lower down that list, the likes of Team Caliber, EchoFox, G2 Esports. Anyone specifically TPA towards the bottom side that you look at and you think, yeah, I could maybe see them getting into pools?
I think you have to talk about Gosu Crew. You know, they're sort of in that bubble spot. They definitely have a chance, along with EG and Allegiance, to sort of, you know, pass up Panda for that 9th spot in terms of pro points and making Pro League. So, you know, Gosu Crew can also make a solid run. I'm not sure how their open bracket sort of matchups are going to line up, especially when it comes to those matches for pool. But we're having that little bit of a conversation earlier where, you know, Panda needs to be careful. They got crushed in their first pool play match very, very badly, and they're on the bubble.
Yeah.
That's not the momentum you need, whereas these open bracket teams, if these guys on the bubble make it through, make it into groups, they're going to have all these games, all this momentum, and all this confidence, and all these 4, maybe 5 teams are playing for that 9th spot. Their careers are sort of on the line for stage 1 at least, so it's very important.
Chance, any specific particular teams from the open bracket you're kind of keeping your eye out on, or is it very much similar?
Epsilon and TGC are the big two, and Allegiance as well. I guess you kind of chuck into the mix of things. Allegiance, I think they got top 4 it was at Vegas, and then they kind of had the same thing. A couple teams just completely fell off. C9 and Rise, great at Vegas, not so great anywhere else. So going to look to see if they can bounce back. But TGC even back over at Atlanta. They knocked out quite a few notable teams down in losers bracket, but they weren't able to get to pool play. But kind of like E-United was, they kind of have that note of being that online squad, and it's just about whether or not they can bring it to land. So if they make it out of pools, I think that's a team that can actually do some damage.
Obviously, elsewhere, we saw the Optic Gaming squad. They were in action over on the Delta station. They kind of cruised through their matchup. It was a 3-0 victory for the Green Wall. Obviously, you kind of made a comment about Scuf now actually using SMG. How much better is that actually going to make Optic Gaming in your opinion?
I think it's going to make them largely better. I think even though the ERAD wasn't quite as good, some changes happened with the K-Bar, especially we're going to see more ERADs at Dallas in general. But just Scuf's been the best SMG for how long now? Forever? Since he started playing the damn game, right? So just the fact that they're going to have that extra pressure, it's just mind-boggling that it didn't happen earlier.
Very true, very true. I mean, we're obviously having a brief conversation about the open bracket, but I can actually send it down to the open bracket itself with Rich Campbell.
Thank you so much, Benson. My name is Rich, and I am going to be here right in the middle of the giant open bracket for the entirety of the tournament and actually take a peek at the 128-team bracket that we have here. And as you guys mentioned, we have those 10 key teams that we're going to be taking a look at, and we're going to put our focus on them. But also, throughout the entire tournament, if there are any teams that you want us to take a peek at, you can be sure to tweet out at MLG, and we will take a peek at those teams. The round is getting underway here now, so I'm going to throw it back up to you, Benson, at the studio.
Thank you very much, Rich. Great to hear from him, obviously down in the open bracket. The open bracket, very, very busy. Not a place that either of you two are very familiar with, but I know you have it sometime, you play through it. What's it actually like? What's the atmosphere in an open bracket?
I mean, it's just a bit stressful, right? It's a lot of games. It can be good, it can be bad, because the reason why it can be good is you've seen it this year. As soon as you're allowed to get so many games under your belt, you get into pool play, and you're able to beat these top teams just because of how many games you've had. You're able to fix those mistakes, but I mean, if they are best of threes. If you're able to lose, one of those, you're in losers bracket, and that makes it a lot more difficult on you.
Completely different environment. I like to call it the gauntlet, especially back in the day. We were very close, confined quarters. It's very loud, especially in some of these matches. When you're playing some players that and you're right across from each other, you can scream at them if you make a huge play, and you can get in their head a bit easier than you can on main stage, to be quite honest. So it's a different style of play for sure.
Very true. Of course, elsewhere we saw Red Reserve, other European squad in action. That was on the Bravo station. They were going up against World Champs Team Envious. And that one was close as well. I mean, Teep, I know you were watching that one specifically. I mean, break down exactly what we saw.
So basically, just brute force from Envious. They don't try to use any sort of fancy strategies. They want to kill more people than the other team, and they're very good at doing it on hard points. So on this first one, we just seen the same sort of EU struggles on breakout, especially. You can see that scoreline got out of hand very quickly, and especially at the hand of Slasher, his NV4 play. Red Reserve just, couldn't do anything about it, to be honest. Slasher versus Shawnee in that AR sort of style just wasn't really going in Shawnee's sort of style. So we moved over to this throwback S&D, and it was just sort of back and forth, but it seemed like Red Reserve was just getting the better trades in those close quarter combat, and it seemed like Search and Destroy in general in this entire series, the offensive side was actually playing extremely well, especially we're going to see that a little bit later on. The Precinct Link, Envy, they seem like they were playing lazy, to put it, and what I mean by that, it's a step-by-step process in order to get those scoring attempts on the Link, and they just weren't doing it. Envy forcing a lot of the one-point attempts, but basically Red Reserve hold strong, 5-4 close victory. Hard point again, just Envy. Apathy started to come alive a little bit later on in this series. This throwback hard point, especially him and John, they just are able to get payload abilities so much faster than the other teams. It snowballs out of control, so very similar style we saw compared to the first hard point. And then the last one, going down to the wire around 11. Apathy and John turn up. We've seen these two names, especially last year, Black Ops 3. These are the two guys we talked about that put up those big numbers in those huge situations. John and Apathy with 10 and 11 kills respectively.
It was a crazy, crazy game. Of course, it does go the entire distance as well. Went all the way to round 11. Mocha, I saw you kind of sat on the edge of your seat as well. I mean, it was a crazy ending.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's sort of that round 11, you see it on your screen. Envy, luckily, they had reactive, so did Red Reserve. Reactive fight goes towards Envy, and then Slasher has that camo. So just a great play from them to sort of use those payloads when they need to. clutch out that round 11. But this was a matchup, we talked about it early on, where Red Reserve, if they come out hot, Envy can be a team that starts a tournament slow. So very good job by Envy, but you know, this Red Reserve team, they can put a lot of damage on in this tournament.
And over on the Charlie station as well, we had Enigma 6 going up against Panda Gaming. Yesterday, I don't know if you know, it was actually National Panda Day, but apparently E6 didn't get the memo, chance, because they steamrolled through Panda.
It was pretty brutal. The scoreline for the hard point was 250 to 95, and E6 is kind of a team where General, his job is just to get as many kills as possible, and he normally does a very good job of that, but he does need help a lot of the times, especially against these top teams, and that's what he got. Cade and Em Ruiz were on point in the hard point, and again, just let him steamroll. Moving on to the Surge, it was Crusher. Panda kind of notable for that Crusher S&D. That's when they played against Optic, and things did not exactly go their way in the end, but again, they got steamrolled. They ended up getting beat 6-2. I think Cade put up an incredibly good performance, finished off like 12-3, had a 1v3 clutch in the process, and sort of anything that E6 could do well, they did do well, and Panda had absolutely no response for it. Played a little bit sloppy in the Search and Destroy, small mistakes as well, and then going to the uplink, you know, what can you do when you're already down 2-0 and losing massively as well? Even at the halftime, E6 was up 9-0. So again, they got that momentum, and they never slowed down for a single minute. All 4 players for E6 playing incredibly well, and Panda, they just looked incredibly flat.
A very, very rough start for Panda, especially considering they're one of those teams on the bubble trying to fight for that invite into the Call of Duty Global LAN League. For now, though, I'm going to send over to a video about the MLG Enhanced Viewing Experience. Let's take a look. Of course, here a look. You see up-to-date event statistics. You get score streak prediction game on there as well, and of course source quality. Merc, I know you're fighting for that gold badge.
I already have 3 of them.
You already have 3 of them? That's
Yep.
what happens when you work at Major League Gaming. You get to cheat, pretty much.
That's not true.
That's very true.
No.
That's the only way you have it. Are you really, have you been playing?
No.
Okay, didn't think so. So you
I'm here
You
with
have,
you.
Hey, man, who knows? Maybe you have it open on your phone, on the app, who knows? But still plenty of action here at the MLG Dallas Open. We're very, very excited to broadcast it all throughout this weekend. For now, though, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, more action live on the main stage.
God!
Making a case for MVP.
Whoa! Whoa! Let them know the king has come to life.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. Coming up next on the main stage, we have Millennium versus E-United, and I believe that game has actually just got started, so we can send it straight down to our casters, Puckett and Jack.
Thank you so much, Benson. It is time to party. Our second match of the day, and we're going over to Pool B. These are your two toughest squads, according to our seeds here. E-United, the winners of Atlanta, going up against the toughest squad from Europe in Millennium.
Yeah, this is going to be a ton of fun. I had a chance to speak to Millennium prior to this series. They truly believe we are the best team in Europe. And both squads coming to this event think that this will be their toughest matchup. A lot of mutual respect between these two teams. How it'll all play out, who knows? We've already seen Europe versus North America go to 2 Game 5s in our first series of the day. Yep. Hoping we keep that same thing here with E-United now up against Millennium. If you don't know this Millennium squad, well, Infused have now switched on over. Congratulations to them. On the organization change, Millennium back here in Call of Duty.
Yeah, Millennium's making bank now. Let's take a look at our maps, though. We're going to Retaliation for a hard point. This is the first game in our best of 5. Remember, this is the last event to earn pro points. Both of these teams looking pretty solid for stage 1. Yep. They're looking to cement their place with a big win here this weekend. And honestly, I think these are two squads that we're expecting to see on Championship Sunday, Jack.
Oh, absolutely. And with how Millennium has played at these most recent major events, you expect to see them get that far. Let's get into it. It's Retaliation Hardpoint. Off the break, we're watching our MVP from the CWL Atlanta Open. It's Gunless starting off 1-0.
I love watching Gunless, and talking is silly. Gunless's role on the team is actually the objective role. He's going to be the guy always focused on that objective. Pristini, he's going to be one that pushes the cuts with Silly, always looking for those cutoff kills. And then it's going to be Arcides who's in charge of kind of that overlooking role, as it's described now, formerly the anchor role. He's going to be in charge of making sure his team has the spawns throughout the game for E-United.
And both teams do have similar roles in that respect. You'll see here as Silly trying to challenge inside that hard point does lose the one-on-one. But when speaking of these two teams, we know the strength that this Millennium squad has had as of late with their top EU placings. But the one critique we've had as casters, Chris, is they've really never beaten any top North American squads. They've beaten basically everyone in Europe. But if you look at their CWL Paris Open victories, it was a lot of lower tier European squads that you'd expect them to beat. Winning a match up against the likes of E-United is the exact way they need to start this weekend. Right now, though, they're down by about 25.
And this is a team that has beaten Silly before. So back when Silly was playing with 3 other players in Vegas, Infused was the team at the time who beat them at that event. So Silly's looking for a little bit of revenge in this matchup against Marky B and this Millennium squad once again. But the big fear I have right now, looking at the series as a whole, is you ask the players from Millennium, what is your best game mode? What is your best map? They'll tell you it's Retaliation Hardpoint. They're in the hole big. I know it's early in this game, but if they get off to a slow start on their best map, that could spell trouble for the rest of this series.
Yeah, and I spoke to Dinge, too, prior to this, their coach, and he said, we're most worried about Hardpoint against this team. They're extremely aggressive. They got a great slaying power. Really, the respawns in general. When we spoke to this Millennium squad prior to the event, we got some notes from their captain, Marky B. He said, if we're worried about anything, it's also the uplink. So you put 2 and 2 together, that's all your respawns. E-United, known for their respawn game modes. Infused must win, Millennium here must win in Search and Destroy, and they need to sneak a respawn game mode, and right now it's not looking like it'll be this map 1.
Let's take a look at some of the numbers early on in this game. Pristini, 9 and 4 on your screen right now. If we get a chance, let's go back to him in a moment. For now, big kills being scored by Silly in the back. He's going to keep the score going up in favor of E-United. 80 points to just 24, and we still haven't even gone through a full rotation.
No, not at all, and Silly knows exactly where he's got to watch now. His teammates spawning out towards top bridge on that mini-map. Pristini trying to watch over Arcides, who's actually inside this hard point. As you can see here, though, kills being traded in your kill feed. Moose versus Gunless in the one-on-one, and there, Gunless again, your MVP from Atlanta, wins that one. It's a small example of 20 seconds that will now go in favor of E-United. That Millennium just can't give up, especially when they're already down by 80. E-United have the rotations. Chris, this game could get ugly quick, especially with Pristini starting out 14 and 6.
In the words of a 19-year-old Jack, Pristini is cooking.
Oh, he is.
He's starting to heat up. 14 and 6, 4 streak here. He's going to be working on his score streaks as well. 20 25 points away from that Scarab. Then, of course, you're looking at the Rockets. That's really what he's looking to lock in. Unfortunately, though, Nolson, a big kill. Marky B also in the feed. This is Millennium turning the tide and taking over Broken.
Yeah, you say that, but now Arseny's in the hard point by himself. Gets 2, weakens the third, just trying to buy time. His teammates are steaming across the map. He wins 3 one-on-one gunfights to keep the hard point in favor of E United. Millennium, this is what their worry was. They knew how strong of a team E United are on hard point, and it's showing right now. Chris, you brought up that this is Millennium's best game type, they said, and they're getting slaughtered.
I think we're going to see a 100-point club if Arseny keeps playing like that. 3 kills is the only man alive on a money hill.
Yeah.
That's probably the play of the game so far up to this point. Almost 150 to just 37. Yes, Millennium's going to pick up the final few seconds here, but there's a brand new hard point. It's in this hallway, and so far, you look at the numbers. This is definitely E United outslaying their opponents from Europe.
Oh, it's simple as that. The outslaying as well as the rotations we've seen so far. They were there and they won the kills on rotation for Cathedral. They did it again at Broken, and now look at your kill feed. The hill rotates the top hotel hallway. It's 4 dead for Millennium. E United again have the perfect setup. This is just rough to watch right now as self-proclaimed Europe's best and Millennium are just being destroyed.
Moose, arguably the best player in Europe. Well, he's playing pretty well, 12 and 10, but his teammates, you need more out of Petey. You need more out of Nolson. Petey especially, if you look back at Atlanta, he was the guy in the 40s. He was running the E-Rad on a lot of maps. You're not going to see a whole lot of E-Rads here on Retaliation, and that might be part of the problem for him. He hasn't been able to get any momentum going, and you definitely see the difference on the scoreboard. Millennium is picking up some scrappy time here on the hotel hallway, but Jack, really, where do they need to focus down if they want to get back in this game?
One thing they need to do, get the kills on rotation. For example, right now, they have the top bridge area. The rest of this game so far, you'd see E United steamroll right through and get control of the hard point already. There's the entry down on the Marky B. The rest of E United surging on forward. You already see control of the hill slipping out of the grasp of Millennium. 3 dead again. It's a clean break every single time. E United get the clean break. There where Millennium might be able to get 20, 25 seconds, they only get 5, and this lead now triple the score of Millennium is for E United. This is just rough to watch.
Arseny's is 16 and 10, already a minute and 11 seconds and counting. He's going to go take a swim for a moment, but his teammates still in position to defend this hill. The 4-man push, though, coming from Millennium. Will they be able to retake control? Almost 200 points already on the board for E United.
And E United are happy to give this up. Gunless will just try to back off. If he can get another kill, great. He's snapping right now with the NV4, and everyone's going right into his sight line. A 4 streak as well. Now you've got him +3. Arseny's, who are now watching, +5. His teammate Pristini, +3. As we mentioned, slaying is so key here in Infinite Warfare, and E United are doing it all right at the moment.
And I think one of the keys here for E United is it's not a single kill that's being traded. You look at that that second column, and that's your streaks column. You can see a lot of 4s, some 3s, 2s quite often. On the other side for Millennium, I haven't seen anyone really put together a big string of kills and even give themselves an opportunity to earn score streaks.
No.
This has been a one-sided affair, and we are just 25 points away from making this official. It will be E United in game number 1.
Yeah, E United, they can no longer win off this hard point, but even if they give this up, they play fully for the next spawns, which at this point they should. They should just start charging right across that top hotel hallway and getting themselves across this map, because look at Millennium. They're now set up for this top Cathedral area. Only 3 seconds left. Fine, give that to E United. They're not even going to get it. Millennium in their best setup yet to get a full 60. Can they convert it is a big question.
That's right. There's 60 points available for each hard point, and it is Millennium set up to not only score here, if they're able to lock it down, they have an opportunity to go lock in Broken, but just like that, 3 players fall. Pristini and Arseny's all pushing in with Gunless. At the same time, the swarm comes in. Millennium still scoring. Nolson causing problems. Got a great spawn, and Millennium has turned the tides. They need to get that anchor kill. They've got it, but they have 30 points remaining here. The big fight is coming up next, though, Jack.
I mean, Nolson saved his team a chance in this game with the 3-piece. He just got in the hard point. Still staying alive. I do believe they should clean up E United again, so here we go, Millennium. Now finally putting up a good fight, 228 to 112. This is where the worry comes in again, though. Look what we saw last time in the rotation. E United not only got Cathedral, but they got Broken. This time around, it's Millennium who capture most of Cathedral. Now they're set up at Broken as well. While it is quite improbable for them to come back. It's definitely possible with how they're playing on these rotations right now.
Absolutely, and Nolson has been the hero for Millennium in the last 2 minutes. He needs to score some big kills here. He's watching down low, and he just lost Marky B and Moose up top. So he needs to defend this hill 1-on-4. Not gonna happen. E United breaking in. It's Pristini with his twin brother once again. +5 on a 3 streak, pulling out the score streaks. 3, 2, 1. It looks like the contest is coming in. It's not over yet, but it's just a moment away, Jack.
It truly is. I think United might give Gunless one final shot. No, there's a kill coming in from PD to at least see, it looks like potentially another hard point in top hotel hallway. Still down by 105 seconds. E United, they're looking to close the door here. I don't think it's going to happen. What a play from Pristini. No! He actually doesn't finish the kill. There it is with reactive armor. Runs out of ammo. How have they not closed this game out yet?
Marky B causing problems in the hill. Millennium, they got over the 100 point.
Okay.
They got over 150, but they lose by 97. It's E United taking our first in the best of 5.
Millennium began to play a lot better after that first rotation, but when you put yourselves down by about 120 seconds, that is a recipe for disaster. You see it right there. Once Millennium start playing for some of those spawns, they do a little bit better on rotations, but E United, they start off hot, they close the game out hot, and they deserve to have this 1-0 lead now in the series. Millennium, they lose their best game type overall, as they've said.
You got to be worried, and you asked Millennium about this matchup. They said E United is definitely going to be our toughest competition.
Yep.
E United, a lot of respect for the Europeans, but Silly was confident in the way these teams match up. This E United squad, much more aggressive, and it honestly looked like they were playing 4 versus 3.5. PD was a non-factor in the first half of the game. Even in the second half, he wasn't able to drop too many numbers. That's the guy you need to come alive if you want to start winning respawns.
Nolson was right there with him as well, and that's been a critique we've had from Nolson since the beginning of Infinite Warfare, where some games he's electric, he's right where you want him to be. Then other games he starts off double negative like he did here. We can quickly touch on how this game started off. Look at the score just continuing to go up and up for E United. That was not scrap time. That was not, you know, trading kills back and forth where they're just coming out on top narrowly. That was fully controlled through and through from Cathedral over to Broken. This was a little look at the R-City's 1v3 in the hard point. Great job by our replay operator to have that pulled up, because that was a moment where everyone was making individual plays. And when you're a team like E United that can do that, they say, if we all play at our peak, the quote is from Silly, we think we can beat anybody in the world in respawn game modes, and there they do it.
Gunless clipping some toenails with that shot, was able to pick up a big kill, and then you see just the final moments. It got scrappy, but E United able to finish strong. Here's a look, though, on your left. It's Marky B, the old school player from Scotland. On the other side, it's the MVP Gunless, who had an amazing tournament back at Atlanta, really made a name for himself at that event. And honestly, talking with this guy, he is still so humble. It's almost like he didn't play in that tournament. He says, I still have a lot to improve on. We have a lot to improve on as a team. We're not done yet, and that's what separates us from a lot of squads. It's our hunger.
I would say that I think one of the most important aspects of this E United team is having Burns. Burns, obviously legendary Call of Duty player.
Legendary.
Now, co-general manager of this E United squad. He has been on top of this team. I talked to him a lot about what he does to keep them in line, right? This was a major experience for them. A lot of these guys breaking out, they win a major event. They can't let it get to their head. Everyone's gunning for them now. They're a hot topic in the Call of Duty scene. Burns said if they put out a tweet that I don't like, I send them right back a thumbs down. If they get that thumbs down, they know they have to delete that right away. He's keeping on top of these guys in social media, in and out of the game. It's awesome to see.
Papa Burns bringing up the youngsters. They've already got a tournament championship back at Atlanta, looking for their second one here in Dallas. We're going into game number 2, though, as we switch things up. Hardpoint, it's in the books, but we're starting things off now on Crusher with Search and Destroy. Jack, before this one opens up, we've seen this map in the past. We saw it last series. Yep. Where do you expect these teams to be fighting most of the time?
Obviously, you saw that B site there. Absolutely the favorite site, in my opinion, for teams to just go ahead and push towards. But you can make an argument for A. If you can juke out your opponents, play a little bit more passively on offense, let them play mind games with themselves and then go for a late push towards A. You can stretch that bomb just to the left of that site you see there, and then go ahead and play back in that warehouse and defend that objective. But we're into game number 2. Can the Europeans fight back into the series?
And Arseny's got a sniper rifle for us. It's not just K-bars. We're going to see some fun stuff from one of their star players. Over to Gunless, though, as they are starting to approach this B bomb site, and he is going to spot Nolson. Marky B has been dropped, so it's a 4-on-3 in favor of E United. They're also going to be able to get this bomb down.
An E United setup, they send 3 towards B. Arseny's watches for the cross in middle. There he gets first blood with the headshot. PD trying to retake the site. A little bit of a miscommunication there, it seemed, as he was just a little bit ahead of his teammates, and they pay the ultimate price there. How fast they drop in just 3 seconds as they try to retake B. PD a little bit ahead of his teammates, too far for a trade to come in there.
Talking to Silly, asked, what kind of play styles do you match up well against? He said, anyone who plays slow. We're so aggressive, we're so fast, and we all hit the same direction.
Yep.
You can see that time around, it was just a 3-man push. Arseny's was watching the middle, got that first pick, everything lining up for E United on the first attack. But now it's Millennium on the attack, and a big worry for me for all of the European teams outside of Splice, it seems, is the search and destroy game. It is the one game mode no one in Europe practices on a regular basis.
Most teams say it's their least practice game mode no matter what region, especially Europe at times, though. Falls a little bit behind. We'll see exactly what they can do as Pristini's already cutting down the areas on this map that his team has to watch out for. He's got all of middle watch, but Marky B, you sneaky, sneaky boy. Somehow behind one, there's the E-Rat for the first, the second, easily cleaned up. All 3 for Marky B.
That's awful communication.
Yep.
And that's honestly probably United's biggest weakness. These guys aren't talkers. They don't communicate. It's a 1-on-4 for Pristini. He's able to get one, but then he's going to be mopped up. These guys, they all just have that instinct when they play. Respawn is their favorite. They just know where each other will be.
Yep.
And search and destroy, you got to make that call out 5 seconds ago.
Well, what I find interesting there is basically with Pristini controlling middle map, we talked about a little bit early on how he was eliminating areas where the enemy could be. I believe Marky B got a perfect timing to push in through A. He got towards that back bridge area, and we swapped over to him at the perfect time to see him get that entry kill in the back warehouse area. Once that happened, I bet Pristini was going, guys, I have no idea how he got there. I thought I would have spotted him if I went towards middle that fast. It just didn't work out for him there.
Slippery Scotsman, man. We're going into round 3. It's E United back on the attack. Gunless going to be your bomb carrier. Arseny's once again, first blood this time takes out PD, who is 0-3 through 3 rounds. And Arseny's is going to spot a second player. Marky B running for his life. Pristini in the action will be able to pick up that kill.
4 versus 2 now for E United, and what I spoke about a little bit earlier on, once you get a little bit of an advantage, it's great to just go for that planted A. Very easy to defend that site, especially if you can stretch that bomb towards a doorway that just can't be watched. Nolson and Moose looking for the very tough 2 versus 4. Does at least get one onto Silly, making it a little bit more possible, but with only 30 seconds left, the time is ticking quite quick.
You got this, Millennium. I feel it, Jack. 2-on-3, big gunfight right here. He's almost got it. Got him down to 1 health. Pristini, though, picks up the kill, and Nolson now out of luck. This is going to be 2-1 for E United, as he just will not have enough time to get that defuse off.
Yeah, this one going to go in favor of E United. You know, we look at this Millennium team as this round doesn't work out for him there. But prior to this event, Brycey did a great article breaking down the top 10 players in Europe in his opinion. He gave the #1 player in Europe to Moose. He said Moose this year has been absolutely electric. The guy is back in form. He also had the top KD, top statistically across the board at the CWL London event, which was the top 16 teams in Europe at the time. Right now, a little bit more of a quiet game from him in this search and destroy, but we are very early on in this one as he looks to continue to fight for his continent in Europe up against United.
There's a look at Nolson. We jump back on board with Millennium as they are on the attack once again. Marky B is going to be the initial scout. Looks towards middle, didn't see anybody crossing with that E-Rat. It would be very ineffective, but basically positioned to make sure none of his teammates get flanked. Pristini is hunting right now. And like you said, Arseny's once again is going to take out PD. It's now 3-on-3 as Pristini gets dropped. An advantage in favor of E United once again.
Nice job by Silly, just lurking towards that middle L wall area. Winds up catching a player off guard on Millennium, which will swing the number advantage back over to E United, and they've got a pressure already towards B. I think this should work out for him here perfectly, as now Moose challenges the site, down to a 2 versus 2. But look at Gunless hitting that wall run alongside Arseny's. They should have the cleanup here. No, somehow Moose still alive, showing off why he's regarded as one of the best players in Europe, going for the ace in this round. He's 4-2. Sees him on the outside area. Decides to dip down for just a second. He still knows he's on this crate. Moose challenging. There's the gunfight victory. It's an ace for Europe's best as he'll tie up the game 2-2.
Out of all the players at CWL London, Moose had the greatest stats, and there he shows off his movement. Bobbing and weaving, hitting all of the shots he needed, and that is going to give some energy now to Millennium. A massive comeback in a round they should have lost. This could be the game-changing moment.
I mean, there, if United just have both players go back towards that wall run. Yes, they had one gunfight win in that outer area, but you saw Moose floating around in that wall run for 10 seconds there, somehow gets out with his life. You thought he would be done for. Instead, a round that United should have taken to go up 3-1, they now find themselves tied up.
Payload so crucial in search and destroy, and Moose is now 1 kill away from securing his in just round number 5. Silly on your screen, though. And he is going to spot 2 players. Here comes the swarm. It's going to be a 4-on-2 for Millennium. More shots going down. Gutless is going to be traded out. Arcides will answer back against Petey, but now it's Moose and Marky B up against Arcides. Bomb defused, round in favor Millennium. They take the lead for the first time this series.
That's where Millennium are at their best, is when they can go ahead and retake that site, especially in a 4 versus 3. There was no opportunity for United to even have a chance in that round, especially with them immediately hopping on that bomb. One thing I do want to say, not a big fan of how Pristine played that, getting a little bit too aggressive. They've already gotten control of the warehouse. Why push out towards the spawn? You have no one there for a trade. Your teammate's planting the bomb. Instead, hold.
Those are awesome. Save it.
That, he winds up sliding on through and does wind up paying the price there.
United trailing, trying to answer back here in round 6. We're on board with Arcides setting up on defense, and he is going to spot 1. Picking up his 2nd kill now. It's just Moose and Marky B alive.
Moose rotating on back. Him and Marky B a combined 11-5. A big reason why Millennium are even up in this game right now. 2 of the longest playing European players. Marky B began his career back in 2011. Moose was probably playing shortly thereafter as they'll go ahead and challenge his back rock. First gunfight does go to Marky B. There's the help from Moose. And just like that, it's a 1 versus 1. Pristini versus Marky B. The newcomer versus the veteran.
I don't know how they've done this again, Jack. They have taken a round they should have lost and made it into a 1v1. Pristini, a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. You cannot fall behind 4-2. And Pristini has no idea where Marky B is with this bomb. 20 seconds left. Marky B will have to get the bomb planted or just clutch this gunfight. Pristini comes to check. Marky B, so patient, able to pick up the kill. The veteran smarts paying off there.
You see him there go, let's go, baby. He turns to his teammates and gets hyped as he knows. Rounds like that, if they can beat this team in search and destroy and sneak 1 respawn, that is their recipe for success, and rounds like that absolutely make it possible. Now he's got a Centurion, keeps that streak alive, now 8-3 too. I mean, Marky B's doing it all.
There's a look at Pristini. If you were on Twitter, you saw him dancing at 9 a.m. This guy has been energized, ready to play today. Had a pretty solid game, number 1, led the team in the hard point for the most part, and now we see him 6-5. His twin brother also with 6 kills, but Silly off to a slow start, just 2-5 so far.
And immediately you see the payload go down. The trophy system defense does help out a lot, but unfortunately Marky B still punished as Pristini's aggression pays off this time around. 3 versus 4 for Millennium.
And Pristini just hit at the right moment, 3 straight kills, and that is E-United turning the tide. They're back in this one just when it was spiraling out of control. Great push there.
I got a little confused for a second. I saw Pristini's name pop up in the kill feed, I think 5 times. I believe he killed Silly as well.
He got in the way, man.
Taking out everything in his sights, that works as finally United catch themselves for a moment and keep themselves close in this S&D.
Here we go. Second half of Search and Destroy. Who is going to walk away the victor? It's United trailing by a round. But Millennium has to bring the bomb to them. It's back in the hands of Marky B, who is double positive, 8-4. He is crushing it so far with the E-Rad.
And look at the aggression now coming from United. This is going to be a very quick round as they're soaring across the map. Kills being traded back and forth, 2 versus 2. The Scarab actually tags up both players, but doesn't find a kill. Marky B watching this outer wall run area. He's got to go ahead and back on up. His teammate, though, Nolson, gets spotted, and just like that, it's Marky B by himself. Oh, this does not look good as Pristini and Arcides are basically holding hands.
You got one. Can you get them both?
Marky B!
The Twins executed, but E United fist bumping anyway. They know they're still in this, but Marky B is single-handedly putting the team on his back now in these later rounds.
It's funny because I sit near the analyst deck. I'll go over to the studio, listen in with these guys, and I think that's an example of a round where you'll have TP turn and go, why are you fist bumping after that? Why are you played that so poor? Why are you guys fist bumping? I don't know why you're celebrating that. You just get angry at what you're seeing right there. 3 rounds now thrown away by E United.
How many clutches have we seen coming out of this Millennium squad? I don't know to give credit to Millennium players because they have had some incredible shots, or are these just mistakes from the positioning? 3 down already, make it 4, 6-3 before we can even talk about that one. Millennium coming right back, and it all started off the back of that play from Moose. He clutched up, the rest of the team came alive, and they finished strong.
Just an overall weird search and destroy game there as Millennium win rounds they're not supposed to. The round that they lose, they use both Centurion as well as Camo. I don't know what I just watched. All I know is the Europeans have tied the series 1-1.
We saw Scarabs being used, some solid plays to soften up the players before getting into those gunfights, but I just want to kind of highlight Marky B and his versatility as a player. He's an AR role. You saw that back at Retaliation. Now pulling out the ERAD and having great success at the short-range bomb sites. This is a player to look out for, especially in a later search and destroy. This was one of the biggest plays of the game, though. 3 straight players shot in the back. That third one, he was engaged, but the first 2, you got to communicate a little bit faster to save that second man.
Yeah, you can make a Marky B highlight reel from this game alone from what the guy pulled off. Him alongside Moose with huge performances. This again, another round. This should have been won by United 10 times over. Instead, they drop it. Moose with the ace right there. Marky B holding the angle. That's what he did throughout this entire game. Holding the angle, you see it first there, a second example, and a third right there. Using E United's aggression against them is what Marky B did best, showed off why he's a 6-year Call of Duty Pro veteran in the scene, very well respected in both North America, Europe, and really across the world.
I wonder if Millennium watched any tape, Jack. Did they study E United? Because it seems that they caught on to what E United was doing early, totally adapted, and were able to punish them in our first search and destroy. But we have plenty more games to come. When we return, it's game number 3, our uplink between E United and Millennium.
Silly in a perfect position here. One more player alive. It's done just like that.
E-United are your CWL Atlanta Open champions.
The story behind E-United is pretty interesting. You had Silly, who was the main member of E-United, and then he brought on 3 players of Gosu crew. You have Arcides, Prestini, and Gunless, and then they've just formed this absolute god squad right now. I mean, they're so good at slaying. Their teamwork is just completely on point.
Speaking of Gunless, he was unbelievable throughout the event. A lot of the players we spoke to coming in, they thought he could have been that breakout player, and he most certainly was. Thing was, I was most impressed with is just his big playability against these top teams. You saw tremendous plays in uplink with active camo, and also the big 1v3 in search and destroy. A playmaker that just changes the game for his team, led him in respawn KD. Gunless, an absolute monster all tournament long.
One of the big issues for E-United is their search and destroy. Right now, I don't feel comfortable betting on them winning those game 5s. Yes, okay, they did it back in Atlanta, but their S&D just looks so shaky at times, which is surprising considering the amount of times they were able to clutch up. But letting Optic Gaming come back from a 5-2 lead, they're the games which I think comes with experience. You have to close them out. You cannot allow teams to come back in a game which is completely yours.
E-United is a true Cinderella story. You know, they go on through game battles, earn enough pro points, they make it in a pool play, they go on to beat everybody and win the entire tournament. And I don't think this is a team that's going to slump. E-United's the top team in competitive Call of Duty right now, and it's going to put everybody else on notice that they have to put in a lot of time to catch up to these guys.
United came out in Atlanta and they passed every single hurdle that got in their way. They walked away as champions. And now United has proven to all of the doubters out there that they are the team to beat.
And look at the hype from E-United. E-United are going to be your CWL Atlanta Open champions.
We've seen the ups and downs of E-United. They dominated Atlanta, but then got smoked over in Europe. They're looking pretty solid, though, through our first 2 games. Arcides, a big player. He was their key back in that first respawn. He kind of set the tone with a 1v3 situation that got them a whole lot of hardpoint points and sent all of the momentum in their favor. But Millennium and Nolson, they just came off a big win in Search and Destroy. This is the swing game, Jack.
Yep.
Who do you give the advantage?
Oh, I mean, I've got to look over towards the boys of E-United. When we asked them their favorite game types, Precinct Uplink was one of them, and now they find themselves facing Millennium on this exact map. If I'm E-United, this is a must-win for me. I want to take the series 3-1. I do not want to have to face Millennium in Search and Destroy Game 5.
On your screen is Arcides. He's got to stop this drone. 2 players coming, picks up the first, but PD is going to be able to upload that one. It's a 1-point toss. So it's the Europeans on the scoreboard first in our 10-minute game.
It's okay, it's okay. It's Arcides now pushing through ATM, and just like that, 3 dead, a little bit too aggressive there, as now he'll wind up forcing his teammates to try to push forward. PD stops all 3, so nice job by PD, starting off 5-1. How did Millennium get that first score quickly? They win 2 gunfights inside by the drone. They have a player overextend through this area right here where PD's now going, and immediately throw in the 1. The guy starting off 7-2. Beautiful stuff from him. He's a big reason why Millennium are about to go up 2-0.
And I said it in game 1.
Or they're going to miss.
Millennium was playing 3.5 versus 4. PD was a non-factor. He has turned it around at the start of this game 3, and it is 2-0. So Millennium able to put some points on the board in our first minute and 15 seconds. They're looking to lock in some spawns as well. Prestini, though, causing problems, getting up close and personal, takes down Marky B. Now he's going to spot a player in the window, unfortunately. Gunless, I don't think he's going to be able to force this one through, Jack. Just too many respawners.
So this is an example of where sometimes United's over-aggression can come back to hurt them. Right there, you want to just see them drop that drone, play near that statue side, and hold that area of the map. Use their gun skill to their advantage, right? They know how strong their gun skill is. They think they can beat anybody in the world in straight-up gunfights. Well, prove it right there. Drop the drone, play for the kills, and then move ahead with the objective. Don't just suicide right there, as you saw Gunless really do. Right now, Marky B and crew for Millennium outplaying the likes of E-United in these first 2 minutes.
Yeah, you look at that kill feed, though, and it is 3 red kills, only 1 purple attempt there. So it's going to be E-United back with the momentum. Drone has been pushed up into the tickets, but a big kill there from Marky B is going to stop Prestini's progression. Moose is there as well. Gunless just trying to anchor this position, stop the spawners from escaping. They can't let Millennium get behind them again.
A tough timing right there for the boys of E-United, as just as they go to push on up, they get shot in the back, and that's all 4 down. Millennium, that's the green light for them to now grab this objective and try to see what they can do. So far, you're seeing Millennium move this drone as far away from as possible from this statue side.
Right.
They keep rotating it down through ATM towards construction. And I have to say, I really do like that. Why play right into the hand of E United where they're used to pushing towards? Instead, bring in a different play style. They're not used to seeing this at all on this map, and you can see it now in how they're playing.
This is the 3rd time they've done this route, and this time they will not get any points. It's going to be Arcitys with drone control for E United. Will they be able to swing back? They're playing from the preferred side here, so to see them down 2-0, this is not looking good. They need to start converting, and once you get the spawns locked in here, you can rally in drone after drone, but not until you kill Nolson. He is constantly stopping their forward progress.
Beautiful stuff from Nolson. We talked about him prior to this map, saying he needs to turn up from what he did in that first hard point. He's doing it right now, currently at 7-7. Might not be positive, but kills like that stop offensive plays from United are why Millennium are up in this game. Quick little interception there by Gunless to at least stop that score from going in. They keep it a 1-possession game, as now United look to finally get their first point on the board.
And this is going to be a big play for Nolson. He's player 2 on your mini map. He's up top in the corner. He's spotted by Silly, and he is executed. So the door is open. Here comes the E United flood. They pick up more. It's Arcitys and Silly leading the way. The drone hasn't gone through yet, though. Silly's going to put it through 2-2 with a minute to go.
That's the E United that everyone's known and loved. That's the one that won at the CWL Atlanta Open, pushing together as a team. Marky B, your 4 times multi-kill was great, but it wasn't enough to stop the points from going in.
Scare being used to force the E United players back by Marky B. 2 of them swarming. He's able to get out alive. Playing for his life, just trying to put down shots, picks up a kill. Now you see Moose jumping out, picks up 2 more. That's 3 down, make it 4 down. Here comes Millennium with 1 more push attempt. 25 seconds remain in our first half. And they could definitely score this one. Marky B, a 7 streak to lead the way, make it 8.
I love this pressure we're seeing from Millennium. They open up 2 lanes to go wherever they want. Moose dunk it on through. That is all led by the 7 streak of Marky B. They're going to go into side number 2 with a 2-point lead and 2 streaks to work with as well.
I remember people saying, when is Marky B going to hang up this controller? He is done. He is no longer the pro he once was.
Never.
The man is playing today.
Oh, he's going to be 35 and still one of the best in Europe.
Best in Scotland, for sure.
Yeah. I don't know if there's much competition there.
Not talking about numbers. We are going into the second half, though. A 2-point advantage for our Millennium squad. Now, in theory, they're playing from the preferred side. Will they be able to continue to tack on score after score, or is it E United with the comeback here in our swing game?
Millennium just got into lobby so fast, and now E United, they have no idea. They're running into 3 pre-aimed ARs from the side of Millennium. Millennium do get the first kill, and now they'll look to see exactly what they can do with this drone. A little bit of a late play by Pristini, does catch 2 players off guard, and now it will be United with the drone in hand.
And I like that play by Pristini. He was just kind of wall running above the entry. A player checked it, didn't see him, and he was able to sneak it behind 2. United, they have the better positioning, trying to push down, but they are going to be stopped at the front. It's PD on a 3 streak. Already has his Scarab, working on his rockets now, and he's going to find another kill on Silly. 25 points away now, Jack.
And this is exactly where Millennium have continued to improve as a team. Prior to most events, they say themselves that they lose a lot of scrims in Europe. They're playing from tough scenarios that they're trying to see how they can get out of. This event, though, coming in, they said all the practice and prep they did for the last few events, they didn't stop, they didn't take breaks, and they were actually winning most of their scrims, which is different than they were saying in our pre-match interviews. They're showing it right now. They look very well polished and uplink some great decision making, and they're narrowly holding on to this lead. They're not dominating in this slaying by any means, but their positioning is what is winning them this game so far.
The former Infuse squad, they always struggled against American teams, but now it seems they have found their stride. They are up by 3. That last score that they were able to put in was a result of Marky B's score streaks. He called in the Rockets, picked up 3, and now you see it's Millennium going for more. Down come the counter score streaks, though. It's Marky B once again. Silly and Gunless wiped off the map. United down 2. 3:10 to go, Jack.
Silly actually used his FTL jump there to try to get in towards L wall and just banged right into the wall and still died to the streak. So a waste of 1 payload ability. It's not like he used a camo or anything along those lines. One thing to point out, though, Marky B about to earn himself overdrive. 1-point throw misses. A missed 1-point throw, and this has always been the bane of the existence of these European teams. They struggled a lot in the CWL London event with 1-point throw misses. There is another one, which will keep it a one-possession game, which could save this one for E United.
Gunless and Arcides picking up kills for E United. Nolson trying to slow down the
Win
push.
this gunfight, pass it forward to him, and go for the dunk.
And that was massive right there. Moose picking up one. The interception coming in. It's grabbed out of the sky, and it's going to be reset. Nolson, big defensive kills. The 3 streak there keeps Millennium up. 2:19 left on the clock. Right now, they're just playing for the time. They don't necessarily need any more points, but you can't keep this drone so close to your uplink portal.
Millennium don't reset it there because they have nobody near lobby. They're all on this Cherry Blossom side of the map. So you know what? Why don't we just try to push it on up? Don't give E United a free drone. Instead, they'll grab it again. And look, now as they finally catch their breath, they kill off a few players of E United. They know what's open on the map. They'll move it through lobby, rotate it towards statue. Brilliant play make and play call right here for the side of Millennium.
And Nolson's working on score streaks as well. 50 points away. Could it be stopped short? Gunless with a huge 2-piece there. Millennium, though, still with drone in hand. It's Marky B. Payload also available for him. He's being chased by Pristini. The gunfight. Pristini still can't hit him with the hip fire. Finally melts him down. And E United, they continue to win the gunfights.
Here we go.
But they don't have the positioning they need. Only 2 players up. They're being flanked by Nolson.
These are the gunfights they need to win right now. The flank from Nolson doesn't actually get anything, so E United, they're going to push forward as a 4-man unit. 2 now dead on Millennium. The pressure still coming in from Arcides and crew. Marky B doing what he can to hold his ground, but it's not going to happen here. They've only got 2 players to beat, but it's Nolson with the 2-piece. Gunless by himself. The 1-point throw goes on in with 1 minute remaining. It's a 1-point game.
We got to stay on board with E United here. They are still putting pressure on this far east side of the map. Drone is down. Pristini fighting for control. As soon as he grabs it, he's going to rotate back to his twin brother, Arcides. Shots going down. Nolson trying to stop them once again. Is in the feed once. Pristini trades out kills, but Moose is there. Just 40 seconds remain.
40 seconds left. Moose and crew trying to hold on to this lead that they got in the first push of the game. They've held it since then. Drone in the hands of Arcides. He has overdrive, and here's United's play call. They bait out Millennium to go back towards Park. The gunfight's now coming in. 2 kills for United. 20 seconds left. The overdrive throw. Oh. It doesn't happen. It falls just short. Millennium get it out of their base. They will hold it off. Europe will go up 2-1 in this best of 5.
6 seconds remain before game 3 is all over, and what a heartbreaking end for E United. Who is the hero once again on defense? Nolson, stopping the drone inches short, and Millennium now in control of this series. They are on match point.
You saw the play call from E United. They fake the drone towards that statue side, so it pings on the minimap. They know, hey, watch statue, watch statue. They go to send everybody there. Thankfully for Millennium, they don't get baited too bad as they're able to send 2 back towards construction. Kills are traded just enough where Millennium have that opening to kill off Arcides. The overdrive, it was a smart play call, but it was desperation. And for losing that map, they lost it from start to finish. Millennium, brilliant stuff from them. They're now up 2-1.
We just saw a shot of Nolson, though, and just judging by his body language, they're not happy with the way they won that game. That was way too close.
Yeah.
They had the lead throughout the entirety of this one, almost lost it at the very end, but a few clutch kills will give them the swing game. They got blown out in the first hard point, but now, Jack, they have a chance to finish this series and upset the #1 seed in their pool.
Chris, I don't even know what's going on, because prior to this one, the boys of Millennium said Retaliation Hardpoint was their best map. They lose that. Then later on, E United, they say Precinct Uplink is their best map, and they just lost that. So now we're going to a hard point. If I've got to favor one team, I've got to go with the boys of E United. But hey, Millennium have done what they needed to do. They've taken 1 respawn. They will guarantee themselves a game 5 if it goes there. And with how they played S&D earlier on, you've really got to favor them there.
Big plays all game, especially the second half from Nolson. Petey got things started for this squad, though, really showing up. Oh. And here is Arcides, the last-ditch effort, cut down just short. E United is going to fall in game number 3, but this series is far from over. Before we get to the next hard point, though, we have to catch you up with Infused, now playing as Millennium.
When Millennium offered us a spot on their team, I was pretty surprised, to be honest, because of how big the Millennium is. It's just a massive opportunity for myself and the rest of the team.
I was on a call with the management of Millennium at the time when they said that it was gonna go through and all that, and we were gonna be joining Millennium, and I was really excited. I was really excited for a new chapter. I'd been part of Infused for a good near enough 2 years now, so it's been a very long time, and I feel like it's sad at the same time that we're leaving Infused, but it's good to get something new going and nice to have a new home.
Millennium, they've been around in COD for a while, and they've always been at the top, so it's always good to be picked up by them.
Our goals as part of Millennium is just always the same as it's been as Infused, just consistently go to these events and try and do our best, obviously try to achieve the best team in Europe and keep going forward.
We've got big boots to fill from their team last year, so hopefully we can keep the consistency up, keep on improving every event like we have been.
When this squad first formed, everyone looked at it and thought, you know, this isn't the sexiest group of players you can put together from Europe. When you look at their gameplay, it's not flashy.
Okay.
It's not something that you expect to be just a powerhouse slaying dominant squad, but their chemistry is so good. The banter back and forth between Marky B and Moose when it comes to the play calling, there's a lot of trust amongst all four of these players. And what I love about this squad, there's no just one all-star to point to. A lot of people say Moose is that guy.
Yeah.
I've seen all four different players step up. We're seeing it so far in this series alone.
Oh, definitely. And Marky B, he's been known for having the ability to help bring up some of these young players in Europe. He obviously did it with Zero back in Infused, back in Advanced Warfare. Multiple times now. Again, you're seeing a little bit more with the likes of Nolson. He's been formed into a great player on this team. You see some beautiful plays from him in that uplink to help save that game. And now we go into Breakout Hardpoint, which I will say is arguably the worst map and game mode combination for all of the European teams combined. It's something in that region that they just do not know how to play this map at all. We were talking about it earlier on the studio as one of European's best Splice. We're down by about 150 seconds on this map like always. Let's see what Millennium can do here.
Breakout Hardpoint, one of the most punishing hardpoint maps we have in the rotation. If you don't win your gunfights, you are going to see at least 15 seconds go in favor of the opponent, sometimes full 60s. As we take a look at game number 4, if you're just joining us, this is our second match of the day on the main stage. We're watching Pool B. Millennium up 2-1 over E United, who came in as the highest seed in the group. On board with Silly, the captain of the E United squad. Will he be able to get his boys back in this one?
The CWL Dallas Open is well underway. Silly pushing this outer wall run, does lose the first gunfight to none other than Nolson there. So United do get control of the hard point earlier on. It's Pristini flying all around this objective. You talked about how aggressive this guy can be for the squad. You're seeing it right now as he's just commanding middle map control.
He's the push-out Slayer, but right now he has to take that objective role. His teammates down low getting the kills. It's Gunless and Silly in the feed. And Pristini even watching his own back there. Spots a sneaky Nolson. 21 points and counting already with 20 still to go here on our first hard point.
Love this setup and trust for the boys of E United right now. Pristini just gets in the hill, decides that his teammates will do the dirty work around the objective, and he'll just go ahead and soak up this time for his team. When do you ever see a lead like 45-0 off the first hill of this map? And look at the pressure already developing towards these spawns. PD gets an unfortunate mantle there. You've got Pristini hitting the outer wall run. This is going to be a perfect break for the boys of E United.
The kills are pretty even, but Pristini is the one factor that is just, well, he's 4-0, Jack, and he's already got some streaks. He is causing problems here. Gunless is going to take out Moose as well. So already you're going to lose a player from Millennium. Pristini getting a little bit too greedy is finally going to be punished.
He did it earlier on this series in the S&D. I don't know where Marky B was going right there. Decided to try to jump to a different map, it looked like. As of now, the rest of E United, they know the pressure is coming from the outer wall run. Thankfully for the boys of Millennium, it's a quick 3 kills there. You got 1 from Moose, a couple from his teammates, as they'll go ahead and get this break, finally getting a few points on the board.
On your screen is PD, and he is going to be setting up for the anchor fight, going up against Silly. Silly wins it once again for E United. So this is 3 straight hills where E United is set up first. Silly in a position to cause even more damage now.
I mean, Chris, is this not the exact same story to the first hard point in this game on Retaliation? E United in the first set, winning every gunfight on rotation, just like this Silly. A 4 streak now. The guy's heating up with the NV4 in hand. They've now tripled the score of Millennium. This is textbook, the exact same story from what we saw earlier.
So he's gonna try and push the back of this cave, just jumping up, looking for anyone to show their face. The NV4 known for its ability to do damage at range, but he is making this thing work up close and personal.
On to his last clip, shows how long he's been alive. Only 19 bullets left, and he's got players storming towards him now through this cave area, 92-21. And it looks like Millennium maybe will give it one final push. Instead, it looks like they're going to go ahead and back on up.
And look how much cover fire Gunless has been providing. The man is on a 5 streak. Silly was the bait. Gunless was the hammer. Just kept slamming them on top of the head. A full 60 in the graveyard. Now the rotation is going down. Millennium trying to set up for the commissary. They have to hold the back of the map. So far, so good. 3 straight kills in their favor.
Moose still the last player there for Millennium. He's got some help now in his duo, Marky B. But Pristini somehow kills both. He kills both on off, and now let's watch the spawns. Pristini kills him. Look where Marky B just spawned on the map. All the way out towards that top medical bay area. Oh my God, Pristini, what was that? He's been watching too much of my
He's exploring, man. He's been playing too much Zelda. Marky B gonna fall as well. 3 still up, though, for Millennium. Make it 2. It's just PD and Nolson, and they are no longer scoring. E-United has control. They're already halfway here in game number 4.
I mean, if you are the boys of Millennium, you kill Pristini when he was pushing towards that back satellite area, you have a full 60 on this hard point.
Yep.
Pristini kills not only Moose, but Marky B, while one shot gets the spawns for his team, and then for E-United, this is where they're best at. They just hold their lanes, they win their one-on-one gunfights, and just like that, where you think Millennium have a chance to come back in this game, they're at their greatest deficit yet at 105 seconds.
100-point advantage for E-United. Millennium, though, is finally scoring. Unfortunately, this hard point out in the open. Gunless trying to get an angle on Moose, who is up top for Millennium scoring. And there are 3 players all around him. Gunless is going to find one. Team shot goes down, but Marky B answers back. Silly is there to support. E-United trying to take their time, and now they're in.
Oh, and they've got the setup they want. They have a player inside showers. They're watching their outer push towards that new spawn area, and Pristini's just go ahead and going to fill whatever role he needs to help with his team. They get 2 dead again. The flank comes in. Gunless is there for the trade. The spawns will still be in favor of E-United. Watch on the right side of your minmap. Boom, there's a spawn from Arcides. They have everything they want for this new hill. This game's going to get out of hand quick if these next couple kills go in favor of E-United on rotation.
Talking to the pro players, they say today in Infinite Warfare, everyone has to be able to play every role. Everyone needs to be able to rotate and play every position. So far, we're seeing that out of E-United. Our first hard point, we were raving about Arcides and Pristini. This game, it is Gunless and Silly. 14-8 for Silly. Gunless with a 5 streak earlier is now 16-8. Finally cut down on a 3 streak.
Yeah, and Millennium do get the break on through because of the 2 players that push towards that main road side. It opens up a window for the rest of them to hit the wall run, which is normally a death wish. This time around does work out. Moose somehow in this scenario gets full streaks, which might be a key to where this squad can come back into this game, but still down by 100 seconds. You need a lot more than just streaks to go in your favor.
I have to say, man, I've been impressed by Moose throughout this series.
Of course.
Great plays in search and destroy, 18-12 here despite his teammates getting outslayed. So he's doing his work. The question is who else from Millennium is gonna step up? You're still in this. The slam coming down. Pristini is gonna send Marky B to his grave. And honestly, that is just a momentum crush.
It's a baby gravity spike, what Shockwave is right there. As he goes ahead, has some style points there to clean out the hard point. First streak comes in for Moose, does nothing in that time. He's not there to help his teammates. Silly wins 2 gunfights, and instead of having that AR to watch over, they're both now dead. Silly FTL jumps forward to dodge the bombardment coming on in. Both these teams getting flashy at the moment.
So
Camo now pops.
There's Camo. Pristini saw it. He slams the ground. Spots the player, picks up one, almost gets PD as well. Gunless is there to trade it out. E-United still scoring. 30 points remain here on the graveyard, and E-United could lock it up here in the next 2 hard points.
That, for me, sums up this whole game for Millennium so far. They use a Trinity rocket, they use bombardment, they use active camo, and what is it for? E-United to get near a full 60 again on graveyard. They're up by 150 seconds. Chris, this has been 2 dominant hardpoint performances, 90+ seconds in the first game, the victory. E United looking to better that here. We will definitely be seeing a Game 5 in this series.
2 series on the main stage, 2 Game 5s.
I love it.
EU has caught up to NA. I think everybody can agree to that today. 2:29 and counting. E United in the final moments could lock it up on the commissary, but they got to get Moose out of there first. PD inside scoring. Moose is now out hunting. Millennium not giving up yet.
I just know Brycey's at home smiling right now, knowing that his saying of Moose being the best player in Europe is standing true so far in this series. Very quiet game again from the duo in PD and Nolson. That's 2 times now in this series, both in hardpoint where they have just been non-factors. E United, they get in the hard point. This one is done and dusted, folks. The CWL Dallas Open presented by the PS4 has started off with 2 Game 5s, and I'm a happy, happy boy.
250-104, back-to-back blowouts in hardpoint for E United. We'll take a look at the round-ending kill cam and a look at some of the stats. Silly and Gunless got it going early. They never slowed down, and Silly, by far, my MVP in this game specifically. Jack, every single time there was a rotation, he was your guy, picking up multi-kills. He made sure that his team was always set up for that hard point first.
You see right there, the streaks for Moose do nothing, really. Some of the payloads do nothing for Millennium. Everything going right for E United, but on the other side of that, the game mode where streaks definitely did do well for the side of Millennium. The game mode where you saw payloads have a massive impact was that Game 2 Search and Destroy. The Millennium squad dominated that one. They're going to look to do it again here as we look at some replays from that Game 4. Silly was just snapping at the start of that game.
If you're just joining us, we started with Retaliation Hardpoint. It was E United, led by Pristini and Arcides. In Game 2, we headed to Crusher for Search and Destroy. E United was up 3-1, but then Moose pulls off the 1v3, gets the ace in that round, and that's where the tide turned. They finished that game 6-3. We have that Game 5 coming up next, Jack, and it's gonna be on, well, I had it written down. Look at it in just a moment. It's on Retaliation once again. Thank you, producer.
Going back.
So we're going to Retaliation for some Search and Destroy as we take a look at some of these highlights. How are you feeling?
Going into Retaliation, one thing that we can see again, the sniper from Arcides had a couple first bloods in that Game 2, was one of the positive moments for E United if you can take any away from that Search and Destroy. So potential for Arcides to bring out the sniper. Another map where, hey, some aggression towards top patio can absolutely win you some swing rounds.
Absolutely. Guys, let us know. What do you think is going to happen? We'll be on Twitter all day long. For now, though, we're heading to a quick break. When we return, it's the second Game 5 decider of CWL Dallas.
This is a slaughter. Blaster on a roll. Oh, God, it's not pretty. Somebody stop this man. What's that? What's that? My God.
We are back live from Texas with the best Call of Duty players from around the world, and we're about to see a second Game 5. Before we get to that action, though, Jack, we should remind people this is just pool play. 2 teams will advance out of each pool into the bracket, and this Pool B couldn't be closer. Right now, we have Millennium and E United going into a Game 5. Cloud9 and Mindfreak from Australia also in a Game 5 right now.
Yeah, last update we heard it was 4-4 in round count. Those 2 teams so evenly matched in this series. I am excited for this one. So far, the theme of the day has been Search and Destroy Game 5s. And the longest standing known fact in one of the most popular game modes in Call of Duty history is Search and Destroy, and it's S&D wins championships. You clutch up in your Game 5s, and you will put yourselves in a great spot as the tournament goes on. These 2 teams fighting in Pool B to sit atop their pool alongside the winner of Cloud9 versus Mindfreak at 1-0.
Absolutely, and Game 5s have been really the story for me for this Millennium squad all year long. They live or die by these Game 5s. They finish top 4, they're winning their Game 5s. They struggle and finish in the bottom half. Well, that's when they're getting blown out in pool play. But here we go. E-United, Millennium, we're headed to retaliation. It's the first to 6 rounds, and we're opening things up here with Moose as it's Millennium on the attack.
Moose, many people regard as the best player in Europe, had a monster game too, just backs up the player in top bedroom, which in my opinion should go for a quick plant right now after Millennium. Great stuff, beautiful shot calling from them, and they're gonna try to push out Market. Insane aggression, and right now, they're down 1 man.
Someone could just be on the bomb right now, and no one from Millennium would have an idea. Finally, Nolson is going to check the flank, spots 1 player on the stairs. It's a 3-on-2, still in favor of Millennium. Pristini has his work cut out for him.
And this is what I love, the boys of Millennium making a decision and sticking with it. They're holding from top Market. They planted the bomb for this side, 2 versus 1, time ticking away. They can easily check this objective. This is going to be a round win for Millennium on offense.
Gunless in the air, finds 1, but won't be able to get Marky B. Millennium strikes first here in Game 5.
It's a perfect play call. They back the player off in bedroom, which is typically the only area where the player stretching that bomb in that exact spot right there can die. Also top patio. Well, guess what? Nolson got control of it right away. Once you do that, you plant the objective quick. Then they send all 4 players through that Arches area to Market. Even with Silly with the NV4 there, he gets completely overwhelmed. They're fine to trade that to a 3v3, and from then on out, it's easy trades from there with periodically checking that objective. Flawless start for Millennium.
Gunless, your bomb carrier now for E United, who will be on the attack. Player spotted up top, but Gunless is going to go ahead and plant anyway. Player 7 on your minimap, that's Arcides in the center, was looking at the hallway. His twin brother now taking the position at the top deck. They've got the entrances watched. Now it's going to come down to the gunfights.
And the first player challenge is going to be Arcides. Trades it for a one-on-one gunfight. Pristini though on the counter flank. This could be a huge momentum swing. There's one there. He'll get out with his life as well. 3 versus 2 for E United, and only 25 seconds left for Millennium to defuse this.
Look how aggressive Nolson in. He was chasing Pristini, but lost him in the halls. And now he is going to be cut down 1-1. Both teams winning their attack so far.
And PD there tried to sneak a ninja defuse. We didn't see it on camera, but he was on it for a couple seconds. E United not letting any tricky plays catch them off guard there. A sign of some solid communication as we've got ourselves a 1-1 game.
Shout out to our observer, Brian Saint, who is with us once again after his first event in Atlanta. Fantastic camera controls throughout that event, and so far he's catching the best action. Marky B on your screen though, opening things up 3-1 throughout our first 2 rounds, and he is going to be taking the high wall run, looking for any players at the bottom of the stairs. Eventually, he'll push into that bedroom, and he's going to find Pristini right on the other side of this wall.
And look, Pristini now staying here is able to watch over that stretch part plant on the bomb. Millennium have to plant it towards that back side, and just like that, it's United getting the first couple kills.
Arcides also taking out Nolson. Moose answers back. Gunless is there, though, and now it's a 2-on-1. Make it a 2-on-none. The defuse is coming in. United back in control. And this is a defensive win.
A defensive win. What are the adjustments you see there made by E United? They keep pressure inside bedroom, forcing an awkward plant for Millennium. Second, they send 2 players towards top patio. They trade that kill out. And as you see there, Gunless didn't know where to go. He's bottom arches, he's getting pinned from 2 different areas, and it's an easy cleanup for the boys of E United to now take the round count lead.
If you remember what happened in our first search and destroy, it was E United who jumped out to the early lead, but Millennium came surging back. They totally switched up their play style and let E United run into their crosshairs. Will they switch up their pace once again in the later half of this game? Keep your eyes out for a strategy switch. For now, though, we're on board with E United. Arcides was getting in position in the middle. Pristini did not see that player in the bedroom, but the bomb is safely down.
Another quick plant. Again, it kills. This is going to be easy round wins for United if they keep top patio control. Nolson's left by himself. He's got 3 players looking at him. I mean, this one really should be done here any moment. They still see exactly where he's going. Yeah, this one is a 1 versus 3 with only 20 seconds left. As Millennium, they're going to go down 3-1, Chris.
How do you set up better on defense next time, knowing that United's most likely going to use that same strat?
Right now, what's happening is Millennium are giving up all map control. They're not getting onto the site, for one. They have nobody in top bedroom to try to challenge and stop them from going for that plant. And that's 2 defensive rounds in a row now where they've given up patio control. Once you have that scenario, E United every single time will take the free plant. Go ahead, let us plant. We are sure we can defend the site. You just need to be a little bit more aggressive on defense if you're Millennium. Play with a little bit more confidence.
The uplink so close. The respawns, at least in the hard points, a bit of a blowout in favor of E United, but these search and destroys have been back and forth. E United with the advantage. Bomb going down. And Millennium is going to be able to escape with everybody. Arcides is going to be able to trade up a kill, so it's a 3-on-3 here.
Pristini watching over this top market area, very similar to how Millennium won that first round on offense. They plant it, they push through, and then they go ahead and defend the bomb from there. Pristini challenged by 1, just playing his life for the moment, nearly gets the second. It's a quick cleanup for Millennium. Beautiful stuff from them. 5 out of 6 rounds now. Quick plants on that lower street side.
Let's take a look at the final kill one more time. It's Arcides caught sprinting, tried to go on a flank and help out his brother. Unfortunately, Marky B set up to watch that flank, and Millennium keeps control. Will they be able to retake a lead here, Jack? We're about to see it's going to be round 6, and Millennium, they have to make adjustments on defense. You touched on it last time. Will they be able to do it? So far, it's not looking good.
Nope, not at all. As now they'll go ahead, push on up again. There goes the car explosion. Bomb should get planted right here. Again, Millennium playing so passive. They have no one near top patio. This will be a free plant. You've got camo now earned. There's not even trophies here to defend this site. There's nothing stopping them from planting.
You're banking on flechette grenades to open things up for you. PD, though, is going to pick Silly. Here's your opportunity. Moose coming down with them. 3 straight kills, and the last one is going to be Arcides up top. 3 players looking for him, and he will be chased down.
Go watch this round back. Go watch this round back and see the difference. E United had 3 players near that lower bike shop. Major miscommunication. They had nobody focusing on top patio and top hotel hallway. 2 players from Millennium walk through. They're pushing for a trade, being like, oh, it's obvious someone is going to be here from E United. When there's nobody there, they get all the map positioning they could ever want, and then the 3 players in bike shop just get destroyed. That's a blunder there if I'm on the side of E United.
Big props to Petey. You saw the man with the beard getting the first pick. That opened the door for the Millennium retake. And now Millennium has a chance to take the lead. Here in our game 5, 3-3, all tied up. First battle, it's Petey falling at the hands of Pristini.
Yeah, getting a little bit over aggressive there. You can see Nolson just watching towards this top hotel hallway side. Moose will go ahead and try to see exactly what he can do with his teammates. Do they call for a quick rotate? It doesn't appear so, as this B bomb site has been the favored one throughout this game, and they'll go ahead and keep that same exact idea.
Yeah, it is just so hard to get away with your life if you're able to get that plant off. Everyone is going to expect you to slowly rotate after not planning here, and it looks like United has just backed up too far. They bit on some of the flanks in the middle, and you're going to see 4-man stack by the Cathedral. 3 up for Millennium, but Nolson is in trouble.
And look, United know how Millennium like to play this. Plant it and go in towards market. They're going to send all 4 players here. Silly with the entry kill. Now a 2 versus 4. The round looking quite grim for Millennium, unless somehow Moose can make a hero play. Doesn't look like it's going to happen here.
Marky B!
1 though. Marky B, the veteran. He's getting challenged. Does he get out with his life? It doesn't appear so. Pristini's floating all around. That will be a round count win for E United. It was a lot closer than they wanted it to be, but in the end, they get the job done.
I thought Marky B was going to clutch it there.
Yep.
He jumps out to 8 kills. Unfortunately, can't finish off the 1v3. big props to Pristini. That movement would have juked anybody. Marky B was totally lost, had no idea where he was coming from.
Marky B, props to you, man. I think that's now 20-plus kills he's had between these two search and destroys.
Pretty good.
Pretty darn good, averaging 10-plus so far, and this game is not even done. Advantage back over to E United, but hey, this Millennium team was down 3-1 earlier in this game. They're still within just one round.
We're in the second half, Jack, and now you have to look out for payloads. Gunless with the camo could be a massive threat here for E United. We'll see when he decides to use it. Will they wait until they're down in the series or be aggressive with their payloads? Here come the score streaks. Arcity's using that, scouts out a player, and immediately runs for his life. Moose and Nolson have been dropped, though. It's a 4-on-2. Millennium, they're back against the wall.
Oh, man, Arcity's flanks with a sniper pistol combo. Not what you're normally used to seeing. 1 versus 4 now, a 1v3 for PD. At this point, I mean, what do you even play for? You're up against 3 very strong players in Silly, Pristini, and Gunless. All 3 have their payload, and that will be it. E United now 1 round away, Chris, from starting off the CWL Dallas Open with a 1-0 series advantage.
Here's Pristini, not letting him get away. Jumps up there, chasing him down. They had PD pinned. And now it's E United on match point. Will they take the biggest win in this pool? Once again, this is your #1 seed, E United, going up against one of the strongest squads in Europe in Millennium, the #2 seed.
And oh gosh, look at the payloads ready for E United as well. Yes, Millennium have some to work with, but now E United, they're looking to get aggressive towards this site, do something a little bit different. They don't give them a free plant this time around, and now look, the first blood from Pristini, the best player on Infuse so far in S&D. Marky B now dead. Gunless pops the camo. Oh, this series is done. Millennium down to just a 1 versus 4. It's all on the back of Nolson. They know where he is. E United take down Europe's best and start off the CWL Dallas Open 1-0.
You look at this squad, and this is a team that has dominated the hard points. Very strong final game of Search and Destroy. Looked like it took them a minute to just regain some composure.
Yep.
And then it was 3 straight rounds. The Atlanta champions coming in and taking out their toughest competition to start off the weekend. That's a big win, Jack.
Millennium, in my opinion, don't adapt throughout that game. They play the same play style on offense, plant it, go towards market. What do we see United begin to do? Overwhelm them for market control at the second half of that game to start winning rounds. And then on defense, they play super passive. United get 4 or 5 free plants. They play off defense from there. If I'm Millennium, I need to begin to adapt as the game goes on. I know Dinge, they're a very experienced coach. He's going to talk to them about that after the series.
Absolutely, and look out for Arcity's flanking with the sniper rifle. If you're playing E United later today, you have to know they're going to be coming at you from all directions. We saw it from Pristini a few times, just sneaky flanks. Arcity's was doing it, and Gunless picked up quite a few kills that were off camera with that same style. At any moment, E United can stab you in the back.
You know, people were wondering, will E United still be as good without Gunless's mullet? Well, they still are. And right now, they start off 1-0 in this Group B. A very talented pool. I'm sure the studio in a bit will have some updates for you on what the rest of the pool play matches have gone down, because we had some close other series as well. Definitely excited to hear where those matches stood.
I can't wait to see what's going to happen in this pool. Mind Free Cloud9, that one going the distance. This one went the distance as well. We'll catch you up on all of the action you may have missed live from Texas. This is CWL Dallas, and we'll see you on the other side of this commercial break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. Benson in the studio, joined by Momo, TP, and of course, Chance. I believe we can actually jump straight into a live look in with the Charlie station. There we have a fantastic game. Of course, the European Splice. They're currently going toe-to-toe with Panda. And as it stands, Splice currently do have that lead. Have you been impressed with what you've seen from Splice? Obviously, remember, you've seen a lot of European Call of Duty.
Yeah, so far so good for Splice, and it's all about that storyline of Josh, you know, being replaced by Zero, the kind of whole drama behind it. But you can't look other than the first game that they played, and you can see Zero turning up. He started slow in the hard points, but so far so good, and they're already 1-0, and they're doing well in map number 1 too.
They definitely are. I mean, here is a quick glance at it on your screens. Of course, we'll probably stay with this till the end because this is relatively close to ending, as you can see there on your screens, 188 to 123. And this asks the question, you know, when we talk about Panda TP, mentally, are they kind of back where they were? If you go back to Atlanta, those 2 Game 5 losses to Optic Gaming, a poor performance at ESWC, you're starting off pools here 0-1. I mean, they seem to kind of maybe have beaten themselves.
They're panicking, it seems like, and everything just seems to be spiraling out of control. They had those 2 matches versus Optic at Atlanta, I mean, and I think they just haven't really bounced back. It seems like they're on permanent tilt from those last 2 games versus them, and just nothing seems to be going their way. We saw at Atlanta, they were able to get all these close games versus these top teams, and then they come out today, the first match at Dallas, and just get absolutely stomped, and sort of the same thing we're seeing on this hardpoint again here. So, you know, they're still on that bubble. These teams roaring through the open bracket and really have a chance to make it into pools and, you know, overtake them in pro points. They need to turn something around as soon as possible.
You definitely need to see them pick up their gameplay. Like you said, they are one of those bubble squads. They need a good performance here to solidify that invitation into the Global LAN League. As it stands, though, Splice looking good to potentially close this one out, Chance.
Yeah, their ARs have been on point. I mean, you can actually just look at Panda's scoreline and kind of figure it out. Perfeezy right now is doing pretty poorly. Pemby also negative, and those are their 2 main ARs. And on the flip side of things, Mad Cat's been having a field day, and then Zero's been doing okay as well. But when your ARs are performing well, that's going to really allow your more aggressive players to kind of have a field day. It allows them to open up. They don't have to worry about watching lanes, anything like that. And you can see, reflection the score, Vance is playing pretty phenomenally. Jerd also 23 and 7. So collective performance so far we're seeing from Splice, and then Panda, I mean, they're even just struggling to trade out some kills here, so it doesn't even matter if you get those early rotations, because they're just getting beat across the board. How
surprised are you, Momo, with this new roster, with this Splice squad? Are you kind of shocked they're doing as well as they are without Josh?
I really kind of had to go back and think, what is the reason, you know, for Josh going, and what is the benefits, the negatives of this? And you know, I don't see a massive change. I just see a change in maybe attitude. And you're going to have that team where you maybe have that honeymoon experience, if you like, where you get a new player. It's a top Slayer that is Zero, and he can put numbers on the board, and that's what he's doing here. But I've always said, and I think it was 3-4 months ago, I would have loved to have seen Vance and Zero play together, because I'm walking around every event I go, and they've always been on opposite teams, but they've always been together, just having a bit of fun, talking back and two about how their games are going. And I've said, you know, the chemistry between those are fantastic. And since, you know, I know it's early on in the Friday right now, but since Zero has joined, pretty early, Vance just seems to be, you know, in his element. He's doing fantastic in all game modes, respawn, search and destroys. And obviously, if he takes this, they go 2-0 in the pool.
Absolutely. Of course, we should mention the matchup we saw on the main stage, Millennium versus E United. Team, you were watching that one pretty exclusively. Were you surprised that United were pushed to a Game 5, or was that kind of expected in your book?
So I don't know if this trend is going to continue throughout the rest of the tournament, but it seems like these top NA teams, their uplink is terrible, to be honest. Jack did a good job casting, bringing it up about how the NA teams are forcing these plays with the drone consistently, time and time again, and it very consistent of the series we saw when Envy played Red Reserve. They're forcing the drone up. They're not taking that step-by-step process. They're trying to get one set of kills, moving the drone up and get a one-point attempt, whereas these EU teams, more possession-based, slower. If they don't have to make a play, they don't. They wait at drone reset, and they just go from there. So it's a more consistent style of play that seems to be working out, and it just seems like those search and destroys are coming back to sort of whatever team's hot on the map at the time, right? It's not very consistent. It's hard to predict which teams are going to be winning in these map 5 situations, but hardpoint, NA side's dominating.
Just how it's been so far. I mean, you know, speaking of dominating in hardpoint, on the Bravo station, FaZe Clan met up against Team Elevate. This one, Chance, you were watching it pretty exclusively during that kind of last series of games. We can take a look at some of the highlights. Break down what we saw.
Well, in the hard point, at least, it was FaZe getting a pretty nice lead early on. They went up by 100, 120 points, and then Elevate actually started to catch up. And it's kind of weird for FaZe. They seemed pretty undisciplined about the way they were going about it. The most notable example is on the Barn Hill. Elevate had control for pretty much the full 60, and there was less than 3 seconds left on the Barn Hill before going over to bridge. FaZe is still having 2 players push. So they have 2 players push when there's no time left on the hill, and that allows Elevate to get control of the next hill as well. So they're making some sloppy, undisciplined mistakes like that, but of course, you go by 100 points, you're allowed to make those comfortable kind of plays, even if it costs you a little bit. And then, of course, moving down the uplink, TP, as you pointed out, as Jack was talking about, FaZe got beat, I believe it was 10-4, and they just did not look good. Similar kind of symptoms you were talking about with the NA guys having the problems of they're trying to do too much, they're trying to force the issue a little bit too much, so they don't go for that second wave of kills. And multiple times we did see it coming out of FaZe as they get the drone within 50 feet of the portal, and then every single player from Elevate is just hanging out there waiting for him, and then it's a 4v3 in terms of the gunfights because one guy's holding the drone, so they never try to get that second wave. And then on the flip side of things, Elevate was playing the search and destroy pretty phenomenally, or excuse me, the uplink pretty phenomenally. They had FaZe at one point turtled up in the back of the base for a solid 2 minutes straight, and there's just nothing FaZe was able to do. So pretty controlling, but then of course in the end, you go back to that hard point, FaZe just, they completely dismantled them.
FaZe definitely starting their Dallas campaign off very, very strongly. However, we caught up with a lot of players, and we were asking them the question, who do you think is going to be the surprise team at Dallas? Let's find out.
I think the surprise team in Dallas is going to be my team, Luminosity Gaming. We've been putting a lot of practice in.
I feel like Cloud9 would be the surprise team because we had a couple slumps last events, but we've been scrimming and practicing again like we were, and I feel we'll be on top again.
I think one of the EU teams, to be honest. I think maybe Splice, they made a roster change with 0. I mean, I don't think that's a surprise now because they came second at Champs, but I think they can go really far, and they've got 4 really good players.
I think us, I don't think anybody's going to expect us to see us in the grand finals, and when we're winning, nobody's going to believe it.
I think the surprise team in Dallas would be Team Caliber. They haven't shown what they can be in the past, but I think this event, they'll come out and show what they could really.
Basically saying it's going to be my team. That's what you kind of expect. But Team Caliber being mentioned there towards the end, of course, that was one of the notable teams that we talked about when we were looking at the open bracket. Curious to see how they are doing so far. But again, moving on, one of the other games that we had, I believe, was one that you were watching, Momo. That was the Luminosity versus Fnatic game. And this one started off as probably we all expected.
Yeah.
Then it took a turn, and it took a huge, huge turn. Break it down.
So, I mean, first of all, Luminosity versus Fnatic. This is a matchup where Fnatic were obviously that 4th seed. They were kind of, the one going in who've had recent success in the 2Ks over in Europe, but it's whether they could replicate that. They had a decent ESWC. Game 1, though, hard point. I'm just going to cut to the chase. 250 to 45. The only things that I could highlight was Sunny B started off slow. Slack was dominating. He was on fire. And that was that. Map 1 was done and it was over. But going into the Search and Destroy, we all know Fnatic's presence and what they can do. I think they, went on a 4-game win streak with losing 3 rounds of the SWC or something crazy like that. That ended 6-2. And again, it just looked like Luminosity. They were sapped of all energy. It was like, how have we just lost to a team which we have put in the 50-point club on hardpoint? So we moved to map 3, which you just saw there. It did end 5-4, and the interesting thing to take from that was the way that the payloads were really used. The likes of Scraps, he used his camo on a defensive stance. He was using that to, take that drone, pull it back, hold it away, delay time, and it really worked out for them. So going into the second hard point, what are you thinking? We're back to Luminosity's, home turf almost. This is what they're good at. And you know what? It started a lot better, and I think that's what Fnatic needed. They were 80 to 40 up in the lead. No one was kind of going off. We saw Slack doing dominant work again in the respawn, 17 and 11. But then Fnatic, they took a turn. It was 185 to 150 at one point. The likes of Tommy, I was watching from the side station. That is when kind of the leadership kicked in. I saw him directing every single player, play by play. It was like Sunny flank round, Scraps, Wuskins, just stay where you are. And I could see it time after time. It was him just directing almost his troops around. And it was really good to see. But I'm seeing the same things from the twins. Scraps and Wuskins, time and time again. it's the same scorelines, like 23-16, 23-19. Right. Just those positive 4-5 every time. It's paying off for Fnatic, and they take down Luminosity 3-1. Fantastic.
Fnatic definitely looking like the real deal. Elsewhere on the Delta Station, Cloud9 met up against the Australians Mindfreak. That went all the way to a game number 5. Cloud9 closed that one out, though, taking a 3-2 victory. And it's a big, big win for them, right? Like, they need to get that win. They need to get a little bit of momentum.
It's something, right? They need something to spark that momentum back in their favor. If you told me that it was going to go to a round 11 and go down to basically the last kill, which it really did, a last-second defuse, I wouldn't have believed you, to put it simply. So Cloud9, they got a win, very close one versus Mindfreak. I would have expected Cloud9 to take that a bit easier, but a win is a win, especially going into these groups. Every win is important, especially where Cloud9 is in the pro point standings as well. Every single win you're getting in the pools, you're most likely going to place higher. You need these points as much as possible.
And then, of course, from the Mindfreak's perspective of things, at Atlanta, when they made it to pools, they got beat 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, and then 3-1. So they were right on the edge against every single team, and that's really it. They just needed to win Game 5s, and they would be over the edge. They get to a Game 5 here against Cloud9, and they get all the way to round 11, and the exact same thing happens. These guys are so close to, being able to make a run in a tournament. If you can win Game 5s, and again, they were doing it against quite a few of the top teams, they could actually make an impact and have one of the best placings an APAC team has ever had. But again, they keep falling short right at the very end, so they really just need to work on that search game.
Action continuing all throughout today, of course, here at the CWL Dallas Open. For now, let's learn a little bit more about game battles. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CWL Dallas Open. The next matchup on the main stage features Optic Gaming going toe-to-toe with Red Reserve. I believe they're ready to kick that game off, so we can send it down to our wonderful casters for the game, Mr. X and Maven.
Thank you, gentlemen. We are hyped for this one. You know, coming in, I don't know what our expectations exactly were for Red Reserve, but they looked real good against Envy.
Yeah, and you know, the Optic Gaming, they beat Tainted Minds earlier in the day, a game that we talked to them a little bit. They did not feel like it was much of a challenge, much of a warm-up for them coming into this one. So this is going to be Optic's first real test.
It sounded like it was one of the easier series they've played in, which can that bite you in the sense that, well, maybe it doesn't stress you out early, but the same, it's not really that much of a warm-up?
Yeah, and I mean, you're coming in against a Red Reserve team who played Envy really tough, goes all the way to a Game 5, Round 11. So Red Reserve, obviously, a very talented team. We'll see what they can do here against Optic.
All right, well, let's get things going here. Game 1, Red Reserve versus Optic, starting off with Formal.
And obviously, Formal, he's been crushing lately. You know, some of the craziest stats we've seen in all the CWL, probably the best assault rifle player in the game right now with the NV4 in his hands.
Well, he's playing back bus. You see why he is so accurate as he lines up to Joe. Shani eliminated there with the two-piece from Formal.
So, like, it doesn't even look difficult for him when he's shooting at range. And, I mean, you've casted over his gameplay for a while. You have a great relationship with Formal. You have a lot of love from. What does he bring to this team now that he's kind of becoming a leader?
Well, I think he brings in even more than he used to in the past. You know, it was funny, you know, watching him transition over to Call of Duty. And past that, he was known as kind of the cocky guy. He wasn't viewed the best sometimes. He wasn't the nice guy that you know now. And now, I mean, now that he's been playing longer, sort of taking over a leadership role a little bit with this team. And specifically, you've seen that come to fruition in Search and Destroy with him taking on that game leader role.
Yeah, I feel like he just needed to get a little bit more experience in Call of Duty before he can really display what he is all about, right? I mean, this is a guy who takes, second place is not good enough for Formal. No. It has to be first place every single time. That is the standard he's going to hold this team to. And I think now you kind of see, like, he is the vocal leader for this team, like, without a doubt. And he's going to hold everybody accountable regardless of who it is.
Let's talk about another member on the squad, Formal specifically, really high. Talks really highly of Karma, what he does for this team, all the roles he fills, how smart he is as a player. Another thing that stood out, I know you and I sat down with a lot of teams to interview them, and we asked some, mashup type questions to get answers from players. Who's the best in S&D? Who's the best sniper? Who's the best at this? And when it came to who's the smartest player in the game, I think 5 out of 6 teams that I asked those players, they all mentioned Karma. So yeah, he brings a lot.
I mean, look, Karma, he takes a lot of heat sometimes from the Optic fans, just fans in general. Doesn't put up the highest numbers anymore. Right now, like the flashy Black Ops 2 Karma or Ghost Karma, but just when you play against this guy, he is just always in the right position, always making the right play. That's why a lot of teams rate him so high.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more as he gets 2, can't find the 3rd. But let's talk a little bit about Red Reserve when you're talking in-game leaders and what you're able to do. Speaking with them, Joe has been that guy. He's very good at kind of taking a step back when it comes to like mini-map or just abusing kind of cameras so he can see what's going on and kind of break things down for his player. He's been doing a great job. And coming into this, one of the interesting things I heard for them, and I'm curious to hear your opinion. You were a coach for a long time. You've competed at a high level. They said one of the toughest things coming in with this new team is a lot of the players had different callouts. It took some time for them to get on the same page just with in-game communication.
It's interesting because a lot of players like to use different things, right? I mean, when I was a player personally, I loved to name all the buildings like by colors, like just go around clockwise, either by numbers or colors. Like that's kind of how I remembered things like the easiest, like 1 going to 2, 2 going to 3, etc. But, it's definitely something that a lot of Call of Duty teams, they have different specific callouts for different places on the map. We can go a little bit talking about what's happening so far early in this game. Optic Gaming with a lead. We do see baseball controlled early here by Red Reserve, but a pinch coming in from Optic, so they should be able to take this hill right back.
And Red Reserve continues to play well. Europe in general has been lights out. Well, they've been really good. I know they've dropped a couple game 5s, but they've been solid in Search and Destroy. And Uplink's really where they've shined. Basically, if you're talking like your big 6, they took their first 6 Uplinks against North American team. I mean, a European team took a Uplink against Envy. You also saw FaZe drop one as well, like Rise Nation to Splice. Uplink has been very good for Europe thus far, but what's curious about that is coming in, speaking to Red Reserve, they said chalk it up as a loss for us, for Uplink specifically on Throwback. That map they have not been very strong.
Yeah, and I think, Red Reserve, a lot of their uplink troubles will come because they're a new team just formed, and they don't have that slaying power like a team like a Splice.
Yeah.
So they form, uplink's not going to be difficult for them because they keep 3 of their 4 players. They only put 1 more new player in there. This is a team, Red Reserve, which pretty much is across the board a whole new roster. I mean, Shawnee comes over from the Elevate roster, and then you have Niall coming in from 3G and whatnot. So you do have a lot of changes coming in here for this Red Reserve lineup, but they've been playing very well in our online 2Ks.
They have. But back to Optic Gaming, they're looking strong in the hard point, which was, maybe their best game mode that we saw from them at ESWC. I know they were lights out in Search and Destroy as well, but hard point has been very strong for them. Currently holding on to a 23-point advantage, but it's going to be Joe over the top, the mid-map here from Red Reserve, trying to make a play. And I'm just curious if they can play Optic tough. You got to think that's a big confidence booster, because Optic still, maybe not with some of the top North American teams, but certainly with European, with APAC teams, still sort of had that fear mode, that God mode status where teams play them maybe a little bit scared.
It is, but you're already 0-1 in groups, so this match is so important to keep kind of your group chances alive, so to speak. And right now, Optic Gaming, they actually push through that center hardpoint. They get the time, and they break the spawn for the next hardpoint. So a huge play there from Optic. Now they're going to be able to get control at Barn. You see everybody from Red Reserve on the top side of the minimap trying to funnel through here to get the spawns back.
Well, it's Joe in from the back. He wins 2 big ones. Third pushing from the side entrance. I think he saw him cross, but he gets the call out, and that's Niall and Shawnee able to wrap things up as he tries to push the spawns out towards Courtyard, but it's none other than Formal. Opening it up with 1. Can't find the third there is Shawnee. Able to shut him down. But props to Red Reserve here. They've kept it tight. They've kept it close, so they're continually in striking distance here, Matt.
Yeah, look, they're gaining points. They were able to break right back on Barn, get control with about 35, 40 seconds left, and they're doing a fantastic job holding this hard point. Now you see Optic Gaming, though, on your minimap, coming on a pinch. It's going to be Karma coming from the back door as teammates coming through the side. That's going to be Krim and Scump. They're able to break the hard point with 15 seconds left. Should be able to take the remainder of this time.
They're trying to rack it up here, extend this comeback a bit. Looks like the scrap time going to be going to Carmel. Carmel is they're going to find the final 5 here. Krim 6, though, on your screen, having a monster game, 17-9. I mean, everyone getting it done in the slaying department here on the side of Optic Gaming. Whereas you look at the differential, just look at Red Reserve right now. Every single player sitting negative. It's actually kind of surprising the game's this tight.
Yeah, and Red Reserve in our last 2 2Ks before this tournament, they get 1st and 2nd in Europe, and a lot of the players in EU were very interested in how this team was going to play at this event. Thought a lot of their success online was strictly, they have great connections. They're able to do a lot of things online that they didn't think they were going to be able to replicate at LAN. But playing Optic tough here in this hard point, a very good series against Envy kind of proves that wrong.
Yeah, they can push them both the distance. I mean, it'd be tough to start 0-2 in pools, but you got to feel good to play these teams so tight. But it's Formal inside yet again, finding a 2-piece. Third behind, not getting it done. The streak will end there, but he is 25-16, leading all Slayers on the map, continuing to show why he is having an MVP caliber year.
Now Scump trying to push this back bowling area. It's going to be a big kill if he's able to pick it up on Joe, and he's able to take him out, gets flanked from the side. So it will be Red Reserve holding down this back spawn yet again. If they did this on the first rotation, they were able to get the baseball early, was not able to take a lot of the time. Let's see if Optic's able to break.
Well, they've got the blue spawn right now for Red Reserve, so they're going to continue to be able to flood. Joe, though, 2 massive kills there inside and out of bowling. Tries to wrap the edge. Just 2 more players from Optic Gaming coming over the top. Formal the last one, but it's a 2-piece from Joe, then a 2-piece from Shawnee that shuts down the green wall, and the comeback is alive and well. Trying to tighten this up with 36 seconds remaining. If they can get this time, you're looking at maybe a lead changer, very darn close to a tie game here.
Oh, I mean, if you're Red Reserve, you're perfectly okay if you can get this within a 10-15 point game. But it's going to be Optic Gaming breaking there. Should be able to make some decent time back. But you see the relentless assault here coming in from Red Reserve. It's going to be Urban picking up 1, not able to get a second. But Red Reserve does have control of the hard point now. Maven scoring, getting very close. They're almost within 20.
And this is a map where I think we've seen some of the European teams perform a little bit better than something like Breakout, where you can use that flood mentality that I think has kind of worked for them in Uplink. You can fly at some of these hard points. It's not like a Breakout where if you lose 1 set of gunfights, you're talking 20, 30 seconds before you have another good opportunity. It doesn't put as much pressure on individual gunfights, more just on, I guess, consistent team pushes.
So Red Reserve can do a good job of just trading out kills here in the middle of the map and holding this barn side. They actually put themselves in a pretty good position to make this a very close game going down to the wire. I mean, right now, you look, They're still down. Optic Gaming scoring now on the center hardpoint. This is not what Red Reserve wanted. They need to actually contest here towards the center, but you see Optic, they push 3 players all the way through. They're able to wipe the board with Red Reserve. Now they have the spawns for Barn. Not looking good for Red Reserve.
Oh, I know I take some flack for highlighting Formal's performances this time, but 35 and 21. The man is crushing right now and helping get his team to the 200-point mark first here. Is Optic continuing to hold top middle. It's Scuf playing bottom window. He has that reactive armor to work with as well.
I mean, even I give you flack sometimes for the stuff you say about Formal, but I mean, with the way he's played so far in Infinite Warfare, it's kind of hard not to highlight him.
Yeah.
I mean, he has just been so dominant game in and game out, and I think the most impressive thing, at least from my perspective, is just the way he's turned into a force in S&D. I mean, we always knew he was a great respawn player, but his search and destroy, I mean, he has put a ton of time in to be a very good player in that mode.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the other side here. Yeah, who's kind of standout guy for you when you're looking at Red Reserve? I know Joe coming into this title, when it was the Orbit roster, we were looking at one of the top players in all of Europe. We thought he was going to continue, but we joked, kind of the UK Scuf. We saw some really outstanding performances from him, but right now, not really keeping pace with the Optic sides. You see he's 21 and 33.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Red Reserve to hang in the slaying department with explosive teams like Optic Gaming. You see Formal, easy 2-piece there. Both players line up, trying to look for the last one inside the hard point. Can pick him up, but you do see, I think Shawnee, for me, is the player to look at on Red Reserve. I think he's one that, I thought the things he was doing on Elevate was really good. I thought he was playing pretty well for that Elevate lineup. I don't know if that was the right decision to get rid of him at that current time, but I think he's a player that can really develop as the year goes on.
This is a 20-point game. And look at the slaying differential. I know I mentioned it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
What is it? Is it Red Reserve doing something right to keep it this close despite being outslayed? Or is it a little bit of greedy play here from Optic Gaming? What's going on?
I mean, you look at it, you get on the hill, you trade out the kills effectively there, you rotate a little bit early, you're able to keep these games close no matter what the slaying department, all the kills and deaths says. Because a lot of these kills, I mean, Optic, they can pick them up in the middle of the map, whatnot. It really doesn't mean much in terms of collecting score. And you do see Red Reserve. I mean, when they are picking up the kills, it's in and around the objective. That's really where they've kind of kept this game close.
Well, Optic can actually close it out here if they find the kills. It's Scuf doing a good job inside. Finding kills, also doing a bit of damage here with the assist coming through. And when you've got Formal overlooking you up top, and with the 2-piece after 2-piece, this guy has been able to put up. That should be the icing on the cake. And it's going to be 42 kills, make it 43 for Optic's Formal.
What do you do? I mean, when he's playing that well and shooting this well, what do you do? I mean, he actually gets both these guys.
Oh God, I'm trying to think of who. I think I was talking to, I want to say it was Arcades or Gunless when I was doing some interviews with the United and talking about kind of breakout players who they expect to have really big events. And breakout players, you typically talk more about amateur players or outside looking in. But I can't remember which one it was, but he said, no, I actually take Formal just because I hate playing against him. If you miss one bullet, you're losing. And that's, I mean, those are strong words.
I mean, I just can't remember like somebody being this consistent from event to event. I mean, I guess you kind of say Saints during Ghost was really good.
Like the second half of Ghost?
Yeah, event to event. I mean, Saints
Zuma, second half of the AW was a real monster, and Scuf, obviously, throughout his career, has been Mr. Consistent.
But I mean, just with the level that he's playing at, I think like you kind of look in the past, like just the disparity, like in like not really as much roles, but like no Formal, a traditional AR player a little bit further back, whatnot. Like the disparity between like him at the top and then like everybody else right now, I think is huge.
Yeah, it's been kind of insane to see, but you're seeing some highlights here from game one, and that was one thing that kind of stood out a little bit too. I felt like a lot of the kills were coming in flurries, right? 2-piece, 3-piece to kind of get breaks or hold the edge. But fantastic performance here from Optic. Despite the fact they get the win, though, Red Reserve keeps it very tight. I didn't see the exact number, but they had to have outslayed them from somewhere 20 to 30 kills.
Yeah, it was a lot. But you do worry about Red Reserve in the series, like we were talking about. Now, they are not good at uplink. We talked to them. They said when we get to uplink, just chalk up a win for the other team.
But they beat Envy in uplink.
They did, which is quite interesting. Retaliation, Search, and Destroy, though, coming up next. If Optic Gaming takes that, you think this could potentially line up to be a 3-0.
And it's just, it's scary with the tear that Optic comes off of from ESWC, going undefeated, not dropping a map there once they got into the winner's bracket. I like when you bring up this statistic, but I know you mentioned if you're going to beat Optic Gaming, you have to do it early. It needs to happen in pool play, or it needs to happen basically winners round one.
So outside of winners round one and the grand finals, so you're looking at winners round two, semifinals, winner bracket finals, this team, all the way back to Advanced Warfare, so the Nade Shot and Karma edition of this Optic Gaming roster is 31-1. when they have gone to the winner bracket final, they have never lost the winner bracket final.
It's
insane stuff.
It's absurd, really, what they're able to do once they kind of get into a groove. And when I interviewed Formal earlier, asking him kind of about the team's weakness, his answer was us getting in a groove before winners round one, which is just getting going, getting to the point where they feel that confidence, that swagger, they sort of feel like they can dominate, is what's very, very interesting.
Yeah, and you see the throwback hardpoint box score here in Red Reserve. You can see where they kept this game close is over by Barn. That's really where they kind of tried to hold on a little bit. Every other hill, pretty much outside of baseball, which you look at that, it's like not too big of a disparity. Optic destroyed him.
Yeah, baseball, which I think early in the game, I like to consider that as sort of the Money Hill statue is how it struck me. Now I feel like you can just, it's becoming, teams are becoming a lot easier at flooding it. There's a lot more trading, a lot more back and forth. You see control switch so much there.
Yeah, and we will get into this second game in this series. It'll be a Search and Destroy. Obviously, we talked about how Optic Gaming, they've impressed us a lot in Search and Destroy. They've gotten a lot better. Red Reserve, I'm interested to see how they come out in S&D. I feel like this is the game mode where this team can kind of thrive in. I feel like this is where they can be at their best, and they need to be it here because their uplink, like they said, has not been good. Although they did beat NB earlier, so maybe they were kind of leading us on a little bit.
Yeah, and talking to Red Reserve about, what maps, what modes they feel confident in, they said despite the fact that you think S&D would take a little bit of a time to adjust with the new roster, that's where they've been thriving online in these 2Ks. They've been playing very, very, very well in Search and Destroy. They feel that's their strongest game mode. It's do or die here, kind of when you think about it, for their chances of being top 2 in the pool and then also in this series if they can't take this game too.
Yeah, a lot on the line here for Red Reserve going into game number 2. I'm going to be looking on the side of Optic Gaming, though, how Formal plays. Obviously, we talked about how good he's been in Search and Destroy, but I'm interested to see how Scuf and Crim play in this S&D. I feel like those two guys, they have a lot of eyes on them coming into this event.
They certainly do, but we're getting locked and loaded now, off to the races here for our first round of Game 2. If you're just joining us, Optic Gaming takes the hard point. It's now Red Reserve looking to bounce back. We're on with Joe.
He's going to have the E-Rad in his hands coming right down the hotel hallway, so they're able to take advantage of Formal peeking out, trying to take that player out at the end, pick up that early first blood.
And talking to some of the teams just about what we might see a little bit different this weekend, a lot of people highlighting the E-Rad. It's become, better and better, whether it's been a buff to the gun or changes to others that's made it a little bit more viable. And you heard talks during scrims that Scuf might start finally using the E-Rad more and more. He seemed hesitant to do that early in the game.
Yeah, it just makes way too much sense for him to have the E-Rad in his hands. We have not seen it thus far in this match, but I do expect you to see it maybe in a hard point, a close quartered map. As the tournament goes on, it'll be Optic Gaming, though, in this Search and Destroy taking round number 1.
Karma gets 2 big ones. We'll have a little bit of a streak going, and also the defuse. It's big, too. I mean, we highlight this time and time again in Search and Destroy. You saw 0 in the first series of the day. He got going early. It allowed him to get 2 camos in a Search and Destroy. Karma getting 2 kills plus the defuse, already working towards the halfway point with that camo is very, very big.
Camo is such a powerful ability in all game modes, but definitely S&D. I feel like you can get into a position, you can catch 2 players off guard. It's just a real game changer.
Well, they're looking to hit mid heavy and they're pushing the steps. Nades in, first kill for Karma as he continues the streak. Maybe a 4th in the steps. Teammates able to pick that up. Checking bedroom window. That's Joe. Sees nades flying in. Up close and personal is Scuf. Urban, pal, you're by yourself in a 1v3 and he's got to work some magic.
So that bothers me a little bit, that push, from the standpoint that if you're going to commit to going down the stairs, as soon as the first guy dies, you need to commit to it. You can't just all run away. You pretty much just give one guy up for nothing. It's now Urban in the 1v2 knows where both players are able to get one.
Ooh, that was, I don't know if Karma was thinking to go back towards steps or maybe he was looking the other way high up on a wall run, but that was awkward for a moment.
That was weird.
Yeah, he was just like he was on the wall run, getting up to a better angle. Gave Urban a chance, though. The timing almost ended up being terrible there for Optic, but Urban comes up just a little bit short.
Urban has another, second, maybe? And he's able to locate Karma. Don't know if he takes him out, but still very close around there. But Optic Gaming, nonetheless, takes it to go up 2-0.
All right, well, let's see if they can keep it going or if Red Reserve can turn it around. Now on offense, Urban on your screen. Teammates nading out over the top, but it's going to be defensive Scuf here. You can see on the mini-map, there's a lot going on at Plat. Just trying to find an angle here. He's working with Formal inside. Formal going to be the first to drop. Scuf now trying to back him up, maybe trade out the kill. Does have it, not able to do so. 2 players down for Optic Gaming. Now it's going to be on Karma and Crim6 to try and lock it down. Shani very tagged. Crim does find a kill. You give yourself an opportunity, maybe if you're able to take out one there, but now it's a reversal of roles. You saw Urban's attempted 1v3. Now you've got it coming in for Crim.
And they know exactly where Krim is. You see, it's going to be Urban just running on this wall run here, trying to catch Krim off guard, and he's going to be able to take him out as Krim, they knew the position he was in, they knew where he needed to come from. Urban gets into a spot where he's able to just watch that lower wall run on the bridge, spot where we see a lot of players go to. He's able to take out Krim.
You just got to keep in striking distance. They were able to do that in the hard point. We're never able to kind of overcome that hump and take the game, but they played them tough down the stretch. It's a big difference when you're looking at that scoreboard, 2-1 versus 3-0. Getting one on the board, giving yourself a chance here to fight back.
Now we'll see. Optic Gaming on the offensive side here, how they decide to break off. A lot of teams like to stack over towards the B site. That's what you're going to see from Red Reserve on the defensive side of things. They push all the way down, straight through. So now if you're Red Reserve, you have to know where the push is coming from Optic. You need to rotate early.
So Optic's going to get the free plant. The question is, can Scump or Krim basically get one on the transition? You'll see Urban should be interacting, I thought, with Krim in a moment, but as he wraps around, he actually gets in behind him, can't tag him with the shots. Krim's still alive. He's got some help there to go as well. He might get baited into this. No, he's able to find Karma actually with the headshot up above. It's Krim trying to answer back. He's able to trade it now. Krim in a 1v2.
He has to go make a play for the bomb here, Maeve. He's going to be able to take out Joe, but a little bit too late. Shawnee was sitting on the bomb, didn't want to give that one away. But Krim right there in a very difficult position. Can't just run out challenge on the bridge. He would get taken out. They were just trying to come down there through with no cover. They just do a nice job putting Shawnee on bomb right away. Yeah, as soon as Formal dies in the back and they get the call out that Krim's the last remaining player on the opposite side of the bridge, you know you've got time to stick it there. So heads up play from Red Reserve as they're able to get it done. Krim's been in a couple tough spots, but that time not able to get it done. Now we're going to have offense for Red Reserve. They look like they want to hit it hot and heavy up mid-map. Yeah, we're getting close to some abilities on the board. You have Karma very close to that camo, so we'll see if he's able to earn that when he decides to pop it. Should be a game changer in Optic's favor, but the bomb going to be going down at the B site. Let's see how Optic Gaming decides to take it back. Well, they're going to have to deal with Joe, who's in a nice spot here to deal with Platt and with Window. Gets the first, but it will be traded out. It's not going to be Urban and Shawnee trying to make a play. Urban left by himself. He's able to gun one, now two left. He almost clutched the 1v3 before. Can he do it? The answer's no. That's Formal's K-Bar coming through to close the doors. Then the salute from Crim6. That's your favorite part of the game, right? Oh, yeah, I love it. The salute is literally my favorite thing. It's a pretty cool new feature, but it absolutely is. Niall getting off to a slow start. Same with Shawnee, 0-4 and 1-3 combined. It's really been Joe and Urban keeping Red Reserve in this game, too. It's a big one for Red Reserve. Trying to, I don't want to say kind of keep their hopes alive, but you expect if Optic Gaming is able to take this, the uplink is not one you would favor Red Reserve in. No, and even though I would say uplink might not be the strongest of Optic's game modes, it's still very, very strong. But Karma now is with camo. He's going to be pushing aggressively up mid-map. You saw him find a kill with a nade in a similar fashion in an earlier round. He's going to peek the steps there, but we'll swap over to Urban, who's hitting the flank quickly, and there's a one bullet and a melee to the face of Crim6. Yeah, now Red Reserve, they have control of this top plat area, and that's exactly what they want to do here, but Formal coming from behind, picks up two. 2v2. He's going to jump down. Karma takes out one. He takes out the last player. Just like that. It looked like Red Reserve had the advantage, and Optic Gaming just storms right back. Yep, Formal picks up three. You see the smile from Karma there at the end. The duo gets it done, and the final victim will be Niall. He's Optic looking to close the door on this game too. Niall and crew gotta bounce back. Yeah, and that is one that Red Reserve needs to win. They get first blood, they get control of top plat. They have two players in position, and Formal just comes from behind, takes both players out. Okay, you take a look at the stats there, see who's going off. On the opposite end of it, Niall having to turn it around. We've highlighted his struggles here early in this one. But yet again, it's Karma finding a first blood. He's found several in this game too, search and destroy. He does so much for this team, Matt. Seems like he has a great grasp of the game. As you see, he's just running through the opponents as Krim running with him. It's going to be Shawnee, the only player up here for Red Reserves. These two players in front of him. Not the position you want to be in, as Optic Gaming moves one round away from taking game number 2. That was not a competitive round. That was basically Optic Gaming bullying their opponents as they just fly at them. Karma opens things up, and Shawnee left with nothing to do. One round away now from a 2-0 advantage in the series. You see just a look of despair kind of across the face of many members on Red Reserve. It's just nothing seems to be going right. It's got to be getting a bit frustrating. Now, Optic Gaming on a tear the last two events, Maeve. I mean, what'd they go in pool play at ESWC? They were undefeated, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think the last time they
lost a series. Was the finals to E United at Atlanta?
Yeah, if we're talking LAN, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking LAN. So it's been a very long time. They had a dominant winter bracket run at ESWC, and just like that, Red Reserve again, they open up with 2 early kills, and then Optic Gaming answers back with 3 of their own. It's going to be a 1v1, and that is going to be it. It's going to be Crim, I believe, in your final kill cam as Optic Gaming takes S&D 6-2.
Well, it's going to be interesting because so far, at least with the first series that Optic had and the way this one is looking, you could go into cruise control a little bit. You have a big matchup tonight in primetime against Envy, so you can't afford any kind of letdowns. Not that I'm seeing that at all, as they just hammered them in the game too, but you haven't had anything kind of replicating a close game, any kind of test yet.
No. And I don't know how that series with Envy would turn out, because Envy had a close game with Red Reserve, and you see Optic just kind of picking Red Reserve apart, although I know Envy's first match, both teams starting to get going. Can't really judge Envy off of that one, but Envy not getting a great warm-up probably against Tainted Minds right now, who Optic kind of handled with these 2.
Yeah, and Tainted Minds in this group, it's tough. You know, speaking with them, they were utterly demoralized after what happened at Sydney, you know, kind of throwing away that final against Mind Freak. You know, talking to those guys, honestly, it sounded like they hadn't been scrimming as much because there wasn't the motivation there. Just the guys like kind of reliving that at night, just thinking about that terrible moment that happened to them. You didn't give them a strong chance in that pool to begin with, but it was almost impossible.
Yeah, it's tough for a team like Tainted Minds here to kind of get in that right mindset, you know, especially knowing they have to have a great performance here, you know, regardless of what Mind Freak does to make it to the Global Pro League. But still, now, Optic Gaming up 2-0 in this series against Red Reserve going into the uplink. Do you see any other outcome than Optic Gaming winning this one?
How can you, with Red Reserve saying they struggle in uplink? If I had to pick a mode where you may steal one from Optic, that might be it right now. I was talking to Formal and Scuf outside about why we think that EU teams have been doing well in uplink, and he said honestly they're not selfish. You know, they're willing to throw the drone forward and make the plays. But guys, before we get into the game 3 and see if Red Reserve can bounce back, we have a quick break.
Shot is getting the job done. Optic Gaming 5 points away.
It's going to be Crim putting in some nice shots, and that's going to be it.
Optic Optic Gaming!
Optic Gaming is the best team in the game. This event in 2017 will be 24 months this team has been together. That is absolutely unheard of in Call of Duty. It includes 4 of the most talented players in the game, and when they're on point, there's no stopping them.
They've got veteran leadership, they've got the gun skill and raw talent, and overall, they've got the experience they need in every scenario. Long losers bracket runs now in Atlanta, major championship victories. You've got Crimsix going for his 30th major title. They've refound their identity, they're now back in shape, and I'm excited for the future for Optic Gaming.
Who's the MVP for this team? It's gotta be Formal. The guy's an absolute monster. I think he's currently the best in the game when looking at Infinite Warfare. It's the stats, it's the leadership. He's the perfect player.
Optic, in the beginning of Infinite Warfare in the CWL 2017 season, yes, they had some faults, but they went undefeated in Hardpoint at ESWC, only dropped 1 search and destroy at ESWC, and now they look like they're back in form.
The beast has been awoken. The community doubted him, casters doubted him, but now you have 4 of the most talented players in the game, firing on all cylinders, playing to their true potential, and when they're on this form, they're terrifying. You know, it's interesting watching that, and then after speaking with, Formal kind of asking what, weaknesses, strengths. The one strength that he put down, the weakness was kind of getting started, right? Getting the winners back in round 1 in a groove. The strength was basically, if we are on point, if we are playing well, no one can touch us.
Oh, I agree with him, 100%. I think the only thing that could potentially derail this Optic team is whether they're committed enough or whether they keep practicing, stay on the grind, because everybody throughout the year is going to be putting a ton of time into this game, ramping up to the Pro League and then COD Champs. It's just whether they put the time in or not. I think that's the only thing that could hold this team back.
Well, it's interesting because I think it's a bit, they're so skilled that it can be a bit of a curse in the sense that when I think back to last year, and this year, you get by on skills so much. You don't always have to play maybe perfect Call of Duty because you're so talented, right? You just don't need to. And it leads to unintentional maybe laziness or complacency kind of because you're winning. You're like, oh, what do we need to change? We're winning. But then you saw at the end of Black Ops 3, I thought Envy was the better team. I thought they were better at Call of Duty.
They were.
Were they better slayers or gun skill? No, probably not.
They just played the game. They played the game better.
Yeah.
I mean, they were just doing things that Optic just wasn't doing. They just didn't adapt, didn't keep, no grinding, learning new things, trying different things out. I think they definitely learned a lesson last year off the gaming with their performance at COD Champs. Definitely need to be better, yeah.
All right, well, here we go. It's game 3. Optic Gaming looking to close the door on Red Reserve as they've started out with a hot 2-0.
And something interesting on Frost is you're going to see a lot more ERAD play. Maybe you see 2, 3 per team. I think you're going to see a lot of ERAD play on this map. I was watching one of the phase series earlier. I believe it was against Elevate, and you saw even Clayster running the ERAD on this map. So you're going to see a lot of players running the ERAD here.
It's absurd. It's so good at close range. There's nothing that can really hang with it. Sure, you can find a kill with perfect K-bar shots or maybe getting the jump on somebody, but in a head-up gunfight against any AR, it's going to melt you. But look at this. They've got control of the base, and it's Shani and Red Reserve with a dunk here early on. Remember, they beat Envy and Uplink. In EU, I know it's an odd stat, but so far just this weekend, they've been very good in Uplink.
Which has been the complete opposite historically of how Europe has been in Call of Duty. Formal, they're going for a 1-point throw, banks it off the right side of the snow, not going to connect with that. But EU, in terms of Uplink over the last few years, they have not been on par with North America. This year, they have definitely upped their game, though, in Uplink.
It's interesting talking to Bryce a little bit. And Bryce, he was saying, yeah, we used to just chalk it up to a loss. We'd want to know what the next map was when it came to an EU team in Uplink, but that has not been the case. In Infinite Warfare, they continue to look strong, but now it's Optic Gaming on the charge. Krim tossing the drone forward, looking to get up here with the ERAD. Nades out, but they're able to find both kills, and now it's going to open things up. Surely you have to get points here, but coming from behind and stealing the drone. It's going to be Nile. He says, screw it, I'm out. All my teammates are dead. I'm running for it, and that's going to save points.
Yeah, and it's going to get reset mid-map. That's actually a huge play. Instead of tossing the drone off, gets it as far as he can. Maybe trying to get like a cheeky 1-point play if he can make it all the way to the Robo Bay, but I know falls off the map, gets reset, and that could have actually saved points there for Red Reserve. So a very big play by Nile.
Yeah, I mean, that saved the dunk. It has to if you don't get it out there. He sneaks in behind, makes the play, and then by the time they get to it, they charge. Urban's up on spawn, and Urban finds a 2-piece, but that's now 4 down. You've got Karma flying high in your face, trying to find the kills. Ends up being more bait for Scuf than anything, and Optic Gaming gets a dunk through.
And we talked a little bit about ERAD uses. Optic Gaming using 3 ERADs so far. So you have Krim, Karma, and Scum all running the ERAD, and you have Formal sticking on with the K-bar.
Well, if you're going to do it, this is certainly the map and mode combination to go heavy with the submachine guns. Urban, you just saw him right there, just evaporated with that at close range, but it's still going to be Joe with the drone, able to turn and burn one there. with the ERAD as he continues to try and apply pressure forward. And again, they have Optic Gaming's base under control. That's another dunk for Red Reserve.
Yeah, and Optic Gaming, they're going to play this smart. They're not going to try and go back, clear the space out. They're going to go straight for mid-map, put the pressure right back on Red Reserve, and see some kills straight out in the middle of the map. But the drone ends up on the top side, and you're going to see it just being thrown down there. Optic Gaming is going to just kind of reset the map here. They're doing a nice job recontrolling their base as soon as Red Reserve gets control.
Let's take a look at the minimap. You see where the drone is, kind of on those outside cliffs. You got two players, front Red Reserve playing the top. Foremost trying to get inside the base, kind of a Red Reserve, disrupt a little bit as they're coming off a spawn, and that's it. That's like the most annoying death, right? You're coming off spawn, you're getting back to mid-map, you have a clear lane, then shot in the back.
This is going to be more points for Red Reserve as well. I mean, they probably could have pushed that in for 2. They're going to settle for 1. And right now, they've done a fantastic job getting into the Optic Gaming base, getting control, putting a point on the board. The thing is, they've not been able to really rally these scores, so they've kind of come like sporadic over the course of the game. They haven't been able to get control of the Optic Gaming base and rattle together, you know, 2, 3, 1-point or 2-point plays.
I don't think we see that here as much as like Precinct, but you can. You definitely can, especially on the side pushing towards Cryo.
Yeah, it's very difficult on the side that Red Reserve is pushing, because when you get over towards that goal, it's just a wide open area near that helicopter, a lot of cover for the defense to get set up. But you see Karma, he's able to get one. Krim trying to lead this push here for Optic Gaming. And Optic, they've been able to pick up some kills in the Red Reserve base and not turn it into consistent points. And this one does look like you will see a 2-point play coming in as Formal picks up 2. And he's on a 3 streak right now, starting to heat up.
13-8 right now, leading all Slayers in the lobby. Actually, sorry, he's tied up with Urban right now, who's 13-10. Optic trying to come back a bit here. 45 seconds left. They have drone in hand. It's going to be Krim trying to go around the outside, play behind a teammate. That's Scuf that's going to be in front, clearing the way as he finds 2. The third there in ice. He picks up that kill. Oh, that was almost all 4 actually for Scuf. He just about cleared the entire team.
Yeah, this is such a difficult map to play when you're an assault rifle player and the other team is running heavy with the submachine guns, with the ERADs, and you know, just because they're so in your face, I mean, you almost can't run the NV4 at that point. You have to switch over to the K-bar, throw some players off.
Well, how much does that remind you of like Vengeance Scum? L triggered with a sub on your side of the map, so when you're coming off spawn, it's, hello, sir. It's the best submachine gun player in the game. I'm liking seeing it in his hands again.
Yeah, I would actually be not too surprised if we see him run it on different maps. I know I caught Optic during one of the 2Ks, and it was Karma and Formal, like just trying to convince him like to use it more. Like he had a great game with it, and they were like, Seth, like just use the ERAD. Like they were joking, like we've been telling you for months, like just use it. Yeah, please.
Well, the final kill going to come in from Shani here as they are holding the edge. We'll see if we can keep that uplink streak alive right now for EU's finest as they continue to impress here in Dallas. And just think about how close we are to having a much different result early on with regards to North America versus Europe. You have what Red Reserve loses in a game 5 versus NV Splice, is able to take a game 5. Who else lost in the game 5? Who am I missing?
You had Rise Splice game 5, and then you had Mind Freak go game 5.
Oh, Mind Freak,
not a European team, but they go game 5 with Cloud9.
So they've actually been able to clutch up in a couple, drop a couple game 5s as well. But there's just been some incredibly tight matches here in day 1. What's shaping up to be an impressive weekend. And again, not only is it $200,000 on the line and the pro points and the prestige and everything that goes with one of these major international events, but remember, LAN League around the corner, and that's what everyone's got their eyes set on.
And this is huge because it just kind of sets your confidence level expectations going into the LAN League. I mean, you have a great performance here. You kind of take that confidence, build on it, go into the Global Pro League. I mean, you don't know what a team like Red Reserve can make happen. They gain some confidence here.
Very true, but let's stick it with well, Johnny, I tried, but you caught an aid to the dome there. As he falls mid-map, it's going to be Scump and Optic trying to follow things up as the rest of his team drops. Drone is out and in the hands of Joe as they're trying to make a play here with the objective, trying to catch him across mid-map is Crim6. That's a big kill to at least slow down a potential counter-attack, see if they can get some points on the board.
You do have Urban here on the top side of the minimap, and the drone is down by the bottom, so he's quite out of position here, and I don't know if Optic Gaming knows that. If they did, I imagine they would do a fast push over towards Robo. But right now, you're allowing Urban to just get back into the fray, tries to come from behind, but Scump's able to pick up 2. The drone is still down, and I believe it was Nile actually who was able to get the drone off the map yet again. So for the second time in a row, Nile is able to stop an Optic Gaming push by getting that drone off the map.
And I was talking again to Scump and Formal just about why they think maybe the EU teams are doing well in uplink. They just said it's just selfless play, just willing to toss the drone forward and get the kills. And sometimes I think with some of your North American elite teams, everyone's so focused on slaying and not maybe layering the drone up the map.
You know, sometimes I always thought when I was with Complexity, it's like, you know, you play a lot of 8s and whatnot and just kind of like pick up games. Like a lot of those players are just playing for stats. Like, and sometimes that actually carries over into your actual team's gameplay. And I do think I've seen a lot of 8s lately. See Formal though, using the FTL jump. It's going to be a 2-point play there. Crim puts it through. Not the Gaming takes a 1-point lead.
Shook the boots off a player there with the FTL jump, but like you said, advantage now. Optic Gaming, 2.5 left to go on the second side, and what is looking to potentially be a 3-0. The pass is forward. Crim gets the dunk through. Now a 3-point advantage for Optic Gaming.
Red Reserve, though, is set up towards the middle of the map to try and get this drone forward, and it's a big cutoff kill there from Scum. That drone looks like it was going to get passed forward. You did have Joe inside the base of Optic Gaming, but they're not able to get the drone to him. It's a good stop there from Scum.
Well, let's see what Shawnee can do as he's trying to wrap ice and maybe get in behind a couple players. The timing, I think he just missed one, and then he ends up actually getting flanked. The assist comes through for Nile, but it's Karma at mid-map picking up 2. Joe tries to hit the overdrive and wrap through. Not enough health to get through ice as he gets cut down, and now another opportunity for Optic Gaming to start getting moving.
Would you have saved that overdrive? I mean, he's the only one on that side of the map. I mean,
I didn't see when he popped it. If he was full health when he popped it, he was already a little bit tagged up. But by time, I mean, he
are you just going to run by 4 guys?
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not likely. I don't know. Like, we actually haven't seen Overdrive make like huge plays like as much as we did last year.
I have some that stand out in my mind.
The Clayster one, that's
Clayster
really...
against Optic. It was Crim 6s at Atlanta. That was really insane. There's certainly been a couple of big plays, but I think it doesn't stand out just because you don't see some of those first bullets really in Search and Destroy maybe as much as you did like last year in Black Ops 3.
Yeah, and you do see the drone being brought topside here by Red Reserve. It's Urban trying to wrap this one all the way around. He dodges some shots here, just trying to stay alive on this wall run. He's actually kind of juked some of the players here on Optic. He's done a fantastic job using the movement, not able to get by Formal though. Does juke Karma off the side of the map though in the process.
That's Karma's bread and butter too, man. He is a wizard when it comes to these outside wall runs. We've seen some insane plays from him. Thinking back to what the grand final versus FaZe at ESWC, he had some wild ones, but God, man, look at it again. You have a 6 streak from Formal, make it 7, 32 and 20. 42 kills he dropped in the hard point. Keeps it going here. I mean, the respawn numbers, what more can you say? They're absurd. This streak's now at 9.
It's hard for me to remember a time where we just saw one player like be so dominant from game to game. I mean, usually like in the past in Call of Duty, like we'll see like players kind of trade off, like one team really like kind of rises to dominance, and like, you know, let's say like last year, like John has a great game, Apathy next game has a great one. Every game for this team, he has just been lights out.
Yeah, he's going to drop nearly 80 kills in the 2 respawns, and that's going to do it. Red Reserve, you know, they play them a bit tough there in the game 1, but the 3-piece from Karma, kind of the icing on the cake, is they're going to shut it down 12-5, and that's a 6-0 map count so far for Optic Gaming in their pool. They look untouchable.
And they don't even look satisfied with that win. It looks like just like another day at the office. Like they are just so focused right now on taking this event, just cementing themselves as the most dominant team in Call of Duty. They're going to be very difficult to stop.
It's interesting, too, to think of the crazy run they had to try and do at Atlanta. They didn't get any scrim time between, but you played so many maps that obviously that carried over to ESWC. But then when speaking with Formal about scrims coming into this, he said they've been kind of bad. You know, you've seen some of the frustrations about players and their internet situation. They've had a lot of issues, a lot of scrims where they haven't been able to complete. 2Ks have been a nightmare for them. So he said the scrims have actually been horrible leading up to this event. Like, they've been really lackluster. It was one of their concerns. I know they haven't been tested by a top team yet, but still, they're making it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, through their first 2 games, they have made it look easy. I do think, you know, with the game against Envy later, it's going to be a real test, and we're definitely going to see where this team's at this event. Obviously, ESWC, they were untouchable, and I think, you know, if they take out Envy in commanding fashion, you're looking at like a repeat.
Well, if you think about how tight Red Reserve played, NBA goes a 5-game series. I mean, I know it's not an exact way to formulate it, but you think it is 9-0 in pools maybe for Optic.
Like if A beats B and B beats C, then like,
Exactly. I know it doesn't always work that way, but God, they're looking untouchable, and it's crazy to think back just month and a half, 2 months ago, where it looked like maybe they were vulnerable for the first time. I know we doubted them a little bit. The community kind of did, like, what's going wrong with this team, specifically at Vegas, and then they just go to another level.
Since Formal like kind of took over that in-game leadership, you just kind of like, pumping everybody out, just being more vocal. They have just looked like a completely different team. I mean, Krim has looked like a different player. Karma as well. You see him smiling there. It's like the first time I've seen him really smile like in an Optic-Gaming match since he's been on the team. I think this team just looking very different as opposed to like last year even, but I think in a better way.
Yeah, they truly do look dominant, and we'll see if they can keep it going throughout the course of the action. You'll see some highlights here from what they were able to do. What's the limit for Optic-Gaming?
There is no limit. There is no limit for this team. They can easily take this event with a clean sweep.
Well, that is it for Optic-Gaming. Guys, quick break. We've got more action.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open, the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. Just had a fantastic match on main stage. Optic-Gaming come out in 3-0. Finally, North America get an uplink on the board against Europeans. Chance, break down what you saw.
Well, okay, the hard point, I'm just going to throw it out there. Formal got 42 kills, Scuf got 36. There's not much more that really needs to be done in terms of slaying. Interesting to note, though, it was a relatively close game, considering how lopsided that slaying was. And I think a lot of that came down to hill pressure. Mr. X kind of hinted at it just a little bit. And there was a specific play, I think, that highlights it perfectly. Scumpy, this is over on the bridge hill, or with a bike path, whatever you want to call it. He actually picks up a kill and immediately starts rotating over to the baseball field, but he gives up a solid 5 or 6 seconds on the time of the hill. So just throwing away 6 seconds that they could be taking from the other team, letting his teammates come over to get it, pushes through the baseball field. He does get a kill, but immediately gets traded out. So he does nothing for the spawns for his team. And then, of course, his teammates who are just sitting inside the hill, well, they're going to have to push up another, 5 or 6 seconds before to get to the next hill anyway. So they're throwing away time on occasion just to try and make these big plays. And a lot of time, there's just nothing cooking. But again, at the same time, when you're dropping 42 kills, does it really matter in the end?
Does it?
Then, of course, moving on in the search and destroy, they kind of continued to dominate. It's got that 6-2 victory. No sloppy plays, really, from anyone across the board. It was just Optic anytime they were down in man count. They had a phenomenal job of trading. And something they actually did that's incredibly tough to evaluate, especially when we can't listen to their comms constantly, is their communication was on point. A specific play to highlight this is Formal comes up behind 2 players on plat, picks up 2 kills, and that puts him and Karma in a 2v2. Now, they don't know where both of these players are, but they have the names in their head. So Karma gets in a gunfight with a player over by Market, and as soon as Karma calls out that player, Formal knows where to look, and immediately goes and checks mid-map from the bike shop side, and that's exactly where the second player was coming from. So from the perspective of Formal, and that's actually the play right here that we're looking at, as soon as he gets the call out of what player is known, he knows where the other unknown player was most recently, so he knows where to look. And that's, again, it comes down to communication. So that's something that only top teams are going to have on point. And then, of course, moving to the uplink, got to give credit to Red Reserve. On the first side, they looked pretty good. I think on the opening break, they were able to score like 15, 20 seconds, something like that. And again, this is something Mr. X kind of highlighted in the commentary. They didn't do a very good job of setting up for some relay scores. And of course, that goes back to Optic. When they knew the Red Reserve was going to score points, they just get out of their base and make sure to wrap all the way around collectively as a team. Then, of course, when they flip sides of things, when Optic was going to get those guaranteed points on the board, Red Reserve, 2 players go back for the wrap, trying to get back to the drone. 2 more players stay in base, but then they're outnumbered. They don't clear out their base properly, and then it's tough to win the gunfights on the rotation without your full team. So Optic, they pick up kills on both sides of the map, and that's just an instant 2 points they get back on the board, and then they set up to try and do a thing just like that again. So Optic pretty much was able to outplay the other team. In all facets, you could say, in every single game mode, down to the communication, down to the small decision-making skills, Optic, phenomenal 3-0. What can you say that was negative, really?
What else could you really say about the game?
All.
Yeah, you pretty much said it all.
Killed it.
Yeah, props, man, props. Of course, Optic Gaming coming out with a 3-0, but I do want to just have a brief discussion about European uplink. It definitely seems to have improved. What's been the big difference?
For Europeans, I think it is kind of the pressure, it is the slaying side of things, and with uplink, it's always been the case that they've been outslayed, and uplink kind of goes toe-to-toe. You outslay your opponent, you're going to get those chances, you're going to get those openings or breaks or whatever it is, and that's what I think has been really good for the European sides. They've slowed things down, they've stepped up their slaying ability, and that's kind of related to it. I don't want to look too much into it because I know we've already talked about it, but it's Friday, we're 3 games in, and I don't want to say like, oh, North America's uplink is going to pieces, because it's not. That's not the case, and we'll see that later in the tournament. However, it is very promising for the European squads that they're learning, they're adapting, and it's nice to see.
It definitely is. Meanwhile, on the Bravo station, we actually had Rise Nation going up against Enigma 6. Now, in E6's first game, we kind of watched them and went, okay, they're back on winning form. I mean, this game, Momo, they just blew Rise Nation completely out of the water.
Yeah, this is the Enigma 6 that we've been seeing online, and we've been waiting to see it obviously transition to this LAN environment. Rise has been pretty good on LAN, and I was so disappointed. I will say that against Rise. Where is that MVP from Facenta? Where is their S&D pressure? The statistics before this event, we were looking at they'd lost like 6 on LAN from the start of the game. Already in this tournament, they've lost 2 out of 2. What has happened to Rise, I don't know, but Enigma 6 is looking good. We've got 250 to around 170, I think it was on the hard point. S&D, we went again, it was pretty standard, 6-3. But the key thing here is the slaying. On that hard point, again, 4 players, all, I think it was like an average of 30 to 32 kills or something on that hard point. Ridiculous. And then we finally moved into the uplink, and I think that was just too much for Rise. I thought that was the case where, Rise they've lost 2 maps back to back. For those, clawing their way back into the Enigma 6 had that momentum, they had that pressure, and they kind of just ran away with it. And it's nice to finally see a team doing so well online transition into a LAN environment. So
absolutely is. And you kind of made the point earlier on, Merc, that for E6, I mean, they really are coming out all guns blazing. They're slaying fantastic. I mean, Cade specifically in such a race has been phenomenal today.
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest thing is right, Rise, they come out, they play Splice, they lose their first game, and then immediately after they have to play an Enigma 6 who destroyed Panda, absolutely destroyed them. They look really good. They look comfortable. You know, they've stuck together. They worked on their mistakes, and I mean, they're 2-0 today, and one more match, and they finish 3-0 tonight.
And how important is that going to be for them solidifying that invitation to the Global LAN League? I mean, that's going to be huge for the E6 guys.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're pretty safe. I wouldn't say they're guaranteed, but I believe they're in that like 6th, 7th range.
Right.
And you know, if they go 3-0 tonight, they'll probably finish top 2 in the pool, and that should guarantee them that invite.
Those wins are absolutely crucial. I mean, we talk about those other squads in the open bracket. We talked about them earlier on. Who do we expect to come through? I mean, we can take a look at some of the notable teams now and kind of update you on their open bracket journey. But so far, I don't think there's really been any upsets as we would expect. But from those open bracket teams, specifically, which one's chance do you think are going to make it into pools?
TGC. TGC, I think, has been looking fantastic again at Atlanta. They were knocking out quite a few of those top teams once they, got knocked back down to losers. Epsilon, I think, rated actually in an interview, kind of pointed out that he thinks Dave is the best player in the game. I think those were his almost exact words. So again, Epsilon definitely going to be a team that everyone in Europe is going to be watching out for. And then, of course, I got to think of Allegiance and Evil Geniuses as well. They've been in pool play in the past at these major events, and now, of course, they have those higher up seeds. But even Allegiance, they were, top 6, top 4 teams, something like that at Vegas. And we've seen it with E6 to where they were great at Vegas. They've kind of fallen off, but E6 is starting to come back. Maybe ALG can kind of pull off the same thing.
Obviously, as you saw in that graphic there, no one has been knocked into the losers bracket from our notable teams.
Yeah, but the most important thing is if they're one of those teams, they see Panda as 0-2. That's that last spot that they're chasing. They have to feel confident if they make that pool play. If Panda, they're obviously in a very tough pool, and they could easily finish in that last place, and that gives a lot of opportunity to these pool play teams to catch up to that last spot and take it from them.
It definitely does. It's all up for grabs, and that's what makes this event there's just so much pressure on the line, and there is really just so much to play for. However, we did catch up with our players. We had a little bit of fun. We asked them, who could you beat in a 1v1? Let's find out some of the answers.
Though Karma versus Mad Cat, he's been seen. Karma should trace this one on down. Mad Cat is there, but Karma's got it.
I'm confident in 1v1 versus Octane. I think he lacks brains.
Why do you gotta ask me that question?
I know Krim is like a really aggressive player, so if I just read him and take my time on certain things, I could definitely catch him.
Krim 6.
I'm confident I'd beat in a 1v1 every time. Would have to beat Joe. The guy's just straight trash, can only shoot you in the back.
I'm confident I can beat Moch in a 1v1 anytime I see him on the map. It's just an instant challenge. It's just one of those things.
Yikes. I would be running around delusional confident, like ready to turn on them, like to gun them, like any situation, I'm winning that.
Don't get me wrong, the goals won numerous championships, but he's a bit delusional at the moment.
The guy's got no gun skill.
I think Silly is the one player that I know I will never lose it to.
Anyone on Optic, because if I know I win it, I get a big following.
Oftentimes, if I'm in a 1v1 versus Ricky from C9, I pretty much know I'm going to win the round just because I know how Ricky plays so well. I've been playing against him for almost 10 years now, and so his S&E style has not changed at all. I know exactly where he's going to be, how fast he's going to be moving, what kind of approach he's going to take to the situation. So if I get in a 1v1 versus Ricky, I'm fully confident in him.
It's awesome to hear so many different responses and, 2 former professional players on the desk. I feel like I have to ask you, Momo, who would you be most confident in a 1v1?
Oh, I'd have to get in their heads. I think I'd have to put gun skill aside. I'd have to get in the heads of someone.
Okay.
I'm going to go with... I don't know. You know what? I don't think I could beat anyone in a 1v1. That's why I'm sat here. Let's be honest.
Fair enough.
I'm looking across a list. I'm thinking, nope, I'm going to lose the 1v1.
Fair enough. Merc?
I'm going to play Momo in a 1v1. I got it. He's not talking about gun skill. It's easy. I'm going to win it.
I'm camping on that one. I'm just camping in a corner. Merc, I'm over here. Bait him out, shoot him in the back.
Bait and switch.
And then probably get turned.
We did see some pretty funny responses, though. Obviously, Scump saying Crim 6. Well, okay, you got to be pretty confident there. Clayster, obviously, we're talking about Ricky and how they've been playing now for 10 years. Is that the case when you play against teams and players for that long in your careers? Do you kind of just get that sixth sense of how people play?
Yeah, I mean, you just sort of know what they do every single time they're in a 1v1 or a 1v2. Some guys just like to stick to the fuses and ninja it. Other guys that like to fake the fuses, sort of look for that kill. So depending on the player, you absolutely know what to do in those certain situations.
Fair enough. Moving on, we should talk a little bit about MLG's enhanced viewing experience. It's a wonderful platform where you can watch all of the weekend's action. Let's take a look and learn a little bit more about EVE. Of course, with Eve, you can see all of the up-to-date event statistics. The score streak prediction game, which I know Merc is very, very fond of.
That's why I'm up here.
As well as that, you have source quality. Talking as well about some of the other games that we've had so far here at the CWL Dallas Open. Over on, I believe it was the Charlie Station, Merc, you were watching Splice versus Panda. And Splice, they came out all guns blazing with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going to that game number one, and on, I believe, I forget the hardpoint map exactly, but the hardpoint, they just came out slaying, and this is what we talked about with this team. There's just so much slaying power on it. You know, Panda, they just haven't looked good so far this event. Going into game number 2, I mean, that was what we talked about. Panda has a very specific S&D playstyle.
Yep.
Sort of threw Splice off guard a little bit. Panda was able to take that one 6-3, and then uplink again. Splice's slaying power. Panda was just never really in it. It was a 12-5 game, and you know, Banch, Jerd, Zero, all three of those guys played so well. And then game number 4, I mean, Splice just had momentum the entire time. It was about 120-60. Zero ended up going, I believe, 34-20, and they ended up closing that game 250-190. So Splice in a very good position right now.
Splice definitely looking very, very good. Of course, still plenty of action today here at the CWL Dallas Open. Up next on main stage, E United versus Cloud9. For now, though, quick commercial break.
My name is Patrick Price, but I've been called by many names. A leader, a villain, and a champion. I started out as a 15-year-old phenom with leverage. Currently, I'm a 19-time champion. My realm of complexity set me as the winningest player alive. Many people said I was the greatest to ever play the game. But then, you watched me fall. I went from winning 100 grand to 100 thieves. But you never saw me break. You thought my drive was gone? But guess what? I'm back. It's time for a new reign of terror. A new dynasty in the making. You wanted the old Patrick Price. Well, here I am. I will tear down every wall that tries to stop me. Love me or hate me. I'm here to stay. And I'm here to win.
Up next on the main stage, we have Cloud9 versus E United. Casting the match, I believe we have Chris Puckett and Jack Dunlop in the game, ready to go, so I can send it down to our wonderful casters for the series.
Thank you so much, Benson. That's right. It is time to jump right into game number one. We're going into hardpoint. Puckett and Courage bringing you the action. And this is for the top place in Pool B. E United, they won their game 5 over Millennium. Cloud9, they had to battle through Mindfreak to get to this point.
Yeah, both of them going the distance all the way to that game 5 S&D, but we're ready now, folks. The battle for the top of Group B, and we're watching Eggs. I got chills watching that piece, Puckett. What a legend we have here leading this Cloud9 squad.
Absolutely, and I've been watching Eggs since day one. When I made my transition over to Call of Duty, he was one of the biggest names in the game. Guys like Scuf, TP, big names at the time, but Eggs, he was such an incredible, fast-paced SMG slayer. Throughout his career, we've seen him evolve, and when he places his best, it's at times when everyone is kind of rooting against him, counting against him. We saw it back at the start of AW. We saw it at the start of this game. People forget, this is a Cloud9 team that finished second back in Vegas.
Yeah, and since then, though, they have looked completely horrible. There's really no other way to put it. I mean, at times winning only 25% of their maps. Now looking to turn things around here, as we know both these teams sitting at 1-0 currently in their pool. As we shift our focus now towards the game, the early break coming in control of Cloud9 as they're up by about 10 seconds, but E United currently have Arcitys fighting for this back market spawn.
And I was talking a little bit with the Millennium guys. Marky B, I asked him, when you played at E United, who was their best player? Who was giving you the toughest time? And he said it was Arcitys and Gunless. Every time you start to feel like you have something going, it's looking good for your team, they're the problem causers. So keep your eyes on these two players throughout this series. If you're looking at our mini map, Arcitys is going to be that #1 arrow, and Gunless for this game is #2.
And to talk about Gunless getting that MVP back in Atlanta, Arcitys was really probably the second player on that team that you could have made a case for. So these guys have always been the duo for this squad. Currently, they're down by about 13 seconds. As we talk about Cloud9, Cloud9 actually beat Mindfreak in both hardpoints. Mindfreak, known as, in history, the most legendary hardpoint team, no matter what their roster has been, whether it was their old one or their new one now, with Excite on this lineup. And to drop both of those to the likes of Cloud9 shows how well prepared they were going into that series.
We're taking a look at the game. It's very close at this point, almost 40-40, as we should be tied up any moment. E United will take the lead from Cloud9, but for Cloud9, you have the young guns, Lacefield and Assault, already cooking. 9-3 is Lacefield, and honestly, these are the two names that you have to say probably deserve most of the credit for that second place back in Vegas.
Yeah, and when they play their best, it's when Cloud9 are at their peak. You look at that Vegas performance, and when you saw Cloud9 really struggle, I believe it was that winner's bracket final when both Assault and Lacefield had their worst series of the weekend. Now, though, they start up this hardpoint quite strong, combined right now at 22-10. When you have a 2.0 plus KD from your two best players, you're going to get yourself an early lead.
And you looked back at Atlanta, Assault was actually in the top 6 for overall KD in the respawn. So he did his job. It was Lacefield that was much lower in the leaderboards. To see him leading the team right now at 12-4, this is when Cloud9 is at their most dangerous. Look for Ricky to shine in the search and destroy. Eggs is going to have big plays throughout, but if you're looking for numbers, if you're looking for kills, it's these two players. On the other side, E United, United, you look at the numbers, the only one really showing up is Arcitys. The man is 14-8, but where is Gunless? Where is Pristini? Silly negative as well.
Yeah, a rough start for a few of these players on EU United. One thing to point out, though, when we talk about this Global Pro League Stage 1 starting on up, the big story throughout the weekend will be through these matches, who qualifies and who winds up falling out of contention. EU United are a team sitting pretty right now. They've amassed so many pro points from earlier this year. I'm sure we're going to see them in that Global Pro League Stage 1. I can't say the same thing about the likes of Cloud9 yet. They're still on that bubble.
Yeah.
They've got themselves a decent spot, a decent opportunity, but they still have to play very well this weekend, and a win against the likes of EU United to basically, I would say, guarantee themselves a top 2 placing in this pool would be a brilliant start for them on Friday.
Absolutely. Cloud9 comes in as the number 7 team. They're at the top of the bubble. They have teams like Panda Gaming, Allegiance, several other squads going through the open bracket, chasing after that spot. Remember, only the top 9 from North America will make it to stage 1. Cloud9, they have to show up. They can't have another event like they had at Paris or Atlanta.
No, and as we said, they played absolutely abysmal there. Right now, though, it is Cloud9 in the lead. When we talk about the big difference between these teams, you mentioned the slang earlier on. We did not see Gunless, Silly, and Pristini, 2 of them at double negative nearly, in that first series they played. Arcitys is doing everything he can to keep his team in it in the slag department. Nice job there by Saint, who's doing a fantastic job driving to get us over to Arcitys to see that 3-piece. The guy looks so comfortable right now, Chris, in how he's playing in this role in this lineup. We talk about how with the ERADs coming back into play, with the NV4 in the current meta that's been established, how that slower-paced AR has becoming more and more into light. EU United know that's Arcitys' role, and he's doing a great job of it here.
Huge props to Cloud9 for their play in the last 20 seconds. It looked like EU United was about to set up for the barn. Cloud9 gets all 4 down. They get total control. They still have 2 players in the barn scoring, and that is 24 straight seconds to our blue squad. United trying to challenge from the front door, but there's too much pressure. Silly is gonna break in.
And that break is possible because Gunless wins the first gunfight in the hard point, but while that's happening, again, Arcitys, who we talk about, wins the one-on-one battle for the back market spawn. It lets his teammates supplement the hill quicker with that back granny's area, spawning on up while the rest of Cloud9 are having to flood across that backfield side. Thankfully for C9, they will begin to break back on in, keep that lead at about 30 seconds, but United keeping this one close.
United absolutely blew out Millennium in both hard points. So far, they trail by 30, but their players starting to warm up a little bit. You see Pristini was in the kill feed quite a bit in that last hill. Gunless as well. The player I'm looking at, though, throughout this one was their star in their most recent hard point. Silly, 13-19. Great friends with Assault. Assault actually said, Silly's my best friend in real life. I'm excited to play against him, and so far, when you look at these matchups, Assault's definitely getting the better of him.
And I want to say something that's getting scary. If you're a fan of United, you've got Ricky now beginning to heat up. You saw a nice 3-piece from him sitting on that top tray. Now 19 and 15 on the 3 streak. Does get cut down there by none other than Arcitys, the guy that's really the only one shooting back on the side of United. The largest lead now of the game for Cloud9, up 161 to 101. A full 1 minute difference, but Chris and viewers, look at the bottom right of your screen. You have reactive armor, you've got the bombardment, the Trinity rocket ready to go. These are tools that Cloud9 can use as he just snaps onto Arcitys to close out this game and secure the Game 1 victory.
Absolutely, and Pristini has been on the losing side of his last 4 gunfights. I'm still looking for him in the kill feed. That is his 5th death at the hands of Lacefield. United getting blown out. A little bit of team kill action going in for Cloud9 is going to buy United an opportunity to lock down this baseball point, but it's not looking good so far for United. Cloud9 is just pulling further and further away.
When was the last time, if ever, have you seen United get outslain by 24 kills in a hard point? Right now, Cloud9 are just decimating them in slaying. And while United are doing what they can to keep this close, you're seeing how that slaying is slowly but surely giving Cloud9 more and more of a lead in this game. Instead of them just running away with this, Chris, they're basically just making this less and less possible for United to come back in. Now they've got 3 payloads ready to go. They still have the streaks to use. I just don't see how United come back in this game.
You got Assault +7, you got Ricky +4, you got Lacefield double positive, nearing 30 kills at this point, yet it's only 60 points that separate these 2 squads. This is a 1 hard point game right now. United is not out of it yet. The numbers don't make any sense to me right now, Jack. Why is Cloud9 not further ahead than they already are?
Well, what it is has been so far, it's been some scrappy play near a couple of these hills. There haven't been a full 60 hold yet for Cloud9, but they basically outscored United by 10, 15 seconds on this hill, this hill, this hill. And as the game has gone on, that's added up. They're not playing overly aggressive. They're not kind of wasting all their payloads and all their streaks in one hill. They're using it for when they get set up. Right now, actually, is the best chance United have to come back in this game. They already have players near this back market side. They get a little bit of the scrap time near middle map. They're down by only about 50 seconds now, but this is my worry, and this is what I talked about earlier. Cloud9 have all the tools in the world to go for the break. We'll see if they use it here.
Those rockets from the sky are no good when you're hiding inside a barn, and that's where United is right now. They are scoring. They have shut down the initial push from Cloud9. But look at that spawn. Player number 8, Aches, on a massive flank here. A gift from the gods could cause major problems. Silly has his hands full on a 7 streak, somehow keeping his team in this one. United fights off the god spawn and remains in control.
I don't know what I just watched. Somehow, Aches gets that spawn back there, and United still hauled off the pressure. Now they're beginning to come back into things. You had Silly on the streak, Camo being used by Gunless. They're doing whatever they can to lock down this hard point. He does get one. He's got the help of Arcinies as well. FTL jump being used. After all of this, somehow United get the majority of the time, and I'll be the first to admit it. They've somehow clawed back in this game. I said it wasn't possible, and they proved me completely wrong.
It's not Pristini, it was Silly. Gunless is heated up a little bit as well. He's back to just -6, but Silly was -14 over the last 3 minutes. He has gone back to even. He's back in this game, that 7 streak, turning things around, and that barn hill has brought them right back in it. We are going down to the final set of rotations. Is Cloud9 gonna lock up this game 1, or will they fold and lose all momentum?
If you're Assault, you've got to win that one-on-one gunfight there. That's just opened the door for United to surge on forward. Lacefield doing what he can to stay alive in the hard point, but it's not enough. As it's now Aches, the last remaining player for Cloud9 here. He's got 2 United players looking at him. That's Pristini and Arcinies. The duo still inside this hard point. I mean, Pristini having a horrible game, 21-38. One of the worst performances I've seen from him, but somehow his team is within 25.
Minute, 4 seconds left. We probably won't see this one go the distance to the timer. Not a whole lot of contest in these next few hills. Pristini waiting for his teammates to come off the spawn. Now here comes the push. Immediately though, Pristini is taken out. Gunless is able to trade, but Lacefield holds strong. He's going on 2 minutes of time.
Brilliant play by Lacefield right there. Uses his reactive armor in the hard point to stay alive, and because of that, he buys enough time for Cloud9 to surge on in. Pristini gonna use reactive armor of his own as these teams are just fighting for whatever bit of time they can. Cloud9 are within 15 seconds of winning, and that break right there might have secured it. It looks like Cloud9 will stay perfect in hard point this weekend. They're going to set themselves up with a 1-0 map lead in this series.
Jack, they've won all 3, and you're expected to win all 3 when you have 2 players going over 40 kills. Assault, 42 and 29, 42 kills for Lacefield as well, on top of his 2 minutes of hill time. These 2 young stars getting the job done in the slaying category.
Chris, you were doubting my prediction of Cloud9 being ready for this event when we had our little power ranking show, and for good reason.
I laughed when you said Cloud9 was a top 10 team in the world.
And I know, and I was kind of doubting myself, but I said that was my crazy prediction, and right now, if they continue playing this way in the respawn, specifically that hardpoint game mode, we could be seeing another Vegas-esque performance from this Cloud9. Again, there they placed second at that event. Since then, been completely quiet there. Statement game 1.
Absolutely, and you saw Pristini's face at the end of that game. The frustration is evident right there. You need one of the older veteran players on this squad to calm a young guy like Pristini down at this point. Burns, I know he is waiting for that game 2 break to talk to his young player, but he's not going to get a chance to talk to him before we go into search and destroy.
No. And I will say, this United squad, they've had their fair share of main stage rough circumstances that they've had to battle back mentally through. You think about Atlanta Grand Final, Optic take them to a Game 5 Series 1, they drop, they 3-0, I'm sorry, Series 1. Then they go to that second series, and they win it all the way in a Game 5. These guys have faced everything possible on the main stage. Do not count them out here, even after a rough Game 1 loss.
United is 1-1 in their search and destroys. Cloud9 able to clutch up in a Game 5 S&D against Mind Freak as well. This one could go either way, but as we take a look back at some of the highlights, this is the best I've seen Cloud9 in several months. This is looking like the squad we watched back in Vegas.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, I would say these last 3 hardpoint games they played were better than any of the hardpoint they played at the last 2 events. And it's crazy to say, but if you look statistically at what they put up, they weren't just bad, Chris. They were abysmal.
Let's see if Cloud9 will be able to pull out to a 2-0 lead, or is it E United able to answer back? Search and destroy coming up next. As we head to retaliation, look at it back at some of the numbers though here. Lacefield, the key player, a 1.79 with over 2 minutes of hill time. On the other side, we talked about him all game long. Arcitys had a fantastic first respawn.
Yeah, and we talked about how we saw Lacefield going off, 43 kills. He must have saw Formal put up 43 on the main stage in the last series. He said, hey, I can do the same thing here on Throwback Hardpoint. Many people say that Lacefield is the best player on this team. They thought that same way last year when he was a part of H2K.
Yep.
This guy has absolutely built a name for himself in competitive Call of Duty, and it's because he can put on explosive performances like that.
We'll keep our eyes on Lacefield when it comes to the respawns, but when we shift our focus over to E United, keep your eyes on Silly going into that Game 4. Search and destroy, though, anyone from E United can be that threat. We saw them against Millennium, constant flanks. Yep. They don't do it every round either, so they'll catch you off guard and they'll switch things up throughout their search and destroy. But I want to see who is the more aggressive team coming into retaliation. We've already watched E United on this map. We know exactly where they want to plant that bomb.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to bring up. I'm wondering if Cloud9 have studied up on how E United like to play this map. What did we see earlier? And I think a great learning opportunity for Cloud9 was to watch how Millennium played and don't do what Millennium did in these certain rounds. Millennium let E United control the pace, especially on offense. And when E United planted that bomb quickly, they kept that top patio control, which let them easily defend that lower street site. There's a look at your rig draft again. FTL jump players now picking power slide. As in the past, they wouldn't select it. Now makes less of a difference in regards to how the slide winds up playing in. So players will use it. Chris, is this Cloud9? I know we're getting ready. All hot and bothered here. It's Jack. Warm in Dallas. We're not used to this. We've been in New York City. We had a blizzard. It was 12 degrees. Here it was 80 degrees today.
It's quite a nice day.
Oh yeah.
Quite a nice day for some search and destroy. We're heading to retaliation. The Broken City. This is the bomb set you are going to see attacked over and over again. The market. That's where the teams will rotate after they get the bomb down. The key kills seems to be the start of the round, and you got to look for that player inside the bedroom every single time when you're attacking.
And Arcitys didn't use a sniper last time we saw United play this map. Wondering if he has a different mindset here already, something interesting coming out from the side of Cloud9. Lacefield is going to use this weapon to command top patio control. The extremely high rate of fire makes it completely lethal from close range.
Yeah, you've seen the ERAD, but this is the first time, at least that I've seen, the RPR Evo coming out. K-bar in hands of most of the players. You'll see a few NV4s. But keep your eyes on Lacefield on your mini-map. The battle is inside, and he is going to get the best of Gunless. Arcity's trying to answer back, but Assault is there to trade. Kills going back and forth, and we got a 1-0 start.
Easy for Cloud9 right there. Ironically enough, Silly is actually one of the pro players who's used the RPR Evo the most. He started with it online, then brought it to LAN a couple times. Funny to see Cloud9 use that own weapon against him. One thing I will say, Ake's actually the player I want to point out. Pristini was watching over the bomb site from top bedroom. They actually baited him out. That wall can be shot through very easily. Wall banged. Akes knows exactly where Pristini is sitting. Shoots right through the wall, kills him without even being threatened at all.
Doesn't need to see him to pick up the kills. Here's the opening fight, and Cloud9 is going to back away immediately. They're going to give up this bomb site and then try and go for a retake, something that we saw from Millennium against E United on this same map earlier today. Lacefield on a hard flank. Meanwhile, the rest of the Cloud9 members are spreading out around the map. Look for the Ricky Lacefield hit to come in right now, though.
Yeah, and this is exactly how United like to play this. They send Arcitys back to watch over their spawn. You've got Gunless with him now as well. They've gotten the first 3 kills already, and boom, just like that. United's offensive strategy still works. Quick plant, patio control, and Ricky will have to go take a swim with the fishes, as that'll be a 1-1 game.
A lot of people are watching this, Jack, and maybe questioning, why jump in the water? Why did he just throw himself away there?
Well, one, because they haven't killed the planter, if you let the bomb blow up, the player will get the score, which will not only help him with his streaks, but help him earn that payload ability a little bit quicker. Another thing there, when it's a 4v1, you have no chance of winning. Just jump off the map. Don't even give them a shot to wind up building up their streaks, no matter who it is.
Cloud9 back on the attack. They were successful the first time around. We'll keep our eyes on Lacefield, who is going back with that RPR Evo, and he is going to go across the same exact route. Yep. Assault has seen a player over on the bridge, so that's going to let them know that the bomb site should be open with a few less defenders. And any moment, I expect Ricky to throw that bomb down.
You know, it's crazy how one-sided this map has gotten again with planting this objective. There was a time where it was very one-sided, then that went away. Heads-up spot from Gunless there to predict Assault to be watching that flank. That's actually the best start yet we've seen from the side of E United on one of these defensive rounds.
We talked about the flanks from E United. Here it paid off for first blood, but it's Ricky, Aches, and now Lacefield in the feed. Last member alive is Silly. He's on the bomb site, but he has 2 players to get past, and Lacefield just tagged him up.
Yeah, Silly's pinned. He's not even getting pushed from Aches. He knows that this bomb cannot be defused. Why not just let Lacefield be the one to spot him? Now Aches has been holding that angle, will peek out. Nice communication there. I do want to say, though, for viewers tuning in at home, maybe this is your first time watching the CWL, wondering, you know, why doesn't he turn that RPR Evo into its assault rifle version of itself? Maybe challenge that player top patio. In the CWL rules, we actually do not play with the toggle weapons on, so you cannot split the Type 2 into 2 weapons. You can't turn the RPR Evo from the submachine gun into the AR. In the CWL rules, if you're going to use the RPR Evo, it can only be in the submachine gun mode.
Absolutely. Here we go. 2-1, Cloud9 with the lead. Also, it seems that they're just playing the smarter game so far. Keeping an eye on the positioning. Last time they went with a 4-man spread. It was Lacefield and Ricky who tried to go on a late flank, and they were punished by E United. This time around, they're going to get first blood. Arcity's already out of the action.
Last time they didn't challenge towards bottom bar. They only played for the back spawn. This time they do challenge towards bottom bar, and they wind up getting the first blood because of it. Cloud9 on your minimap, look, they have 4 players stacked in your top patio. It shows how important they know this area of the map is. But right now, they have no clue where the side of E United are. And with time ticking down, E United just need to check this bomb.
So many blue arrows had their backs to Pristini. He picks up one, now looking for a second. Almost picked up that one. We'll find Assault, and now you'll see the support come in. 2-2, good hold from E United after the plant.
Both of these teams playing such smart search and destroy right now. This win is possible, Chris, because they don't just let themselves get trapped lower street. They wind up setting 3 towards market, and when you have Cloud9 players peeking towards top patio, flanking from bottom bike shop, if United don't do that, they're just sitting ducks and they get punished for it.
They were a man down, but they had the bomb down as well, so Cloud9 had to come to them. And it will be C9 on the attack. Assault has always been peeking this bridge every start. This time around, he is going to be looking inside. They're going for a 4-man hit over at B. They're going to try and set up around that. Assault is going to drop to the back and watch the flank. Can Gunless punish him once again?
And look, this is the round where Cloud9, they can't plant right now. Gunless gets the kill on the flank. Thankfully, Aches does get one on a Silly to keep it a 3v3 on the side of Cloud9. But still, no objective planted. This has been the longest time yet for a team on offense to get that bomb down.
And here's your key player right now. Arcities is on the flank. You have your 2 distractors in the middle. Ricky's going to punish Pristini. So now it is a 2-on-3 E United. They still have time to work with, though. Cloud9 has not planted the bomb. They can just wait and bait, and now they see exactly what's up. Arcities is going to make the call out. Here comes the duo. Arcities and Gunless. Can they get it done once again?
They've been the 2 superstars for this team. Gunless wins the first gunfight up against Aches. Now a 2 versus 2. Gunless quite weak, gets the call. This is player bottom bike shop who's one shot. Actually, both Cloud9 players have to back on up. They know where they are. E United have the pinch. If I'm Cloud9, I would just flood out towards one side. I would just pick a side and both go towards it, because right now, the pinch is easily going to come in.
But they have to go for a defuse.
Yeah, I
and
think
you got to get the kills first. There's the peek from Arcities. And now Gunless is going to
I love it.
Deal.
I love it.
Shooting some bodies, Jack.
Oh, he sent it a message right there. I just think Cloud9 played that one too passive. Right there, you know, you're getting pinched by United. Flood out one side, give your player a chance to trade, make it a 1v1, and get out and try to reset the map, basically. There, how do you expect to win that when you're just both being pinched from either side?
So to remind you guys what just happened as we take a look at that powerful mustache from Lacefield, That was a first blood in favor of Cloud9. It was traded pretty quickly as you saw the flanker, Gungless, able to take out Assault. But then it was a 3-on-2 advantage for Cloud9. Arcides and Gungless clutching up at the end.
And why is that all possible? Gungless sitting top patio, has free reign to fire down on the players on the site. They have to give it up, and once that happens, they lose all map control, and where do they get trapped? Inside Bike Shop.
Here we go, bomb already down. We are into round 6, and Silly is in this bedroom. He's got the ERAD for the short-range action. His teammates spread out across the back. Cloud9 has not challenged yet, and they're running out of time. Just 30 seconds left. You need at least 7.5 to get on that bomb.
Yeah, and he's got all the help he needs right now. If you're sitting top bedroom, what can Ricky do? He somehow made it towards this lower street side and nearly loses the one-on-one versus Pristini. 3 versus 3, 15 seconds left. I just don't see how this is possible for Cloud9 with so little time remaining. 1 versus 2. Lacefield, you're the last man alive, and it's not enough. E-United take the round and go up 4-2.
How scary is Gunless? Just sliding around, hitting his first bullet almost every time. Let's take a look at this final play. The duo Arcides and Gungless picking up the final kill once again. E-United started off slow, but it seems that they have found their form. They are starting to pull away now.
Hey, there we go. Gunless is rocking some E-United attire this time around. Last event, he was wearing whatever
no more anime.
This time, Burns says, boy, you're repping the brand up there.
He cut the mullet?
Yes.
He's wearing a team jersey?
There you go. the push from amateur to pro is shown right there. As now Lacefield, this has been working for him all game. RPR Evo, top patio, but when you're getting challenged by 3 players and you're by yourself, you're setting yourself up to fail.
All right, Papa Price, he started off pretty warm. He was at 4-2, now 4-5. What is Aches able to get done? Ricky with your bomb, and they've lost Lacefield. So it's a 3-on-4, disadvantage to Cloud9. They also don't have the quick bomb plant that they were getting in the earlier rounds of this game.
Yep.
So things are looking bad, but this C9 team, the veterans, they know how to make a slow play work.
Yeah, and it all starts with planting the objective, and that's going to be their first play call here. So it will be a 3v4. United will have to go for this defuse. Aches has to watch this top patio area. Thankfully, Ricky has rotated towards that side, and look at your mini-map. E-United have a play call. It's to hit the arches, and Aches with the terrible timing will get cut down. 2 versus 4 now for Cloud9.
Yeah, he went to check to his right just as 2 players pushed. Ricky somehow gets the best of Silly here, but now he's all alone. Gunless and Pristini left up at the end. And it's going to be Pristini who is given the defuse. Keep your eyes on the payloads here. It's now game point for E-United. They go into round 8 up 5-2.
5-2, that scoreline we always talk about, but you have to remember, you've got Camo now ready. The reactive armor, 1 kill away. E-United giving themselves tools to win this game, just like Cloud9 did back on that hard point. Chris, I just don't see how this one's possible right now if you're on the side of Cloud9.
Oh, I see how it's possible, Jack. You need Assault.
Okay.
You just need a little Assault, do some damage, play more confident. Right now, they're letting E-United come to them.
Yeah, and E-United have been allowed to play how they want every single time on offense. There's the plant. Now they have to defend the site, and this is what they're best at here.
Gunless is gone, so your active camo player out of the action. Silly trying to rotate over. There's 4 players on top of the stairs here for Cloud9. 2 are going to fall at the hands of Silly, and Pristini's going to find Assault. Lacefield, last man alive. Can he clutch it? Not going to happen.
Nope.
6-2. Silly and E-United getting the job done.
I knew the series was going to be close, and I'm happy we're going to a game 3 tied up 1-1. There's your final kill cam coming in from Silly. Again, everyone on E-United getting involved. That map right there, if I'm a team, I do not want to play United on Retaliation, Search and Destroy.
You know, and I said, look out for Pristini. He had an awful game 1. He looked shaken. What a bounce back from him. It was Gunless and Arcides doing most of the heavy lifting, but Pristini had a solid game. Silly closing out with a 3K as well. So this whole team, they're clicking and Search and Destroy. E-United has been all over the place. I don't know what to expect from them moving forward.
Yeah, and now we're going into an uplink, which E-United, we saw them drop it very narrowly with a heartbreaking 5-4 loss to Millennium. We saw Cloud9 struggle in the game mode 2 earlier on, so I'm at a point now where if both teams can lose an uplink, I would say that this would be a game where it could happen.
It's day one here from CWL Dallas. We are in the pools right now. This is Pool B with the two undefeated teams, Cloud9 and EU United. As we take a quick look back at some of the action, it was Cloud9 striking first. Assault in Lacefield, we're the kings of respawn. On the other side, you gotta look out for Arcides as EU United is looking to take the lead in the best of 5. Silly turning it on with a nice two-piece.
These guys are proving they are the real deal. Silly inside, ready to go. That should be another kill coming through. That just, they almost run into Silly's bullets.
Silly's strength right now that I see is really his leadership and his ability to tell his team, boys, we need to play. When I spoke to him prior to Atlanta, he said, Jack, I kid you not, we played more than any other team coming in this weekend. They practiced every day and it showed in how they performed.
I think one of his biggest strengths right now is the leadership role he takes on. He's very much the father figure of the team. He's playing with 3 young talents who have really burst onto the scene this year. And with a player like Silly who's been around for such a long time, they need that coaching, they need that guidance. And I think that's something that Silly is very, very good at.
Silly's gameplay a little bit reminds me of Karma, where his job is to just fill the role of his team. He's not putting up the major numbers. He's the guy that makes sure his team wins. He keeps them in check. And he's also a great motivator for the rest of his squad.
It's very hard to give weaknesses to a player on a team who's just won a major event, but if you had to point anything out, you would look at his respawn KD, 0.92. Not the strongest, but when your teammates are slaying as well as his are, you don't really need to worry about it. He's there just to make sure he has the cuts, pick up the slack, and be that team leader in game.
Right now, EU United is a force to be reckoned with in competitive Call of Duty, especially on North American soil, and it's all led by Silly. If he can continue to grow these young players, he can prove to be one of the better leaders in competitive Call of Duty.
It's great to see him on top. Now the big question I have, and I'm sure so many others out there share, how long will he stay on top?
One of my favorite parts of this guy is the different hair colors we get to see from him event in and event out.
Yeah.
And the fact that he doesn't need sleep. At night, he goes out to EDM shows in every city he visits. He's a big music fan, but it doesn't affect his gameplay when he gets back in the venue the next day.
I don't know how he does it. I mean, and then being one of the leading teams in Call of Duty as well. You heard me mention that video. EU United, they are a force to be reckoned with on North American soil.
North America.
So far, that stands true. Paris, not so much, obviously. There, they had to go through that open bracket. definitely weighed on them a little bit different there. First time in Europe competing for some of those guys. But here back in North America, they're now 1-0 in their Pool B, and they're going up against the other 1-0 team in Cloud9. And if you're just tuning into the CWL Dallas Open presented by the PS4, we are well underway with day number 1, $200,000 on the line. Some of the best teams in the world, well, all the best teams in the world competing here. And at the end of this weekend, Chris, we will know our 16 teams who will be competing in the CWL Global Pro League Stage 1.
$1.4 million up for grabs in that Stage 1.
And Stage 2.
Kind of a big deal.
2.
Oh, yeah.
Stage. Between the two stages. Yeah. It's not that crazy.
Come on, Jack. We're just 700.
Only
it's
700,000. My God. Oh, gosh.
I like it. And then, of course, we will have the Call of Duty World League Championship to close out the year, where the big money is on the line. But first, you got to get through Dallas, where $200K up for grabs. These two teams fighting for their piece of it. United, they took home the biggest check from Atlanta. Can they do it again here in Texas? On your screen first, we're going to take our eyes to Cloud9. Lacefield was an absolute monster to start throwback. Will he be able to do it once again? First blood on Pristini, but now that's 4 down.
A perfect break there for E United as they'll move that drone right up right away. Wondering if they play it passive or do they just go to settle for the 1. It's going to be Arseny's trying to throw it up. Intercepted by none other than Lacefield, the guy who dropped 43 kills with 125 seconds in the hard point, the MVP of Game 1.
Keeping our eyes on Cloud9, it was Ricky leading the charge. He went for the wall run, the other 3 looping around the other side of the sub. They know everyone's going to be challenging here in the Robo Bay. And I'm looking to see, are they just going for a 4-man stack against a 4-man stack, or are they going to start sending flankers? So far, it's kills being traded back and forth. At the end of it all, it's Assault left up against Arcides. The drone is on the ground, and no one is scoring.
Yeah, they're just playing for map control right now, only the first minute into the game. One thing I do want to quickly touch on, Chris, is that use of that RPR Evo we saw from Lacefield. I don't know if I'm fully sold on him. I don't think he is as well. The first gunfight in this game, he brought it out, used it. Second life, switches back over to that ERAD, the gun that everyone's really more comfortable with. I like when players try to switch things up, but I mean, there's a reason why Silly, who was the first one to really adopt that weapon, even went away with it and stopped using it. I just don't know if it's on the same tier right now as the likes of the ERAD.
A player who's going into another tier, taking his gameplay to the top level. It is Aches, 7-3 on a 2 streak right now. That is the second time he had big multi-kills in the sub bay to stop E United from pressing forward. Now it's Cloud9 trying to get into position to grab this drone. Ricky in a one-on-one here, half health, and he still wins the fight against Pristini. They have all 4 members up, but they're rotating this drone back towards this base. This could be dangerous. Cloud9 not looking to score. They're just looking for better positioning.
And you know, one thing to mention is we are now in the CWL Dallas Open in 2017. Aches' first championship win in his career came at the MLG Dallas event back in 2011. Shows how long this guy's career has been going on for. You heard the likes of TP and Merc mention it as well. Guys still involved for so long in competitive Call of Duty. It's just great to see.
I remember watching him and thinking, man, the boy's going through puberty. When he was yelling at people, he would screech at times. He was such a youngster, but he has been a mainstay here in competitive Call of Duty every single year. You have to take notice of what team Aches is on going into the World League Championship. Currently, you have Assault, though, 11-3 on a 7 streak, going up against E United, who simply cannot get any slaying going in the last minute.
Assault's actually in middle map right now. I don't think he even knows why he's over in this area. He's going to go for the flank, tries to get both, but he gets punished in the end. I don't know exactly what Assault was thinking right there.
I mean, the drone carrier has more health. Maybe go for the easy kill first? No, I have no idea. I think he just expected the drone to be up front. Assault is now in the hole 0-2 despite a 12 streak, but now they should be able to put points on the board. As I say that, Arcity says no, shuts the door in their face. E United has cleared all 4 members of Cloud9, and they have total control of the map.
Yeah, E United doing a solid job so far of defending their base, especially when they do lose a little bit of control of that sub-base side. That's their money area that they have to keep locked down. E United, surprisingly, have put much more pressure on this outer wall run cliff side than you're used to seeing. And now Arcity has actually dodged 2 players. He should have a free 1-point throw. There it is. E United now with a 2-possession lead.
Nice moves. Arcity's putting up his first toss. The first 2 points came from Gunless. And now you're going to see the drone picked up once again by E United. The kills going down. It was Silly with the melee while carrying that drone. And a bad pass is going to result in 2 down. Ricky with the 2-piece has switched over to E-Rad officially as well.
You see Lacefield there. Shockwave onto Pristini. Cloud9 still trying to push through this sub-bay robo side. And so far, they've had no luck with it. This looks like their best opportunity yet. 4 do go down. They've got 1 player to beat. That's going to be none other than Gunless, as he'll at least keep it to a 1-point play for Cloud9, still a 2-point lead for E United.
You got 3 kills from Ricky on that run. Aches calls in his score streaks, and it only results in a 1-point play.
Hey,
so keep your eyes on the score here. I'm so surprised with the way Cloud9 is outslaying their opponents. You have Assault 20-8. How are you losing by 2?
Yeah, the other guy, Lacefield, who was a monster in game 1, currently at 6-12. You're just missing some of those key gunfights. And again, we talk about how United have stayed alive here. This should be a dunk in the final moments. 2-1, will they get the drone in time? No. The kill from Aches actually stops it in his tracks. So that's gonna be big to keep in mind. We already know how Frost Uplink is a lower scoring game, and a missed opportunity there as Aches somehow sneaks behind the final player to stop that drone before it goes in.
That is like stealing the ball in the mid alley-oop.
Yeah.
Silly was in the goal. He was in the air waiting for the pass. It just simply never came.
Yep.
So Aches with a big play is going to keep this a 1-possession game. Otherwise, it would have been 5-1 entering our second half. If you're just joining us, this is the swing game. We're in the second match for both E United and Cloud9. Both teams won their previous series in Game 5 Search and Destroys. E United beat Millennium, Cloud9 beat Mind Freak here in Pool B, and this is the fight for the top of the group.
Right now we're watching Assault. The guys having a monster game at 21-10. Unfortunately, the monster score's not there for Cloud9 as they're still down by 2. E United have had 2 nail-biter uplinks so far today. Their first one was a 1-point loss to Millennium, now just a 2-point lead. So these guys have not had a breather at all in the uplink game mode. And a lot of it right now is just from some of these unorthodox pushes. They're still going for this outer cliff side, and I don't even think they know what's going on.
And Jack, keep your eyes on the kill feed. I've seen a lot of different weapons being switched up here. Pristini is now going full E-Rad. Ricky seemed to go full SMG as well towards the end of that first half. Some K-bars being pulled out where Silly was running the E-Rad in the first half. So what weapons are these teams deciding to go with? That's probably going to dictate their playstyle. And so far, it looks like E United, they don't want to force these fights inside the sub-bay. They want to have longer range fights, either in this position that we have Silly or outside along the ice.
Yeah, they're trying to do that, but right now, Cloud9 keep getting these waves of 3, 4 dead. Here's another scenario now. Silly's last alive, he gets cut down. All map positioning goes over to Cloud9, and while we were talking a little bit there, Cloud9 did get a 1-point play on the board to bring it to 3-2. Still fighting for every bit of positioning they can get. Aches getting a 2-piece like that, again, stops any opportunity for United to push forward and score with the drone.
Everybody's fighting inside. Assault, he's looking. Gonna grab that drone and just waste some time. His teammates trying to get into position, and Assault will go down the hole. That means the drone is reset. Aches outside waiting for it, and he's gonna get slammed to the ground by Pristini.
Yeah, it was a smart play from the side of Cloud9 to go ahead and buy time while running around that bottom sub-bay side to give Aches a chance to play for middle map. Unfortunately, though, you saw there, Pristini gets the better of him. And now the boys of E United will actually throw the drone right to Aches to stop him from being able to shoot back. This is their best chance they've had yet for a push inside 2.
Silly tossing the drone up. Arcides is gonna grab it, goes for the 1, and he's gonna score it. The result, though, Lacefield with the 3K. So it's Cloud9 who should be able to get in position first. They have to start scoring, though. Can they get a dunk out of this?
Gunless needs to start this push right on off, and there's the 1v1 gunfight win. The ticking time bomb we always talk about in uplink is that active camo, and look at how close Gunless now is. 3 players dead, 1 person remaining for Cloud9. It's Lacefield, he misses the drone. He can't throw it out in time, but I do believe he's bought enough time for his teammates, unless Silly can make the dunk happen. E United now up 6-2, and they've now gotten 1 kill away from earning themselves camo.
Staggered spawns. Finally, the 2-piece will result in 2 players coming up for Cloud9.
Oh God,
and they can
Assault!
fight out. Assault just removes Ricky and Lacefield from the map. Drone is gonna pile in once again. with a minute 40 left, you know Ix is looking over at his teammates and saying, let's focus on hardpoint.
Bro, what are you doing right there? Assault tries to clear out his base. The only thing he does is clear out his base for United to score. Now up 9-2.
Pristini, nice guy, didn't want double digits there,
right.
slams the ground, stays alive, throws a 9th one on the scoreboard. Ricky trying to answer back. There is enough time to get back in this game, but you need to spawn kill, spawn kill, spawn kill. Overdrive is used, 2 more points on the board. It is still a 3-possession game though.
Nice nade there by Aches, but still, with 1 minute remaining, 3-possession game, as you mentioned. Streaks coming on in for the side of Cloud9. Assault not killing his teammates with this one. A little bit of improvements now being made for this Cloud9 team. Either way, this one just does not look like it's going to be possible. What a performance from United to use this preferred side to their advantage. They pushed through that back sub-bay area. And remember, the first 2 minutes of this side, Chris, they really weren't doing anything.
No, it's kind of just a stalemate.
Yeah.
Now you see the camo play coming in the final moments. Gunless is going to make it 11-4 into the double digits. Silly, what a turnaround in his game. 36-22. I highlighted the player coming into this one, the veteran, the captain of the squad, leading by example.
I love it when things work out like that. It makes us look smart.
Sometimes.
Doesn't happen often. 11-4 now. GG's all around. United now 1 map away. They're going back into hardpoint again, but remember.
Yes, salute him.
Yes, Cloud9 have yet to lose this game mode so far this weekend. United looking quite strong though right there.
I asked Arcides, what do you think about matching up against Aches and Cloud9 in the next match? He said, meh, we'll play anybody. So he gave me no energy, no love, but he was the guy shooting bodies in game 1.
Oh, look there.
You see a little extra salt being shared here in Texas. And
bags.
And a lot of saluting going down here on the dead bodies. They're not talking trash on the main stage, but they're doing it in the game. They're trying to get in Aches' head.
They're having some fun, and that's what I love to see, man. I want more and more trash talk coming back into Call of Duty. I think it's good. Keep it reasonable. Keep it reasonable, but at the same time, those rivalries, baby, the storylines, folks, it's happening right now.
Cloud9, they're the underdogs coming in. You think they could have taken this match, or did you count United as
I had
guaranteed
Cloud9,
victory?
I had Cloud9 actually winning this pool. And that was my crazy prediction when we did our little caster round tables. You can find all our thoughts on the pools, callofduty.com/CWL. We broke down where we thought all these teams would go, and I said my crazy prediction was Cloud9 to win this pool. Right now, they do have hardpoint coming up, which in the past I would have been like, I don't know how they're going to do, but so far they've looked lights out in it this weekend.
Assault has looked so good in the respawn game modes. Other than that big blunder where he blew up 2 of his teammates using score streaks, the man was on fire. He opened it up with a 12 streak, but while he was on a 12 streak, somehow United started scoring. And in the second half, it didn't matter what Assault did. It seemed that United was just in the position with the teammate to always win those fights.
Assault poorly positioned himself to where United got their first dunk. He got that 12 streak. Cloud9 didn't even score off of it. And then because of the streaks he earned, he killed his teammates, which then gave not only United a dunk, but a rally to go for a second dunk after. They lost all map positioning. There was the camo play from Gunless that I was talking about. It's basically a free 2 points. Here's a look at that one. Look at side 2. 8 points to 3 on the side of Cloud9. Silly, 37 kills, a 1.61 KD.
And you saw a good game out of Aches. He was above his average normally in the respawns. Meanwhile, Ricky kind of disappeared in that respawn. So look for Ricky, the other veteran on the squad alongside Aches, to try and pick it up as they head into Hardpoint next. And when we compare these two teams in Hardpoint, I was going to just say United, by far the stronger squad. Bit surprising to see what happened in that game 1, but United did show that they could come back towards the end. Cloud9, they have to go hard all next 10 minutes if they want to force another game 5.
And what was funny was when I caught up with Aches after a series versus Mindfreak, I said, what was that? You know, going all the way to game 5, that far in the series? He goes, Jack, to be honest with you, we won the hard points. And in my opinion, that means we won the series very easily. That's how heavy he weighs hardpoint right now in the current meta of Infinite Warfare. He says if we win those, in my head, we won the series. Right now, they've got to win that to force that game 5 again. What can they do? They had a monster performance from Lacefield, which helped secure that game 1 victory. The guy dropped 43 kills on Throwback. Can he do it again on Scorch?
And there is some communication on the side for
Looks
Cloud9.
intense.
Iggs and Ricky trying to call the shots. Lacefield obviously did not like what was called out right before this game kicked off. We're about a minute away as our players will be kicking off the rig draft. So far, when you look at hard points, Jack, who's going to be the strongest rig? Who's going to be the key player for each squad?
Looking at it so far, obviously Reactive Armor had a big impact on that first game, especially when we saw Lacefield use it on the likes of that baseball hardpoint. Always one that has been forever good, even last year when you had the likes of the kinetic armor. Always so popular. It's that great tool to go ahead and break into a hardpoint. You'll see the rest of the rigs here. Scorch, a map where the Centurion absolutely has a role in that top hangar area. I don't know if it's as impactful as the likes of Reactive Armor, but it still has a role, especially on this map.
Pristini, the reactive armor player for United. Also keep your eyes on Gunless, who has been running that camo. Aches is going to be your camo player for Cloud9. It's time to see game number 4. It's United now on match point after taking a big win in Uplink. They could seal the deal on Cloud9's hopes to win this pool with a big win here.
Let's get it, baby. I'm excited. It's day 1 of the CWL Dallas Open, presented by the PS4. $200,000 on the line, and we've got all 3 regions represented right now. It is match point for United to go 2-0 in their pool, in Pool B.
Nades coming out everywhere. And it's going to be United winning the opening fight. They drop the first player, and then it's 4 down for Cloud9. I feel like I've seen this before. Pristini gets the call-outs from player 2, that's Gunless. No one on the left side of the map. They're all going to be coming through the flank. Ricky and Assault picking up 2. Gunless is there to answer back. United keeping Cloud9 from scoring up to this point, but this first hard point, it's just your scrappy hill.
Yeah, I'll give that to you, though, Cloud9. They broke that one pretty easily. Now, though, the big worry for them, they've got to push right on through this back area and get the spawns. For as long as you see those red arrows spawn up on the left side of your minimap, United are in a better spot. They can give up the rest of this time, but they are happy as long as they have that left side mini-map spawn near that turbine area. Great, they're playing scrappy in middle. It looks like they're gonna end this first hill with a slight lead, which is only a cherry on top, as right now they're up by about 9 seconds.
And taking a look at the scoreboard, very close game.
You're right there, you getting excited with the headset?
Yeah, man, someone pulled my cord. 5-2 is Assault. He was also the player at the top of the map in the key gunfight versus Pristini. Pristini holds strong. So United is continuing to score here in the turbine. They've got the top entrance watched, 2 players watching low, and no one to worry about on the flank. They've got Cloud9 pinned, and one by one, they are just taking them out.
And this is, look at Gunless' aggression there. It doesn't actually pay off for him as he loses that one-on-one, but it shows how confident he is as a player. And if you're a new viewer and you're wondering why I was harping on the fact that they had those spawns for so long, it's because look at how much time the boys of United have now gotten off this hill. When this hard point started, they were up by 9 seconds. At the end of this hill, they'll be up by over 50. A perfect hold for United, as now we're gonna flip the script. It's Cloud9 with the spawn that they wanna have, and it's United fighting from the back foot.
United's gotta break in, and this is gonna require a whole lot of communication and teamwork. I'd love to throw it to an Astro Listen In with United.
He's weak. He's low. Let's go.
I'm going back door. Absolute dead. Let's go. Back low. He's back right. Back left on you guys.
Bridge. Look, bridge.
Wait, Balk probably. I have the back. I have the back. I have your wall. Middle. I have your wall.
I got it.
Middle weak.
Another one. Ace middle.
Waste under patio. I got it. Under patio. Yeah, you're right. My bad. There's 2 patio. They're hitting wall run. Good job. You're playing streaks. Play streaks, Pierce.
Ricky,
I kill him.
Patio still.
Bridge. There's 2 bottom.
That's fine.
Two less.
12 seconds. We spawned new.
Someone hold kick. I'm gonna Scarabin Hill.
I got it. Back up.
I'm Scarabin Hill.
Gonna be more. Blue. He's absolute. He's going back door.
All right, they killed my
thing. One cave. Two BS&D. We spawn cave. Stay left.
They fucking
streak.
Yeah, I can streak. Just wait. Stay alive. Don't have to challenge.
There's one close.
Absolute close.
Back off. He snaked me. Assault's backing up the blue.
Don't let him push.
They're not pushing up. They're backing up. They backed up.
No.
What's one? Push.
Absolute. He's in hill.
Hurt in hill.
Yeah, there's one BS&D too.
I'm nading hill. I naded their side.
Absolute dead on hill.
Good job.
All right, let's go. I'm pushing into blue. Pushing into blue.
Keep it up. Yep.
I'm in blue. I'm in blue. Under blue. Under blue. He's in blue now. Good job.
Good job.
I didn't see anything else. They're gonna be elbow though. They're gonna be elbow, Pierce.
He's switching me.
Love the communication from E United, especially on the rotation. On this Listen In alone, we saw a 7 streak from Gunless, a 7 streak from Pristini, but Chris, when they gave up those last 13 seconds, again, that's the second time now, they give up some time to play for the 60, and twice they did it on Turbine and now on Drill. They've done a good job of holding, and now look at the lead they've earned themselves at the end of the first rotation.
I was really impressed with the communication from Gunless as well throughout that. You heard the constant communication of all players, but he had the calm voice. When things were wrong, he said, don't worry about it. We got this. We got this. You see Arcity's just mopping up players as once again, it's 4 down for Cloud9. They're being outscored by 100 points.
Every time Arcity's threw a grenade as well, he called out not only where it was going, but if it was going to weaken somebody. I throw one up behind the pillar. He's going to be weak. He challenged. They got easy cleanups. There was never a time where you felt like, oh, here comes a team killer. Uh-oh, they don't know where that nade's going to land. Flechettes are so useful, and Arcity's doing a great job of putting that tool to its fullest advantage.
A lot of people said United doesn't communicate well. I think they have silenced the haters, something they've obviously been working on since we've last seen them. Arcity's 11-12, but it's Gunless at 20-9. The big numbers to look at on your scoreboard. On the other side, just 5-15 for Aches. They're down by basically double at this point, more than that. Aches needs to show up if they want a search and destroy game 5.
Remember, folks, okay,
or just go unplug Gunless's controller. Someone needs to stop this man.
Okay, Gunless, our MVP from Atlanta, making another case for it here at 23-10. Go look at the difference from Cloud9 slaying in the first 3 hard points they won to this point this weekend to now the first one where they're down by such a major deficit. It will be night and day. These guys are not getting the kills. They're always fighting from the back foot. They're always spawning out. And this is easy pickings for E United.
If you're an SMG player, keep your eyes on player number 2 on your mini-map. That is Gunless, who is doing the big dirty work. But at this point, E United is just 45 points away. Cloud9 needs to rally back right now. Let's go over to our blue squad with another Astro Listen In.
Shot. Nice, good trade, bro. One more top. He's going from the bottom to the top.
Where's spawn?
Spawn on the back.
Play tight. All right, I'll help you. I'll watch your hall. All right, good.
Trying to hold
nothing front. Nothing front.
Low angle.
They're gonna take their time.
One's low. One guy's low.
Could have an ability.
No, I'm gonna shot my back. Can't play back front. Camo front. Damn it, dude. Camo.
I don't know how to. I think it was hall.
I spawn hall. Dude, try to get a kill.
I got one. Nice. Behind me.
Get one. Dude, baby, let's go, baby. Let's go. We can do this, guys. We can do this.
Everyone go fucking hard. I have hall. I'm watching hall.
We're missing one.
They're middle.
Who's the last guy?
I don't know. He's middle though. I got naded.
No, he's in the back. I got him. That's 3 in the middle now. They're all middle. Go.
I help you. Where is he?
I don't know. I think it's Warren. Warren. I got him. Nice. Another one. Warren. 2 Warren. Let's do Warren. Where? Top and bottom. Top. 2 top.
I have you. Make him jump.
Let's go. We can do this.
Bottom.
That's a huge 20.
Backed off. I think he backed off.
Let's go. We get a 60. We're back in it.
Still there. He just came.
Middle. Gunless dead.
Nice.
We're good.
They're rotating. I got time.
Take your time.
Hey, follow me front. I got him. Nice.
Don't give him scraps.
There's no in front.
Okay, we gotta get that. Oh, what the fuck? He's moonrocking now. Moonrock. Yo, in the next hill.
He's spawning.
That's a huge kill. All right, get on my side.
I'm blue right now.
No, they push me, Moonrock. Already faster than us, guys. They're just behind the pillar.
Here. I have a steal. Come here.
They need 30 seconds. They win.
He pushed me left. Right door dead. Push left.
Let's go.
Baiting him. I got him.
3 guys.
Right.
Got him. All right, let's go. We get this. We're good. Get
mid. Deep elbow.
Either side door.
I'm safe in hill. I'm safe.
They're going for you guys in hill.
I'm safe still.
At the middle, they're all Moonrock.
I think they fucking got me. It's fine. Just
got me close.
Warren on me. Oh, man.
He's weak.
Dude, get him. Stay up. I'm coming from blue. Stay down. We're coming. Stay down.
Jack, that's the end of our Astro Listen In, and it may be the end of the game. The score streaks came out. Cloud9 was rallying back, but all of a sudden, it's E United right back in charge. Gunless all over them.
Yeah, and you heard even Ricky go, guys, we can do this. We just need to hold this hill. We just need to hold this. And what winds up being the one thing that stops them from locking down the control of Drill, it's the streaks they gave up earlier because of how badly they were outslayed. They're now 4 seconds from winning this game, and I believe right now they should shut the door. E United sit atop Pool B with a 2-0 start as they look to be back-to-back CWL MLG champions.
What a series from E-United. They went to Game 5 against Millennium, the second highest seeded team in this group, now playing Cloud9, the third highest, and they make quick work after a troublesome Game 1.
You see some of the frustration there from Cloud9. That's the first hard point they've lost so far this weekend, and from my perspective, it's pretty simple. When you don't get the kills, you don't win the map for Cloud9.
Gotta get that E-Rad out of Gunless's hands as well. That was so dangerous on Scorch, and United, they've shown strengths in all different scenarios. They can do it at range. They've had flashes of brilliance in search and destroy at times. Their uplink game was incredible on Frost.
Yeah.
But this last one, I think, was the biggest beating we've seen.
There were some mistakes that series for Cloud9, and E-United did a great job of capitalizing on it. The best teams in the world do that. They did it in that uplink to give themselves that huge victory, and then they carried that momentum into the hard point, and it really all started with great control of not only the first two hills, but even with the break towards this hangar hard point, they got streaks coming in from not only one player, but two. You see it here from Gunless as well. Everything was clicking for the side of E-United off the break of this game, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, Pristini opens up with a 7 streak. Gunless is right behind him a minute later.
Ooh.
And then Silly just causing problems on the rotation for the key points for Cloud9. They were never able to set up outside of that one time in the hangar. Just too much pressure from our red squad.
E-United look good in their respawns. They obviously dropped the one hard point, but outside of that, a close uplink with Millennium earlier on, and that one hard point. So far, they're 4-2 in respawns this weekend, keeping right around that 70% win percentage that they had back at Atlanta, which gave them that championship victory. On the other side for Cloud9, yes, you're not happy you lost that series, but you're still fighting for that second place spot. They have one more series tonight to go at 2-1.
Their biggest match is going to come up against Millennium later today. Remember, only 2 teams come out of each pool. We started with 4. We will be adding an open bracket into each of those for tomorrow. But day 1 is really where you need to set the tone and set the pace. Cloud9, they control their fate. They're at 1-1. But now their back's up against the wall. They need a big win over the European team.
And again, that Millennium squad, they looked very good from what we saw earlier on. We'll have to get an update on how exactly they performed in their second series. But Millennium, formerly Infused, as many people regard them as the best team in Europe, right alongside Splice. There's a lot to look forward to still on day 1 of the CWL Dallas Open. But for now, we know who sits atop Pool B. It is E-United. When we come back, it is time for prime time. We'll see you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. Of course, action continuing here throughout the evening. We have the open bracket games still going on, of course, and still several games to go on main stage, including Optic Gaming versus Team Envious coming up next, which I know we're all excited about. But before we get there, we should update everyone on what is going on elsewhere. Of course, I believe the game on Charlie Station is still actually going on. TP, that was one that you were watching pretty extensively. Luminosity versus Elevate. Last time I checked, Luminosity were 2-1 up. Is that still the case?
Yes, the hardpoint is going on right now. LG has a bit of a comfortable lead, I'd say, on Throwback here, up about 30 points right now. But ELV doing a great job trying to, basically just stay involved as long as possible. The slaying power from LG is quite strong on these respawns. The fact that Elevate was able to win the uplink, I was quite impressed at that. The first two maps, however, I just don't think there's too much to talk about, really. Just LG going head-to-head with them, better slaying team, Octane having a hell of a series, and it's actually crazy. Classic actually went 35-20 on the link, and they ended up losing. So it's just sort of weird stuff going on in the stat category in which you wouldn't think it would be playing out this way, but overall, payload abilities coming in for Elevate here, which you can see on your screen now. They should be able to hold down this barn.
Yeah, we can go to a live look in full screen right there for you guys at home. You can see the score, 190-177. Merc, is this something that you would have expected, looking at hardpoint specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. This was a map that we saw Elevate play FaZe in, and FaZe came out and started dominating them very early on, but Elevate made sort of a comeback, and I believe that game ended around 200 to 250, so I mean, maybe Throwback, just a map that Elevate feels comfortable in. You look at that scoreboard, I mean, rated, the new addition to Elevate performing very well.
Very well indeed. I believe that's his 32nd kill. And just how good is Rated, for those that don't know, Momo?
I mean, Rated's a phenomenal individual player, but I think it's really, showing who he's playing with. And it's when you combine that Rated and Reedy combo, he's in his element. He's in that comfortable position. It's kind of what I spoke about with Bance and Zero. They have that chemistry, that is almost unmatched. And we see now Elevate actually taking the lead. We jumped into this with Luminosity having a 30-point comfortable lead. And now we saw, I think it was Raid there, 9-kill streak to get his team back in this. I'm not sure if he has streaks and payloads available, but we're going to see them in the last couple of seconds here.
This is looking very, very good for Elevate. Of course, a win in this map would, of course, force a Game 5. It looks as if they may actually be able to take this one, Merc.
Yeah, Octane was able to get these streaks. You look at the scoreboard right there, and the dude is just absolutely dominating. I can't even believe that he's able to pull this off time and time again. It definitely seems like he's going to be the player that is going to try and, I don't want to say carry, but he's playing quite well, obviously. The streak's coming into break, but Elevate is fighting back again. Watson basically just dominating with the two-piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, I mean, you talk about it. If this goes to a Game 5, Luminosity, they start 0-2 so far in the pool, and that's not what we expected. They obviously lose their first game to Fnatic 3-1. After winning that Game 1, 250-45, not what we expected at all. We want to see a lot more from this Luminosity, but if Elevate's able to take this, they're going to feel very comfortable going to that Game 5 search and destroy.
Important things to point out as well, both of these teams have come off a loss. Elevate, they fell to FaZe straight away, so this is a big, big series. So pushing it to a Game 5 will be massive. We're seeing the influence of Rated coming in at the very end here. I think it's 33-25, but more importantly, that 90 seconds on the hill as well. Centurion, though, coming in from Saints, and this is the interesting bit. We're going to break even, but payloads are going to be so crucial right now. Who uses them? Who utilizes them best? Let's find out.
Pretty much a tied game going into the final minute of gameplay here. Who do you see pulling away?
I don't know where to go with this one. It seems like Elevate is breaking towards this, I guess, least favorite side of the map, but it seems like Watson every time able to get an intro kill, but trades going back and forth again. You see those blue kills coming in on the kill feed. It doesn't seem like any team can really get control. Only a few seconds left now, so it is going to go on the rotation. There is one player already rotated from LG, though.
Yeah, very important, though. Slack does have that reactive armor. We'll see if it's able to play, but the big thing is on this middle hill, it's not going to be as useful. He can get shot from multiple angles, but he will be able to open up those trade frags with that kinetic. And this is what I was talking about, that reactive. That middle hill, there's just so many angles for him to get shot from.
Yeah, reactive there, it's burned. It's not even used. We see Zed pick up a big 3-piece. He's still continuing on that tear, still going down. This could actually go down to time. Keep your eyes on those 20 seconds, because every time that it is not contested, or they're both in it, that time is ticking down. 15 seconds still left on the clock, Benson.
I can't believe it. This is so unbelievably close. Finally, Elevate jump into the hill with just over 10 seconds to go. If Astro Fight, no, it's going to turn. It goes back in the favor of Elevate. Elevate now with the lead with just over 10 seconds to go. Look at that score. This should be them closing this out, Momo.
Well, there's 12 seconds left. They can close it out, but the worrying thing is if it goes to the next one, they can't end it. Luminosity are going to close that one out, and that's got to be a real tough pill to swallow there if you're an Elevate fan. 250 to 236. LG, though, turning up in that last couple of seconds.
I mean, you saw just how close that was, and that's kind of been the storyline here at Dallas for day one. Lots and lots of close games, and it's been very, very impressive to watch for sure. And of course, the open bracket as well, that's been going on behind us. You've heard us kind of talk about that pretty frequently. I believe we can actually go down to Rich in the open bracket for an update on what we may have missed.
Anyone, everyone, that's stupid. CWL Stage 1, and these teams have been looking absolutely dominant. All these teams, for the most part, getting 2-0s in their early rounds. A big team to be looking at right now is Epsilon as they fight for that spot. They're currently seeded number 6 in the pro point standing for the EU, trying to get that spot. And the matches that happen now in round 3 will determine who they're going to have to play in round 4, which is going to be the most crucial round. It could either be STDX or Echo Fox. The other teams to look at from the NA, of course, are going to be TGC, Allegiance, and EG. All of them are playing here in round 3, but when they get to round 4 is when the competition is going to start to be very stiff. But if you are here in Texas right now, I highly suggest that you go check out the Rogue versus Fury matchup. That one is going to be a nail biter, and that's going to be one of the teams that will actually be paired up against one of the bubble teams in the pro point standing. But for now, Ben, I'm going to throw it back up to you guys and the studio until round 3 closes.
Thank you very much, Rich. Awesome to hear from him, and of course get some updates on what is going on elsewhere here at the CWL Dallas Open. We can take a look at our wonderful notable team graphic, though, just to make sure everyone is still where we expect them to be, and there hasn't been any upsets so far. By the sounds of it from Rich, there hasn't been. But it's always good just to double check and make sure that those teams are progressing through. Of course, each and every one of you have kind of given your insight as to who you expect to come through. Obviously, Memo, I know you said you're really looking at Epsilon to make it through. They find themselves into winners bracket round number 4 of the open bracket. Evil Genius is still going strong, as are Allegiance. But if you did have to pick another team outside of those 3, Merc, which one would you look at?
I mean, I think the Yosu crew, and I think iGame, this is a team that really wasn't talked about. They were 3G at Atlanta. They got out of pools. They were able to survive a really good pool. They got out. Obviously, some team changes sort of messed that roster up, but this is a team. If they're able to do well here, they can sneak in and steal that 6th spot away from Epsilon.
They definitely could. There's still so much to play for here at the Dallas Open. Of course, you're not only just playing for that massive chunk of prize money, as well as that you're playing to potentially secure that spot in the LAN League. And I was asking you earlier on, Mark, I was like, well, what if a new team, a team who just formed, started in the open bracket, and they won this event? Would they theoretically make it into the LAN League? And your answer was, yeah, that's a possibility. So it really could be anybody's game. There still is so much to play for. Moving on, we should talk a little bit about what we missed over on, I believe it was the Bravo station, where FaZe Clan went toe-to-toe with Fnatic. Merc, this one was one that you were watching. Break that game down for us.
Yeah, so game number 1, obviously, I mean, you didn't really expect it, but Fnatic came out hot, started off really well, but then FaZe jumped back into it, and it came down really to that final Turbine Hill. I mean, it was just on Attach and Clay playing so well, and then for that Fnatic side, you can see Scraps, Sunny B just putting so much pressure on. This is what I was talking about. It came down to this last hill. FaZe just seemed to be one step ahead on the rotations. Just the way North American hardpoint seems to be against Europe, they just seem to be one step ahead. Search and Destroy, this was back and forth the entire game. This is where you saw Sunny B, and I believe it was Wooskin, they clutched a 2v4 to make it 3-3. A great play out of them, but it goes all the way to 4-4 and then 5-4, where they were able to clutch a 2v2. And they were able to trade camos in that round number 10 and win 6-4. So a great show again. Fnatic, they've been so stellar at Search and Destroy since we've seen them, play. Going into that uplink, it was pretty close in that first half. 1-1, slaying was pretty even, but second half, that's where you saw FaZe turn it around. The uplink drone wasn't even on the side of FaZe's side. It was always in Fnatic's base. FaZe just did it so well, closing it out, and they were able to take that one 6-1. I believe all members of FaZe were positive. Then going into that game 4, again, it just seemed like FaZe just had that early lead. As you can see, 130 to 60. They just never looked back. They were always out-rotating Fnatic. And then, I mean, Zuma finishes 25 and 17, a great performance from him.
Obviously, FaZe have been having pretty decent performances throughout the year, I think it's fair to say. But TP, now, where do you put them? Like, if you had to predict where FaZe is going to place and finish this event, where would you have them?
Top 2. I think the only team that they're going to struggle against, obviously, is Optic Gaming. And I feel like that whole Clay versus Formal battle is, you know, the most one-sided it's probably ever been. And that's why the results have been where they've been in Infinite Warfare. But it's cool to see in that match, especially against Fnatic, that, you know, the trend has been that the EU teams have actually been winning a lot of uplinks in this tournament, which is kind of interesting to see in my opinion. So FaZe is finally able to break that trend, the NA side of uplink finally taking it. But overall, Fnatic, I wouldn't be too mad at that match, to be honest. Going into that one, no one really predicts Fnatic to take a match over FaZe, right? But Fnatic still got a big win earlier on in the day, the first match of the tournament, right? And they're Search and Destroy. They're beating FaZe in Search and Destroy, one of the best teams we have in Search and Destroy on the NA side. So, you know, you got to take the confidence where you can in a series like that, and I think Fnatic's going to be completely fine.
One thing I want to say is, you know, they did it against LG. They took the S&D. They're taking the S&D against FaZe. Just to kind of reiterate Steve's points there. If they can just steal, you know, one or more respawn, you know, push it to that game 5 against these type of teams, they can be that team that we talk about in Call of Duty, the one that kind of reiterates S&D wins championships.
Right.
They can be that team, and if they can push it to that game 5, I really would back them 100% because they are a team that can take down anyone at Search and Destroy right now.
Okay, fair enough. Of course, the game currently going on the Delta station is Millennium versus Mindfreak. One thing I do want to give a lot of love to the Mindfreak fans out there and the Mindfreak players. They were 5-1 down in the Search and Destroy, and they made a phenomenal comeback. Unbelievable comeback. I believe it was like a 1v3 as well in like 5 seconds to force the round 11. So the Aussies are still going strong. They're actually in game 4 right now, and I believe it's actually going to be Millennium that could potentially close that one out. We'll try and keep you as updated as we possibly can. But in terms of the Australians as a whole, that big pro point battle, Merca, I know you said Mindfreak, they have a big cushion, but like, what would Tainted Minds need to do to try and overtake that? Like, are we talking like they need to finish 4th? Like, how big of a performance do they need?
It would be great if they finish top 2 in their pool. I don't think that's going to happen, but you really need Mindfreak to sort of place in one of the bottom 2 positions. And then if Tainted Mind also places, you know, sort of down in their pool, they just have to make a great losers bracket run. And we've seen it. A team, they're playing right now, Millennium. They've made some crazy losers bracket runs. I mean, you need Tainted Minds to at least place top 8. You know, if they want them to qualify for that LAN league.
So definitely going to be very tough, but still plenty of Call of Duty action for them to play. And of course, for us to show. Coming up next, live from the CWL Dallas Open, it's MLG Prime Time. For now, though, we're going to a quick commercial break. Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4.
$200,000 on the line. This is your pro point cutoff if you want to get into stage 1.
This is going to be amazing. We are pumped to get it started. And now doubling up their opponents, turning, burning, get out of my house. This is vintage karma.
Apathy is just showing off right now. What? On stage.
The gunfight victory. It's an ace for Europe's best. 8 in a row. He can do no wrong.
My goodness, he can find it. There we go.
And they have done it. Shooting lasers here. The three-piece, the dunk. Nobody can stop this man. Oh my God!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is prime time! How we doing tonight, Dallas? We are kicking off the show tonight with the greatest match in pool play. We are gonna see the epic battle. It's Optic Gaming taking on Envious. And first, let's hear it from the crowd. Who's cheering on the 2016 World Champions Envy? That's right. And on the other side of the stage, who is cheering on our Paris champions, Optic Gaming? We know it's gonna be an amazing match. Will it go to Game 5? We're about to find out. Let's send it over to the desk. We got Benson and the boys to get their thoughts.
Thank you very much, Puckett. As you said, the E-Classico. We got Optic Gaming versus Team Envious to kick off MLG Primetime, and I couldn't be more excited. TP, I want to quickly get your thoughts on this matchup. Who do you see coming out on top?
It's the Juggernauts, but I have to give it to the green wall. Optic Gaming just looks way better. Their performance at Paris was unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to look at the earlier matchups in this tournament. Optic played Red Reserve 3-0. Looked very simple to them. Envy on the other side went to Game 5, Round 11. So just based off those two matchups, Optic obviously looking stronger in this tournament.
They've played each other twice at Atlanta, once in Paris. Optic is up 7-3 in map count, so there's no reason to pick anyone but them. Looking pretty good so far in the tournament as well. Formal, obviously the best player in the game so far. Pretty much without a doubt, so definitely picking OG.
Fair enough. Two players that we should definitely keep our eyes out on, though, is going to be Crimsix and Apathy. You go back to Atlanta, Apathy had phenomenal search and destroy games, and we were arguing that potentially if they won the event, he could have been the MVP. Meanwhile, on the other side, the flip side, Crimsix, of course. I mean, a player you team with yourself, TP. Just how good is Crim?
Especially as of late, Crim has been on another level for this Optic Gaming lineup, and I think is largely a reason why they've been so dominant. Yes, Formal and Scump are sort of the constants on that team. Crim wasn't always the sort of star on this team, but the fact that he's stepping it up, it's going to be a hell of a matchup.
And of course, on the flip side, Apathy, Merc, I mean, this is a guy who's been playing so well recently.
I mean, this is a guy who just goes off at any time, and he loves playing Optic Gaming. We saw it all year last year. Yep. We see it every single time he matches up versus Crimsix. He's always just a guy that just seems to feel relaxed. A lot of people, when they play Optic, a lot of pressure on them. But with this Envy, we talked about it earlier in the year, they feel very confident versus them. So maybe we see a different Apathy and a different Team Envious in this matchup.
Potentially. Excited to get this one underway. Of course, Crimsix, though, one of the greatest Call of Duty players to ever play. Let's learn a little bit more about Crimsix.
The thrill of victory has become quite familiar over time. And nobody knows it as well as I do. The money, the fame, the feeling. They say it's more difficult to stay on top than it is to get there. The thing is, I've been on top for years. I've always approached situations with one idea in mind, that I will do anything I need to do to win. Over time, I've watched veterans fall, old teammates turn into rivals, and new players entering the spotlight. I've won under different organizations, with multiple teams, and at tournaments across the globe. Yet the pressure to win is even greater than it was before. There will always be those who attempt to take my title, but there's only one thing stopping them. I'm not done yet.
gentlemen, Optic Gaming versus Team Envious. Let's send it down to Jack and Matt.
Oh boy, I am very excited for this, folks. It is day one of the CWL Dallas Open presented by the PS4, and it is prime time. I'm joined by Mr. X for what is the biggest match, in my opinion, of the day.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, these two teams, rivals throughout the beginning of, really all the way back to the beginning of Call of Duty Esports up until now. And I know I'm back out inside with Scuf and Formal before this game, and they are really excited to play against Envy. They want to beat Envy bad.
Oh, yeah, and you know this Envious squad, they want to beat Optic Gaming just as bad, because you heard our analyst mention, as of late, Envy have not been getting the better side of Optic Gaming. And a big stat to point out coming into this match, obviously both these teams sitting at 1-0. Every player in this lobby has above a 1.0 KD. These guys have been dominant so far in their first series.
And look, I mean, to keep a rivalry alive, one side has to win sometimes. I mean, you can't be a rival when one side is just dominating these games. So Envy needs to come out, have a good performance here. They have a great chance. I mean, if they're able to win this, they take the top spot in their pool.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be one to watch out for. Everyone predicted that it would be Optic and Envy sitting up top Pool A. Now we get to really see who will be the team taking that lead and the advantage going into Saturday. This will be both these teams' final series of the night. Reminder, after this, we still have FaZe Clan versus Luminosity on prime time. But Matt, so far from what you've seen, that man right there is a scary individual.
Dude, he is crushing. Formal has been an absolute monster all tournament long. I mean, really, from Atlanta loser bracket all the way through ESWC to now, he has just been dominant. And I think it's just he's been putting in so much more time than a lot of these other players. I mean, I always see him, on stream playing 8s or scrims or whatnot, just put so much time into the game.
I think that's a big thing. He's just playing more in general. 8s, scrims, just getting online every single day. The guy's been streaming a ton, and it shows in his gameplay. I've been reading everywhere, whether it's Twitter, Reddit, on different social media, whether you're a fan of Optic Gaming or not, people are now developing that just overbearing respect for what
it's like LeBron
right now. Yeah.
I hate LeBron. I'm a Laker fan. I think LeBron's the best player in the league by far. I would never argue that. I mean, the guy is just that damn good. Yeah. I mean, I was talking with Teep in the back. I can't remember the time where we've had like a clear-cut best player and the disparity between him and the next. Like, you would say Formal's the best player right now. Who's the second best player? You can't tell me. It's just so wide open and just such a disparity between the top and the rest right now.
Well, here's a look at map number 1 where we get to see if Formal can go off. It's Retaliation Hardpoint. Matt, I'm ready to go. Folks in the venue, make some noise. It's Optic Gaming versus Envy in Retaliation Hardpoint.
I think this first hill is going to be really telling how Envy comes out and play. You're going to need to see their long-range assault rifles and Slasher and JCap be able to pick up kills at range, kind of make Formal move out of those advantageous positions in the back.
And they know how Formal likes to play. These two teams have a lot of experience against each other now. Some of the longest standing veterans in Call of Duty, many Call of Duty championship victories between these squads. Formal right now has a 1.64 respawn KD in his first few games so far this event. As he looks to build on that here, it's currently Envy in control of the hard point, as you got Apathy heating up with this NV4.
Well, this map actually may end up playing in Envy's favor a little bit, Jack, because you do have, it's a little bit longer, obviously, longer sight lines. So it's going to be difficult to get up in close range with the K-bars, and even, let's say Scump on to run an ERAD. Not going to really be possible here. It actually may play out in favor a little bit more towards Envy.
Well, right now we do see Envy with that little lead, as you mentioned. Woo, JCap with the nice snapshots down onto Formal. He's at 5-1 right now. Let's talk about JCap, because this man, yes, he's not known statistically for being the biggest player on this team, but JCap just knows how to win. Why is that? What makes JCap so great at just getting championships?
I mean, look, he's been playing for years, right? Started out one of the best assault rifles in Call of Duty Esports, and then kind of transitioned into a little bit like an objective player role, and then he now just kind of fills any position. I mean, we do see at times he comes through with these big kill games, but really it's all about just filling in gaps, playing smart, kind of leading this team to success. And, it takes a lot for a player who is like a top flight player, top flight slayer to kind of step back and take a different role. Not many players would be able to do it.
He lets his teammates be the superstars, but right now he's the one leading it all at 8-3. We'll go ahead, swap our attention over to Optic Gaming, where we have been talking a lot about Envy so far in this one, but it's actually OG up by about 10 seconds. as we begin the rotation towards this back Cathedral side. Right now, there's going to be some tough gunfights here for the likes of Crimsix alongside Karma. Can they get the job done? It's going to be a no.
Nope, they rotate a little bit late, and they're going to get punished for it. As Cathedral goes over to Envy here at the beginning, you see how far the members of Optic Gaming are spawning away from this hill on your minimap. They're going to have to pinch from both sides to try and take it back.
Maven is just spazzing out watching this game right now. For some reason, he just walked in front of us, started making all these weird hand gestures. I think he's just excited that Formal's currently playing. And, you know, hey, maybe he's the difference maker. When Maven was casting Formal, 1.64 respawn KD. Now I'm casting him, he's 4-7.
Yeah, it's a curse whenever you cast Optic.
That is true.
I read
Time
that
for all
on
the
Reddit.
tweets to come in. I read that on Reddit, so it's got to be true.
Yeah, anything you read on Reddit is 100% factual. But you do see Optic Gaming coming from the bridge side. They're going to be able to get control of the hard point, and you're going to see Scuf against Slasher here. Scuf wins that gunfight. He's going to try and get over towards Broken here first. Would be huge if Optic Gaming gets control of this hard point.
And this is what we want to see from the Optic Envy series. So evenly matched. The score, you saw it 68-68 for a brief moment there. Scuf doing what he can to try to get these entry kills to try to fight for these back spawns. And we've been talking a lot about how Scuf has switched back to the likes of an ERAD. On a map like Retaliation, this is not one where you bring out that gun quite too often. You're seeing he's having to use the K-bar here right now, currently leading his team at 11-6. But right now, Envy do lock down the spawns early on for this Broken Hill.
Yeah, and I thought the difference between these two teams last year towards the end of the year was, Envy just played a little bit of a smarter game. They were rotating a little bit early. And I thought John was just the best player in the lobby at times last year. And right now at 3-8, not showing the skill, the potential that he has. But Envy still in control of this game. They're holding this down, Jack. 30 seconds left on this hard point. Now, they take another 15 or so seconds here. It would be a huge for Envy.
And right now, it looks like they're going to potentially do exactly that. Slasher with a 1v1 gunfight opportunity just runs out of boost, and it winds up hurting him there. As Scuf gets the 2 entry kills he needs, he's now double positive, and Optic Gaming will bring this game back within 7. So, Matt, we're about to go into our final hill of the first rotation. Biggest takeaways so far from what you see, and what do these teams need to improve upon?
I mean, look, it has not been pretty for Optic Gaming, and they're still in this game. If you're Envy, you get a slow start from everybody outside of Scuf, you need to punish them for it. When those players are not playing well, you need to take advantage. You need to build yourself an early lead, because you know they're just going to start to rack together kills, and it's going to spiral out of control, and you're not going to be able to withstand.
Scuf 16-8 right now. We critiqued him earlier in the year for a weak first event to open up this CWL season. Since then, though, he's been an absolute beast. And right now, he's showing it here against one of America's best in Envious. Still only 10 seconds between these two teams. The kill feed all green for Optic Gaming. It's now 4 dead on Envy. The green wall will get the clean break and look to take a lead.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Scuf did not have a great first event. We kind of got on him a little bit, and it was really just he was not dedicated to the game, was not putting in as much time as he should have been.
Yep.
And as soon as Formal kind of gets on him, they really kind of push him to scrim. You're seeing Scuf play lights out. I mean, this is the type of Scuf play we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and there's a reason why he's been regarded as arguably the best in the last 5 years of Call of Duty. The end of the first rotation, it's a 10-second game. Again, though, the kills on rotation for Optic Gaming. And now, Matt, look at the combined streak. You've got 4 from Formal, 3 from Crimsix, 4 from Scuf. That slang beginning to wake up for Optic Gaming, and look at the difference it's making in the scoreboard.
Yeah, it always happens. I mean, you're not going to keep them down for that long. They're going to start erupting. Right now, you have Formal on a 4 streak, you had Scuf on a 4 streak, and Crim on a 4 streak as well. I mean, once these guys start to get going, they're difficult to stop, almost impossible to stop, Jack. And when you do have, the early control in the game, you need to get a huge lead, because then when this starts to happen, you still have some leeway. You can still rotate a little bit early. You can really focus down on one hill, try and keep the game in your favor. Right now, Envy just needs to get in a straight up shootout with them, and it's not a good sign.
Yeah, and right now, you have the likes of Crimsix being able to get some pressure on that hard point. Does die there and come off the spawn. Optic Gaming, they did get the majority of the time, the last time, on this lower street hard point. As to now look at the man who's beginning to wake up for the first time this game. He's positive at 15-14. We've got Apathy in top bedroom catching Scuf off guard.
Yeah, and a lot of history between these players as well. I mean, Formal was on Envious for a very long time during Ghost.
Yep.
Played with JCap. You have Karma, who's been on Envy as well. JCap has been on Optic, so a lot of history between all the players, I know, regardless of organizations in the room.
Scuf was on Envy for 5 days.
I mean, 5 days may be a stretch. 5 hours, possibly.
Yeah. There, and as we mentioned, that Optic Gaming with the clean break again, looking to continue to expand on this lead. Matt, I think it's pretty simple, right? And am I right in saying that slang is the biggest difference between the first half of this game where Optic were down and now this half where they're in the lead?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is the second 4 streak we've seen Formal on, Scump now on a 3 streak, the second streak we've seen him on in the last 2 hard points, and you see it just reflecting the score. I mean, this is one where we go over towards Bridge, and Envy is still in control of this game, and Optic has just blown it out of proportions, and right now, they have the rotation for Cathedral as well.
These are the kills that Optic Gaming missed out on last time where Envy began to really expand on their lead. Let's see if they have a better take at it now. It does appear so as Scump is here for this new hard point, but the pinch coming in from John from the street side. Scump begins to sniff it on out, wins the first 1v1 there. More pressure coming in as all of his teammates are coming off spawn. Envy looking to get these kills on rotation. Somehow Scump is still alive. Finally does perish, but he's bought enough time for his teammates to flood on.
He did his job. I mean, he stayed alive long enough to his teammates can come all the way down Bridge. Did an excellent job just focusing on that. Market side, Karma's going to pick one up inside of the hard point, and Optic Gaming should be able to withstand control of this, or at least split the rest of this time.
Yeah, and 25 seconds would be great for Envy to come back with right now, as it would bring them back within striking distance for this next broken hard point. I do believe the rest of the scrap time will go to the boys in blue. And this is also enough time for them, though, Matt, to move across the map and begin to put pressure near Broken with that gunfight win versus Scump. This setup for Optic Gaming is not ideal for this Broken Hill.
Yeah, well, you do see John pushing in from the one side there. Yep, they're going to have a flank set up here. So John's going to win another gunfight, and now Envy gets control of Broken. This is going to be very interesting, Jack. You see all the pressure from Optic coming on that bottom side of the minimap. If Apathy picks up a kill or two in the back here, Envy could end up getting a full hold.
Apathy's got a tall order ahead of him, so does John. The first engagement coming on through. John's got help. Unfortunately, Optic Gaming are there, and they will stop any scores for Envy. You hear the crowd recognizing it there as well. If Optic can get the rest of this time, they'll be within 5 seconds of winning map number 1.
Yeah, what happens there is as soon as Apathy drops in the back, John has to look towards that area, inside of the hard point. He gets pushed from the front. He gets taken out. Optic pushes all the way through, cross that bus here on your screen. They're able to get the cutoffs.
Still all green in the kill feed. The 4th and final kill is there. Nice job by Formal. Everyone on Optic Gaming getting involved. And now they're beginning to snap. It's Scump and Formal, the duo, paving the way down the top bridge. And Scump with the 3rd. It's a combined 10 streak now for the green wall as they begin to find their bearings in this game.
Yeah, and I feel like this is really the first time we've seen Scump be Scump, man. He is absolutely crushing in this one. 38 and 18 right now. Has really been the difference maker in this one.
My goodness, Optic Gaming now 245 to 189. Look at Karma being the sneaky beaver, laying down with camo. That is it. And Scump's letting them know. 250 to 189 the score. OG up 1-0.
And that is one where Envy is hanging around in the first half of the game, and then they just get blown out in the second half. Scump comes alive. Formal and Krim also there, picking up tons of kills. And Envy, I mean, they just have to be kind of questioning, like, what went wrong there in the second half? They just didn't pick up the kills, Jack.
I think Scump heard us talking about how good Formal was and how he's the best in the game, and then he goes, okay, you know what? Let me show off a little bit here. I still got it. It's not all about Formal. I'm still on this team.
Watch me, guys. Watch me, please.
Finally.
It's like we've been watching Formal so much. It's been, and deservingly, I mean, he's been that good. But Scump comes through with a monster game. And towards the end of last year, you thought, like, John was, in the series against Optic better than Scump.
Yeah.
A lot of the times. And I feel like in the difference in this first game was Scump just absolutely dominating up against John.
And you saw the difference in the scoreboard on the right side of your map when Optic was losing and how 3 of the players were really non-factors. And then when Optic was winning, it was all in favor of them in the slaying. They had 3 different streaks combined as a squad of 10+ kills. And Matt, break this down for me. Biggest takeaways here.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see Scump going double positive with 37 kills. That is huge. But look at that lower streak time for Optic Gaming. It's actually interesting. Envy wins Graveyard, Cathedral, which usually is kind of like the biggest hill on this map. The one that you usually think if a team takes more time there, they're going to win the game. Optic takes a ton of time on that lower street, which is also interesting from the standpoint that you usually hold lower street, you're able to rotate a little bit easier and hold Cathedral.
Yeah.
So Optic really won that game on that lower street area.
Scump 98 seconds in the hard point. He did it all in game number 1. Thankfully for Envy, the pace gets slowed down a little bit. They're going to head over to search and destroy. One thing to point out, Optic Gaming to this point in today, obviously 2-0 so far in their pool. One thing to point out, Optic, they don't drop a single hard point at the CWL Paris Open. They only drop 1 search and destroy at that event as well. So I don't know what your weakness is right now. If you're Envy, you just got to start to come back in this series right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Envy had a close series earlier with Red Reserve, who we saw Optic just kind of dismantle here on the main stage. So you got to wonder where Envy is at in terms of, you know, how strong this team is. I mean, they get by Red Reserve in a Game 5, Round 11. I know you're going to need to play better in Search and Destroy, obviously, than you did against Red Reserve here against Optic, because I feel like S&D has kind of turned into, you know, if they might be their strongest game mode.
And we talked a little bit about the game mode itself, but the map here, Crusher, S&D, how does that affect things for you? Have you seen anything from these squads that really help them stand out on this map?
I mean, to be honest, Jack, a lot of these teams use the same strategies in Search and Destroy, so I don't really feel like any team's going to have like the upper hand in terms of like strategy per se. I just feel like S&D right now is coming down all towards teamwork and timings on when to, you know, hit certain bomb sites, when to hit certain angles, and how to trade effectively as a team.
I definitely agree with you on the fact that they do use a majority of the same strategies. On this one, Optic Gaming have a couple things that make them different from other teams, though. In the past, they have played Crim in more of a lurker role, which at times helps them greatly, but at other times, it's actually hurt them quite greatly on this map, especially in a 4v3 scenario on the B site. When you have Crim by himself at A, Optic just gets steamrolled in those scenarios. A lot of time, the hard counter to OG on this map is to flood out towards B and hit them 4 versus 3. Another thing as well, Karma, this is one of the few maps he actually decides to use smokes on. You wind up dropping a smoke down, cut off the sight line from that back rock, only forces it to be an even tougher retake for the defensive team. There's your rig draft there. Nothing really too crazy that stands out. We're just ready for game number 2.
Yeah, we pretty much see the same rigs and traits in every single game. Yeah, now even regardless of like game mode, usually it's you know, maybe some differentiations between Respawn and Search and Destroy, but we see a lot of the same things being used. This is one map actually you can see a lot of great active camo use.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Gunless against FaZe at Atlanta. He got that 1v3 over by the B site with camo.
Oh,
so look to see if the camo players can make something happen.
Yeah, a few teams in competitive Call of Duty will switch rigs between each other, but not actually rigs outside of Optic Gaming. One of those teams, they wind up swapping over Overdrive to Crim 6 and Uplink. They make some certain adjustments here and there. We're ready though. It's game number 2. If you're just tuning in, this is the CWL Dallas Open. We've got 100 plus of the best Call of Duty teams in the world competing here this weekend. And look who's got the sniper. It's Formal. And he's got 2 players with that X-ray that we can see. Misses the first shot.
It's 2 quick kills for Envy, and Formal's going to challenge yet again. It's going to be Crim in the kill feed, picking up another. So just like that, we're in a 2v2 scenario, and Envy just trying to push straight up the middle of the map, and we had a 1v1.
Slasher, though, gets the gunfight victory, I believe. That gets closed out there. I have no idea what happened at the end of that one. Yeah, Slasher
wins that one.
Okay, I was confused.
We didn't catch it.
We didn't catch it. It happened quick, but yeah. Formal lines up basically for a free kill there for Slasher.
I was confused as well when I saw the Optic players celebrating and smiling. I was like, there's no way Formal sniped him and we missed that.
Yeah, you were looking at me, I was looking at you. I didn't know what happened there. It's late.
It's a very fast round as the players just kind of push straight at the middle of the map, but Crim with some nice long range shots with the ERAD, and this looks like it has the makings to be another very fast round.
And yeah, already with everybody hitting inside that inside warehouse, it's already a 2 versus 2. Formal and Crim6 against Slasher and John. I do think Crim6 has an upper hand on John, who's not ready for the push from you. Formal peeks on out. There's the trade for Optic Gaming, 1-1. As Matt, you're blown away by how quick that round is.
2 of the faster Search and Destroy rounds we've seen like back-to-back in a very long time.
Yeah.
Just a straight A hit from the side of Optic Gaming. They push through with Crim with the ERAD in his hands. He's able to close out this 1v1 against Slasher. See if things change up in round number 3.
And again, I think you could really equate this to a little bit more of the ERAD play coming on out in Search and Destroy. Forces players to get a little bit more aggressive there. I think we saw 3 in that round alone, as we'll now reset our focus towards something a little bit more something we're a little bit more used to, which is a B play for both these squads.
You do see Optic Gaming getting very aggressive on the defensive side, and it's going to be 2 kills traded out from either side, but it's going to be Karma running on the outside of the map, able to pick up 1. I thought JCat was going to fall off for a second. Karma with 1 more. Slasher, the last one alive, he gets taken out.
And Matt, what did I talk about earlier on? The team on defense, that 4 hits through, right there, Envy had a player lurking near middle map. Optic 4 hit through, overwhelmed them before they get that last bit of help. And you saw there how that last kill was just a little bit late. There was no trade opportunity.
Well, a lot of what I've seen so far in this is what we saw Splice do earlier against Rise Nation. They're just very aggressive on defense. They just pick a site and they 4-man hit it and they just push all the way through the map.
Yeah, punish the teams that aren't all there. So this is that setup I was talking about earlier on. Crim6 lurks towards A, and Optic goes for a B play. Right now, if Envy pushed through B and flooded him out, it would be a 4 versus 3, and that's how they'd secure this round, basically. Okay, somehow Slasher just killed JCap.
All right.
What was that?
Not ideal. Not a good way to start off the round, as JCap going to be taken out by a teammate there. So we do see Optic get bombed down. So with the man advantage, Optic looking very good to close this one out.
Apathy and crew, what can they do? 3 versus 4, Slasher with the first blood might just help here. As now they'll begin to soar up on the site. They've got tacticals coming in. OG have forfeited this area, as they'll just hold from this back rock side. It's a smart play now, as it does look like it's Apathy still holding his ground, and somehow Apathy and John swing that round. What is this S&D so far?
And John picks up a 2-piece on the outskirts, and Apathy somehow wins that gunfight right on the bomb. And a round where Slasher kills JCap at the beginning, it doesn't matter. Envy's able to come out on top.
Okay, I guess that's how that'll play. We'll see it now. We missed these kills from John. Nice job to snap right on over. Did get the help from Slasher as well.
Yeah, so that's actually huge because Apathy tags up Karma, and Karma's actually trying to get out of that position and slides right into the gunfire of John after he's able to take out Formal.
Nice job by Envy to swing around. That didn't look like it was going to go well for him. We will have ourselves a 2-2 game heading into round number 5.
We'll see what Envy does here on offense, Jack. It looks like at least at the beginning they're going to play a little bit slow, and they catch Crim being very aggressive up that middle of the map. So you talked about it, you know, being a little bit of a lurker, just trying to pick off players at the beginning. Does not pay off for Optic Gaming there. It's going to be Envy getting the man advantage.
Slasher is reading this pressure absolutely perfectly near the map, back of the map. Look at that. Reads Crim6, holds off Scump pushing from bottom bridge, recognizes he's going to push to the back spawn. Just like that, it's Karma by himself, only able to get one. Envy now with the round count lead.
It's huge plays by Slasher, one of the smarter players we have in the CWL. Plays further back on the offensive side, baits Crim in to try and go on a flank, able to take him out, rotates towards the other side, able to take out another flanker. Big plays there from Slasher.
And right there, is that just map awareness? Is that knowing how Optic like to play? Is that just a good guess?
I think
a little bit of each?
It just comes down to like different looks you see teams give. Like, no, you wouldn't send one guy on a flank typically unless like your phase, like just sending Zuma like on flanks, like how they do. But like when you see Crim coming down the middle, you expect pressure to come from the other side as well, and Slasher just reads that perfectly.
And now look, Optic Gaming again going for the standard B play. But Crim6 on the flank gets a drop on Apathy, and that'll be first blood for OG.
And as soon as he picks up one, his teammates push through the front side of the bomb site, and Karma's able to get 2. It's going to leave Slasher the only one up here.
Slasher dropping on back. He's been spotted. At least does get one onto Crim. Will give himself a chance. He's got camo as well, so this is absolutely still possible.
And we did see a 1v3 from Gunless with camo on this one in Atlanta, so maybe we see him. All right, if he would have gotten that kill, then potentially you see the camo use.
For sure.
But as soon as he comes around that corner, NV4 versus Erad, you knew he was kind of dead.
Now, I know I've been very vocal about teams pushing through B, especially on defense against Optic Gaming. One thing that I will commend OG on are they know that that is their little bit of weakness. You'll actually see them hold the angles for about 3-4 seconds, and then they know that timing window. If there's nothing yet in those 3 to 4 seconds, we're clear to push on up. There's not going to be that pressure coming in. It's a little difference there that makes them so much less vulnerable in that play.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So we do see now Envy on offense trying to push in towards this A site. You see John get tagged up pretty bad, and it's actually a team kill that comes in yet again. So Apathy teams kills John in this round, make it a 3v3.
Apathy going to throw out that cluster grenade. Envy using a bit more of those this time around, as we're seeing teams adapt with all sorts of different grenades coming into play here. 3 versus 3. An A site pressure looks like the play call from Envy, but look at the pressure from middle map now from Optic Gaming. They've got 2 players pitching in towards you. Crim6 gets the better of 2, and it's JCap by himself.
Wow, that is a very good retake there from Optic Gaming. They catch Slasher out of position, like he peeks a little bit too far, they tag him up, they send another player through the side door, they're able to pinch on him, and then the second kill from Crim, I mean, that wins the round right there. 1v3 against JCap, he's stuck inside the site, very easy to take out.
Envy, they give up 2 rounds in a row now, and they're back down 4-3 in this game. Optic Gaming, let's see, what do they have to work with? They've got 1 payload from Crim6, and on the other side, Envy with 1 payload from Slasher. Nothing too crazy yet in this game.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, when does Slasher decide to use that camo? I mean, if you lose this round, obviously game point to Optic, then you have to use it on offense. Do you potentially use it here to try and tie the game up and kind of extend this search and destroy a little bit more? So interested to see what kind of strategy they use with it. When they get first blood here, now I doubt you see the camo be popped.
Yeah, and this is what I love about Envy. They adapt. They use all different strategies. This time they send 4 on the hard flank, and we'll be down to a 1-on-1. Optic Gaming traded again, and why is it possible? Crim6 gets a 2-piece at Crate to swing that round in their favor.
And the positions that Crim is playing with the ERAD, and I do see Scuf here with the ERAD in the final kill cam, it's just, you're not going to be able to win those gunfights, K-Bar or NV4. It's just playing really smart angles with that SMG.
Some of these rounds have ended so fast. I don't know how you catch some of this action. I can't even imagine what the communication's got to be like for these teams to adapt and immediately snap to where the opposing players are. What do you do now if you're Envy?
Well, I mean, Envy has to invest the camo into this round, I think. Just kind of depending on when they decide to use it. Optic Gaming, you do have Karma with his payload ability up, so we'll see maybe they use this one during this round to try and close it out.
Optic Gaming looking to now be 9-3 in map count in their last 4 meetings between these two squads. First blood for Karma. He still has his payload ready to go. Apathy's been tagged up and spotted. This round looks like it's closing in on Envy quick. OG up 2-0 as they look dominant now here at the CWL Dallas Open.
Yeah, and I believe Envy actually, they lose that one without actually ever using their camo. I believe Slasher drops there, obviously, no 2v4. Yep. You kind of have to use camo in that situation. They never actually get a good use out of it, though, at the beginning of a round. They could have swung things in their favor.
Nice job by Optic Gaming, up 2-0, and now Envy will have their backs against the wall. Envy, in that game, just some rough rounds and some rounds where they ended so quick. You and I were like, I don't even know what just happened.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive play from both teams. It was quite odd at the beginning of, this is usually a fast-paced map, right? We usually see a lot of just pressure towards, one site from either side, but it's very rare that both teams pick the same site like so frequently. Yep. Like usually we'll see a team like they'll 4-hit B with the bomb, then the other team will wrap all the way through A on the defensive side of things. This game though, I felt like every time that Envy would call for B, Optic would go for B on the defensive side of things.
We'll take a look at the scoreboard from that last map. Love these new additions here to help further tell the story of how a series is played on out. You see Optic Gaming, yes, they go down 1-0, but then they win 4 in a row to close out that map. Crim 11-5, a 2.20 KD in Search and Destroy there. We were doing some questions. Who's the best S&D player in your opinion? A lot of players yesterday were saying Crim6 for his ability to read the map, for his ability to know what he's got to do, and he shows it right there.
I mean, when you see as the game goes longer, Optic, they just kind of adapted to what Envy was doing. They win 4 straight rounds to take game number 2.
Well, Optic Gaming are up 2-0 in our first match of prime time here on the main stage. They are looking so darn good so far. And remember, folks, this is a best of 5. Optic Gaming looking for the sweep. After this quick break, we will see if they can get it done or if Envy can go for a ridiculous reverse sweep here on MLG Primetime. Apathy is just showing off right now.
What?
On the main stage. John and Apathy absolutely shredding on Championship Sunday. Envy could win it right here, 3 seconds away. All 4 dead on Optic Gaming. It's John saying, get out of my lobby.
Envious, these guys are your 2016 world champion. They started off slow in Vegas, but they showed what they're truly made of back in Atlanta. When you look at the lineup of JCap, Slasher, Apathy, and John, this is a team with brains as well as the gun skill.
Envious succeeded as a team because they don't have a weak game mode. When you have Apathy clicking on all cylinders with John, they just are very aggressive in the opposing team's space. You have Slasher, a dominant assault rifle player to just solidify the backlines, and you have JCap able to fill any role needed. That's why this team really has no weakness when they're clicking on all cylinders.
Where they struggle is in the losers bracket. We've seen them in the losers bracket multiple times so far throughout IW, and this entire time, they've only won 1 match.
And so far for me, Envy's shining moment in Infinite Warfare has been their win against Optic at MLG Atlanta. What you saw there is really the true potential where this team can meet. You know, they did not have a great MLG Vegas. They bounce back, they show you what they're made of against Optic Gaming in Atlanta.
When I think about Envy, I think of a top 4 team in North America. You know, a lot of people have them ranked lower, but I know the potential of this squad. The question for me is, will they be able to live up to that potential?
Team Envy is currently 2-0 down in the first matchup of MLG Prime Time this evening. But team, do they have it within themselves to come back and potentially take this one?
One map at a time is all you need to do, especially at this level. They have the talent to do it. Obviously, they've had some success in Infinite Warfare against Optic Gaming. It's going to be quite tough, though. It just seems like something's missing for them to be at that #1 spot again.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it seems like they've done well against every other team except for Optic and E United. They just seem, like Teep said, they're just something's off. We saw it at Atlanta where they seem to be on, but then they lose after they beat Optic. Then they lose the next 2 matches to E United, and then they lose to Optic again. It just seems like there's a few teams who just have their number right now.
And then with Uplink specifically against Optic Gaming, the 3 times they've played against them, they're 0 for 3. They've been relatively close games, but this has been their worst game mode in this particular matchup. So again, it's going to be a tough road for them in general. And then even take a link at that Uplink leaderboards. Formal is on top, though Apathy is right behind them, so there is a silver lining.
Very, very close.
And just to touch on one more point, Apathy has been unbelievable for Envy, and I feel like he just needs a little bit of help in the consistency category. You see glimpses of star performances from some of these guys, but Apathy has always been there.
Well, Envy currently 2-0 down against Optic Gaming. It's time to send it back to our casters to close out the game.
Those numbers are just ridiculous. A 1.57 for Formal in 2 games of Uplink.
It's 2 games.
A 1.5 KD for Apathy. I don't even care. These guys.
But look, I mean, Apathy was our top KD leader for Respawn in Atlanta. No, Formal right up there with them, so both of those players continuing their strong play in Infinite Warfare. And I do agree with the desk. I think Apathy just needs a little bit more help in these Respawn game modes to put Envy over the top.
Well, we'll see if they can do it now. If you're just tuning in, prime time has begun. And it's kicking off with a game between Optic Gaming and Envy. Optic Gaming up 2-0 against the likes of Envious. Remember, we still have 1 more match after this, FaZe Clan versus Luminosity, which LG actually started this weekend with a rough loss to Fnatic. Many people were caught off guard by that. FaZe, they've had some tough series, but so far they're looking good.
Yeah, and that match is going to be huge because Luminosity is going to need that win against FaZe to have a chance to make it out of that pool. So it's going to be a big match here coming up next.
Well, you won't want to miss that. For now, we've got to see the outcome of this series. Does it end in 3 games? Do OG continue to steamroll? That would put them at a 9-0 map record today. And I had some people tweet me. I had some people reaching out to me saying, Jack, bring this up. They're saying that it would be a 22 map win streak on LAN.
See, that's what I was trying to talk with Maven earlier. I was like, when was the last time they lost a map on LAN? At ESWC, they just kind of ran through everybody in the winners bracket.
Yep.
This team has not lost a map in a bit.
In a bit. If it's 22 straight, I would love to hear the record of maps in a row. It would probably go back to the old dynasty that you were part of.
Yeah, it would either be, I mean, this Optic team in the past, or it would be the Complexity EG lineup. Nobody I can remember has gone through like an entire tournament without dropping a map, right? That's like the perfect run. Nobody's done that, to my knowledge, this far. I think this would probably be like the longest streak we've had.
Insane. Absolutely insane stuff. If you were wondering if Optic Gaming are as good as they once were, spoiler alert, they are. And they look to close out Envy here 3-0 on Precinct Uplink.
You can make the case that this is the best they've ever looked over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
You can make a really strong argument over the last 2 years. This is the best this team has looked.
I don't think it was ever to a point in Advanced Warfare where they were really on that run where everyone said Optic are just a tier above. But from what we've seen from them as of late at these last couple events, especially with Paris now here this weekend, they just look a tier above the second best and third best in North America.
Yeah, you always felt like last year and I know Advanced Warfare, like they were beatable. Like you could put together a team and you could make a deep run against them. With the way they're playing right now, it's kind of hard to believe that can be true.
Well, 2 dead right now for Envious as OG look to score right off the break of this game. I don't know if it's going to happen. Maybe a last-second one for Scuf as he jukes out 2 but misses the throw. Wide left right there. Either way, already the pressure coming on. Definitely hurting Envy.
Yeah, he actually gets caught up in the window there, so he tried to jump out of it, and he got kind of like stuck on the windowsill. If he makes a clean jump out of it, potentially gets a 1-point throw in there.
1 minute into this game now as Envy are going to go with a little bit of a different push. We saw this earlier with the Europeans. Now they'll instead favor going towards this outside construction side. John will get the 1, and Envy do strike first. Nice job of the boys in blue.
And I feel like it's really just dependent on how John plays. If John plays well, they can definitely hang with the likes of Optic Gaming.
Well, we're talking so much about how OG have looked unstoppable on land. The community wants to hear it, and guess what? We will deliver. Let's go to an Astro Gaming Listen In with the green wall.
Main top glass. I'm behind John.
Looking top glass, Matt.
Shit, watch out blue van. Watch out blue van, slasher. One guy's going to ball spawn right here, Damon, right here. Slasher.
Orange sharp gone right now.
B4.
John's one shot orange sharp. He's not pushing. John backed up. One's going to be top glass behind
Come and block.
Top glass. One to orange.
Top glass, dead. Orange. Orange. John's absolute. John's absolute.
John's still there.
He's orange.
Looking.
Oh, one bullet.
Here.
Make sure ball's out.
Got a ball. I'm in. Back here.
No, I'm pinching. Nice. I'm pinching.
Spawn far. Try top. Top dead. Let's go, boys.
John and App.
Back here. Back glass. And one guy's back alley. Go orange. Go orange.
Get to a point.
Nice. Back alley. One ball. Good shit, guys.
Let's go.
Good shit, Seth. Nice. I got ball.
I'm looking middle, Matt.
One person watch alley. One person watch.
On ball. One ball.
I should be able to get it out.
John's on ball.
Absolute.
Behind me. He won't be able to kill me, I don't think.
Yeah, he's chasing.
Back alley.
On point.
Go for one.
He's looking middle.
Got it.
Nice. Two there.
Good shit.
One cat.
Yo, John was close.
App on their point. Going orange. The app might be, John might be in our base somewhere.
Watch ball. I got two orange. I got it.
Let's go back alley. Don't know where he's at.
He could be on, he's in T.
Go, grab.
Come orange. Full health, their head glitch. He's chasing. Dead. Get a one if you guys can. Another one on point.
That's a two.
Absolute two.
Behind me. Yellow. I got one. Okay, grab new again.
Watch gas.
Coming, we're good. One more, right van John. I'm coming in. They're gonna be behind you.
One more right van. Go back alley for a one. Go back alley for a one.
I'm here.
Good shit.
2 on point.
Three.
Two orange and one back alley.
Yo. Is anyone on ball? Or no?
No, I'm pushing through. Two are gonna be no. Blue van. Right. Yellow truck, Matt. Yellow truck.
I'm gonna kill him. Step.
No truck. One shot, John.
John's hurt. Yeah, I got John. App there too. They spawned there. Two orange. Yeah. Good shit. Good play.
I'll put it behind you.
Oh, behind me.
Just go.
Got me. Cap.
Grab the ball. Go.
I got it.
I'm still here.
Just
throw for it.
I'm watching high wall run.
Dead.
You can go. Nothing flanking.
I'm weak.
It might be behind us. It might be behind us.
Yeah, just chill for a sec. White van.
One shot slasher. Blue van. There's 2 white vans.
Yeah, they all have three. One blue behind you guys.
Two.
That's fine.
Another one above. Ball.
Nice.
Let's go. John's there.
He's weak. Going in sushi, I think.
One's probably going to be top gas pot as well. Or white hole. White hole.
Absolute app. He ran back.
Watch out outside of sushi, John.
Watching low.
John, watch outside sushi.
Just camp.
Yeah, they could hit sushi right now.
Watching low.
I'm staring at sushi.
I saw you.
One shot. Nice, good job.
I'm staring at sushi.
They threw it over to him. Top construction.
Bottom two, cap.
Top construction, last guy.
Absolute.
I'm hitting it.
Yo, run this.
I'm staring at gas.
All spawn.
Yeah, yo, they went to point. Yo, stay alive.
Back alley, Seth.
Oh, shit.
Top set.
Top yellow.
Yo, I can bring it to gas.
Matt, we are looking at one of the best teams to ever touch Call of Duty. They look in full control as they go for another dunk now to go up 7-1. 4 dead for Envy. This is just so one-sided.
And I've been around for a very long time with esports, seen a lot of just great individual players, but I cannot remember just a player just having like tournament runs that are just like this dominant. Like, I mean, Formal has been that good. Like, it has just been really scary to watch. I think he's kind of taken, like, just the individual skill gap of, like, players and taken it to another level.
17-8 inside number 1. Folks in the crowd, give it up if you're a fan of Optic Gaming.
And what do you even do, Jack? I mean, when somebody is, you know, especially in the role that he plays, because he's like a little bit further back with an assault rifle in his hands, kind of like the safety valve, so to speak, for this team. It's like when he is shooting that well, and then you have Scump and Crim and Karma all like kind of pushing at you and putting on that pressure, and those guys are extremely talented as well. Like, how do you even combat that? What do you do to stop that?
I don't know, and that's why I'm not a pro. But if there's anyone who could potentially know, it's the likes of JCap. Unfortunately, the player who normally stops Formal in Slasher is 5-17.
Yeah.
Right now, he just can't get anything going.
He is definitely not stopping him with that scoreline.
Oh.
So you see Scump going to pick up a 2-piece there in the middle of the map, but I feel like right now Envy, they have a lot against them. You need a good games from John and Apathy. You're getting a good game from John. Apathy's right around even. You know, that's pretty good for like a fast up-in-your-face SMG player. But if you're going to take out this Optic Gaming team, you need everybody to play well. Cannot afford a 5-18 stat line from one of your guys.
No, and JCap's doing what he can at the moment, trying to get some gunfight wins to just give Envy some map positioning in this game. You hear the bombardment now coming on in. OG have all these tools to use. Scump gets the first kill on Apathy. Drone now being fought for in middle map. Either way, every second that goes by only favors Optic even more. Remember, if they win this map, if they hold on to this lead for 4 minutes, they 3-0 Envious and start off 9-0 with maps in their pool.
Yeah, and that kill gets picked up before Slasher can put it in for 2. It does fall into the portal, so it's going to be a 1-point play for Envy. But Optic Gaming, they rotate all the way back. They get control of their base. Now they're going to try and play for that mid-map drone control.
Positive 18 across the squad is Optic Gaming right now. When you think of the 5-second respawn delay in a game mode like Uplink, that adds up quite quick in time that you are down a man on the map, and Optic Gaming make sure to punish their opponent as much as possible because of it.
They are allowing Envy to get control of the drone,
yes,
and push it up the map though. So that is a scary sign. You know, Optic Gaming, you know, all it would take is Envy to get 1 round of kills in their base and start rallying some scores in.
Yeah, do not count Envy out in this one at all. 1 dunk here makes it a 1-possession game. They get 2 more dead on OG. Slasher, probably with his biggest streak of the game there at 2, finally does die. He's -13 at the moment. As Envy, they're one of the best teams, Chris, at Chris, wow.
Wow, you call me Puckett.
Sorry, we're the much shorter version of Maven and Puckett, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
But one thing I do want to point out, Matt, is Envy are one of the better teams at knowing to drop the drone and then play for the kills before moving up with the objective.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're just trying to get some of these Optic Gaming players to run at them so they can get control of this top side of the minimap. The only problem is they are just not winning the gun engagements. Like, they're not having enough players stay alive where they can make a healthy push towards the Optic Gaming side of the map.
No, they're still just letting the time tick down. They're halfway through side 2. 2.5 minutes left, still up by 4. As now they've earned overdrive. They've got Formal with one of his own somehow. Crimsix does not die to Apathy. It's 4 dead for Envy as OG look to put on the pressure.
Yeah, and the key to this push is number 7 on the bottom of your mini-map. It's going to be Crimsix. You see the pressure coming from the up top with the drone. Crim coming on the flank here, trying to make something happen. The pass comes in. A 2-point play goes through for Optic as they go up 9-3.
And right there, a lesser team, Matt, would have just popped camo. They would have popped camo, go for the dunk. Instead, OG, they know where they are on the map. They know how much of a pressure they have near this drone and near the base. Nice job by Apathy to at least get the beat down. 3 dead, 4 dead now for the green wall, and now Envy need to put on the pressure. They're going to have the spawn trap. Do Optic begin to use payloads to break out of this? I feel like they might have to.
Yeah, you have Slasher in the back. They're able to kill him quick. Now they need to start to push towards mid-map. That's 2 big kills there from Crim. You're Optic, now you have to push back towards that top side as soon as you see John pick up that drone.
OG, they break out of the spawn trap and only give up 2 points in this scenario. Still up by 4. 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining. What can Envy do to come back into this? Optic are 1 kill away from Scump having his payload, giving Optic all 4 of their abilities to use.
Well, here's the issue for Envy is you do have all those payloads on the side of Optic. Karma actually uses the camo.
That's a dub.
And when you use camo, you pretty much know you're going to get points. So there's no way that they can stop that. Karma goes right in for 2. And it was just a really good use to save onto that camo in case things got interesting towards the end.
57 seconds left. Optic up by 6. They've got more payloads to use. They're keeping their foot on the gas pedal. Will this be the dagger here? They look to end it with Crim6 now popping his overdrive. I just don't see how it's possible, Matt. This right here is a statement series from the green wall.
Without a doubt, when you play a top team, you want to beat them bad. It's one thing to get a 3-0 in a close fashion. I always like to just kind of, you want to go out and embarrass people, Jag. When you play these games, like you want to get a big win, you want to just keep running the score up as high as you can, really get these other top teams on notice that you are here on another level.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen dominant teams before. But right now, with this map streak that Optic Gaming now have at what could be, I believe, 23 maps in a row, won on LAN, they look like an unstoppable force. Optic Gaming, 3-0 envious. The E-Clasico is one-sided right now. There's the boys again, your final kill cam from Crim6. You know they feel so dang good right now at 9-0 in maps, 3-0 in their pool. Envy, you know they're going to be frustrated after that, but there is still a lot of Call of Duty to be played this weekend.
Well, look, I think Envy comes into this series, they expected to at least put up a fight in this matchup. They, and this is a real kind of test for Envious, like where they are as a team. And you see they get 3-0'd yet again by Optic Gaming. Gotta be tough for those guys.
We're going to go ahead and take a look back at this series here in a bit with our studio, as well as hear updates from the floor, as there's so much Call of Duty being played. Remember, we have our pool play matches today. We have pool play matches to kick off tomorrow with the open bracket teams coming in, but then that championship bracket will kick off. Do not go anywhere, though. Still today, we have our FaZe versus Luminosity match. Yes. We'll hear from a player from Optic Gaming in just a brief moment for a quick interview.
And those open bracket teams coming out, it's huge in terms of pro points to try and qualify for the Global Pro League. I mean, you have teams that are right on the bubble, like Evil Geniuses, Allegiance potentially coming out of there into these pools. So it's going to be very important when those open bracket teams get in.
I cannot wait to see how this all breaks down. We have some teams who are now beginning to emerge and slowly earn their spots in the Global Pro League. And one of those teams that's sitting pretty ready for stage 1 is Optic Gaming. Down on the floor, we have Puckett with one of the members of Optic.
Thank you very much, Courage. I'm here with the king. Give it up for Scuf, ladies and gentlemen. The king is back, and you put on a show in game 1. But this was really kind of a one-sided affair. Talk me through this matchup against Envious.
Envy, always a very respectable team to play. I mean, they won champs last year. They're very, very talented. We go into every series against them at this point. We're just confident again. It's really, our confidence has come back. We haven't had it for a couple events, but it's back, and it's really showing in our game.
Can we talk a little bit more about that? Because last time we watched in Atlanta, you matched up against Envy in that winner's bracket. They were the team that sent you to the losers bracket where you had to make that ridiculous run all the way back to the grand finals. What changed after that series? How did you guys find your form?
I'm going to give it to one play. Whenever Damon 1v1'd against, I think it was Fastball 5-5, we were down 2-5. Ever since then, we've been a completely different team in and out of games. So I got to give, all my credit, all of my team's credit to that.
A lot of people are talking about the SMG. They're happy to see it back in your hands. It's not just ARs these days. How's your game feel right now?
Oh, I feel amazing. My S&D's slacking a little bit compared to last event. I'm going to try to work on that, but my respawn as well as my team's respawn is lights out. It's same with S&D. Crim and Karma, they really picked it up in the S&D for us, and me and Forma weren't really doing too much. So it's just a team effort, and everyone's playing their role and doing their jobs.
Paris champions going for the Dallas Trophy here this weekend. A lot of people out there are saying Optic Gaming is unstoppable once again. Do you think that's true?
I don't want to say unstoppable. We still got to come out and play these teams with the utmost respect. One of our biggest issues is showing teams too little respect and letting them take a respawn office or something like that. So just got to come out, stay calm, cool, collected, and I think we'll win the tournament if we do that.
All right, well, Scum, congratulations on a big win. Optic Gaming comes out on top of the E-Clasico. For now, though, let's send it back to Courage.
Thank you, boys. Always great to hear from Scump as Optic Gaming continued to plow right on through. They will finish their day 1 at a perfect 9-0 map count. Matt, there is still a lot more Call of Duty to be played. Primetime continues next, with FaZe Clan going up against Luminosity, 2 in the best in North America. You will not want to miss it. Stay here for the CWL Dallas Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL Dallas Open. Of course, coming up next on the main stage, FaZe versus Luminosity. We just saw Optic Gaming come through and crush Team Envious, a convincing 3-0 victory there. I believe that puts them, is it 9-0 now against Team Envious in the last time they played against each other? That's a crazy stat.
They're 9-0 for pool play, 9-0 in their last 3 games against Envious. They lost the one series, and that's what put them in the losers bracket in Atlanta, and that's really the main reason they ended up getting second place, but they have certainly got their revenge against the squad since then, so can't really take away from them.
Definitely have. However, there was an interesting story developing over in the open bracket, and I believe we can actually send it down to the open bracket itself with Rich Campbell.
The upset in open bracket is official. The round 3 winner is going to be Merciless Gaming. They just took down Allegiance, who was the 4th seed in the entire open bracket, and they were one of the North American teams that was on the bubble to actually qualify for stage 1 of the Pro League. And I'm here with Labat right now, who is the team captain, and we got to talk about it just a little bit before we actually jumped on camera. But tell everyone at home who may not actually know your team and the story, just the origins of this Latin American squad.
Okay, hey guys, my name is Leandro, aka Labat. We are like from Brazil. We play Call of Duty for I play for 7 years almost. The boys play for at least 5 years each one. Me and Kyle played together for almost 5 years. Lucas and Diogo, Luquinas and Krebs, they played together for... They played together for 4 years, and we won every single championship that we could run in Brazil. I've been to 2 COD championships. Kyle been with me in one of them. Diogo and Lucas went to ESWC. We were on the finals with them, but they won against us. And we decided to mix the powers, and now we have investors, and they want to bring us to US to compete. They believe in us.
So you heard it from the man himself. They basically combined all the best players from the region, brought them here to Texas, and they're looking really strong right now in the open bracket. Now, one of the matches, though, that you definitely have to look out for if you keep moving on through is going to be Evil Geniuses. And now they are looking to qualify for that NA Pro League spot that Allegiance is now almost out of contention for. Do you think you're going to be able to take down a squad like EG?
We actually thought that Allegiance will be like the strongest from our bracket. We were looking forward to win against them because we are now pretty confident. I think if we do our best, we can beat EG. EG is a really good team, we know that. But they aren't like going on in this game. They are struggling a little, and we hope they struggle against us. That's it.
So you heard from the man himself, he's very confident here. Now round 4 is about to get started, a very big match in round 4. We're starting to see the closer and closer seeds playing against each other. So Echo Fox is actually going to be playing Set to Destroy. Now that match is also really important because the winner of that will potentially play Epsilon, who's qualifying for that, trying to qualify for that EU Pro League spot. So stay tuned and we'll keep you up to date with round 4 soon. Until then, Benson, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rich. The Brazilians here to play. And here a look at our notable teams. You'll see that 4th seed Allegiance loses round 3. Crazy. And G2 Esports as well loses round 3. Merc, it's getting interesting now in this losers bracket, in the open bracket as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what we talked about. That open bracket's tough. There's a lot of matches you have to win, and you know, those best of 3s, you know, you lose one map and you put that self in a pressure situation, and some of these teams just crack.
It's very rough, and it's a terrible, terrible place to be, especially if you fall down into the losers bracket. That's when you really do have to start a big, big run, and that's what we're going to expect to see from Allegiance. But definitely keep your eye out on this Merciless squad. Pretty much out of nowhere. Merc, you were saying how they have a team house. They've been kind of grinding and practicing pretty heavily. Yep. I mean, how far can these guys go?
I mean, who knows? I mean, these guys, after Vegas, the first event of the year, they decided, you know what, we're gonna take that chance, and they moved here, and they've been playing in all of the North American 2Ks. You sort of heard the story about it, but now all that hard work's paying off, and hopefully they can go really far. Maybe we'll see them in pool play.
Definitely exciting to see. For now, though, we can go to a live look-in with our Charlie station, where Rise are going up against Panda. Panda, they've had a pretty rough start to this event. Definitely not the start many would have expected. This, I guess you could argue, is a must-win.
It really is, but they're going against Rise especially, and as we look into this uplink, you can see the scoreline very quickly. Yes, it's 1-1, but it's looking very likely that it's going to be 2-1 in Rise's favor. A bit of a struggle here early in this first half in uplink.
Yeah, and something we saw on the hard point when these two teams were playing was exactly what we're seeing now. Aqua and Facento completely went off on Scorch hardpoint. Facento at one point, he opened up going on an 8 streak. He dies, comes back with a 5 streak, dies again, comes back with a 4 streak. He was like 28-7 at one point, playing absolutely phenomenal. And Aqua was not very far behind. And of course, you see their scores here, 17-7, 14-6, and it just reflects in that score line. 7-0 lead, looking very, very comfortable so far against Panda.
They are looking very comfortable indeed. I mean, that's gonna definitely help when you have, I believe, is that Prophet 2-11 there? That is not the best start, Merc.
No, not at all. And again, Panda, this is the 9th seed. I mean, they want to take that final Pro League spot. They want to get that invite. And they're just not playing well. I mean, they're 0-2 so far. It's looking like Rise is going to be able to take these next 2 respawns. It's a very tough situation for Panda.
And I think that kind of makes an interesting conversation as to what conversation do they need to have, TP. You get back to the hotel tonight. You've had a very rough start to your Dallas Open. How do you recover? So going into tomorrow, you know you're going to start in losers essentially, because at best you're going to be 1-3. How do you prepare?
I think you go back and watch some of those games at Atlanta, for example. They were playing quite well. I think they need to try and replicate what they were doing then. They were playing this faster style of play. I don't know if all players are comfortable playing at that style, but whatever they were doing at Atlanta was working. I think maybe those losses to Optic have gotten to them. They haven't had good performances at all, to say the least, after those 2 losses especially. So I think they just need to group up, try and instill as much confidence as possible. They need it right now, and they're fighting for this number 9 spot, especially maybe pick up profit after this tough map.
And I feel like now's a good time to really maybe bring up that conversation of speculation about the Control Freak MVP. Has anyone impressed you so far, Chancellor? I'll start with you. Is there a player who kind of just sticks out from day one?
Well, I mean, when you pick an MVP, you always got to really pick it from one of those top teams. If you're going to go Optic, probably going to give it to Formal, although Scump has made a pretty good case for himself overall. Either way, definitely leaning towards the AR player in Formal. If you're talking about FaZe, I know Enable has played fantastic so far, but again, a lot of different teams to look at.
Yeah, you got to keep our eyes on E United as well. Gunless was able to win it at Atlanta. He's had some solid performances too, but maybe one of those players in the lineup, Pristini, has that MVP potential, star performance power out of those guys. So.
Yeah, and I mean, you just have to look at Optic to me. I mean, it's just clear cut. They're just better right now. I mean, that's just it. They're better than every team here. And you talked about Form a lot. I really like Scum's performance so far. I mean, he was 35 and 17 on that retaliation hardpoint. I mean, you heard Mr. X talk about it. It feels like Scump is here finally. He seems confident in himself. He's playing the game more. It just feels like Seth wasn't here, all year long, but he's finally here.
Yep, maybe making that change has had that effect. A quick look back at the game. Still 7-1 in favor of Rise. And is this the kind of Rise performance you were expecting, Chance?
Well, weirdly enough, they were supposed to be good at Search and Destroy. They ended up losing that 6-1, so not quite what we expected. But again, when you think about Rise going against a team like Panda, you definitely expect Rise to be able to come out on top. And kind of going back again, Vicento's been playing phenomenal. That's what he looked like back at Vegas when he got the MVP, when the team came out on top, pulled that #1 seed. Vicento was the player going off. And again, if he's able to produce this for the rest of the tournament, Rise is going to be in really good shape. Of course, that they have already fallen in one series so far.
And that's been the issue, though. Can he provide that performance himself? Really, when you look at Vegas, it was him and Looney who were really carrying a lot of the slaying load alongside Aqua and Felony, of course, but it really just seemed like those two were standing out from the others. And
absolutely.
You haven't seen that in past events. It's sort of been transferred over to Felony and Aqua again. A lot of pressure on the slaying. So if Vicento and Looney can stay consistent, I mean, they're 0-2 right now. This maybe will get some confidence in them. Maybe they can finish 3rd place, 2-2 in their pool. But again, you're looking at Looney and Vicento to step up if they want to make a run deep into this tournament.
Absolutely are. As it stands, 8-1. Still plenty of time left on the clock. I guess if you were to see a Panda come back, it would definitely be impressive. But in terms of Panda, this specific map, TP, what's gone wrong?
Basically, when a team's getting overpowered, especially in the slaying category, you see them, sort of revert to that weak side of the map. So they're rotating over towards that train track to the left side. Luckily, a one goes in, a nice overdrive use, and sort of a saving grace for them. There's 2 minutes left. They do have some sort of time to bring it back in this one. But when you're forced to rotate over towards blue over and over again, it's very easy for Rise to rotate over there, just pre-aim up, and stop that push down. It's such a small lane, right? So if you're forced to that weak side, you don't really have the chance to get those scoring opportunities.
Yeah, and then touching back on the hard point, there was about a 4-hill period where they were getting beat 145-1 in terms of score, just completely destroyed. They were not trading kills at all. I mean, not a single kill for about a 4-minute period, didn't trade any of them. So completely inefficient in that regard. And then, of course, looking at the scoreline here, you got 2 players that are kind of chilling at that double negative. They are not trading the kills efficiently as well. Of course, they do get a clean 4 down right there. 1:20 left. Who knows if they can do it?
It just seems like in uplink, when you sort of go into that second half down, when you're losing, you see a lot of teams panic. They just take that drone and they're trying to force plays. You have to slay. There's multiple steps, to getting those drone scores. You have to not only slay for middle map, but also slay in the base. And sometimes when you see a team losing, they'll just try to force that drone. And as Tyler said, they'll take it to that weak side of the map. But, Panda trying to get a little bit of momentum here, but just might be a little too late.
It's not over yet. Of course, 50 seconds still to go. Panda find themselves down by 4. Can they somehow, some way make this comeback? It's not looking good, though. Vicento with the drone in hand. This could be the final nail in the coffin. Pops the camo as well. Should surely be good for 2. Gets bumped. Oh, but it does go in anyway. That's going to be a 10-4 lead. TP, there's no way they lose this game.
Oh, not at all. It just seems like Rise has had complete control this entire time, and that's the main difference. Don't force plays. It's a lot of the issues I've seen from the NA side of uplink throughout Dallas so far. So I feel like teams are going to sort of lock up their gameplay, solidify their gameplay a bit more going into tomorrow, and I feel like these little mistakes that they're making are going to go away.
And just to kind of add to the problems you face if you go down after the first half, the other team, they're going to have more score than you. They're going to be closer if they have not already earned those payloads. They might be getting them more time. So not only are you down in score, you're going to have a bigger kind of snowbally fight to work uphill for that second half. So again, you just make it so incredibly difficult for yourself to come back from, and obviously they were not able to do so there.
Of course, that series not over. It's still 2-1, so they will be heading over to a map number 4. For now, let's just take a look and refresh ourselves with exactly where we stand with all of our pools. Of course, there's been so much action, it can get a little hectic, but let's take a look. Of course, sitting pretty, Pool A, Optic Gaming, 3-0. Team Envious right behind them. You have Red Reserve and Tainted Minds, both 0-2. Over to Pool B, E United sitting pretty at 2-0. Millennium at 1-1 with Cloud9. Mind Freak sadly at 0-2. FaZe Clan 2-0, Fnatic 1-1 with Luminosity 1-1 as well. E6 2-0, Splice 2-0, but we just got confirmation that Splice actually did defeat E6, which will actually put them in the LAN League. Fantastic news for them. For now, though, we are going to go to a commercial break. We're going to go to FaZe versus Luminosity.
Respawn, he is an absolute beast.
Shots coming in from Octane. He is 20 and 11, definitely standing out for the squad. Last-ditch effort to contest. JCap and John trying to filter it, but Octane and Classic just too strong.
Octane is a player who in Advanced Warfare started out on Justice, and since then he's really just risen all the way to the top of the rankings. Octane has some of the best aim out of any player in the CWL.
He has all the talent in the world. He's young. He seems determined, rushes in Respawn KD.
Octane is a very strong player in the Respawn game mode. Look for him in hardpoint with the assault rifle to really win a lot of those anchor battles, lockdown spawns for his team.
It falls apart completely when you take a look at the search and destroy. He had a .65 S&D KD at Atlanta. His team needs to fix it. It's not entirely his fault, but obviously if he can turn it around, it's going to assist the team in a big way.
Octane has tremendous natural talent. If he can get better, a little bit more dedicated to search and destroy, this is a guy where the sky's the limit.
A perfect start for Luminosity in this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is prime time, and it is time for the final match of the night. The first ever LAN match in Infinite Warfare between Luminosity Gaming and the FaZe Clan.
I was surprised when I read that. Talking to LG, I was like, what team are you looking forward to playing in pools? Who are you fearing? They're like, well, FaZe, we haven't played them yet, so we're a little bit interested to see how that will go. I was a bit shocked with how much action we've actually had.
Now, these teams have been playing online quite a bit, and I asked Slack a little bit about that matchup ahead of time, and he said, honestly, we just plan to lose every time we play FaZe online because they all live in the same house. They're quad hosting against us. But on LAN, it's going to be totally different. And FaZe Clan, they're in the better position here. They are without a loss so far. Luminosity, they're playing for their life in the pool after slipping up against Fnatic to start the day.
I said I thought Fnatic had a chance in this pool because their search and destroy has been so good. And you saw there in the profile piece on Luminosity how bad they've been in that particular mode. And it ended up biting them. That's going to be what scares me here, because talking about how good Fnatic was, the only team to beat them in Search and Destroy at ESWC twice, and it was FaZe.
Look out, Luminosity, when it comes to Search and Destroy. It's going to be all about winning the Respawn game modes. Luminosity is a team that's been at the top forever, but no one seems to really be paying attention to them because they haven't been in a winner's final, they haven't been in a loser's final. This is a team that took Optic Gaming to Game 5 before falling short and getting 4th back at Atlanta. This is their tournament to prove they truly are a top 3 contender.
And FaZe knows this is their team to beat here, the one that's going to be their toughest test, especially coming from ESWC. You got to feel Luminosity thinks they have a lot to prove. They were playing with a stand-in. They didn't get the result they wanted. They can be a top 4 team outside of that. It's time to prove it.
Pretty crazy. They got 9th place with a stand-in.
Unreal.
Now they got Saints back in the lineup, and it is time to get this started to open things up. We're on board with one of the greatest assault rifle players of all time, Clayster, but right away, it's Classic and Octane first on the board. Luminosity is going to be scoring first.
Luminosity set up nicely here. Zuma tries to break in. It's attached looking over him there with the NV4, but ultimately will fall. And it's funny to see something like that, where you've attached with an NV4 in the back. You're so used to seeing him up close, in your face, but there's so many long lines of sight here. You can go with a lot more ARs, Chris.
It's kind of crazy to see how the meta has just changed since we last watched in Atlanta. Paris, we saw a few new things, but really it's been in the last month where the players have been adapting their play style. Luminosity off to a great start on the back of players like Slacked and Saints, both opening up 3-1. They have control of this bridge. 15 points remain, and they're already almost to 30 on the scoreboard.
Well, Classic was doing a nice job contesting there, but finally did fall. FaZe trying to answer back, but there's just 5 seconds, so let's get to the rotation. It was Zuma pushing through mid-hotel. Clayster is already set up kind of at the back bridge to see him pushing around curve, backside hotel to make a play, and this hard point has come one more and more, where you can see teams get a nice 40, 50 points here. You can really lock it down if you have control of that pedestal.
Good first pick by Classic. Luminosity trying to pinch in now. They've forced out Zuma. Attach holding his ground. Top Deck picks up 2 big kills with the help of Clayster. And now it looks like FaZe will be able to contest for a bit. This is not your money hill yet, though. We have to look out for the next 2 hard points. Once again, I think we're going to see a bit of a scrappy situation down low.
It just depends. If you get control of deck, you really can do a lot of damage. But so far, it's been back and forth. We've got 20 seconds left. But like you said, the rotations will start early. You already see the number 3 there attached. He's set up at the top left of your mini-map. He's looking for the cross coming from bridge, which is going to be the Luminosity players trying to flood in. One more bullet there, and he might have picked up one on the cross, but he's in a good position here to do some damage early in Grave.
Octane has regained his health. He also has regained some reinforcements. As I say that, Clayster gets a key pick. Zuma can now push out. FaZe is set up to score here in the Cathedral. It's going to be up to Saints to open things up on our next blue team push.
Well, Slack will be the first one in. He gets cut down. So far, flawless play from Clayster and crew here. Clayster on a 3 streak, actually. That team kill does come through. Octane onto Saints. That's not going to make it any easier to break in against a nice setup from FaZe.
Absolutely. They're pinching in at the same time. That grenade gets rid of the flanker. FaZe is fortified. 30 points remain here in the Cathedral, and this is where the game can start to spiral out of control. If you lose the last 30 seconds, you absolutely must win the battle for the next Broken Hill.
You have to, and look at the minimap, though, again. Look at who's getting the spawn there towards the destroyed building side of the map. The number 2, number 4, it's Clayster and Zuma, who are going to be in good spots there to get cutoffs as they come across. You can already see where Zuma is. He's got eyes on half the map, basically, in the rotation across, and this is going to make it so tough. That's a big win from Slack, but Zuma does a good job slowing them up, because he still should get a spawn in the back of his team. No, he actually spawns at the bottom left. He's going to be able to actually flank in behind a couple players, I think.
Octane doesn't know it, but he is wide open here on the bridge. They can all surge forward. No one in position to stop him yet. Now Enable is in that key position. And shout out to Enable. We talk about kills. We talk about deaths. Look at the objective time. 1:20. All ready for FaZe Clan.
And what's been impressive, I mean, that's the stat you expect from Enable a lot of times, the objective stuff, but he's been doing it in the slaying department as well. I mean, leading the team right now at 8-6. He really started to explode for me at ESWC, proving that he can hang with the best when it comes to just raw gun skill.
Octane inside the hill currently for Luminosity. You can see he's got plenty of support. Right next to him is going to be Slacked as well as Saints. So a 3-man defensive stand. The 4th player, it's Classic, who has gone on a long flank. Octane just trying to slow it down. They're going to hold strong. And we talked about how key it was to hold the destroyed building. Look at your scoreboard once again. This is just a 20-point game.
It is, and you know, we talk about how good they've been at respawn, and just taking a look at some of the stats leading up to this point. Octane in respawn, a 1.3, but still, the search and destroy, he falls off to a 0.84. Maybe not as drastic as what we saw from Atlanta in that profile video, but Octane still showing, when you talk about respawn, and purely statistically, he is top in the game.
3-point game right now, hotel hallway battle going down. Neither team wants to get in the hill. They want to get the kills first, and they're being scored by Octane. 2 big NV4 kills, and now you're going to see Slack pick up a 3rd and a 4th. FaZe is wiped off the map. Luminosity is in. 20 points remain as our teams are going to fight for the scrap time, and Luminosity, for the first time since our opening hill, has retaken the lead.
They've taken that lead and a bit of it on the back of the 3 streak here from Slack. Let's see if he can keep it going. Pushing out from curb to top bridge. He's got one to his right, one to his left as well. Just setting up in a position here where he can be a nuisance, wait for some help, sees one with his teammate trying to assist there. He watches Saints drop, and now he immediately kind of dips to safety. He wants to stay up, try and hold some spawns for his team. If he falls there, maybe you spawn out a bit. You don't have a chance to get right back in on the attack, but they're ready to go.
I like seeing this use of the shockwave that Slack has, the trait much more prominent here. After seeing a lot of open bracket teams and even the European teams using it back in Atlanta, everyone seems to be equipping it these days. Luminosity continuing to score. FaZe trying to get an angle. Clayster desperately looking for a pick. There's one. Has the 2nd player down to just 5 health.
He needed just another bullet across, but he's still doing a good job putting down fire for his team. Ultimately, though, he will end up dropping, but Luminosity opens up a lead a bit here. They're up just under 20 points, but with 15 seconds left on the clock, FaZe is going to have the ability to tie it up before we rotate to the lower street. Enable continues to rack on this time. You highlighted it earlier. He's going to almost break the 2-minute mark here, and we still have so much gameplay left in game 1.
FaZe as a team has 130 points on the scoreboard. Enable basically 120 seconds of his own. You look on the other side, it's a much more even spread as everyone has taken turns for Luminosity hopping in that hard point. We're at this point in the game, though, where the payloads could be crucial. Octane has his ready to pop, Classic as well. On the other side, FaZe, they've already used it. Clayster is the closest to gaining his.
I'll tell you one interesting thing with talking to these two teams. You know, there are some teams that have set in-game leaders that sort of carry it throughout your different modes. Both of these guys kind of said it's different players per game mode. It can change in and out at times. It's objective by committee. They're all four very capable players. And, you know, it's interesting. Luminosity said their biggest strength actually lined up with the same answer I got from Optic Gaming. They said, we are four of the best players in the game. When we are on point, you are not beating us in respawns. Let's see if they can get it done here.
And Saints is arguably the scariest player on this Luminosity team, and he always has been a competitive player since day one. He has been a prominent slayer. And this game, though, he's off to a bit of a slow start. I mean, he's only -1, but you look at his interactions, I'm used to seeing him at the top of the leaderboards in terms of gun engagements. He hasn't been that active.
It's an interesting thing with Saints. I mean, something he's been knocked for a little bit in his career up to this point is when he's playing teams that he should beat, maybe that they're better than, he will drop bombs. When he plays teams maybe better than his team or equal competition, he doesn't always have those monster performances. So right now, a little bit slow against FaZe, but they've done enough. Another lead change here as FaZe now back in control, 170 to 167. This is a back and forth affair.
We're in the fourth quarter now. Who is going to walk away with the first game in our best-of-5 series? This is Pool C. If you are just joining us, FaZe currently sitting at 2-0 with a match count. Luminosity lost to Fnatic. They are 1-1 and are in a must-win scenario. Attach, picking up some key kills on the rotation now. They're trying to fortify the broken building. Luminosity continuing to score on Cathedral, but this next fight is arguably the biggest of the game.
Attach in a position here to be a bit of a nuisance. Can he find the kills in the back line? He doesn't have the advantage. Camo actually popped in his back. He should be taken out momentarily. But no, he actually turns, and he's able to burn Classic, who uses his camo to find the angle on him. Still can't win the gunfight. Attach does lose the second, though. Didn't do enough there for his team to make it in. I mean, all the work he was doing, it seemed like the tension was building for FaZe to come get the break, but they were never able to get into a position to do it.
And big props to Octane. I mean, he's on a 4th streak. You see Saints, who was getting those cuts. He's now positive with a 6th streak of his own. Strong defense on the front line. They have picked up every single point and broken. And now Luminosity, we're looking at a 30-point game, Evan.
And that is exactly why they're terrifying. They can all go off. An 11 streak combined for the side. Another one coming in for Saints. The streak is now at 8. There's another inside. Make it 9. He's got Centurion. He's got full streaks, and Luminosity has control here with not a lot of time remaining.
Final second, gonna tick off the clock at Broken. The hill has rotated. And we saw a very scrappy fight here in the hotel the first time around. Now on the new rotation, there is no contesting from FaZe. Luminosity scoring at will, 12 points away, down to our final 10. FaZe desperately trying to contest. Zuma needs this gunfight.
I mean, this is one maybe you could bring it back a little bit here, but once we get back outside, you have all those streaks for Saints where he can make the difference when firing those off. But 30 seconds remaining. If they get all the points here, they're trailing by 20 or so points. 3 kills coming in the kill feed now for FaZe. We've seen some ridiculous comebacks for them in Infinite Warfare. Some of the best, thinking back to PSX against Orbit. They can do it in Hardpoint. Can they do it now? The FaZe fans starting to come alive.
The hotel hallway. This is a hill you don't expect to score on. FaZe, after getting Luminosity out, is rolling up here on the scoreboard. Look at this. They're right back in it. They have to win this next rotation. Zuma looking for the fight. He doesn't know there's 2 players right behind him. Now he spots one. Will FaZe be able to hold on the bridge? Player number 5, keep your eyes on Classic on the minimap. He is in the key flanking position to win this game.
But it's the streak from Saints that start to come in. He only was able to pick up 1 kill. They're still holding on, but as Slack closes the door, this might be it. Classic is now in the hard point. They're pushing from curb, 2 seconds remaining, and that should be it. LG has done it.
Woo! 250 to 218. Just when it looked like FaZe had everything locked up in the first rotation, Luminosity gets control of Cathedral. They win the battle for Broken. They get right back in it, and they finish strong.
That's why, you know, as much as I was getting into it and hyping up the comeback for FaZe, what are you going to do? We know Saints has the streaks in his back pocket. All the games that end at Bridge, typically the team that has streaks, they're the ones that are going to pull it out. It's just too influential.
They've been strong in Respawn all year long. They show it once again. Let's take a look back at some of the best moments here from our first game in the best of 5. It started off with Zuma slaying away. You saw Attach picking up some key kills in the middle of the game. But keep your eyes on Octane. He was the player alongside Saints that really turned up in the second half, got Luminosity back in the game, controlling the front of the broken building, and that kill from Attach on Classic, a little bit embarrassing, but it didn't cost him much.
It's like Saints heard me. I'm like, sometimes, you know, maybe he doesn't show up against the top teams. I make that comment, and he just erupts, fully streaked out, takes over the game. We know he has all the skill in the world. It was there in that one, and that's when Luminosity's on 4-man. They can beat the best.
There is a look at Classic, one of the best players in the game that is just under the radar. No one seems to talk about the threat that this man is in the game. And you can see his performance, 29 kills, a 1.38 KD with 70 seconds of hill time. On the other side, it was a one-man objective show from Enable.
He did everything. I mean, he led in the KD department. He leads in the hill time as well. You got to think the defends are up there too, since he's in the hill so much to actually make the plays. But where was the damage done? I mean, Broken's what really stands out to me there, at least when you're looking at Luminosity. 79 to 26. It's really the final rotation's a hard point, but it closes out there at 4 and 5, where they do a lot of work. But there's the man, Enable from FaZe. They need him to keep playing at this level if they're going to hang with Luminosity, specifically in the respawns. But hey, it's S&D next, and we know that's the woe of Luminosity.
FaZe, they've been pretty darn good at it. Talking to Rise Nation, this is the one squad that causes one of the best S&D teams in the game problems.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to think, if you're a FaZe fan out there, you're disappointed by game one, don't worry, this is your chance to regain some ground.
Yeah, when you think of teams that stand out in Search and Destroy, I mean, Optic's obviously been amazing recently, Fnatic's been incredible, and FaZe Clan is right there with them. So this is not going to be easy. It's not like this is, oh, FaZe is going up against a pretty strong Luminosity team. No, they've been horrendous in Search and Destroy. They've been downright awful. They have got to turn it around. You watch the team's KDs just cut in half when it goes to this game mode. There better have been a lot of work put in up to this event, but the problem is most teams don't scrim Search and Destroy. So Where is it going to improve drastically? It's not going to happen in your 2Ks every couple weekends.
Yeah, these guys, they've been playing in a few S&D tournaments, kind of the best practice on GameBattles.com for these teams. But outside of that, everyone they focus on the respawn. So it's going to come down to the key trades, the key gunfights, who's going to get first blood, and are you able to get the bomb down right away? Our map is loading up, and this is one of my favorites for Search and Destroy, Maven. We're headed to Crusher.
And here, I mean, the one maybe positive thing you have for Crusher, a lot of times you see very heavy team hits, right? 4-on-4 action, gunfight after gunfight, effective trading, and that's somewhere where Luminosity can shine. Not necessarily in Search and Destroy, but you see them do it in the respawns. Can they now bring this into the game 2 and get it done on Crusher? Oh, this is going to be a tough test.
SMGs have been key on this map, especially over at the B bomb site. A, of course, all short-range battles. Will the teams be able to score on offense, or is it defense that will hold strong? Luminosity on the attack first, with Classic being your bomb carrier.
I almost feel like you want fast rounds if you're Luminosity. Like you want 4-on-4 gunfights, flying at each other. Like I feel like the longer these rounds go, the more decisions that need to be made in Search and Destroy, the more of an edge I give to this FaZe side. But it's Octane getting pushed first, could be up close and personal. He's got the NV4, he's got it back down. Wise move there. That's not the kind of angle you want to take with that rifle.
And I love that Clayster, player number 6 on your mini-map, wisely backs down. He knows he doesn't need to engage. He just needs to keep them stuck near this bomb site. The push comes in, but the trades are there. It comes down to a 1v1. Saints versus Clayster. Saints has got him, but no, it's Clay on the wall run that hits the shots and will get the defuse for round 1.
And Clay even stays on the wall and gets it back for the defuse. You know, those are those awkward gunfights, right? You're kind of bumping into each other, hitting the wall run. You'll see somebody maybe fall off the map, but he stays on, gets it, and FaZe will take your round 1. But at least if you're Luminosity, it's close. That was a highly contested round that comes down to the stretch, and this is a very winnable gunfight.
I was going to say, watch that one more time. I thought that Saints fired first. He looked like he was pre-aimed, ready for that challenger. Clayster, the better shots this time around, is able to clutch up. Momentum, FaZe, will they be able to get it down with the bomb? Are they going to A here? I think we are actually going to see an early A plant here from FaZe Clan.
Well, they're trying, but you've got a nice defensive stack from Luminosity. They're ready for it, but you see the power of the ERAD close to medium range, how much it can evaporate there. Spot-on shots from Attach to pick up the first kill, but there's an easy answer from Luminosity. Now going to be a 3 versus 3. Attach can't win that one. It's a headshot from Classic that gives them the edge.
Nice wiggle in the air from Classic. Zuma answers back, though. 2-on-2, Slacked and Octane up against Clayster only, as you see Zuma shot in the back by Slack's K-Bar. Can Clay do it once again?
He's clutching this round.
50 seconds left, Maven.
He's got a lot of time. 1 versus 2. These are very winnable moments for Clay, but now he's been spotted. He isn't able to take the first gunfight. If he could get an E-Rad here, get a K-Bar, something that's going to make it a little bit easier to break into A, you give him a pretty good opportunity, but now you look at the wrap. They're sticking together as a duo. This is perfect. Clay going to be in a very, very tough position. Should be cut down momentarily. Did they not see him?
After he didn't get that first kill, his odds of winning this round just dropped drastically. He doesn't know where the opponents are. He did get the bomb, though. 17 seconds to plant, and it's Octane who is going to win that fight midair.
I think anybody else he gets in that fight, he might win it. But Octane, one of the most accurate with the AR. That's a really close gunfight that Octane just gets the edge on. Perfect shots.
Look at the reaction time there from Octane. Young Sam still got it. Breakout star back in AW. You saw him all last year destroying for Elevate and Black Ops 3. Now here with this Luminosity squad looking good. Rise Nation, excuse me.
That's why I just don't get it. Like, he's so good in respawns. How can he fall off so hard in Search and Destroy? But so far, they're at least able to tie this one up at 1-1. Octane mid-map, that's a gunfight you're going to take him in 9 out of 10 times when he's shooting a long range like that with the MV4. But now they've taken it into A. They are going to be able to get a quick plant down. Now it's going to be on the retake from FaZe Clan.
And it's going to be tough for FaZe. They have to wait for Clayster, who is way out of position. He's going to rotate over, probably be the sole flanker as they'll hit 3 on the left side. And Clay going to try and cause a distraction, has the worst weapon possible for these short quarters.
Does he? Does he, Chris?
No. Yeah, he shouldn't have been able to hit that shot. Clay getting it done.
Oh, it was just perfect. He hits the shot, 6th up there. He's at the pistol. And these can be so good at close range. You can find the kills. The assist does come through. It's now going to be a 2 versus 2. Make it 1. Now it's Classic going up against Enable and Attach. 10 seconds left. All he's got to do is pick up the kill on the bomb, and they can't do it. The time is there.
That opening snipe was absolutely beautiful. Such pure reaction there from Clayster as he hits the shot, opens it up, causes chaos in the back lines. If that threat's gone, they're able to focus all their attention on the front door.
Exactly.
Instead, FaZe able to collapse.
Takes your pinch away, but he's able to get it done. And as Enable pushes through the rear, he's able to cut down Classic, right? I mean, if Classic gets that kill onto Attach, you see Attach kind of duck behind the bomb. If he gets the kill on him, they don't have time to defuse, right? That is huge. The combination of Attach getting out of the way, and then also the flank from Enable, just enough to get it done. And Clayster's got out the big stick once again.
Yeah, it worked last time. Let's keep it out. You only have to see him for about 2 frames. Clayster making his way along the perimeter. Is going to look for any challengers. The defense never really showing themselves. So he will have to look for a reaction after the bomb is planted. Luminosity did a 4-man A stack. Now they have to rotate over to B, knowing that FaZe wasn't coming in on a quick hit. The bomb not down quite yet. Enable deciding to hold it. They want to go for the gunfights, and already they're winning them.
Well, it's just going to be Octane now. He gets sights on 1. Does he check his close corner? Yes, he does. He saw 1 as well, so he's got a chance to turn this into a 1 versus 1, but they're grouping up to work together. Buddy, that's your own nade coming back at you. That'll slow him down, but he's got 45 seconds to work with here. Plenty of time to get this done. The plant now going to be going down for Attach, and Octane's got some work to do.
Scary thing, even if you lose this round, is how close it attaches to that camo as well. You saw with that plant, that's going to put him about 1 kill away. Octane picks up 1, but can't get them both. 3-1, FaZe Clan in total control.
And camo is just so imperative to Search and Destroy. I mean, I think 2 different times, 0 from Splice this weekend has gotten, I think it's in round 2 one time he got it, in round 3 a time he got a camo, because he started out so hot. He gets 3 kills, gets a defuse. Next thing you know, he has camo. You're going to get it a second time. It's round changing. So important here, but you do see Classic very close to earning his own as soon as he gets this bomb planted or finds a kill.
And they're going to go for the bottom half of the map. Everybody stacked up at B. Octane is the last one to get there, and already you're going to see a pick. It's Attach's grenade on Classic.
And that's big, because that's basically delaying it 1 more round that he won't have the camo, right? You take him out before he gets an assist, before he's able to do anything to pick that up, before he gets the bomb planted. That's a crucial kill on that nade coming through, and now it's going to be a 4v2. Slacked and Octane, a lot of work to do. Octane almost clutched the 1v3 just a round prior, but it looks like they're going to opt to get out of Dodge for the time being.
48 seconds left. Plenty of time. The problem is you have 4 red arrows protecting the bomb. How are they going to get in? They need to go for an early pick. FaZe at this point, they just need to play patient. Don't give up any easy kills. Stick together and look for the trades.
Yeah, just looking at that bomb in between them on the minimap. It's like they've set up a barbecue. Grilling some cheeseburgers. Do you grill cheeseburgers?
I would.
I would, yes, right around this bomb site. It's going to be so tough to get done, but as Clayster drops, all of a sudden you have a chance. It's now Slack to the 1v2. How would they pull this off? Slack getting aggressive now, 10 seconds remaining, but he will be cut down. Got a little bit scarier maybe than it needed to, but just for a moment.
Maven, is Luminosity terrible at S&D, or is FaZe just playing really well?
It is very much a combination of the two. Luminosity, there's no way around it. They've been atrocious at the game mode. And FaZe is very good. So that's what you're watching happen here in the scoreline. Is there a game of Search that Luminosity could steal one? Sure, but you're never, ever, ever going to predict them to take this against FaZe. You're just not, because they're that lopsided in this game mode.
Zuma is looking for the opening pick. He spotted Octane and immediately ran away. He's going to try and distract over at the A-bomb site. Meanwhile, the rest of the team making their way to the bottom half of the map, attached, checking every corner as he leads the bomb carrier in.
So just a quick funny story for you about I reached out to the players asking some stuff, and it was strongest game modes and weakest game modes. For strongest game modes, Slack said every map for Respawn. For weakest, every map in Search and Destroy. Like that's how little confidence there is there, man. Like, I'm not exaggerating. It's been brutal, but they do a bomb plant. It is going to be the camo coming out. The entire team is there. He's at least able to find one. It's into a 3v3 quickly, but it's Zuma around the back, finding one, tagging up Classic as well. His teammates cleaning it up. The nade doesn't do the final damage. That's actually a quick camo popping. Now he gives himself a 1 versus 1.
Big kill from Classic, earned his camo. Now he's just got to find Clayster. 13 seconds left.
He's got it. I think he's got it. 10, 9, 8. Got it.
Just in time. Classic is going to keep him in this one. Luminosity will go up 2-4, but they got to stop FaZe, and that was just a little bit too close. That one cost you a payload.
Yeah, I think we saw what camo used on both sides, though, at least, so that's one of the silver linings you can take from that, plus you get the round win. But you still have a tall mountain to climb here to try and get back into this one. You see Classic there, the clutch man in the previous round. They need him to be big. And I'll tell you what, man, in Black Ops 3, I can think of so many different highlight moments he had in Search and Destroy. They need that Classic. They need Classic.
He's showing up now. He's 7-5, leading the squad. Also has been your objective carrier throughout this game. And he is once again going to be carrying the bomb for your blue squad. Luminosity trying to pinch in. Clayster on defense, backing up safely. He has the FTL jump. At any time, he can just jolt forward. Will he choose to use it this round? I doubt it. He's going to look for kills up top. Attach picks up 2 with the streaks, and Zuma will find a 3rd. Last man there, and Enable is going to cut down Slack. FaZe on game point.
It's like, yeah, FaZe used their camo. You got the round win for Luminosity, but you forget about the streaks. The Trinity Rocket, he misses the first. The second, though, comes in and nails 2. That's just a dagger there in this one. But this is specifically a scoreline where we've seen a lot of comebacks, typically behind the big score streaks. You've already seen some of them, behind the big abilities. I don't see it happening, but we've seen a lot of 2v5 comebacks.
Very close game number 1. Search and Destroy, not so much. It's been a one-sided affair. Aside from a few key plays, including Classic's camo play just 2 rounds earlier. But now FaZe can shut the door and tie up this series at 1 apiece.
You know, we talked about Enable a lot in game 1. It's been a lot of attach in game 2. 10-3. He's been a monster. His duo Zuma watching this mid cut for a potential push through from the defensive side. They peek it and they back on down. But you can see Clay's like, where are they coming from? He hears they might be pushing the flank. He's got his head on a swivel here with the sniper rifle.
He's looking for that short-range snipe. We saw it over at the A-bomb site. Is he going to be able to find any kills? Doesn't look like it. It's going to be attached, set up. And he is going to put down some shots. Octane out of the action. FaZe is going to back away to safety. Here comes the flanks. Attach, Clayster, Enable, all in the kill feed. 4 players from Luminosity drop just like that.
They all try to hit it from the same side. There was a moment there where you had kind of a 4v2 opportunity on the site, but as it delays, Clayster has time to flank around the back, and they get it done. FaZe has been spectacular in Search and Destroy, and they continue to show it.
Very impressive stuff. Our player's gonna take a short break, but when we come back, we're gonna see an uplink game. It's another respawn, so this one's a 50-50 toss-up for me, Maven.
Well, before the break, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from the Search and Destroy. You know, we saw the Clayster snipe. Maybe you tuned in late and you missed it. Octane hat, here it is. Pow, friend, around the corner as Slack gets obliterated. Some sick stuff coming through. But FaZe just continues to show, man, they are no joke in S&D.
I feel like I've hit 4 of those snipes ever in my Call of Duty career, across 4 years. One day, I'll be playing Clayster and 1v1 sniper duels, S&D. For now, though.
Never hit any.
Yeah, we're working on it. That's why we talk instead. All right, guys, tie series. It was a close hard point. It was a blowout S&D. Final look at the numbers. Attach 11-3. Ridiculous Search and Destroy performance.
And you get a big play from Classic as well. But before we get to the uplink, that is next, boys. We'll be back after this quick break. I want to make sure he wasn't just talking to me and you weren't hearing me.
No, you're good.
Okay, because when you said Brent.
Still picking up some kills on a 6 streak, make it 7.
Attach finds both, what was that?
And Attach is on a 9 streak, 14-5. He just took this game over.
Coming out hot on Championship Sunday.
Attach is one of the best players in competitive Call of Duty. He's a guy who's going to put up a ton of kills for your team, very smart around the map. If I was starting a team today, he'd probably be my #1 pick.
Attach's strengths are his gun skill and his reaction time. This is a guy who doesn't pick up just single kills. He's a multi-killer. He gets behind enemy lines and he's able to just shred through the entire team.
Attach picks up 1, there's the second. And now this drone pushes up after a 3rd straight kill from Attach.
He's been exciting to watch for a few years now, really breaking out at X Games. He ends up on FaZe Clan later in his career after winning COD Champs with Denial and Clayster, and those two have just been a dynamic duo ever since, taking down teams in competitive Call of Duty. So far, Attach's weakness, a lot like the rest of FaZe Clan, has been their inconsistency. Sometimes you'll see Attach go off, have monster games, but it's really been against Optic and some of the other top teams where he has not showed up. Needs to play better in those big matches.
He's one of the top players in the game, and I think any team would love to have an asset like Attach.
Attach's biggest strength is his relentless aggression. He does what his team needs him to do, is that's push forward constantly, putting a lot of pressure on the other team. He's also a fantastic search and destroy player in 1v1 situations, one of the best in the league.
Oh my God! FaZe win it in the final moments! FaZe have done it! The hype from Attach and Crew.
Attach, one of the best in the business. You heard, I don't know that I agree with that. Maybe taking him #1 if he's building a team, but I get that from the standpoint of how young he is and what a future he has in Call of Duty. Like, you got a lot of years there.
He's basically Julio Jones, man.
Yeah, right.
He's going to drop ridiculous numbers. He is a guy you can rely on every time. And one of my favorite things about him is his positivity. You are never going to find him, even after a Game 5, Round 11 loss, with a frown. He is always somehow able to find the positive side of things and bring that positive energy to his team.
Well, let's talk about some of the key matchups really between these two teams specifically, and it's going to be, for me, Slacked and Enable. These are two guys that stand out for their squads as we'll take a look at the G Fuel key player matchup. Statistically, though, I mean, Enable right now having the edge in uplink. Look at that 1.31. That's one hell of a stat line.
I couldn't see the numbers. I just saw Slack's hair, man. These guys...
Wavy.
Super wavy hairstyles, and these are good friends as well. They've been playing together for quite a while on opposing teams right now. Used to watch them match up in some SMG battles, but I like that we're seeing Enable switching over to a little bit slower AR role. His KD has been lights out throughout the respawns. I feel like coming into this uplink, the pressure's on Slack just to keep up with Enable.
Yeah, Slack has been phenomenal in hardpoint. He was one of, I believe, our top 5 KDs really at, if I remember correctly, at Atlanta when it came to that particular mode, but not there in the uplink. But really, for me, as much as Enable's been great, their #1 player on FaZe has been Zuma. He's been insane in uplink. The guy has been an absolute monster. I'm excited to see what he can do.
All right. Battle between Enable and Zuma. Who gets higher score on the final scoreboard? We'll have to see what's going to happen for FaZe. For Luminosity, remember, this is a squad we thought was going to lose Game 1. They fell behind way early, but were able to battle back and steal the first respawn.
Well, even though this is North America versus North America right now, two of the Titans, let's bring this back to the global skill, right? For the LAN League coming up and what's on the line here for Dallas. So the big thing in this pool, with Fnatic beating Luminosity early, they are both 1-1 with Fnatic controlling the tiebreaker. So they're in control right now. And Fnatic has been a surprise team for many people, but they've showed how good Europe can be and the fact that they can hang with these top teams. So this is I mean, this weekend's insane. Is there more storylines probably this weekend than we've ever had for an event ever, maybe in Call of Duty, just with the LAN League around the corner?
Absolutely. And you know, you talked a little bit about how this match is going to affect both of the teams on the stage. But Fnatic is definitely watching this match as well. Everyone from Europe kind of cheering for FaZe Clan here. They want to see Luminosity fall behind 1 and 2 in this pool. Luminosity, they have to go big in these next 2 games. We saw them, how shaky they were last game on Crusher, Search, and Destroy. They can't afford going to another Game 5.
Yeah, I expect this to be a much closer game. But yeah, if you're Luminosity, you win it in the next 2 games. You win it in 3 and 4. You have to. You just have no faith whatsoever for them if you take this to another Search to Destroy. But it's going to be Precinct. Now, this is a map where you can do a lot of damage and a lot of damage quickly if you get control. And it's very, very slay heavy. So for these 2 teams, I mean, you have 2 of the probably top 4 teams in the business when you talk about just raw slaying talent. This could be a bloodbath.
Basically, if you're looking to score a dunk, a 2-point play, you have to kill the opposing team twice. An initial slay just to get into their base, a second time to secure that dunk. Otherwise, it's just going to be 1-point play after 1-point play. If you can lock down a base, though, on this map, you can rally. You can get to the opponent's spawn so fast and just chalk point after point on that scoreboard.
Well, starting off with Enable from the key player matchup, he found 2 early before finally dropping. Early in this one, but Octane and LG starting to close in on their opponents here. Maybe get some points on the board, just trying to find a couple of entry kills, and that's the entry kill you needed. Classic. Open things up. No. There's a second behind. One more in front. Zuma tagged up, has to back down, and there's the dunk, the alley-oop going through.
Big props to Classic. He's on a 6 streak, but also to Octane, putting those shots over his shoulder, weakening the players, allowing them to be laser beamed down by the SMG.
Well, you saw Classic pick up the 6 in a row and get streaked out, but I'll tell you what, I want to focus on FaZe now for a bit. It's Attach with the drone. I want to go to an Astro Listen In.
I'm hurt. I'm pinching him, Z. I'm a pinch Z. I need it back gas. Yo, what's close on you? Dead.
What's up near? What's close? What's close?
Go, right truck, dead. You can pass it to me. I threw it up. Yo, he's on truck. He's on truck. Win it.
Now spawn back to base. Oh, someone's got a ball. Yeah, just like.
He's weak. You got at least one. He's jumping for an L.
Nice,
dude.
Let's go.
3 on their point. Let's go.
Yeah, stay alive, stay alive.
Twin gas huge care.
Twin gas all two right. Twin gas all two right.
Big kill.
I got me. Saints got me. He's one hit.
One's a cat. One's a cat. One shot.
Yo, he's right next to you. He ran right to you.
Top cat. He's gonna jump at you. One shot. Octane cat.
Close.
Octane's a cat weak.
Yo, what's harder?
Yeah, one's in L wall. One's in L wall.
What's the pinch?
That's right. Yo, they knock back. Yeah, they knock ball back.
What's the pinch?
On the pinch here. Yo, he's top wood. He's top wood. He's top wood. He's top wood. Nice. We can top wood down.
There's two there.
Wood. Yo, he's top wood. He's looking AC. He's looking AC. He might go gas hall.
I spot cat you.
Nice, yo.
He's on me, cat you. Watch, I got him. Let's go.
You spawn gas.
I'm throwing out left.
One top glass. Cat and glass. Last two.
I'm just gonna play one though here.
One top glass. You gotta kill that kid glass. One on point. One top glass.
I got killed. I kill one. Got it. Nice. One's yellow. All right, big kill right here, yo. Let's stop playing push all right. Nice, huge kill. One Z. Hold up.
One shot in lobby. Oh, he jumped back out of me. One top glass. Oh, he's in lobby. Top glass. In lobby was glass stairs. Ian.
Hammer top glass.
Top cat. One hit. Octane's one hit bathrooms. Octane's in bathrooms. One hit.
No one.
Octane's weak. He's on 3 kill streak.
Yeah, he got me.
Octane was weak at Q.
Octane's lane prone, guys. He's lane prone. They're gonna get it.
Just say. You only got.
Got it done. I got 2. Let's just go. I spawn wood.
I'm going around Z.
What's up, cat?
What's the ball?
Back cat. Grab ball. Let's do cat. One my cat.
One shot select in L wall. Weak.
Yo, gas, yeah.
Slack was L wall weak.
Yo, Nick's way hall.
Slack was around our cube, L wall. He pushed up or something.
Nick's gonna be Z or something. Nick's gonna get that's Nick.
Niggas one shot. Dead.
Dude, top glass. I can get him. He jumped down glass stairs. He hit on you.
Let me.
No,
Get ready. Back glass steps in glass. Chill up.
One Z.
Yo, Saints is weak. Guys, layup, guys. Saints at the top steps.
Top stairs weak. Even more Zuma.
Yeah, what's top glass? What's top stairs?
Nice, let's go.
Nice.
No, top stairs.
Nice too.
That's not me.
Whoever's on me. Got him, let's go. I'm sitting on the heady. He's one shot on point. I'm hurt on
Yo, I'm going Z.
Could be in glass.
Was there Z? He got me MV4. I got one Z. Yo, MV4
on their point with an MV4.
So that was our Astro Listen In with FaZe Clan. FaZe, though, trailing by 3 on the scoreboard. Attach has all of their points up to this position in the game. Enable starting to heat up, but on the other side of the stage, one man has been a monster. Classic has been on so many streaks, Maven.
Yeah, and you saw he was the one guy really doing it in the search and destroy for them as well. But it's Slack cutting down 2 in the back, saving maybe a potential 1-point throw from going through for FaZe Clan. You got 40 seconds left here, and LG looking to continue to control the pace in these respawns. It's what we expected them to be able to do, but you have to, again, win 3 and 4. Can they do it throughout the remainder of the second half? Maybe one more point on the board. The deep toss is good. 7-3 Luminosity.
4 points for Classic. Slack got in for a dunk, and there you see Octane's 1-point play. A nice lead with 15 seconds left. FaZe is going to go for one last attempt. Clayster leading the charge. There's one defender, though. It's Classic once again. He's going to pick up both. And we are going to see the reset after a 1-point toss. A 3-point game at halftime.
Yeah, jumping around a bit. I wasn't sure for a second if he was able to get it off, but he gets the toss through, gets 1-pointer. So you're able to at least answer the one from Luminosity there, keep it within 3, which is, feels a little bit more like striking distance, 2-possession game. You can close the gap very, very quickly. But we'll see how this plays out after the side swap. Classic, looking poised and ready here for the second half.
There's a look at Slack commanding the troops going into the second half. Tie series, your swing game into uplink, 5 more minutes. And you can see Classic does have some streaks still to work with. Trinity Rocket going to be available. Scarab as well, not so useful here in uplink. For FaZe Clan, keep your eyes on Enable. He's been their lead slayer. Also, Clayster off to a bit of a slow start. Maybe he's a player we need to look at to start heating things up.
Yeah, he sort of is now, right? He's got a 3 streak. He's starting to come alive in the first half here. trying to find a fourth in a row if he can. But yes, him erupting, you know he's one of the streakiest players of all time in Call of Duty. When he gets into it, when his energy is there, he can go to an absolute another level. It's going to be a scare about for Enable, trying to clear the zone a bit here by Statue. Gets in on 2, tags him up. Is there anyone there to be able to finish it up? His teammates do, so everybody gets cleared out. Clayster, you saw hopping in to his right, but it's Zuma picking up a pair, and now FaZe Clan pushing forward, looking to do damage. Another one here for Enable. There's 2 more in the back. He continues to apply it, but is anyone going to get the actual toss-up? Yes, it does get through. Attached, gets the throw, threads the needle, I believe.
How did that happen? There's 2 defenders jumping up for interceptions. That's a small mistake from Luminosity that could cost the big, because now that's just a 1-possession game. 2 points separate these squads, and a single rally will give FaZe the lead if they can keep this up. Look out for Octane, though. He has his overdrive. He's not the player you'll often see go for the drone, but now that he has his payload, that's almost a guaranteed 2-point play if he gets his hands on it. Saints, though, he's going to put in the first 2 points as well as pick up 2 kills on his exit.
And they started to come alive. Look, you have 8 in a row, kills-wise there for Luminosity as they get the points. They just counter very, very quickly, and you expand the lead since you counter on the 1-point toss. Not one shot getting off there to maybe compound this lead. FaZe doing just enough to hold on in their base as they'll start to fan out here.
Zuma gonna get picked. It's a 1-on-1 fight. Enable going up against Saints there. Playing a little bit of peekaboo. Saints has been spotted, Enable hits every bullet, and now it's FaZe able to push up. 2 defenders still, those Slacked and Octane coming off spawns are gonna slow down.
And this is where you see a bit of a stalemate at times, right? Around Statue here, it slows down. You have these 3-on-3, 4-on-4 battles. Maybe your 4th tries to find some sort of pinch, some kind of flank, but you get 3 dropping basically from either side. Clayster still on the push, the melee not gonna connect. And now a chance for Luminosity to counter back if they can get control of Ticket.
He just had a big win there as Saints takes down Attach. Enable out of the action as well. Octane's gonna pick Clayster. Zuma, the last one standing, will be finished, and another dunk comes storming through. Saints with 4 points now, 20-15. The star of this game for me, though, has been Octane and the work he's been doing with the NV4.
And it's really just been, yes, he's +8, but +10, but a team effort +12, if I could do math. A team effort all around here as they just continue to show why when they're all slaying together, they can be so, so deadly. And if there's anyone you think that could counter that, it would be FaZe, but the respawns go in their direction, and now it's Camo out for Classic, wrapping the edge, doing just enough to stay alive, up over the top, gets the 1-pointer through. It's now a 12-5 advantage.
So slippery was Classic right there. Spots an opponent, goes above him, wall rides his way to victory. This game spiraling out of control for FaZe Clan. I think they're already starting to think about the hard point, but with a minute 20, anything is possible. Can they get the spawn trap here in the back of the base? Can they force the Statue and just keep hitting this back cherry blossoms? Clayster's doing his best, but I don't see it paying off, Maven.
And this is such a big, big win. You know, obviously they haven't taken the series yet, but getting the advantage here. You started slow against Fnatic. Beating FaZe would be so, so impressive considering how your day started, right? The ability to rebound. And that's what you get. You got guys that have been playing together for a long time. You're able to deal with positions like that because you don't know what's going through their mind after dropping to Fnatic early in the day.
Attach is gonna pop the overdrive. FaZe in desperation mode, and he is gonna be tagged up with some bullets, just reverses his route, runs back to all 3 teammates. They're gonna try and make a 4-man push. You see the triple stack from Luminosity in the center, though. Saints has been bobbing and weaving, waiting for the first challenge. Octane to his right melts Enable. I don't see how FaZe can possibly break through this. Luminosity's defense simply too strong all precinct long.
Yeah, I mean, they won the control game. They had some nice counters they put through as well, but just as far as locking down the actual lobby, making sure they were the ones applying the aggression continuously, Luminosity gets it done, and that's now both respawns going their way, but the story continues to be, if they need to win a search and destroy, can they? So it's all gonna come down to this hard point here.
What a job by Luminosity. They bounce back in game number 3. We take a look at our round ending kill cam. Zuma melted by Classic. And Classic did that all game long. He was the one kind of sliding out, picking up the close range fights. Meanwhile, Octane was just creating a lane for him, locking things down with the NV4.
You know what blows my mind when you see Octane on camera? I always feel like you see other players, they look so into the game, right? They're sitting forward, they're into it, they're like, all right, he just always looks so disinterested. Like, there's just no energy there. It's so different than a lot of players that you'll see, and he still just drops bombs. Like, he's like, oh, it's just another Friday.
Octane's a straight gamer, man. He grinds World of Warcraft for 10 hours. You gotta be comfortable while gaming. I think that gamer stance, it's just stuck with him. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, though, from game number 3. Setting the tone early was classic. He jumps out 5 straight kills. That leads to the opening dunk. From there, they never really slowed down. You saw a few threats from FaZe, but the defense strong throughout.
It's just frustrating when you're FaZe and you give up full streaks and a dunk to Classic in the opening seconds, really, of the game. I mean, yes, you have time to rebound from it, but it's just frustrating because you know, oh, we're going to get control. Oh, he's still got streaks, doesn't he? To break a push from it. They are able to get it done. The Luminosity keeps it going.
Absolutely, and those... You talked about the score streaks. Those were huge. Those led to points. Luminosity converting them very well. You take a look at the numbers, 28 kills for Classic, 5 scored, tied there with Attach, but look at the difference in KD. Classic, definitely the factor.
And that's what's just interesting with Attach, that he has games like this. You know, back when FaZe was on top in AW and they were beating Optic Gaming and they were the top team in the game, like Attach, even thinking back when he was at Denial, he was just on another level. He was one of the best subs in the game. He was absolutely phenomenal. That duo with Zuma just seemed like you could not stop it. But now he has these games, like Matt mentioned in the video, where he feels FaZe can be a little inconsistent, and sometimes it falls on Attach for me. He needs to be a guy that just constantly puts up numbers in the slaying department.
Honestly, that's what I feel like he always has done, and in the matches I've cast from him, I'm a bit surprised. He almost dropped the same amount of kills he got in Uplink in that Search and Destroy. Right? 16 versus 11. I mean, he played lights out game 2. But I have a feeling it's a matchup problem, and probably the gun engagements that he had to run up against a Luminosity squad that was very much running as a pack.
And you know, you asked a question earlier, how I felt about the S&D, like if it was FaZe playing really well or Luminosity playing well. I think if you talk about the respawns, I think this is Luminosity just playing very, very well. Like, because Zuma, that's one of his better maps and modes. He's an all-star in Uplink, and they held him in check completely because Luminosity was just on fire. It just seems like, again, the earlier knock, the earlier loss doesn't seem to have them phase, and they are gearing up and playing at a high level at the right time with the LAN League and Call of Duty champs just around the corner.
FaZe Clan overall, your number 3 seed in pro points for North America. Luminosity, they're right there battling with Envy, kind of for that 4th, 5th spot. We'll see where they end up heading into stage 1. I have a feeling Championship Sunday will probably be the deciding
Yeah,
event.
And that's, you know, I think for me, I hold Luminosity above Envy right now, but there's differing opinions. I heard Karma the other day in an interview. He was saying he thinks Envy should be the second best team, and they can be. He's the one that plays them the toughest, except for today, and recently the SWC. But they seem to have the brains. They have everything there. But I don't know, man, this Luminosity roster, since day 1 in this game when I saw them form, how can you not love it? They seem to have all the pieces.
We talked about how would you build a team. If you're building a draft squad for a weekend, who's going to put up numbers? You pick these 4 players, some of the best slayers in the game. Their weakness has been Search, but they have been lights out in Hardpoint, and you just saw what they can do in Uplink. To open things up, though, we're going on board with Tommy Papa. Mr. Zuma is on your screen.
And on your screen also is 3 kills coming in from FaZe. They're able to get a little bit of early control here, but there's still, who's that lurking? There's one Luminosity player at top middle. Just seems to be playing on the opposite side, a Hunt on the mini-map, fighting a little bit of time for his teammates to come in and help, but as Clayster finds a kill, Zuma's gonna find a second in the back. And they're starting to rack up a little bit of time, Chris.
Yeah, that man for Luminosity trying to delay was classic. He was just desperately trying to stay alive. FaZe too strong. They're able to get a clean wipe, and they take over the middle of the map. FaZe coming off a big loss in game number 3, looking to tie up our series at 2-2. It's time to go back to an Astro Listen In to kick this one off.
1v4. I don't see anything.
One in back hurt, one in back hurt.
Oh, wait, what's mid-map? What's mid-map? I got one mid-map. I got another one. Let's get mid-map. You're only top. I spawned the back. Hold up.
Spawn back.
I don't see him. He's loading. I got him. Watch your front.
I'm looking in right.
Yeah.
Go in there, weekend. Inside showers, 2 there.
I got
one, I'm running. Oh, there's another one in showers. I have you 4, don't challenge.
I got us.
Nice, Tommy.
Home.
I'm coming to help you, Tommy, wall run.
Oh, wow. I have all
They have MV4 as well.
I got one top 1G.
Nice. I spawned him. He's one shot at Dylan. 2 there. One's hitting showers, hitting it, Dylan. Hitting it, 1 shot on wall run. Nice kill.
Rotate, start rotating, let's go.
Got me one more.
I got him, rotate. I'm gonna go. Let me go.
One more.
Gotta win that 15.
I spawned the big, guys.
15, Tommy, go.
Yo, I'm pitching.
Jump over my head.
Just side, just side. I'll get him. I'll get this guy though. No, fourth hard point.
One behind me, med bay. We fucking split this ball.
There's two fourth hard point. Two fourth hard point.
We're gonna have to break.
Yeah, I spawned back around. Nice, good job. They're all gonna be cave side.
Somebody clear med bay.
Yep. I have an MV4. I'm laying in it. I have RC as well. I didn't hit anything in bay. Sorry.
One's back yellow.
Yo, I smoked your side, guys.
Alright, go.
I'm sending RC car in.
One shot on yellow. Two yellow.
Behind you.
FaZe continues to be in control here, looking to push this to a game 5. But I'll tell you what, I love the one bit to listen to. Clay's like, don't challenge. Oh, good job, Tommy. Good job, Tommy. He went ahead and challenged and gunned one. That cracked me up.
You got to be aggressive, man. That's what Zuma's bread and butter is. That's what he's been known for.
Yep.
He used to be captain flank. Now he's captain in your face. FaZe was in total control of the last 2 hard points, but there was a big win in the transition for this Graveyard. Luminosity, just like we saw in Retaliation, able to get the money hill, battle back. This has been a big one, and they're going on a full 60 if they can pick up the last 10 seconds here.
Well, I think that is what makes this kind of my favorite hard point, and what separates it from a lot of the different ones is, God, just about any hard point could be a money hill in some ways, right? Like if you rotate early, you can completely dominate. If you get the perfect setup in your cutoffs, you can put up 40+ seconds on basically any hard point here, which I think is different in my head from the rest. And that is why you cannot make mistakes here, man. You will get punished big time.
When we first started watching this map in Infinite Warfare, we saw a lot of chains from top Graveyard, then rotating to the commissary. FaZe was actually set up to protect the commissary. They had the better spawns, but again, it's Luminosity winning the crucial gunfights. Enable fighting for his life is gonna help FaZe retake it. 27 points still to go on this hard point. That last series was big. I thought Luminosity was gonna take our lead back.
And remember, this map in particular is must win for several reasons. One, when you look at the pool, them being tied with Fnatic and Fnatic holding the tiebreaker. And then 2, this map in particular, because you can't go to another search and destroy. You saw how that went. You know how weak Luminosity is. You've got to win all 3 respawns. That's their recipe for success. It's an awful recipe, but that is their recipe, so you got to do it here.
Attach on your screen is going to be going on the long rotation. His teammates on the opposite end of the map. So Attach getting in a position where he can start flanking the opponents, gets the call out, and keep your eyes on Enable, player 5 on your mini-map. The man is on a 4 streak as well. Everything going well for FaZe here. They've picked up 22 straight points on the rooftop. They continue scoring. Luminosity can't even get close.
Well, that's nice. I want to hop over to Enable because look how close he's getting to these streaks. 25 up the Trinity. He's building towards Camo. There's the shots. There's the full streak. He's got one more pushing him and loading. He's going to have some close-range gunfights here. Oh, no, actually, his teammate picks him up from the left. Finally, though, he will get cut down, but FaZe starts to run away with it. And again, man, Enable just continues to impress me. How good he's been from an objective standpoint, leading the way for his team. From a slang standpoint, well, okay, everyone's leading on the team. 12 for 3 of them.
Double positive for Enable. Attach picks up his 13th kill, as does Zuma. The slang battle absolutely won by FaZe in our first half of the game. We're basically at the halfway point. Will Luminosity be able to turn up just like they did on Retaliation?
And I'm not exactly surprised. I mean, Retaliation can play slower, but I feel like there are some hard points that you can flood a little bit more, like a throwback. Whereas here, it's a lot more disciplined. Yes, they can play fast-paced, but it's much more disciplined. I give that edge to FaZe Clan in that particular conversation, and they're showing it right now with the 60-point edge. But they still have a fight to do here with 25 seconds remaining in cell box. They're trying to bust in, but it's Octane and crew holding the front.
Big kills by Octane right there. Finds Attach, immediately turns around, picks Zuma from the sky. Saints has been rotating, but Enable just got the cutoff kill. So as Luminosity was transitioning back for the Graveyard where they got the big 60 in the first half, now they're gonna have to fight through 4 players. They're stuck on the stairs, and the flank is coming any second from Zuma. There it is.
Yeah, that's not a position you want to be in, especially when you don't have control of mid-map. They get flanked, they both end up dropping, but it's still going to be Enable. Who else? Inside the hard point, racking up time with everybody else slaying around him. It's the full team effort by the side of FaZe, and they are going to blow open a huge lead here if they can just pick up a couple more kills.
Clayster gets a kill and a half there. Weakens 2 players from Luminosity who are going to be slowed down a bit. Player 7 attached, looking for the kills, the transition fights, but it's all won by FaZe. Zuma with another 2-piece.
And it's another flank, right? I know we talked about the fact that he likes to be in your face and aggressive, but pushing through mid to flank around there, he hits the timing perfect because there was one more coming off spawn that could have shot him in the back. He gets there at the perfect time and finds 2. And now over the 200-point mark is FaZe. We've got 10 seconds left, and we're going to be rotating out to commissary. You see the number 2 on the minimap. That's going to be Slacked. He's set up. He had a teammate though in Saints who was holding the cutoff. That might end up being crucial because he could get pushed here big time. His teammates are hitting the wall run for him.
Attach is going to be attacking from the helipad. FaZe did not coordinate well there. Octane, Saints, and Slacked all picking up kills for Luminosity. Look how far away FaZe Clan is spawning. Score streak's trying to be called in by Enable. He's cut down mid-use. So a big kill there from Classic is going to keep them scoring in the commissary. 36 points remain, but you got to look out for these score streaks. The bombardment definitely coming in now.
Hey, look, I was about to say, nobody's in the hardpoint. You're not picking up any time. Why? Because that bombardment comes through. You don't really find any kills. You don't get a break. All that does is what? Get you 5 points. They're not actually in the hardpoint. I don't know what a game changer that ends up being, but it does buy you a few seconds if this one does come down to the stretch. Now, this will be the last push from FaZe with just over 10 seconds to go. Can they get the scrap time? The answer is yes. And again, it's Enable in the hardpoint racking up time.
Enable's going to pick up the final 3 seconds. Keep your eyes on player number 6 on the minimap. Slacked about to find him in the window. Big kill there on Clayster. Now Luminosity is going to be able to set up. You have a player in the bottom center. You have Octane watching the far west side of the map. So FaZe is going to have to filter in through 3 crosshairs if they want to get to this hard point.
And this is where it becomes interesting because if you're Luminosity, you're in a good position to hold this hard point. But with the amount of time you have in the lead for FaZe, about halfway through, you got to start thinking about pushing through. You need the spawns that FaZe currently have when you're going to go to cell block. For now, they're fine. Just holding this, trying to just take the lead, get right back into it. But you got to think about pushing through here soon. And I think Classic is going to be the one to do so. He's the number 1 on the minimap. He's going to push back and try and flip the spawns.
Octane on a 5 streak, going for number 6. He is melting people in 3 or 4 bullets. Winning everything. The FDL jump coming in is finally going to be finished off by Attach. You look at your scoreboard, though. This is a game. 201, 223. This next rotation fight could seal the deal for FaZe.
Clayster here has to be huge. The FDL jump from behind, but he does get shut down. Luminosity, exactly like I said, you need to push through, flip the spawns. They're able to do it. You get the big plays from Octane, but now it's Classic. It's a 4 streak. He's dipping, diving, trying to stay alive, but it's going to be his buddies in the hard point who are looking to bring this one back, but FaZe gets the break they need.
Clayster with 2 huge kills at the bottom of the map. Now FaZe having control, 15 points away from forcing a game 5. Will they seal the deal? Luminosity trying to pinch in. 2 kills going in for Saints and Classic. Zuma answers back though, the double. Gonna get it done. He pops the reactive, and that is the game-changing play. That's gonna do it, Maven.
That is gonna do it. They've all just gotta hit wall run now and watch the game finish as FaZe clutches up there at cell block. And we're going to a game 5, Christopher.
Props to Luminosity again, though. Every time you think the game is over at halftime, you watch the second half. Luminosity brought it so close, but at the end, they lost a crucial battle in cell block. The second push from FaZe was good enough to clear them out, and they couldn't get back in there to contest.
And you know, you never like to call games exactly in advance, but you feel like they may have lost the series there. Just what you saw, because Search and Destroy has been so good for FaZe. But guys, before we get to the game 5, this is gonna be a treat.
Absolutely. Get on social media, spread the word. It is CWL Dallas, and we will return with the tiebreaker after this.
Echo Fox definitely, Evil Geniuses, Epsilon, and 3G will come out open.
Looking at the Evil Geniuses squad, they were right on the cusp and didn't make it, but Evil Geniuses are a really tough squad.
EG, TK, probably like the wildcard team like TGC.
Probably be TGC. They've been cooking everyone online and just been doing their thing.
You know, I would expect, you know, the top 3 seeds to come through and then maybe a random upset here and there and maybe have like a European or somebody come through that people don't expect. It could be a toss-up.
The level of talent in Call of Duty today is absolutely insane. We started with 16 teams in our pools. Tomorrow, 4 more will join them. A lot of the Europeans cheering on guys like Epsilon, iGames, the former Team 3G squad. The Americans, though, they're looking for a team like Evil Geniuses, a bubble squad to break through. Allegiance, we already saw they fell short to the Brazilians. They're basically out of the running, Maven.
Yeah, so now you got to think, I mean, they were in it for me, but now TGC, Epsilon, Evil Geniuses are going to be the ones. Who's going to be that 4th team now? I mean, Allegiance not going to be coming to pool play, obviously, but who's going to be that squad? God, who's
great opportunity now for teams like Team Caliber.
Yeah.
We have no idea what's going to happen, and we've seen what can happen back at Vegas when Enigma 6 came out of the open bracket, then dominates the pool and sets themselves up to make an insane bracket run.
But now, Christopher, I know we've got a lot of action to go down day 2 and 3, but it is all time for Game 5. Luminosity FaZe Clan in the search and destroy of a lifetime, which is scary as all hell for Luminosity.
It's on Retaliation, though. This is the map they want a hard point in. It's pretty basic. We all know you're going to Lower Street. The question is, are you going to be able to defend that bomb once you get it down? Octane has been lights out with the NV4. You saw what he could do in the uplink. He was a big factor in game number 1. Will he be able to get it going in search and destroy? Because last time when they matched up on Crusher, the only guy dropping kills was the one in the beanie, Mr. Classic.
Classic has got to be huge here. But this is just, I mean, the uphill battle for Luminosity. What's going to get it done? Maybe a hot start, an early camo, a clutch round that gets everybody hyped up into it. Like, there needs to be something, because if it's just your vanilla from both teams, FaZe wins. Something's got to happen, man, whether it's a choke from FaZe or some big play from Luminosity. But here we go, baby, on board with Classic for Game 5.
Classic, always your bomb carrier for Luminosity, making his way over to that B target. There's a triple stack, though, in the hall, and Attach is going to find first blood for FaZe, slacked out of the action.
Well, Classic trying to answer back. He is able to do so in a one-on-one with Clayster, not able to trade the kill out. Are his teammates moving in from behind, so we'll get into a 3v3 here with a ton of time on the clock. Action will slow down a bit, but you see the flying V starting to push around the flank from FaZe.
And FaZe just wanted to double check the A bomb site as well. They see it's open. Uh-oh, Octane went out the wrong door. The call out is there. Classic looking to punish, put shots at 3 players, doesn't get the kill. Saints did finish off Zuma though, so that will make it a 1 versus 2. Can he pull off the 1v3 clutch?
Saints now just inching his way forward. You see bomb down. They realize they have bomb down. You can see how FaZe is set up, and he gets cut down immediately as he pushes out around the backside curb. First round, FaZe Clan looks a hell of a lot like game 2.
Did you see the stack here as well? Check this out. Even if you pick up the kill on Enable down low, you have Attach flying 10 feet above him. There's no way you're going to line that shot up. Saints was dead before that battle even started.
It reminded you of Octane when he went to check the flank. He goes to peek out on bridge. He's like, oh, dear God. That's the entire FaZe team flying at him. But now, it's time for a little bit of sniper love.
And this is a great position. Of course, you can see through that barrier with the sniper rifle. Anyone who pokes their head out of bedroom, Clayster's gonna rip it. But the action is going down at the top of the bridge. Attach your bomb carrier for FaZe Clan this time around. They're gonna free up Enable, who is gonna be looking for this opening NV4 pick.
I was waiting for Clayster to maybe rotate over and try to get a snipe over the top of bridge, but he's held fast on the bottom side of your minimap. Attached now in a key position. This deck is everything, and pretty much every game mode you're going to play here. Such a crucial position. Playing underneath is going to be Zuma. Trophy popped inside, and he's going to be the first to be cut down. Can he answer back with the sniper, though? Not able to locate him. Finally, his teammate able to pick it up. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. Clayster and Enable trying to get some work done, but he needs to get a secondary gun here. If he can find a K-bar, he wants to get it with the pistol. He's soaring.
Found the gun up top. Saints still in the action. Slack there as well. 1 versus 2. Clayster. All he has to do is keep Luminosity off the bomb. You see Slack is on it on your minimap. Did he hold it? Slack is going to drop the bomb, but he's also going to be able to pick up the kill with 3 seconds to spare. You can't kill someone if you shoot him in the calf, Maven.
I mean, before he could even swap to get a bullet off there to finish him, the shots from Slack come in. What a clutch, what a play. Because, I mean, you think of that spot, you're never going to win that. There's a sniper looking over it. You're looking directly over the bomb. All he has to shoot is the leg, though.
Does this get in Clayster's head?
What a round.
Or does he shake it off? Josiah Berry. Senior Slack getting it done. We're going in to round 3 tie game. This is the tiebreaker in Pool C as well. If you're just joining us, FaZe Clan perfect so far in Pool C. They are 2-0. Luminosity, they slipped up early in the day, falling to the lowest seeded team in their pool, Fnatic.
Fnatic continue to show the ability to play spoiler. But will Luminosity shrug it off here with a Game 5 victory? Lots of shots in, but Classic can't finish the kill. Clay decides to fly out despite the fact that he's very, very tagged up, and that'll put us into a 3 versus 3. Classic has your bomb. The number 4 on the minimap is going to be Saints. He's going to have to deal with any pressure that pushes in through Hotel. It looks like they're going to work to get this bomb down, and he'll work a little bit more towards that camo.
There's a party in the bedroom right now for FaZe, a triple stack, as they are looking for the final 2 players of Luminosity. Octane is going to find Enable. That makes it a 2-on-2. Shots going in from Saints. Unable to finish off Attach. There's the battle, and Zuma's going to win it.
I mean, if Saints stays alive in that position, there's literally nothing you can do. But it now comes down to a 1v1. Zuma going up against Octane. Octane in a similar position to what we saw Clayster in, but he hits the shots. That's a laser.
NV4 doing more damage than that single sniper bullet. We'll see it one more time in our round-ending kill cam. Octane, so pure.
I mean, he had a much easier gunfight. Well, okay, well, at least there someone was able to shoot back at him, unlike in Clayster's, but at least he gets the full angle there to cut him down. And that's, there's few in the business that's going to hit every shot that crispy like that.
FaZe Clan has relocated to Austin. They've been living in a team house. The guys playing together every day. Luminosity, they're spread out all over the country, but they have hung with FaZe every step of the way here in the last best of 5 of the night. There's the opening blood, and you're going to see a 3-on-3. FaZe going to drop another member. So 2-2, Enable and Attach going up against Octane and Saints.
Well, Attach getting shot. But what is that kill on Octane? That was disgusting. He's at half health, slides out, hits every bullet with the K-bar. Sheesh.
It's Sam, man. We've been watching him. He's been doing this for years. He's clutching up. We said someone needs to help Classic. Octane was the player we highlighted. He's able to get it done back-to-back rounds. Unfortunately, though, we are going to see FaZe on the defensive end with a tie score, and it is going to be Luminosity with bomb in hand. Classic pushing that up once again. Octane's gonna get tagged up and eliminated. They have snuffed out this strategy here from Luminosity. Saints answering back though, and Slack is gonna find attach, so some sloppy play as players are just charging out. Classic in a 1v1, and this round's already done. FaZe now taking the lead.
And those are the kind of rounds that I said, in the game too, that I kind of want to see from Luminosity, in the sense that the faster they are, the more you're just worrying about trading. I give them a better shot than the longer rounds, but they're FaZe showing that they can do it too. They can bully the opposition, and they get a third round on the board. Enable has been a monster all series. Could he keep it going?
Shout out to the crew who has been hustling all day long to bring you the action live from Dallas. This is the CWL Dallas Open, presented by PlayStation 4. Final game of the night. Zuma lining up three, and he's gonna melt them all, Maven.
Everybody down but Octane, and he should be gone as well. Zuma, Tommy, the beast.
From 2-1 in favor of Luminosity, now 2-4 FaZe. They just need 2 more rounds, and they've got this locked up.
God, that you don't usually see that unless you're like pre-sync up lane, like pre-aim back alley, and people stack up. That was just, he made that look so easy, man. And he's not shooting against somebody in public matches. These are against the best in the world.
Yeah, and I don't know why you would have 3 defenders all stacked up on a bomb right down there. So Luminosity showing their weaknesses in search and destroy strategy once again. But big kills coming in from Zuma. FaZe on defense. It's Luminosity who has to get this bomb down once again.
And I'm keeping an eye on the minimap. That number 6 in Bike Shop is going to be Clayster. He's sort of in the middle of everything right now. Depending on how he attacks this, if the timing is right, he should be able to flank in behind. It ends up being the absolute opposite as he gets shot in the back, and this turns into a 3v3.
Yeah, I think Zuma picking up that first kill drew the attention of Luminosity back to Clayster.
Yeah.
Tie game. You got 3 up for each team. Attach just popped his camo, though. Spots the bomb planter. Should finish the kill pretty easily. He's going to get Classic and keep his life.
I kind of wish he didn't shoot there and just stuck it. They're all running away. They don't see him come across with camo.
Someone's going to peek down.
I like the gutsy plays.
You got the man advantage. You should be able to close out this round if you're FaZe. Here comes the pinch. Enable with 2 on the back, and that will do it. FaZe going to be on match point. See you later with the salute, Zuma.
And this has got to feel good for Zuma, too, because remember, he had a couple rough games. Thinking back to the SWC, I think the game 5 against Optic, right, he drops a goose egg. Not a proud performance for him. So coming into a game 5 now against another top North American opponent, to be able to drop a bomb like this has got to feel good.
Tell you what, man, Enable and Zuma have been playing greedy. Someone's got to share some kills with Clayster. Going in to potentially the final round of Search and Destroy. This is your top 2 seeds in Pool C, the closest match we can expect. And you're going to see this bomb going down right away for Luminosity. FaZe not going to challenge. Excuse me, Luminosity not going to challenge. FaZe going to be set up here.
The color tricked you. That's happened to me many times, buddy.
The payloads are coming in, though, and the camo's used first by Classic. It does pay off.
2 left. Slacked and Octane. Make it just Octane. He's got to go huge. The reactive is out, and that's 6-2. FaZe dominates the Search and Destroys, and if I had to pick a way that series could go, that's one of them. I mean, Search is not, Luminosity's not going to win it. Like, they weren't close. Yes, they were close the first couple rounds, but FaZe proves they are a top S&D team, and Luminosity proves that they can't fix that game mode. They're not going to be a top squad.
S&D wins championships, but I don't think we're going to see Luminosity holding a trophy until they can start winning game 5s. They are a dangerous threat, though. This is a squad that can knock out so many teams with a 3-1 series score throughout their respawns. Luminosity has definitely been one of the strongest squads we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, they have, but now, you're in a tough spot. You're Luminosity, right? It doesn't look pretty. You're now at 1-2. You lost to Fnatic. Now there's a lot of pressure on Fnatic to get things done. But how big would that be for Europe, man? If Fnatic comes out top 2 in pools, you don't have the excuse of playing with a sub now, Luminosity. This is tough stuff.
Absolutely big win for FaZe over Luminosity. I think all of us casters kind of predicted this one, but we also all said Luminosity was coming out of the pool.
Yeah.
That's not set in stone anymore. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. We'll see how it all sorts out then. But first, we have to finish tonight. We got Clayster down on the floor with Courage.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, down on the floor with none other than FaZe Clan's Clayster. A major victory for FaZe to close out MLG Primetime. You guys take down Luminosity, a very formidable opponent there. You go all the way to Game 5. We're going to look at this series, but first, I want to talk about the preparation coming into this event, because obviously the CWL Paris Open doesn't finish the way you wanted it to. What were the improvements you wanted to make coming into this major LAN event?
Just working on the small things. We had an overall game plan that we know we can stick to, but it's those minute details that, you know, there's 50 of them a game, where if you perfect all of them, then you're going to win by 100 points. And we were really focusing on really small, minuscule things and fixing those.
Well, we saw it throughout the series where you had to make improvements, and it started with the difference from Game 1 to Game 4. The first hard point, you guys wind up dropping it. The second, though, you're able to force the Game 5. What changed? What did you want to work on from Games 1 to 4?
So for Game 1, I think they had 3 Trinity rockets and 2 bombardments overall, and we still had it within 30, 40 points. And so I would really consider that a win, because on retaliation, if you get streaks, the other team should win from one set of streaks. So we kept it close, and then during breakout, we just knew we had to get streaks ourselves and not give it to them. And Ian went big and got streaks.
Well, you guys wind up obviously winning that hard point, both search and destroys. What is it like when FaZe Clan can win their S&Ds, or can anybody match you guys?
When I see Tommy popping 3 pieces like that, I know our search game is nice. To have Tommy really playing a level that we all know he can play at, you know, just shutting all the haters up, that's all he's doing up here, and it really feels good. Like, I saw him pop the 3-piece, he started screaming, I just like, nice job, man.
You gotta hype up your teammates. That's Clayster from FaZe Clan. They're now a perfect 3-0 in pools to close out day number 1. We have some final moments to close out the night for Primetime. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you, Clay. Yeah, I think Clay kind of mirrored what I said a little bit. Like, after the struggles of the SWC and Search and Destroy for Zuma, that had to feel good, right? Just that 3-piece, the victory to keep it rolling there. It was impressive stuff, and yes, it was a team effort, but Clay, he's the leader, he's the veteran, he's the one that keeps this crew together.
It's been a team that was built to take down Optic Gaming. They have been a dominant force, but they haven't held an MLG trophy in quite some time. Is it going to happen this weekend? We have 2 more days still to go, but first let's take a quick look back at some of the highlights here from the FaZe Clan. They take out Luminosity to rise to the top of Pool C.
Man, these guys are hyped up. They are the best in the business. FaZe gets it done. Day 1 in the books.
again later on, but at number 3, Formal decided to get a little flashy with the sniper rifle. With a cluster grenade, and Brandon Sniper. Oh my God! From one of the best in the world with the sniper, one of the best in the world at search and destroy, Cloud9's Ricky clutches a massive 1v2.
It's gonna be a 1v1. Oh, and they're gone. Ricky clutching up there on the 1v2.
It's only right that number 1 goes to E United, who took home their first major championship at the CWL Atlanta Open.
Just like that, you see the disappointment on the faces of Optic. E United are going to be your CWL Atlanta Open champions.
MLG Atlanta was fantastic, and Dallas isn't disappointing either. Day 1 pretty much in the book. Still a few games going on elsewhere. I believe there's actually a game going on the Charlie station right now. That's actually Elevate versus Fnatic, so a bit of a battle of the Europeans going on over there. But what a Day 1 we've had so far today, Memo. It's been fantastic.
So far, so good. We've seen so many Game 5s as well. It's kind of like the main stage, yes, they've had them, but as well, Bravo, the guys behind us, we've had so many, like not even just Game 5, round 11 Game 5s. I was looking at the Mindfreak boys. They lost 2 games back to back, and it was round 11. Like I was feeling sorry for the boys, and then they lost their 3rd game as well. It's a tough one.
That's brutal, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, absolutely, especially after their performance in Atlanta. I mean, these were guys, they make it out of open, they come into pool play, and they almost, got out of pool play. I think they were like 1 round away, 1 map away from making it out, and they start here and 0-2 just on 2 round 11s, and that's just tough.
It's very, very tough indeed. Hopefully, though, they do bounce back, of course, tomorrow. Still plenty of games still to be played here at the CWL Dallas Open. For now, that we can send it down to Rich in the open bracket with an update.
Thank you, Benson. Rich here on the floor. Open bracket is closed for the day, and it was full of plenty of upsets like ALG actually losing to Merciless Gaming. Now all eyes are looking to NA to actually see EG and Gosu Crew, because both of these teams are right on the bubble to qualify for Stage 1 of CWL, so their matches are going to be absolutely crucial tomorrow. Both of them have made it to their qualifier match to actually get into pool play, which will be the determining factor whether or not they are able to qualify for Stage 1. But in Europe, the same storyline has continued to develop. It's iGame versus Epsilon. iGame was ultimately able to clutch it up. They were able to win their series, so now it is the 2 of them fighting for that EU spot in the Pro League. Epsilon has looked really strong with the inclusion of Josh, but iGame does have the added fire. They have that rivalry going because Desire was actually kicked off that team for Josh, and now he is playing under the iGame banner, but they're going to have to go through TK if they want to continue on in that pool, and that match is actually going to be streamed tomorrow onto Bravo, so be sure to check that out. But until then, Ben, I'm going to give it back to you at the studio.
Thank you very much, Rich. Fantastic to hear what's going down over in the open bracket. Of course, here a look at our notable open bracket teams, though. A lot of winners round 5s there. Of course, you can see the results, 6-1, 6-1. A couple of losers round 3s coming through as well. Echo Fox, they've also gone down into the losers bracket, as have Extrovert. So a few more teams now, TP, going down into that losers bracket.
Yeah, it's honestly not too surprising in my opinion. We are getting to the cream of the crop of the open bracket, right? So you see a lot of these teams that we expected to make it into pools still just chugging along. But here's where these tough matches come into play. If I'm not mistaken, I think the best of 5s are starting pretty soon as well. So that's going to completely change the style of play. The best of 3s are quite volatile, so I'm sure these teams will be happy to get to those best of 5s.
Absolutely, and of course this is really, as you mentioned, it's like time where you need to have that fantastic performance, because you get into pool play. And as soon as you do, Mark, which pool would you say, if you're an open bracket team, you would want to fall into?
I think looking at the standings, it's got to be Pool C right now. I mean, if Elevate end up beating Fnatic, 3 teams at 1 and 2, if you're an open bracket team, that's where you want to fall. I mean, that's 3 teams at 1 and 2. You could finish at potentially a 2 and 2 and make it out, and that's where you start that run. That's where you get that top 8 finish and potentially get that invite to the Global Pro League.
Could potentially sneak your way through, as you mentioned. Whilst we were obviously watching that fantastic game on main stage, there were other games still going on. We can actually take a look at what happened on the Bravo station, I believe. That was Splice versus Enigma 6. Enigma 6 have impressed us massively, I think it's fair to say. I mean, Splice as well, though, Momo, coming in from Europe, of course. These guys, they weren't messing around.
Yeah, these two teams kind of went head-to-head. It was the battle for that first seed or that first place in their pool, and it started off very, very dominant. It continued that way. Splice, they look kind of revamped, refreshed, and it's coming from all 4 players. It's not just the addition of Zero. Bance looks, you know, literally lights out this tournament. I've said it a couple of times already. He just seems to be dominating, and he seems so comfortable. They closed that one out with a 100-point club, and going on to Search and Destroy as well, it just seemed like a really disciplined, structured team, which, in all honesty, I didn't expect from such a new roster when you add someone like that.
I know there was a little bit of drama in the Search and Destroy as well, TB. What actually happened?
So it was a very unique situation of, I don't know what happened exactly, but I think a PS4 malfunction. One of the Fnatic players dropped out of the game. Zero had 11 kills, so he was working on those score streaks, obviously. Anyways, the map had to be restarted at 3-2, but it did not matter. Splice ran away with it after that and ended up taking it 6-2. But Zero, with a combined 15 kills, 11 by round 3. Wild stuff.
And I mean, this is what we were talking about with this team, right? I mean, there was obviously issues with Josh and the rest of these guys where, you know, Search and Destroy was a game type they just weren't winning consistently. And so far this tournament, I mean, Zero has been putting this team on his back, dropping double digits almost every map, impressing the heck out of me.
And going on from that, I mean, Zero as an individual, we say, you know, the others are turning up as well. He really seems to have stepped his game up individually. We looked, you know, before this event as kind of individuals of the top 10 in Europe, if you like, and Zero was amongst the top, but here he seems to be finding his feet, and he's putting those big, high kill games up, much like he was, obviously, in the previous season.
And I guess that kind of begs the question now, TB. How far can this Splice team go? You see them play all throughout day 1 here, 3 games under their belt. Are they the real deal? Can they make a big run?
I wasn't sure what to expect, and I wasn't really holding my breath, but they've impressed me, to be honest, especially going to that last uplink we just saw, going to overtime, and to be able to overcome a clock being set on you like that, a minute 20, it's a little bit tough to overcome, especially an uplink, but Jerd says, I'm going to score in 15 seconds, end the game right there. So Splice really seems like the real deal. They seem to be, you know, when they're stomping teams out 250 to 93, it's obviously telling of a really good team.
Right, you made a very good point. Looking at the pools, though, as you mentioned earlier, Romberg, the pool that you would want to fall into if you were that open bracket team would be Elevate and Fanatics, right? Because they're all very, very close. I mean, we can actually go to a live look-in now with the Charlie Station. I believe that game is about to get underway. As it stands, Fnatic are 2-1 up, but it was a little weird the way that one went down, right? Remember, because it wasn't Fnatic actually winning the Search and Destroy.
That's it. You know, you look at Fnatic and you think flawless Search and Destroy. It wasn't the case. They, first of all, turned up in that hard point. They, you know, quite surprisingly, you know, these teams play each other a lot, both online, both in scrims as well. And you know what? Elevate do get the better of them some of the time, you know, and that's with the addition of a high slayer like Rated. But this time Fnatic, they seem comfortable, they seem controlled, obviously, in the hard point, but they lose that Search and Destroy. And that was kind of the surprise to me, was when they lost that S&D. I thought, you know what? I actually was watching it. Wuskins was like hitting the desk. I was like, that's not what you want to do. I could see it was like, that's our first Search and Destroy loss this tournament. But they bounce back, they take their uplink, and we're going to see Game Force shortly.
Yeah, excited to get this one underway again. If you are just tuning in, it's 2-1 in favor of Fnatic against Elevate. Let's jump straight into the matchup. It's underway. In terms of brief predictions for this one, I do want to go down the line and just try and see your general thought process. Merc, I'm going to start with you. Is this one you think Fnatic could actually take away here?
I think so, but I don't know. 2 European teams on breakout. This might just end up in a tie forever.
I knew that was coming up.
I was waiting. I don't know what's going to end up happening. No, but yeah, I think Fnatic, I think they have to close it out here, because winning that game number 2, you know, Elevate's going to feel confident going into that Game 5 that they can beat them in that Search and Destroy. So if I'm Fnatic, I want to close out this series right now and go 2-1 tonight and sort of end the night in second place.
I guess that kind of, again, begs an interesting question. What's been the problem for European hardpoint breakout team? Have you noticed anything? Any standout problems with the way that it's been played today?
I don't think they just like sacrificing time, giving up a 20, 30 seconds to really focus on setting up a great setup for Money Hills, for example, especially over towards that commissary side or over towards Graveyard. You need to sacrifice and get a good setup, or maybe it's just spreading themselves too thin at those initial rotation gunfights. If you get one of your players caught, that guy spawns out, everything's going to go wrong for you.
As it stands, it seems like Fnatic off to a relatively decent start, Momo. Currently with the lead, 20 points and growing to just the 11 of Elevate. Are you expecting this to be Fnatic closing it out, Momo, or maybe does this go to a Game 5?
I've got to say, I'm favoring Fnatic in this one. From what I've seen of their hardpoint, bar the first one against Elevate, they have been really, really impressive. But I will say, you know, this is a team that they're going against, which, you know, a European squad, they know how they play. When Fnatic goes up against the likes of Luminosity, it's the element of surprise. Elevate don't have that problem. They know what to expect here, but I'm expecting big things from the twins of Scraps and Wuskins, high slaying games, and under the leadership of Tommy, I think they close it out here.
Fnatic have seriously been very, very impressive since forming as a squad, and to be honest, their gameplay today hasn't disappointed either. I think when you go back to previous events, there was that big question mark over Fnatic's head, whereas here I feel like they're really kind of just taking that question mark off their head.
It's good to see, too, they beat Luminosity on a scorch hard point especially.
Right.
And it's not like Luminosity plays this very strategic style. They play to kill you more than the other team. It's really straightforward, right? The fact that Fnatic was able to play against that and excel against it, especially, we're seeing it again here already, you know, about 60-point lead for them. It just seems like Scraps and Wuskin are unstoppable in the slaying category when it comes to that map 4 for whatever reason.
Yeah, and it's just something we talk about with this Fnatic team. They just seem to keep getting better and better. And they're playing these better teams, and they're learning from that, and that's what's super important. These were one of the only European teams not to make a roster change. I was a little surprised about that. I definitely thought Tommy was. I did. I thought, you know, Tommy was going to get snagged by one of those top 3 European teams just because of the performances he's had throughout this year. I mean, he took these young guns and sort of created, you know, his own little family. But I mean, they're playing well.
I think that's it. You kind of hit the nail on the head there. Tommy, he has taken so much pressure on by doing this like all by himself. He had the backing of obviously such a large organization, and you know they kind of said, you know, it's not something they expect, you know, first place overnight. They wanted something longer, and I think he kind of fully committed to that. He trusted the 3 players. He's been playing with Sunny for a long time, but these twins kind of coming in. Scraps was just almost. Wuskins was almost kind of just the one player they used to fill in for a couple of weeks. It was like, yeah, we'll use your twin brother, why not? And it just worked out, and it has been getting better and better and better. It's like that consistency. You look at them as on a graph kind of, and it's one way. It's all going uphill for them, and I can't believe that they take on the likes of Luminosity, and if they do win this, obviously, and close this series out, they're going to be 2-1 in the pool, and yes, it's going to be a scary first game tomorrow, but finishing second, I wouldn't have expected it.
I mean, that'll be huge for them, of course. It almost guarantees you, to a degree, obviously, not 100%, but it almost guarantees you to make it through into that winner's bracket. There, I believe you would have to play against Optic Gaming in round 1, potentially. Correct, Smoke?
No, yeah, you would.
Okay, so that's where we really get to see what is Fnatic made of. But of course, let's not get too carried away. They have to get there first. As it stands, though, the scoreline in their favor, 119 points to 51. As it stands, Fnatic just doing such a good job here in map number 4. Of course, this a hard point breakout. As it stands, if you are just tuning in, Fnatic with the 2-1 lead. TP, is Elevate doing anything specifically wrong in your eyes here, or is this just Fnatic out-rotating and out-playing?
They do seem a bit frantic when they're trying to execute these breaks on hard points, and I think that's why Fnatic's able to basically turn those kills into more time. But Elevate's doing a great job of locking down this middle of the map. They just really need to take their time, and I feel like Zed's going to be the one to sort of set the precedent. He is their most aggressive player. He is having a good game right now, and it's kind of tough to do when you're playing that aggressive on breakout. So it's going to start with Zed. The rest of the players need to follow up.
Yeah, Zed is kind of that player which a few of the players, I know Reedy was one at the start of the game, he was saying he is the best European player. Whether he'd say the same right now, I'm not too sure, but he has had that consistency throughout the game itself for the past 3-4 months. But I do think this roster change, I'm not saying, you know, it has helped them. I want to bring that topic up of, you know, Shawnee going out of this team. I think they lost a part of their squad. I think they lost a high slayer, and they've added rated, yes, but how has that improved them? I'm not too sure.
And that's what I was going to touch on. On the other side, in Reedy just not playing well in Respawn, and this is something that we notice in past events. I mean, I think he's had a few clutch hardpoint games versus like Cloud9 just because of all the drama. I think he was just pumped up. But when I looked at this roster move, I just wasn't sure this was the move that made the most sense. I really liked Shawnee. I liked how he was performing. He was very consistent. I even saw him, you know, playing a little bit more aggressive, you know, throughout this tournament. I mean, he was the MV4 player, but I'm not sure that, you know, rated for Shawnee was the right move. Maybe you like to see rated for Reedy or one of the other guys, but we'll see how it pays off. I mean, this is a huge game for Elevate.
Of course, it came to crunch time almost, right? You had to make that decision. You obviously, you know, everything is locked now.
Yeah.
At Dallas, like whatever you decided, you had to stick with, of course. And For Fnatic, at least, they have a massive lead here in Game 4. 170 to 98 points. I mean, Momo, as it stands, Fnatic are just outclassing Elevate in this hard point.
Yeah, this is not kind of a surprise when you look at the map. I mean, Breakout is a map where you can gain those substantial leads, especially when you have a good start. We saw Fnatic get off to that good start. They had the good rotations onto cell blocks, but Elevate are definitely not out of this. Don't rule them out because they're 60 points down. This is the time in the next, I'd say, 60 seconds where we're going to see a lot of payloads come into action, and which team kind of utilizes those the most could flip the whole game on its head, or Fnatic could use them and just kind of close this one out. We could see like a 250 to 150 game.
I mean, on the bright side, for many of the Europeans out there, they will get to watch a European team actually win a hard-point breakout. So that's always going to be good.
Hey, Splice won one. They beat E6, so they did. We just watched that highlight package.
Okay, fair enough. You're right. I mean, Fnatic, though, they seem to be almost in cruise control now, TP. They've gone past the 200-point mark.
3 hills in a row, Elevate rotates early and get instantly broken. You see at that kill feed again, Tommy with another 2-piece. Whatever is they're trying to set up, they're just spreading too far out, and they're playing like a half and half style. You need to either push out those spawns extremely far or completely turtle into the hill. Tommy picks up another kill towards this back anchor, towards this helipad, and now the pinch will be coming in very, very soon. So Elevate's not doing, they're doing, half of what you need to do, is my point. Play the spawns or play the hill, doing neither.
Right now, obviously, 60 points behind, but there's still 25 left to go, obviously, on this one before we start that rotation again. Reedy with a big double kill. He's going to secure that just for now, though. But, when it goes back to that central rooftop, you can kind of push this one a little bit further. You can push this like the last 10, 15 seconds to try and get that scrap point, and that's what Fnatic are going to do. They are going to try and get in, but it's not going to be successful this time. But again, we see that 40-point lead in Fnatic. They can take their foot off the gas, just kind of set up for this next one. I think Fnatic really needs to think almost 2 steps ahead now. Think about that cell block spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only the cell block, but even that next hill, because that's where we see the game end a lot of that. The times is, after that cell block hill, and that's really what Fnatic needs to think about. They need to get as much time as possible so they're able to set themselves up if they do lose cell block, because cell block is one of those hills where you can get 50 to 60 points. That's what Elevate needs to do. They need to somehow contain this middle hill so Fnatic isn't able to put points on, but they have to win those spawns.
On the 60-point lead Fnatic held just a few moments ago has now dwindled all the way down to just a 30-point lead. Elevate mounting that comeback. And I believe there's, 15 seconds left on this hard point as well. This is looking very good, Mo.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. You can see Fnatic all trying to rotate through, this wall run to that next hill, and you can see that just trying to stay alive, and he knows all of Fnatic's going in. Those were huge kills by Scraps going into that rotation.
Yep, and that may actually just be enough to give Fnatic the early part of this next hard point, and in fact it is. They do have control. The question, though, can they hold on and close this one out, TP? Does it look good when you look at that mini-map right now?
It really does. You can see those red triangles spawning out super far. And you have to note that 2-piece Scraps was able to pop his camo over towards that little circle area. And most of the time you see a camo battle for the back anchor to win a gunfight in hill. Those are actually rotation gunfights. Spawning the other team out, forcing a split spawn to happen, and that's why Fnatic has hill control right now.
We're seeing score streaks as well coming in for Fnatic, but 2 do drop, and this could be a break, but it's going to be big on Watson. He's going to find one. He needs to find the second here. The Scraps again, just time and time again, putting up big numbers, a big double kill. Wuskin's coming in to sweep, and they should close out the next 15 seconds. If they can hold on to this, they could close it out on this hill.
Yeah, this is big.
Oh, no, they can't.
For them. No,
correct.
Now they can't. Mathematically impossible. However, they have done enough on that hill. It seems as if that was almost the final dagger, the final jab almost into Elevate's game, because they've got themselves such a big lead now. I mean, surely, Merc, they don't throw this one away.
I don't know, because these kills are really important. Tommy's staying alive somehow. I mean, Elevate had the entry kills, and this is what Tyler was talking about. I mean, Elevate were getting the rotations, but those first set of kills, they just weren't executing on, and Fnatic closes that map out.
You can't rotate and sit there and do nothing. Yeah. And that's exactly what Elevate just did, and that's why they get punished. A nice win from Fnatic there, and just a lot of composure overall. When it gets to those 10 situations, I swear, it's always Scraps or Wuskins picking up a huge 2-piece to intro in. The pinch comes in, the split spawns for the other team happen, ends this game.
Big win for Fnatic. Of course, that will push them through 2-1 in their pool. So that's going to give them a bit of a cushion compared to the rest of the guys, obviously, in that group. Curious to see which open bracket team will join them in that group as well, of course. Meanwhile, there was still plenty of other action that you may have missed here at the CWL Dallas Open. I believe on the Charlie station, it was actually Rise Nation versus Panda. Panda, a squad who started today off, let's just say, not the best. but maybe has the time started to turn a little bit, Mark?
Well, this is a huge win, right? Because, I mean, they beat Rise Nation, and this puts them, even if they finish, you know, 3rd or 4th place in that group, that puts them at top 16, top 20, instead of that top 24, which adds an extra round or two. And that's where you start to talk about those pro points and how they come in for their qualification spot. So them picking up this win and forcing Rise Nation to basically place last in the pool is huge for them.
Absolutely massive. It will just give them an extra amount of points that they may need, and it makes anyone else who's chasing them, TP, have to do even better here at this event, and that's just so valuable.
And it's really what these bubble teams are playing for this entire tournament. It's very interesting, though. Panda has probably looked the worst in those first couple of matches in pool play. I would argue that they're the worst team in pools, like in terms of those first couple of games. But they're able to come in here and beat Rise? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I would have never predicted that.
But then again, I mean, Rise, they've almost had the nightmare start to their pools. They came off straight away, and they sit in their pool 0 and 3. I looked at a graphic before. I'm not sure who it was. I would have been one of them that said Rise, you know, they're top in their pool, and, you know, someone else will finish second, whether it's Fnatic or whoever steals that second. But now they're sat at 4, and look at it, there it is.
There you go, you speak of the pools, and the pools pop up on your screens. Optic Gaming, of course, sitting pretty at the top of Pool A, 3-0. E-United, the top of Pool B, 3-0. Of course, FaZe Clan, they will top Pool C. Fnatic right behind them, as we just saw them win that last matchup. And Pool D, Splice, 3-0. And also that 3-0 for Splice will secure that invite into the LAN League. That is massive for Splice, right, Merc?
Absolutely. I mean, they're going to compete with the best teams in the world. This is what you wanted to see from this team. You know, as soon as Zero joins, they go 3-0, and they're looking really good in this tournament.
Obviously, we mentioned, you know, the surprise of Rise Nation being at the bottom, 0-3 as well of Pool D. TP, any other big surprises that kind of glare out to you when you look at those pools?
I just feel bad for mine. They're so close every time they play in these MLG pools, and for whatever reason, they can't get those last couple of rounds to go their way. It's not really a surprise, I guess. I just feel bad.
Yeah,
so many round 11s, man.
Fair enough.
And just touching on Rise one more time, I mean, we almost saw the exact same thing happen in Atlanta. As soon as they lost the first game, they just seem to be a team that doesn't get back on track very well. They sort of need, like, if they lose, they need a day break or a few hours, because as soon as they lose and go into the next match, they just don't seem to have it together.
Well, with day 1 officially in the books here at the CWL Dallas Open, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Kicking things off at 1 p.m. we have Cloud9 versus their open bracket squad. Splice will play against their open bracket team, and Team Envious will play against another open bracket team that I believe Optic Gaming will also be playing at 5:30 p.m. Before 8 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. we have our winners bracket matchups. They are going to be absolutely awesome. We have had a wonderful, wonderful day 1 here at the CWL Dallas Open. We've had phenomenal games. We've had everything. Game 5s, round 11s. It has truly been an action-packed day of Call of Duty esports. From everyone here at Major League Gaming, thank you very much for tuning in today. It's been an absolute pleasure to broadcast all of the wonderful Call of Duty action to you at home. That is everything from day 1. We will see you tomorrow live from Dallas.